Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Resuming consideration on the sub-amendment of Mr. Muse to a privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
The honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge has 9 minutes left for his speech.
Thank you.
9 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday before Thanksgiving, I talked about the culture of secrecy and the conflict of interest, corruption in the form of conflicts of interest that was obvious right from the very beginning of this Liberal government. And now, with the remaining time that I have left, I need to talk about the situation we're in right now. Parliament is paralyzed because the government has refused an order for the production of documents passed by this House some time ago. And that is why we're here, Mr. Speaker. And Conservatives are not interested in simply letting debate on this motion collapse in order that the House can fob this off to a parliamentary committee where the government and their NDP partners can buy for more time, maybe delay a final report, maybe avoid a further vote finding this government once again in contempt of Parliament. Conservatives want the government to actually comply with the order. Conservatives want the government to produce the documents that this House voted for. The Liberals are stuck in a debate that this House has already settled. That debate was whether or not the House should order the production of documents and to be turned over to the RCMP. But that ship has sailed, Mr. Speaker. That question is academic. This House has already voted on that question. This House voted for the production of documents. So the government's refusal to do so now is a contempt of Parliament. You yourself, Mr. Speaker, have ruled that this refusal is prima facie evidence of contempt of Parliament, which is why this question is being debated to the exclusion of all business of this House. So I'd like to address the two main points that the government House Leader and her parliamentary secretary keep making over and over and over again during debate in this House and in the media outside this House and during question period. The government has repeatedly claimed that their contempt for Parliament is somehow justified because the order for this production of documents somehow threatens the charter rights of accused persons and prosecutorial independence. While, of course, ignoring the fact that they are violating Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is the guarantor of democracy. But I have to say that this argument is one of the dumbest things I have ever heard in this House of Commons. And, Mr. Speaker, in 9 years in this House, I've heard some pretty dumb things come from the government.
From that side.
Now, before addressing that argument, I think it has to be pointed out that Admiral Mark Norman and Jody Wilson-Raybould might have something to say about this government's track record on prosecutorial independence. But I don't have time to go into those old scandals. Dealing with this argument that they have made, that ordering the production of documents that belong to the Crown, in order to give them to another agency of the Crown, the RCMP, has something to do with directing prosecutions. Saying so is just plain dumb, Mr. Speaker. Does this order that this House has voted for, does it say that the House instructs the RCMP to arrest an insider that took public money and gave it to who took the public's money and gave it to themselves? No, the order doesn't say that. Does the order direct Crown Prosecution Services to prosecute somebody in particular, one of these Liberal insiders that, again, took the public's money and voted to give it to themselves? No, it doesn't direct anybody to do any such thing. There is nothing in this production order that compels anyone to do anything besides release the documents and provide them to the RCMP so that they can have potential evidence that may be relevant to a case that they acknowledge they are already investigating. That's all this order does, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't say anything about directing law enforcement or Crown prosecutors to do anything. So this bizarre charter argument is complete and total nonsense. And the vigor and enthusiasm with which the government House Leader and her parliamentary secretary advanced this argument can really only be explained by blind faith in insipid talking points or by functional civic illiteracy, Mr. Speaker. This House of Commons is the embodiment of Canadian democracy, Canada's grand inquisitive body that on behalf of the people of Canada who elect them, hold the executive branch, the most powerful people in Canada, to account. And it's the will of these elected members of parliament, the will of Canadians, that must be respected.
Hear, hear.
And the second main argument that I've heard from this government, and I'm starting to now hear it, it's creeping into the other opposition parties that are propping up this government, is that by continuing debate on this motion, when all parties have said they will support it, is what is paralyzing this House and preventing it from moving on to other business. But, Mr. Speaker, this argument is just a little bit too clever. It's blaming, it's victim blaming. They're trying to say that the elected members of Parliament, that it's their fault, that it's the fault of elected members for debating the government's corruption, and not the government's fault for actually refusing an order of this House. When they say this, they are missing the point altogether. Instead of studying contempt of Parliament at a parliamentary committee, this government could end their contempt of Parliament by releasing the documents. They could solve the problem rather than study the problem. And that's why we will continue to debate this motion until we get the documents released. And as for the other business of this House, Mr. Speaker, I have no interest in moving on from dealing with this corruption just so that the government can then go ahead and introduce more bills and laws that are going to harm Canadians. I'm not interested in allowing this government to get over the debate, so say the long-anticipated Ways and Means motions on a capital gains tax increase that will punish thousands of small business owners in my riding with limited companies who will not receive the exemption that they are carving out for other Canadians. I'm not interested in that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to give them a chance to increase taxes on Canadians, to further sap the productivity of Canada, and to further the decreasing per capita GDP that we've observed under this government. I'm not interested in some of the rest of their agenda either, Mr. Speaker. For example, they've got a bill that they may want to call and debate here, Bill C-63, a bill that would create a new big bureaucracy without doing anything to address online harms, but it would give them a new group of insiders that they could appoint to that board. So the only reservation I have about the time that has gone into this debate is that there is another urgent matter. We do need to address the other contempt problem that we have with this government, wherein the minister from Edmonton was engaging in private business while a minister of the Crown. The evidence couldn't be more clear in that, where his business associate was involved in, who was involved, among other things, with shady pandemic profiteering. He tried to claim that some other guy named Randy, that we're supposed to believe it's not the Minister of Employment. So we need to get to the bottom of that as well. But there's another solution available, Mr. Speaker. This government, if they think that Parliament is paralyzed, if they think that we have got other business we need to get to, if they think that this Parliament has become dysfunctional, they have a remedy, Mr. Speaker. They could call an immediate election.
That's right.
That is the solution. When Parliament is paralyzed, if they think that Parliament isn't functioning, call an election, Mr. Speaker. That's the beauty of the parliamentary system. The government always has recourse directly to the voters of Canada. If they really think that the opposition is so irresponsible, if they really think that other things are more important, if they think that critical parliamentary business is being stymied, if they really think Canadians are on their side with their refusal to comply with an order of elected members of Parliament, then they can call an election and let the people of Canada decide.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to pick up on the member's point when he made the reference to the word dumb. And let me tell him about one of the dumbest things that I've heard coming from the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. This is the leader, Mr. Speaker, that refuses to get security clearance so he can be made aware of issues like foreign interference. Foreign interference in which we know was engaged in many allegations in regards to his own leadership, not to mention in terms of what we hear about Conservative parliamentarians. Yet we have the leader of the Conservative Party that says So what if I'm leader? I don't need to have a security clearance. I prefer to be dumb, Mr. Speaker. That's what he's saying about this particular issue. The question I have for the member is, why is this leader scared to get a security clearance? Is it because he has something to hide?
Colleagues, I'm going to move on to the question, of course, to the answer from the honourable member from Calgary Skyridge, but I'm going to ask all members to please Skyview. Sorry, my apologies to the honourable member from Skyridge, but from Calgary Rocky Ridge. But I'm just encouraging members not to call into question the courage of members and the like. It's an important aspect of maintaining parliamentary politeness within this place. The honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you for those that correction, and also for correcting that member's unparliamentary behaviour. And nice deflection by the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader. A comment completely, entirely unrelated to the present debate, but he may want to ask himself about the Prime Minister that he supports using a judicial inquiry to make a partisan broadside against the Leader of the Opposition. That is disgraceful. And if they have nothing to hide, why will they not release the names on that issue? And why will they not release the documents on this issue?
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our Conservative colleagues have been talking a lot about corruption. One way to fight corruption in politics is to finance political parties according to the number of votes, and it was Conservatives who took that measure away. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that.
The honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I'm going to stick to questions that are related to the speech that I made. That question is not relevant to my debate.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the first part of my colleague's speech last week or the week before last, and then finishing up today. I thought he did quite a great job summing up the corruption that we've seen from across the way. But I'd like to give him a little bit more time, if possible, through you, Mr. Speaker, to talk about what his constituents are saying when he's out door knocking, to talk about what he has seen in the 9 years of being a member of Parliament here in this House. Thank you.
Member Ridge.
I thank the member for Caribou Prince George, and the most common thing I hear at doors when I've door knocked in Calgary is they want to know, when is the election coming, and how soon can it be here so that we can get rid of this government. They can stop bringing in policies that harm Canadians, especially Western Canadians.
The honourable member from the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so the member says, you know, my question isn't necessarily relevant because he doesn't like it. He feels a little uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. When we're talking about accountability, he's talking about paper productions. We're talking about information that the Leader of the Conservative Party doesn't want to hear, Mr. Speaker. He wants to be a Prime Minister of a G8 country, yet he doesn't want to get the security clearance. I believe Canadians have a right to know why the Leader of the Conservative Party is so scared to get the security clearance. Does he have something to hide?
The honourable member from Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, he could perhaps check with the table and get the orders of the day and understand what we're debating here today, or he could listen to my speech, and then he could debate the actual motion before the House. So it's a tactic, deflection. He's very good at that. But I will still, I'll take the bait, Mr. Speaker, and say that the issue that he is so fixated over could be solved so easily. Release the names.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought things started off on a bit of a rough note, and Mr. Speaker, I think maybe it's soon going to take more than warnings, with all due respect, when it comes to the things that we hear in this House. I had to make that comment. My question for my colleague is, well, his speech, I found it interesting the way he replied to my colleague from La Pointe-des-Îles that his question wasn't relevant, because we're talking about corruption, we're talking about influence on the government. He talked about the question of funding and financing for political parties. That's another example, Mr. Speaker, that we can give to show that Quebec is once again 10, 15 years ahead of everyone, because in Quebec we reformed that with the government in 2012, and now it's limited contributions, which rationally, like, who could think that ordinary people are going to give $1,700 to a political party, even with a tax a benefit for that? That's not going to happen. And a reasonable way to limit influence would be public funding for political parties based on votes. I'd like to hear his thoughts on that. Before, I would just like to say to the member for Berthier-Masquinongé that I appreciate his comments when it comes to politeness and the use of parliamentary language. It's and he listen, I heard some language that came across the line from both sides of the House this morning, and that's why I'd like to remind everyone that we need to maintain order. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite certain that my remarks on the record were in order, and I don't know if you heard something maybe from other parts of this that weren't on the record, but I'm pretty sure, and you be the first to tell me, Mr. Speaker, if there was anything out of line in that speech. I gave a pretty clear description and debate on the actual motion at hand in the House of Commons. And it's disappointing that so many other members want to talk about anything other than what we are debating, which is the government's refusal to comply with an order of the House of Commons. If they want to talk about election financing models, there may be they could use an opposition day in the future for that if they wish, or we could have some other debate about it. But I'm not going to distract from this motion with engaging on that issue.
The honourable member from Kelowna, oh my goodness, Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his great speech. I wanted to ask him about the seriousness of this, how, in fact, the Auditor General had done an audit finding over 180 incidents of conflict of interest with the board members at SDTC, and how this totals in itself $400 million, which is only approximately half of the actual contracts that were given out by this organization. So it could potentially even be more. So I'm just wondering if the member can talk to the actual seriousness of what we're discussing here today.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
I thank the member for Kelowna Lake Country for actually a really intelligent question about the matter at hand. We have had comments about all kinds of other things, but that is right to the point. The reason that this House voted for the production of documents is because there are reports. There is an Auditor General report, and there is whistleblower testimony of severe corruption at SDTC, wherein Liberal insiders give themselves, their companies that they control and own, the public's money improperly. And this is well documented. It's under investigation by the RCMP. That's why this is so serious, and that's why the extraordinary step of a production order was made by this House.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons has time for a 30-second question.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed that the member is not recognizing, so I'll ask for his personal opinion. Does he believe that the leader of the Conservative Party should be getting a security clearance, given the fact that you have every other leader of the House of Commons? And if he doesn't believe that, will he tell Canadians why the leader of the Conservative Party is scared to get that security clearance?
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, for a brief answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually on the record the Defence Committee about the need for parliamentarians to have clearances. So that's not the question or the point here. And I don't agree with the member, though, and the opposition leader has been very clear on this all the way along. But Mr. Speaker, every time this member rises in this debate, he is engaging in filibuster. He is filling time to extend the government's words and not advance debate.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member from Banff Airdrie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to add my voice and my points to this conversation that we're having around the government's breach of privilege and around this scandal. Just the latest in a long line of scandals under this Liberal government. And I have a number of points I want to make today on this debate, but I'll first just say that it's unfortunate that we're having to have this debate. It's an important one because the government needs to be held accountable. But it's unfortunate that it's necessary because there are many things this House could be dealing with and should be dealing with. But we have a government that refuses to be accountable. And without accountability first to this House, but more importantly, as an extension, accountability to Canadians, we don't really have a democracy without that accountability. And this is a government that refuses to be held accountable. And there are a number of examples, and I'll raise a few of them in the course of my speech here today, Mr. Speaker. But there are a number of examples of it. This is just the latest in a long line of those examples. And it is incredibly unfortunate that we're having to be here today to try to hold a government accountable when it's something so basic. It's something so basic that it should be without the need for a debate like this one in order to even raise or highlight such a situation. Now, what we're talking about here today relates to what has become known as the Green Slush Fund. This is something where the Auditor General of Canada has found that the Liberal government turned what is known as Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. They have given the board that was set up to hand out these grants has given itself almost $400 million worth of contracts inappropriately. That's $400 million of Canadian taxpayers' money. And I'm going to pause on that for just a second, Mr. Speaker, because that's a lot of money. That's $400 million from Canadian families where they've gone to work, they've worked hard, they packed their lunch, they put on their work boots, they've gone to work. They've worked hard. Some people, back home in my home province of Alberta, they work some really long hours. And it's backbreaking work in some cases. And these people are going to work, in many cases, away from their families because they have to travel up north or other places to do this work. And they're doing that because they need to put a roof over their heads of their family. They need to feed their families. They need to ensure their children have opportunities to be involved in sports or to have opportunities to succeed as they grow and mature and become adults themselves. And this money, $400 million worth of this money, gone to feed their families, hasn't gone to put a roof over their heads, hasn't gone to making sure their kids have a chance to go to summer camp or play a sport or engage in dance lessons or art lessons or any of that. $400 million of this has gone to make Liberal insiders, in this one case, to make Liberal insiders rich. I don't think that anyone who gets out of bed in the morning, early in the morning, to leave their family, to go to work, would say, you know what, I don't mind just a little bit of that, in fact, a whole lot of it in this case, going to Liberal insiders because the Liberal Party wants to buy favors with people, hopefully keep themselves in power. I don't think there's anybody in this country who would say, I get out of bed in the morning so that I can send my tax dollars to Ottawa so that this kind of thing can go on. And that's the kind of accountability that we're talking about right now. We're talking about holding a government accountable for sending $400 million of hard-earned Canadian taxpayers' dollars here to Ottawa so that those guys over there, that Liberal government, can send it out to their friends and make their friends rich. That's what we're talking about here today, Mr. Speaker, and that's pretty sad. We should never even be having to have a conversation like this if that government had just a little bit of basic accountability. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. But that's not something that people have understood that we can come to expect from that Liberal government over there. It's why it's time for them to go. It's why it's time for them to be replaced. Exactly. The time is up for those guys. And Canadians know it, and the only thing that's standing in the way of that is an election. And as soon as that happens, they will be gone. They will be gone because they have failed to show any basic accountability. So let me get back to this. This is $400 million, almost $400 million of that hard-earned Canadian taxpayer dollars. And the Auditor General had a look at all of this, and they found that there was $58 million that went to 10 different projects that were completely ineligible. Completely ineligible. And there was no ability on any of those occasions to demonstrate any environmental benefit, which is what this was supposed to be about, or any development of green technology, which was what this was supposed to be about. Think about that for a second. There's 10 different projects that got $58 million, and it did not meet the criteria that was designed for what this money was intended for. It didn't provide any environmental benefit. It didn't develop any green technology. $58 million. One would say that almost looks like it was stolen. $58 million. There was no benefit under what the criteria of the program was. $58 million of Canadian taxpayers' money, for all intents and purposes, stolen. And then we have 186 projects worth about $334 million, where one of the board members, at least one of the board members, had a conflict of interest. 186 projects where there was a conflict of interest of one of the board members. And another $58 million that went to projects where they didn't ensure that the contribution agreement terms were met. This is either the most egregious case of incompetence that we've ever seen, or it is complete theft of taxpayers' money. It might be both, in fact, but it is staggering to imagine the magnitude, the number of instances where there's conflicts of interest or outright complete ignorance of the rules. It is staggering. And the amount of money is also staggering. And then, because the Auditor General has made this really clear, that where the blame lies here is with that government, particularly with the industry minister over there, because they didn't monitor this. Either they didn't monitor it or maybe they were okay with what was happening. I don't know. That's part of, I guess, what we need to determine here, I suppose. But at the end of the day, this money, this $400 million, nearly $400 million of Canadian taxpayer money, was given to Liberal insiders. And so now, in order to try to get to the bottom of all of this, there's a need for the information that's being requested here to be provided to the RCMP, to give them the opportunity to get to the bottom of this. And for some reason, I think we can all imagine what that reason might be, the Liberal government doesn't want to provide that information. I can imagine they don't like being held accountable. We have many examples of exactly that, where they don't like to be held accountable. I'll just get into a few of those examples because this is a pattern. And I want to show and establish the pattern that we're seeing here. This is a government that tends to do these kinds of things. They interfere or they allow things like this to occur where their friends get rich. This is a pattern. And then when there's any effort at trying to hold them accountable for what's gone on, they do everything they can to prevent being held accountable. So let me just give and there are many examples, but let me just speak to a couple of examples where you can see this pattern, and this is just the latest example in that pattern. And I think the most well-known of those examples is what's known as the SNC Lavalin affair. I think everyone in Canada is aware of that one. They're all aware of what happened with Jody Wilson-Raybould, where the Prime Minister, tried to pressure her to be inappropriately involved in her role as the Auditor General. And she stood on her principle and refused to do that, despite immense pressure from the Prime Minister. And what did the Prime Minister do? He fired her because she refused to interfere inappropriately in an investigation where she knew it was wrong. She knew it was wrong, and the Prime Minister said, I don't care that it's wrong, I want you to do it anyway. That's what essentially happened. And she refused, despite all of the pressure that she received from the Prime Minister of this country. And for that, she lost her job. That was the result. And the reason why this is so important, let me just, I guess, give a little more context first of all. This is where a Liberal-connected firm here, they face charges of fraud, and they face charges of corruption, and it related to payments that were made to Libyan officials. And this is a situation, again, where the Prime Minister interfered to help out his friends, essentially. And he was found in this case, he violated the Conflict of Interest Act, which is not the only time that that's happened. Where this becomes really germane here is that we found out later on, I just believe it was it was last year, I believe, where it was actually discovered that the reason the RCMP was unable to pursue a criminal investigation was because it refuses to provide the information that was necessary. So here we go, this pattern that we see established of a government that refuses, when they're caught red-handed, essentially, they refuse to provide the accountability, the documents in this case, that are needed to really properly even investigate them. And then another example I can give of that type of a scenario, and there are many, many of them. In fact, almost every week there seems to be a new one. But there's the scandal around the Winnipeg National Microbiology Lab. And there is a situation there where it was so bad that the government was ordered to provide documents, and Mr. Speaker, one of your predecessors was sued by his own government because they were trying to find a way not to provide the information that they were ordered to provide. It almost gets to the point of it sounds so ridiculous it's almost hard to believe it's true. And that's the kind of thing we're seeing here. And that's one of those examples. They wanted so badly to hide this information that they actually sued their own Speaker of the House of Commons, one of their own Liberal members of Parliament. It's just astounding, actually, almost, really. And then the one that I wanted to focus a little bit more on in terms of these examples And it's only because it's one that that is on the file that I'm tasked with shadowing the government on for the official opposition, that of Veterans Affairs. And there are many examples like this one, but it's one that I'm very intimately familiar with because of how much effort that I and other Conservative members of that Veterans Affairs Committee have put into trying to see addressed, and that is the controversy and scandal around the National Monument to the Mission in Afghanistan. Now, let me give a little bit of context on that one. So this was, obviously a monument to a mission which ended more than a decade ago, and that monument was actually announced by the previous Conservative government to be built. And in the 9 years since this government has been in power, they have somehow found a way to make sure this didn't get built. It's an incredible slap in the face, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many Canadians, to those who served in that mission, and to those who gave their lives, the Canadians who gave their lives serving this country in that mission, to the families of those fallen. And it is just another extreme example of this government, first of all, showing complete incompetence, and secondly, in trying to avoid accountability. So essentially what happened here is they set up a jury to determine what the monument design should be. This was after taking years already at this point to get to that point even. I don't know how something so important could not be a priority for a government, for any government, frankly, but it wasn't for whatever reason, and this government will have to answer to veterans for that one. But they did set up this jury process, and this is a internationally recognized. The jury selected the monument that they believed best fit the criteria, and then in about a 1.5 year period after that, there is enough information that we have that the Prime Minister and his office interfered in the process to try to change the result. And eventually it culminated in an announcement of a different design than what was agreed to by the jury, which is the first time that anyone can recall in the history of these types of processes all across the world that this ever has happened, that this has been disregarded by a government. And there was no real explanation given. And to this day, we still don't know why the Prime Minister interfered in this. And the reason why this is so relevant to this is it's another example where over the course of months, we have in the Veterans Affairs Committee been trying to get the release of the documentation that would indicate what exactly occurred in that 1.5 years when the Prime Minister was interfering. Why did he interfere? The fact that they won't just tell us that there's a good reason probably indicates that it's not something good, and they're trying their best to cover that up. That's the only thing we can conclude from all of that. It's the only thing we can conclude from all that. So it's another example of a government that is doing everything it possibly can to try to avoid releasing some documents that would allow them to be held accountable for their actions. In this case, actions that dishonor the memory of Canadians who gave their lives in service to this country. Think about that for a second. It's one thing, like bad enough when I talked at the opening of this speech about the $400 million in the latest example of Canadian taxpayers' hard-earned money that was given away to Liberal insiders. That's bad enough. What's far, far worse is the idea that you've dishonored, that Liberal government has dishonored the memory of Canadians who gave their lives in service to this country. Imagine what their families must feel like to know that they have done that. Like that's just insult to injury. And then to just try to be not held accountable for that kind of action, it's disgraceful. It's really disgraceful. And so this is a pattern. And I could go on and on. You've indicated to me, Speaker, I don't have much time to do that. But I could go on and on because there are so many other examples. There are so many other examples of a government that just does not want to be held accountable. And when you have a government that refuses to be accountable, well, you know what the situation is. We know that this is a government that has become, I'll just say it, I think they've become to the point where it's almost corruption, I think, at this point. I think all Canadians would agree this is, well, yes, not almost, it is corruption, frankly. And Canadians want to see them held accountable. They want to see an election to be able to do just that.
I thank the honourable member from Banff-Airdrie for his speech, and I'd like to remind all members, members have been very good when they have their personal devices in the House to make sure that, of course, the ringer is off. That's very helpful, but the interpreters have asked if it's possible, if members, if they do have their phone on vibrate, either turn it off or perhaps put it on the seat so it doesn't vibrate and caught by the mic, and it makes it difficult for them to interpret. So, je demande la coopération de la Chambre des
I would like to ask for cooperation from all members on this, if you have your phone with you. If they're on vibration mode, I would encourage you to place them on the seat, please, or put them on silent. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, did you know the only Prime Minister in Canada's history, let alone the British Commonwealth, to be held in contempt of Parliament was Stephen Harper? Whoa. The greatest advocate for Stephen Harper at that time was no other than the leader of the Conservative Party. Any surprise there, Mr. Speaker? Imagine the leader of the Conservative Party now says he doesn't even need to have security. That at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, he would prefer to be naive about foreign interference as opposed to understanding the issue. It begs the question, what is the past history of the current leader of the Conservative Party that disallows him from being able to get his security clearance? I'm wondering if the member opposite can share with Canadians what is Pierre Poilievre, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, to hide from Canadians that will prevent him from getting the security clearance.
So I see that the honourable member quickly caught himself, and I remind all members to be very careful that where there's a current member of the House that we use, out of respect, their riding name or the title that they hold. The honourable member from Banff-Airdrie.
So, like most of what that member says in this House, that is complete hogwash, Mr. Speaker. Complete hogwash. The Leader of the Opposition has security clearance. He's a member of the Privy Council of Canada. He's had security clearance since he was sworn into the Privy Council when he was a Minister of the Crown. Now, having said that, his job as Leader of the Opposition is to hold that government accountable. And what the government is trying to do in this situation is find a way to silence him. That's why they want him to have a briefing where he cannot disclose the information. What he has said very clearly is this government should release the names of anyone involved, and that government refuses, as always, to be accountable and refuses to do just that. Shame on them.
I know that all members have had an opportunity to have a good restful break and probably have come back to the House with lots of enthusiasm, but I'm going to ask the honourable member from Waterloo not to take the floor unless recognised by the Speaker so that there isn't a back and forth between the two. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Happy Monday. Well, I think there are a lot of things in the SDTC file that need to be cleared up. There's probably been examples of fraud, mismanagement of funds, and so on. My question to my dear Conservative colleague is the following. People have stepped down, and Ms. Annette Verschuren, a prestigious business leader, stepped down, someone who received a great deal of money for her businesses, and as though by coincidence, this woman was from 2008 to 2015, the economic advisor of Stephen Harper. So yes, it's very easy to criticize the government, and we are right to criticize the government in this case, but I think the Conservatives should also introspect a bit about what happened with Ms. Verschuren.
The honourable member from Banff Airdrie.
Well, what we're talking about here today is a situation where what it's called a green slush fund. It was created, and it looks like it was probably created for that purpose, because when you have almost $400 million in taxpayers' money, as I indicated during my speech, 10 of those projects were completely ineligible. There was another 186 cases where there was conflicts of interest of members of this board, and that's what we're talking about here today, is the fact that we have $400 million in Canadian taxpayers' money that went inappropriately to Liberal insiders, and that is something that we're trying to hold the government accountable for, and it's something that all members of this House should be trying to drive towards today.
The honourable member from Eastman Interlake. And I apologize for today. I'm just a little rusty.
Okay, you must be a little jet lagged, Mr. Speaker. That's right. Thank you. And, we've been sitting in here listening to the member from Winnipeg North spread this information relating to whether or not the leader of the official opposition should have a security clearance. The reality in this, Mr. Speaker, is that information in this country is over-classified. And things that should be declassified should actually be made.
Point of order, the honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member is very clearly, according to Beauchesne's, imputing my motives by saying I am spreading misinformation. Everything that I said is factual.
I thank the honourable member for raising this point. There is a lot of lively debate which is going on in the House, and the chair will monitor the debate very carefully. I encourage all members to be judicious in the choice of their words. The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake, Eastman, continuing from here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. And the member from Winnipeg North gets up here and filibusters for the government. And it comes down to the information that we're debating about the release of documents that they refuse to hand over to the House and to the RCMP to ensure that Canadians can see exactly what is going on. And we also know that he keeps raising this whole false pretense that the member from the Nepean has all the information that they need. I would say this, that the information is overclassified. Why doesn't the government declassify it? And my question to my honourable colleague is, what are the Liberals trying to hide?
The honourable member from Banff Airdrie.
Well, that's a great question. There's no doubt about that. I guess the answer is a little more difficult, isn't it? And the reason it's so difficult is, like with many of the examples I gave during my speech, this is a government that refuses to be held accountable. They refuse to provide basic information that would allow them to be held accountable for their actions. And in this case, for $400 million in Canadian taxpayers' money being given out to their friends. And I suspect the only reason they don't want to release the names and the only reason why they don't want to release the information is because they know it'll be damning for their government, and they will be held accountable, and they will be fired in the next election.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always an honor and a privilege to rise on behalf of the constituents of the riding of Waterloo, especially when it comes to important information we're hearing. And now you hear people heckling. You, Mr. Speaker, had no problem naming me by my riding because there's such a shortage of women in this place, but you hear the clear heckles, you know who they are, you know the ridings, but you will not call them out by names. But that's just the double standard of this place, and it's always been alive and well. So I appreciate that it continues. My question, though it might be difficult for the member, is actually a genuine question. It's on the question of privilege.
Point of order, the honourable member from Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to point out the comment that the member opposite the Liberal member was commenting about heckling. I've been sitting here listening to her heckle continuously for the last 15 minutes. About every 20 seconds, she decides to heckle something. So here she is calling out supposedly members when she's actually the biggest offender this morning. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I'll invite the honourable member from Waterloo to. The honourable member is rising on a point of order.
No, because I think there's, we can see who is in the House. We will not see who's not in the House because we don't do that. But I think it was quite clear when I received the floor that you provided to me, Mr. Speaker. We heard other people trying to take space in this space, so you knew clearly who it was, and that was the point that I was making.
The honourable member still has an opportunity to finish her question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite made reference to people in this chamber, people not being in this chamber, and particularly women. I believe if we did a count, which we won't, that we have just as many, if not more, women than men in the chamber.
Just going to stop the honourable member there. The honourable member very carefully and artfully pointed out people who are present here. She made a explicit point of not referring to people who are absent. So I'm going to let the honourable member from Waterloo pose her question, if she could, very briefly, as time is running out on the clock.
I'm sure the time was paused during the points. But my question to the member is that he did refer in his speech in regards to former members who have been here, including a former Minister of Justice. And I recall when I was the government House leader how disrespectful the official opposition was towards that member at that place. During that time also, we had another MP, an Indigenous MP who served in this place, who spoke quite eloquently when they were leaving this chamber as to why they were leaving this chamber, because it was so isolating. So today the member speaks to the government's responsibility, but does not want to take any responsibility as an official opposition who was quite disrespectful. The question I would have for the member is, does he know of any member or any party who is opposed to this question of privilege? Because I believe everyone supports it. So why not call the question so that we can actually get to the work that this question of privilege is asking for?
The honourable member from Banff-Airdrie.
Much like the heckles that she imagined, imagines a lot of things. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is $400 million of Canadian taxpayers' money that was essentially stolen. $400 million of Canadian taxpayers' hard-earned dollars that they worked hard to earn, taken and given to Liberal insiders. We're trying to hold that government accountable and to try to deflect from that issue by raising, I actually don't really know what she was referring to, but any attempts to deflect from that is being complicit in that corruption.
L'honorable député de Chef.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would just like to vary what we've been seeing going on at this House for the last few minutes by asking an actual question, and I'm going to echo my colleague's question with some more details. This is not the first Liberal scandal that we've seen recently. For example, look at Weed Charity or ArriveCan. This seems to be only too frequent with a Liberal government, We all agree in this House that these documents should be handed over. Will my colleague tell us when there will finally be a vote on this so that we can actually force the government to hand over the documents?
The member from Banff-Airdrie has a brief 30 seconds to respond.
Je suis d'accord avec le membre.
I agree with the honourable member. It's too often that we see this Liberal government avoid the necessity to be accountable to Canadian taxpayers. When it comes to, the money that many Canadians worked so hard to earn, and the government is not accountable for that money. I congratulate the honourable member for his French. Resuming debate.
The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Today I rise on behalf of my constituents in Calgary Confederation and would like to speak to the matter before this House. As many are already aware, we find ourselves debating an issue of great concern, Mr. Speaker. You have found Liberal government in contempt of the House for their failure to produce documents. Specifically, the Liberals' failure to produce unredacted documents related to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, or the SDTC, a program widely known as the Green Slush Fund. So it's the Liberals' failure to produce unredacted documents because of its mismanagement by this Liberal government. The Green Slush Fund has been accused of giving grants to startup businesses and developing accelerators with strong ties to senior management in this Liberal government. That, of course, is in violation, Mr. Speaker, of ethical behavior. And this is very concerning to us on this Conservative side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and obviously it needs to be investigated to determine the actual facts and the appropriate course of action. Of course, we are deeply concerned to hear about the damning facts from the Auditor General that would lead us all to believe that there may be some Liberal insiders that are lining their pockets with taxpayer dollars. All the while, Canadians across this country are struggling to make ends meet. As I just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the Green Slush Fund management has been accused of giving questionable business grants to those with ties to senior management in the Liberal government. So I stress once again that this needs to be properly investigated. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair of the Green Tech Slush Fund, Annette Verschuren, a longtime friend of the PM, siphoned $217,000 of taxpayer dollars from this Green Slush Fund into her own company.
Unbelievable.
Also found by the Ethics Commissioner was that Ms. Verschuren broke the law by her actions of improperly furthering her private interests and the interests of other companies she was associated with by failing to recuse herself from the board's funding decisions. Ultimately, she ended up resigning. As you know, Mr. Speaker, she resigned last year after she became the subject of this ethics investigation. And on top of this, another Prime Minister's appointed Green Slush Fund board member also broke ethic laws. So now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to have these Green Slush Fund documents properly and thoroughly examined to determine who all has committed the wrongdoings and at the direction of who. We know from the Auditor General that the wrongdoing discovered has not been appropriately addressed by this Liberal government. We know because officials have confirmed it, there has been no action taken after proven gross mismanagement and conflict of interest were found at the hands of this Liberal billion-dollar Green Slush Fund.
Shocking.
Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the Liberals the past weeks on this issue, trying to whitewash what is going on here. Instead of transparency and clarity, we have been met with silence, deflection, and refusal to release all the findings. What are they hiding? It is important to remind Canadians of what we know. And what we know comes directly from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have deep respect for the independent Office of the Auditor General and the work that they do to daily uncover mismanagement in this Liberal government. I used to serve for a while, Mr. Speaker, on the Standing Committee of Public Accounts, and the Auditor General, Karen Hogan, would regularly come to the meetings to report on the many files that they forensically investigated. And she did each and every time. She provided valuable, objective, fact-based information, and she gave expert advice on their findings. The office is incredibly thorough in the audit work that they do to uncover any irregularities in the accounting and procedural practices of government programs. And I was always highly impressed with the quality of work that her and her staff did while I did serve on that committee, the Committee of Public Accounts. Well, the Auditor General did look, Mr. Speaker, as you know, into this green slush fund, and her findings were shocking. They found the fund violated its conflict of interest policies 90 times. The fund awarded $59 million to 10 projects that were ineligible, and these projects frequently overstated the required environmental benefits of its projects. The report from the Auditor General says things like, overall, we found significant lapses in Sustainable Development Technology Canada's governance and stewardship funds. It also said that Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada did not sufficiently monitor the compliance with the contribution agreements between the Foundation and the Government of Canada. And there's more from the Auditor General. Her report also said, we found that the Foundation awarded funding to projects that were ineligible, that had conflict of interests, existed in some instances, and that certain requirements in Canada's Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act were not met. And it doesn't stop there. The report also says, we found that the Foundation awarded funding to 10 ineligible projects of the 58 that were examined. These 10 projects were awarded $59 million, even though they did not meet key requirements set out in the contribution agreements between the government and the Foundation. So there were 10 projects, Mr. Speaker, 10 projects of the 58 that the Auditor General examined. Imagine what would have been uncovered if all 58 projects were examined by this Auditor General. Then the Auditor General, she dropped another bombshell when she said in the report, in addition, we estimate that 1 in 10 of the remaining startup and scale-up projects approved during our audit period were also ineligible. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. It's unbelievable that 10% of the projects were estimated to be ineligible. Who is lining whose pockets with this type of behavior? So that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have good reason to be suspicious of those involved at the highest level because of what this Auditor General has discovered. Let me go on with the Auditor General in the report here. It also said in the report that we found 90 cases that were connected to approval decisions representing nearly $76 million in funding awarded to projects where the Foundation's conflict of interest policies were not followed. So it is no wonder the Liberals are not keen to have anyone review these documents, Mr. Speaker. We also know from the Auditor General that attempts were made to keep this dirty circle of secrets as small as possible. The AG revealed that the Act requires that the Foundation member council consisting of 15 members to play an important role in representing Canadian taxpayers to oversee the ethical functioning of the Foundation. Well, this Green Slush Fund Board of Directors supported reducing from 15 down to 2. 2 members. Why would a billion-dollar slush fund want to keep their circle so small? Down to 2 members. Inquiry minds want to know, Mr. Speaker. Likely because they knew it would be easier to get away with their dirty secrets by the less people that they knew. We will only know if a proper investigation takes place, and that is why the RCMP need to have access to all the documents in an unredacted form. I want to also mention a few other key findings from the Auditor General. The report states the Funds Board approved 226 startup, scale-up, and ecosystem projects to receive $836 million. 8 of those projects, totaling $51 million, did not meet eligibility criteria. For example, some projects did not support the development or demonstration of a new technology, or the projected environmental benefits were unreasonable. It also says in the AG report, we estimated that 1 in 10 of the remaining 168 startup and scale-up projects approved during our audit period, or 16 projects in total, were ineligible. 2 ecosystem projects totaling $8 million were ineligible because they did not fund or support the development or demonstration of a new technology. And the board approved $20 million for seed projects without completing screening and assessments required by the contribution agreements with the government. This is unbelievable, yet it is true, Mr. Speaker. How can these Liberal members opposite find the gall to stand up here daily that this matter is not worthy of a full investigation? How can they look at themselves in the mirror and say that? This is troubling. It is troubling. It's the lack of transparency, accountability, and integrity from the Liberal government is an issue that strikes the very core of how we, as Canadians, expect our government to operate. What was the incentive to break so many rules? And who benefited? Who provided the direction to allow for so much of this mismanagement? We know that when people break rules, it is always for their personal gain, at the expense of the greater good. Why would we expect this case to be any different? And where has the Liberal Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry been all along? I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, he's likely been sleeping on the job here, and he must follow his Green Slush Fund chairperson, Ms. Verschuren, and her steps and resign. Canadians will remember. They will remember the corruption of this Liberal government come the next election. I guarantee it, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government is in full damage control right now, Mr. Speaker, in a desperate attempt to save their parliamentary jobs. No wonder they don't want to let Canadians anywhere near a ballot box, because they know Canadians are itching to get rid of them. This is why we need an election now. Let Canadians decide. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying attention to this. While they are struggling, this Liberal government ignores their plight. The real income of Canadians has plummeted to a level not seen in almost a decade. Paychecks are just not as powerful as they used to be. Canadians are falling behind as the cost of living increases faster than the ability of their paychecks to keep up. The dependency of Canadians on food banks is growing exponentially and shows no sign of slowing down. It is frankly shocking and deeply unsettling that people who have decent jobs are unable to put enough food on the table in a country like Canada. We know housing in Canada is out of reach for basically anyone who has not already got a home. The price of housing, including rents, continue to outpace wages. Folks work harder and fall further behind. How is that right in a country like Canada? Canada's fastest growing housing type is a tent. Tent cities, a phenomenon not really ever seen in Canada, are now a part of every city and even many towns. People just can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves in Canada today. How desperate must life be when you live in a tent in the winter here in Canada? That is why Canadians are so concerned and why they're so angered when they hear of Liberals lining their pockets. You see, Mr. Speaker, Canadians know this government is beyond repair and it is time for an election. However, any election should not and will not eliminate our calls when it comes to this slush fund. We will get to the truth of the matter here, Mr. Speaker. We owe it to Canadians to pursue the facts and hold those responsible for this mismanagement accountable. If there is criminality, we owe it to Canadians to pursue charges against those involved. There are millions of Canadians who are struggling to pay rent, pay their mortgage, put food on their table, and put gas in their car. Nonetheless, they go to work every day and they pay their taxes. We need to make sure that we treat those hard-working Canadians with the utmost respect. Every tax dollar is a missed meal, a missed night out, a new pair of jeans, or a visit to a sick relative. Taxes are essential for our society, but they all come with a cost to the individual. We need to ensure that if we are going to deprive Canadians of a home of their own, a haircut, or a new book, we need to do it with the utmost of necessity and spend that money as if it were our own. I can assure you that not a single member opposite mismanages their personal finances at a level that they do when it comes to our money, the money of Canadian taxpayers. I am just astounded that the Liberal MPs opposite continue to defend and support their party leader and the disgusting behavior of their governance. What will their children and grandchildren think of them when this truth finally gets out? And it will get out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you of all people know how important it is that Canadians have faith and respect for our institutions. That faith and respect comes when people see that those institutions are functioning as intended and rules are being followed and individuals are not personally enriching themselves with tax dollars. To restore faith in Parliament, that faith in government, we need to ensure that proper investigation is done, and it is only possible when the RCMP have everything they need to do a proper review. So therefore, the Liberal government must release the documents now. Now, moving forward, Mr. Speaker, there are steps to rebuild trust and accountability. The Auditor General's report is not just criticism, it is a call to action. We need to take the following steps to address this issue, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the minister needs to resign. Second, the minister needs to implement 4 things. He needs to strengthen the oversight mechanism. It is essential. Enhance the oversight. We need clear, robust guidelines for the allocation of funds with a transparent review process to ensure that projects that meet strict environmental criteria receive support. We need regular audits also, Mr. Speaker, by the Auditor General to monitor how these funds are being used. We need a commitment to true sustainability. We must focus on the original purpose of the fund investing in these projects that generally contribute to a cleaner, greener future. And we need public engagement. The public deserves to know how their money is being spent. So in conclusion, the Green Slush Fund was intended to be a catalyst for positive environmental change, and instead it's been a disappointing fiasco. It is imperative that we address these issues head-on and reaffirm our commitment to transparency, accountability, and sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Councillor Kamal Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it amazing that when you really take a look at the issue that we're debating today and you reflect on it for just a bit, I would suggest the Conservative Party needs to go back to when the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada to date that has ever been held in contempt of Parliament is Stephen Harper. Guess who the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister was at the time? No other than the leader of the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker, the great defender of that contempt of Parliament. Now, we have the leader of the Conservative Party who feels that he doesn't need to get a security clearance so he can be informed on foreign international interference, a concern that Canadians have. The issue that Canadians need an answer to, and I'm looking to the members opposite, any Conservative, to stand in their place and tell us why their leader will not be able to get a security clearance so that he can be informed, like every other leader of the House. What is he hiding? What's in his past, Mr. Speaker, that they're not sharing with Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, that's a nice deflection again, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the debate here today. He continually asks this question to deflect from the relevant issue up for debate here today, and that is the issue at hand, which is severe corruption at the SDTC. It has been well documented, Mr. Speaker, this corruption by the Auditor General and by whistleblowers. It is well documented. It is very serious, and we need to uncover the facts of the matter. We need unredacted documents released to the RCMP for a full investigation. That is the issue at hand here, Mr. Speaker. What are the Liberals trying to hide? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague to get to the bottom of things. Well, he mentioned a letter that he said was from the Liberal Party, from Ms. Verschoor. She refused in press sums, but she talked, she was in place between 2018 and 2015. What does he have to say about that?
The chair of the Green Slush Fund, Ms. Verschoor, resigned. She resigned from the fund because of the Ethics Commissioner's investigation on her. This is what the minister should also do, is resign his seat and release the documents, Mr. Speaker. That is the issue at hand here. This is the debate here today and has been for the last how many weeks, is that there is severe corruption and it is documented. The Auditor General has made it clear at this entire speech. I went through many, many items, what she indicated in her report. Severe, serious infractions by this fund development group. We need the unredacted documents released to the RCMP. That's the point here. Why are the Liberals trying to hide this?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Calgary Confederation for his speech. He's actually my brother's member of Parliament. So, but I wanted to talk about this because, like him, I have been in the House for many days of debate right now. But I think we're at the stage now where we're not hearing anything new. I mean, I can summarize the last 2 weeks. It's Liberals and Conservatives pointing fingers at each other, saying that, no, you were worse in government, no, you were worse. And the fact is that both of these parties are guilty of major scandals. They're both guilty of having withheld documents. They don't shine in this debate, Mr. Speaker. They're actually both just as bad as each other. But let's get to what's going on in the House right now. I mean, the Conservatives are filibustering their own motion. The House of Commons costs about $70,000 an hour to run. So that's a lot of money that's being burned up right now, and we're doing absolutely nothing. So, Mr. Speaker, like the member, I want to get to the bottom of this. I'd love to see the documents, but as long as we're talking this through, we can't get to the action part of this. So if I was the judge in a case right now, I'd be asking counsel to make their closing arguments, And Mr. Speaker, through you, when are we going to get to that stage? When are we going to get to the part where the House can actually take action, vote on something, and proceed to the next item of privilege, which is calling an individual before the bar to be admonished and to allow the House to ask questions to that individual? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's get to the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank the honourable member for the question, and I hope I meet his brother one day in my riding as I door knock daily there when I'm in Calgary. Perhaps he'll let me know where he lives, and I'll be able to hit his door and perhaps convince him to support the Conservative Party.
Maybe he already does.
Mr. Speaker, there's a way to end this debate. There's a way to end this debate and have us move on in this House of Commons. And that is for this Liberal government to release the documents, to release all unredacted documents to the RCMP so that we can have a full and clear study of what has been going on at the SDTC. That's what will end this debate here. So I say it to the Liberal government, release the darn documents so that we can get on in this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I appreciated the speech, and the member and myself both. Protecting our environment is top of mind and crucial because of the makeup of our provinces. This government insists that they are the ones that care about the environment, and yet we have a fund here that is specifically set up to help with that, and those tax dollars that they're collecting in carbon tax supposedly are being abused in this circumstance. Just a comment on that, please.
Member for Calgary Confed.
Well, that is a very good comment. Thank you for that, honourable member. And yes, you are completely right. Canadians are paying this carbon tax. They've been paying hundreds of billions of dollars into this carbon tax to go to funds like this, the SDTC fund, for them to allocate to businesses. And what do we hear? That these businesses are not even eligible. These are businesses that have close ties to the Liberal government. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker. It is a shame.
And comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, through you, I remind our colleagues from the NDP that the finger pointing going back and forth, let's not forget that who has propped up this government through the corruption and scandals for the last 4.5 years is the NDP. So they're just as guilty as those across the way. But through you, Mr. Speaker, to our honourable colleague who gave a great speech, summarized the corruption that we've seen over the last 9 years, and indeed what we're dealing with today. We're talking over $400 million where the Auditor General, $400 million, taxpayers' funds, where the Auditor General has found potential criminality, but indeed 186 points of conflicts of interest, where that chair and Liberal appointees siphoned that $480 million, essentially stole it. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague, because the Liberals are essentially asking us to let it go to committee. Mr. Speaker, if somebody, through you, to our honourable colleague, if somebody steals from our honourable colleague, does he go to a committee or does he go to the RCMP?
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, honourable colleague, for that. You summarized it very clearly, what has been going on here. If somebody steals from me, absolutely. Who do you go to? You go to the police. You don't go to some neighbor to find out how you can get your money back. You go to the police, and this is where we're going here, Mr. Speaker. We want these documents released. We want them released to the RCMP so they can have a clear investigation and prosecute whoever has to be prosecuted. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So in this situation, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party says, well, I want more information. I want to see this unredacted information. And then, on the other hand, when it comes to foreign interference, an issue in which Canadians are deeply concerned about, he doesn't want to get the security clearance. What does Wesley Wark, who has advised the Liberal and Conservative governments on national security, have to say? He says that the Tory leader is playing with Canadians by refusing to get the top-level security clearance and receive classified briefings on foreign interference. The leader of the Conservative Party wants it both ways. Why is he choosing to play games with Canadians? What is it in his past that Canadians should be aware of that would prevent him from getting that security clearance? Does the member know?
With the 30 seconds remaining, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I 30 seconds. That's just not enough to answer that question, Mr. Speaker. And also, it is not the issue at hand here right now. This isn't relevant to the debate here we are at here today. There is severe corruption at the SDTC. It is well documented. It is very serious. We need those unredacted documents released to the RCMP. Why won't you release the documents to the RCMP? What are you trying to hide?
I think before going to the next speaker, I just wanted to wish my dad a very happy birthday. The resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday to your father. I'm sure he's excited to watch this proceedings here every day. I'm sure he does. Unfortunately for me, it's not a happy occasion to be speaking in the House of Commons. It's my job to represent the electors of Saskatoon West, to do things in their best interests, and to put forward a positive vision of our great country. And I can say to the people back home in Saskatoon that the Conservative Party has a positive vision for this country, for Canada. We have a plan that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Conservatives, led by our leader, will fix what this costly NDP Liberal coalition has broken. And don't worry, I will speak to the hopeful optimism that the leader of the Conservative Party is bringing to Canadians. But like I said, today is not a good day, because once again, instead of being able to speak about the great things Conservatives will do for Canadians, we are once again stuck here in the quagmire of an NDP Liberal scandal. Another NDP Liberal scandal. I can hear people flipping the switch and tuning out right now. Canadians have heard this record on repeat for 10 years. And actually, it's much longer than that and goes back even further. At this point, Canadians are quite jaded to the graft, corruption, and outright illegality of the Prime Minister and his cronies. Before us today is a simple issue. This House asked the government to provide documents to the RCMP related to the Green Slush Fund because we are suspicious that the Liberals have been taking taxpayers' money and giving it to their friends and supporters. The government provided some documents but decided to black out much of the relevant data. The Speaker's office ruled that the Liberals were wrong and violated the rules of the House. So now the Liberals would rather gridlock Parliament instead of providing the blacked out information. There must be some nasty surprises lurking in those documents, Mr. Speaker. I also want to remind everyone in the House that the Liberals could end their filibuster of Parliament by simply releasing the documents. But they don't seem to want to fight. They seem to want to fight this one to the end. Again, I'm curious to know what they're hiding. Now, this is history on repeat to many folks. It certainly is to me. I stand here in the House of Commons as a Conservative member of Parliament, but I must tell you, I wasn't always partisan. Most of my adult life, I did my civic duty like most Canadians. I would look at candidates at office for election and then mark my ballot. I'd pick my MP based on the leader that I thought would make the best Prime Minister, the party that had the best policy items, and the local candidate that would best represent me in the House. Then I'd go home and repeat that process 4 years later. That was it. But then the 1990s occurred, and the Liberal government of the day did what they always do, which is get arrogant and out of touch. This is so important to understand. Liberals behave a certain way. Just like the prior Liberal government collapsed in a pile of corruption, it appears the current Liberal government is moving the same way, this time helped by the NDP. 25 years ago, the Liberal corruption was $1 billion wasted on a long gun registry that was useless and ineffective. Jean Chrétien using his influence as Prime Minister to ensure that money flowed to a hotel owner in his riding, a scandal known as Shawinigan. And then the $1 billion boondoggle, followed by the even more staggering sponsorship scandal. These are the Liberal corruption scandals that convinced me it was time to stop just marking my ballot and to take a keen interest in the workings of our government. It appears that here again we have a story of Liberal corruption, but it's important to put it in context. One of the most egregious examples of Liberal mismanagement in our nation's history, the $1 billion boondoggle, occurred in the 1990s under the Liberal government of Jean Chrétien. This was not a small oversight or an isolated mistake. This was systemic incompetence that cost Canadians over $1 billion, money that was supposed to be used to create jobs and help hardworking families. At the heart of this scandal was the Human Resources Development Canada. An internal audit revealed that over $1 billion in grants were handed out without proper paperwork, oversight, or accountability. Grant applications were incomplete or non-existent, and approvals were given based on politics, not on the quality of the application. Essentially, public money was given out to Liberal insiders and supporters as a reward, the kind of corruption we expect to see in a third world dictatorship, Mr. Speaker, not in Canada. This was my introduction to the Liberal Party, the first time I really paid attention to politics. Billions of dollars funneled into pet projects, wasted with no oversight and with no one held responsible. Canadians were promised better job opportunities and stronger communities. And what did they get? A scandal that reeked of corruption and incompetence, with taxpayers left holding the bag. Soon after came another dark chapter in our country's history of Liberal corruption, the infamous sponsorship scandal, also known as AdScam. This scandal represents one of the clearest examples why Canadians can never trust the Liberal Party to responsibly handle their hard-earned taxpayer dollars. In the early 2000s, an investigation revealed that under the Chrétien Liberal government, millions of dollars were funneled into a corrupt scheme under the guise of a national unity program. This sponsorship program, supposedly designed to promote Canadian unity in Quebec, became nothing more than a cash machine for Liberal-friendly ad firms and well-connected insiders. Public money was funneled through advertising agencies that had close ties to the Liberal Party. These companies received millions for doing next to nothing and then conveniently donated a portion of that money back to the Liberal Party. This was a government caught red-handed, using taxpayers' money to grease the palms of their political friends, while Canadians were left paying the bills. Fortunately, Canadians saw through this and elected a Conservative government to clean up the mess. Does this sound familiar? We know the importance of fiscal responsibility and transparency. That's why we are committed to fixing the damage caused by these corrupt and wasteful practices. Billion-dollar boondoggles and sponsorship scandals are what happens when Liberals are in charge. Waste, fraud, and scandal. And let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, that this is the same Liberal Party that continues to throw around billions in unchecked spending, all while raising taxes on the very people we're supposed to serve. Conservative government believes in fiscal responsibility, in transparency, and in being careful stewards of the hard-earned tax dollars of Canadians. We will not tolerate waste and mismanagement. It's time to axe the tax, fix the budget, and put an end to the reckless spending habits of the Liberal government once and for all. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we forget the impact the decisions made in this House have on Canadian people. The waste and graft that occurs through the Liberal mismanagement of public dollars impacts people in a very real way. And last week when I was home, I was reminded of this when I met somebody that really is impacted by this. Stan Holcomb, born near Viscount, Saskatchewan, overcame the loss of his left leg to become an exceptional athlete and prosthetist. Raised on a family farm, he thrived in sports, learning to skate and swim with a prosthetic leg. In 1971, Stan joined the Saskatchewan Abilities Council, launching a 43-year career in prosthetics while competing in wheelchair sports. He represented Canada in the 1976 Paralympics and was integral in founding the Canadian Amputee Sports Association and Canadian Disabled Skiing Association. A passionate volunteer, he remains an avid golfer and dedicated sports supporter. A fixture in the Saskatoon community, Stan's dedication to hard work, personal responsibility, and traditional values align closely with his Conservative principles. Over the years, he has been an advocate for local causes and has remained committed to strengthening his community through volunteer work, youth sports, and his unwavering belief in the values that have helped shape his life and career. And Stan will be inducted into the Saskatoon Sports Hall of Fame on November 2nd, 2024. And it's no wonder Stan's beliefs and values are shared by all Conservatives and many Canadians. It's people like Stan who feel the pain of Liberal corruption. People like Stan end up paying the price of all this corruption. And when people get frustrated with this corruption, it leads to a change of government, like what happened in 2006 with the election of Stephen Harper's Conservative government. The last time Canadians called in the Conservatives to clean up the Liberal mess, a great many things were accomplished. Some of the ways Stephen Harper's government cleaned up the last Liberal mess were the Federal Accountability Act, which brought in new anti-corruption laws. We created the independent office of the Ethics Commissioner. We also established the Lobbyist Registry. And one of our proudest accomplishments was the creation of the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Unfortunately, the Liberals have managed to find ways around all of these safeguards. It's almost like they have a special department in the Prime Minister's office dedicated to finding ways to skirt the rules. So what is the latest scandal that is paralyzing the House right now? It's called the Green Slush Fund, and it follows a typical Liberal pattern. The government decides that it needs a way to reward its friends and supporters by funneling money to them. Then it finds a legitimate program tasked with dispersing vast amounts of money, in this case to fund environmental projects. And all their friends are encouraged to apply on the promise that they will be approved, regardless of the actual value done, and most don't do much of anything. And then the money flows, and boy does it flow. But then they get caught. And in this case, it was the Auditor General who investigated, and ultimately found $400 million of spending at risk with hundreds of conflicts of interest. And now we're trying to get Canadians the accountability that they deserve. But the government refuses to provide the documents to the RCMP. So here we are. And I'll remind the House again that the government and the NDP Liberals could end this right now by providing these documents to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, what is the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition's legacy? They take what is good and wonderful and they blow it up. The Prime Minister, when he was simply the leader of the Liberal Party, ran an election campaign in 2015 on the promise to blow up Stephen Harper's legacy of achievement. And to his credit, promise made, promise kept. Perhaps the only promise the Prime Minister has ever kept, the one to destroy everything good about Canada. Well, he sure made good on that one, didn't he? Accountability in government? Nope, not anymore. People going to prison for committing violent crimes? Nope, not anymore. Treating taxpayer dollars with respect? Nope, not anymore. Pitting one group of Canadians against another while they fight for table scraps? Well, yes, indeed, he does that every day. Whatever the NDP Liberals can do to hurt Canadians and make them lash out at their neighbour, I assure you they will. Every single wedge issue they can find, they will use. Integrity, honesty, trust, truthfulness, these are all foreign concepts to that lot. How do they fill the void when they have no values? Deficits, deceit, and drugs. These are the disastrous ideals driving the NDP Liberal coalition. After nearly a decade of their reckless policies, we are seeing the devastating consequences of their deficits, deceit, and failure to address the drug crisis. First, the NDP Liberals have run up record deficits, driving our national debt to unprecedented levels. Their out-of-control spending has fueled inflation and made life unaffordable for countless Canadians. From rising grocery bills to soaring mortgage rates, Canadian families are struggling to make ends meet, all while this government continues to pour billions into misguided programs. These deficits are not just numbers on a balance sheet. They represent higher taxes, increased borrowing costs, and a future burden on our children and our grandchildren. This government's deceit has been just as harmful. The NDP Liberals continue to claim they are helping Canadians, but the truth is they're making life harder. Time and again, they've promised transparency and accountability, yet they've consistently misled Canadians. Whether it's their failure to balance the budget, on their mishandling of public funds, Canadians have every right to be outraged by this government's dishonesty. We must talk about the drug crisis. The NDP Liberal government's approach to drug addiction has failed to keep our communities safe. Their so-called harm reduction policies have done nothing to curb addictions or support recovery. Instead, they've enabled dangerous drug use, leading to more deaths and an increase in crime across our communities. Canadians deserve better. A Conservative government will restore fiscal responsibility, put an end to deceitful policies, and tackle the drug crisis with a focus on recovery, treatment, and community safety. It's time for real leadership that puts Canadians first. But before Canadians are able to bring it home with real Conservative leadership, perhaps a reminder on why we're here today. Rampant corruption is the defining feature of this NDP Liberal Costly coalition. So let's dive right into these scandals. The so-called Green Slush Fund, Arrive scam, the We Charity scandal, the SNC-Lavalin affair, and the Prime Minister's secretive trip to the Aga Khan's private island. Let's start with the so-called Green Slush Fund. As I said, it was under the guise of tackling climate change that this NDP Liberal government used a fund that had little to do with real environmental action and more to do with lining the pockets of their well-connected friends. The Liberals funneled billions of dollars into this fund without proper oversight or accountability. The real purpose was to have a way to funnel taxpayer dollars to their friends and allies. This misuse of taxpayer money is a betrayal of trust, particularly when Canadians are facing high inflation, rising energy costs, and unaffordable housing. And this is not in dispute. The Liberals themselves closed the whole thing down once the Auditor General shone a light on their corruption and deceit. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that is honest, transparent, and focused on real solutions, not on political games. Next, we have the Arrive scam debacle, better known as the Arrive Can debacle, better known as Arrive Scam. This government spent $54 million on an app that should have cost a fraction of that amount. And when questioned, the Liberals couldn't even explain where the money went. ArriveCan was supposed to make border entry smoother during the pandemic, but instead it turned into a costly, unnecessary fiasco. Not only was the app riddled with glitches, causing confusion and chaos for travelers, but it also became clear that most of the money spent went to well-connected contractors rather than development of the app itself. How did an app like ArriveCan, which is later deemed unnecessary, cost $54 million? While Canadians struggled during the pandemic, this NDP Liberal government was busy wasting millions on a failed app. Instead of owning up to their mistakes, they tried to shift the blame and avoid accountability. This is not leadership, this is corruption. And then we have the infamous We Charity scandal. In 2020, the Liberal government handed nearly $1 billion contract to the We Charity, an organization with close ties to the Prime Minister's family. This was supposed to be a program to help students during the pandemic, but it quickly unraveled when it became clear that this was yet another example of the Prime Minister using his office to benefit those close to him. Multiple members of the Prime Minister's family, including his wife and brother, received payments from We Charity, which raised serious questions about conflicts of interest. This is a clear violation of ethical standards, but instead of coming clean, the Prime Minister and his cabinet doubled down, refusing to take responsibility for their actions. The We Charity scandal not only wasted taxpayer money, but it also showed the extent to which this government is willing to go to enrich their friends and allies. The Ethics Commissioner found that the Prime Minister broke conflict of interest rules yet again, and yet once again there were no real consequences. Canadians deserve better. Next up, the SNC-Lavalin affair, a scandal that shook the foundations of our democracy. In 2019, it came to light that the Prime Minister and his inner circle attempted to interfere in a criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, a Quebec-based engineering firm accused of bribery and corruption. When then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould refused to bend to the Prime Minister's will, he retaliated by removing her from her role, demonstrating that this government prioritizes political favors over principles. This is a direct attack on the rule of law in Canada. The Prime Minister and his government were willing to bend the rules, pressure the Attorney General, and undermine the justice system, all to protect a corporation with deep political connections. This scandal wasn't just about SNC-Lavalin. It was about the lengths to which the Liberals will go to protect its own interests. It showed a complete disregard for and an alarming willingness to interfere in the justice system for political gain. This is corruption at the highest levels, and Canadians deserve better. Finally, let's talk about the Prime Minister's secretive trip. In 2017, it was revealed that the Prime Minister accepted a lavish vacation on the private island of the Aga Khan, a billionaire whose foundation receives millions in funding from the Canadian government. This was blatant conflict of interest, and the Ethics Commissioner ruled that the Prime Minister had violated the Conflict of Interest Act. Despite this, there were no real consequences, and the Prime Minister brushed off the scandal as a misunderstanding. But make no mistake, this was no simple misunderstanding. It was yet another example of the Prime Minister using his position of power for personal gain while ignoring the ethical standards that should guide all public officials. Canadians expect their leaders to lead by example, to be transparent, and to put the interests of the country ahead of their own. Yet time and again, the Liberal Prime Minister has shown that he is more interested in helping his friends, bending the rules, and avoiding accountability. Canadians are tired of this corruption, the scandals, and the excuses. All of these scandals show a pattern of deceit, mismanagement, and ethical violations from this NDP Liberal government. They have betrayed the trust of Canadians and have proven time and again that they cannot be trusted to govern with integrity. A Conservative government will put an end to this corruption. We will restore accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership to Ottawa. Canadians deserve a government that works for them, not one that is mired in scandal and focused on enriching its friends. It's time to clean up the mess, restore integrity, and bring real leadership back to Canada. The time for excuses and corruption is over. Canadians are tired of a government that puts political insiders ahead of hardworking families. We need real leadership, not more scandals, waste, and deceit. That's why we must hold a carbon tax election, an election to axe the tax, the carbon tax which drives up the cost of living, making gas, groceries, and heating unaffordable to millions of Canadians. We need to build homes, not bureaucracy. Families are struggling to find affordable housing, and the NDP Liberal government's policies have only made it worse. The Conservative government will fix this by empowering builders, cutting red tape, and ensuring more homes are built faster to meet the needs of Canadians. We must also fix the budget. 9 years of reckless Liberal spending, like the Green Slush Fund, have driven up inflation, and Canadians are paying the price with higher interest rates, less purchasing power, and ballooning national debt. Conservative government will restore this fiscal responsibility, balance the budget, and bring down inflation to help all Canadians. And we need to stop the crime that is plaguing our communities. Under this NDP Liberal government, crime rates are rising, and their soft-on-crime approach has failed. A Conservative government will restore safety and order and bring order to our streets by enforcing tougher penalties and supporting law enforcement. The next election will be about bringing home lower taxes, affordable homes, fiscal responsibility, and safe streets. It's time to end the corruption and bring home a government that works for the people. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As the member was reflecting on history, let me remind him of other histories. You know, there was 70 items of abuse of power by Stephen Harper. 31 of them were scandals, corruption, and contempt. And guess what? You had the current leader of the Conservative Reform Party today, who is the parliamentary secretary to Stephen Harper, who now doesn't even want to get the security clearance necessary in order to deal with the issue of foreign interference. Yet this is very much a hot topic in Canada. The question is, why does the leader of the Conservative Party refuse to get that security clearance? What in his past might cause it to be denied? Is the member opposite aware of anything that would prevent the leader of the Conservative Party today from being able to get that security clearance? Is that the reason why he's not applying for it?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, that's a new one, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, it's very clear that the Liberals are doing everything they can to avoid talking about the subject that we are talking about today. They are trying so hard to hide behind other issues because they do not want to face the reality of the corruption that is in their party, in their government, and right within people that are part of their government. But I'll play a little bit here, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, last week we heard all these names of parliamentarians from different parties, from Liberal Party, from wherever else, supposedly, but we didn't hear the names. And so my challenge to the member opposite is release the names. Just release the names. These are not secret. If there are names, release them. You know, I think there's some doubt whether there actually are names in there, and until they're released, we don't know that. And so I think we need to do that, because I think that if there is evidence that these exist, they should be shared with the public. There's no reason not to share them, and I would challenge them to do that.
Joey Kamaltar, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking today about a privilege motion about the government refusing to release documents as ordered by Parliament. I want to thank my colleague for mentioning some of the scandals that the government's mired in right now. If you overlooked one, ArriveCan, and I want to quote, this is right from the government. Operations Committee, the mighty Ogo, unanimously demanded documents from the government on the ArriveCan scandal. This is the response from the government. The actual product order was the committee sent for unredacted format following documents, the list of contractors, subcontractors, etc. This is internal results released on the ATIP from the government. Apply the spirit of the ATIP Act and provide to us any redactions that should be made. This is the government continuing. This is not an ATIP request, but there's some information that we don't want made public. It goes on to say, if documents are redacted too much, it recommended you don't release those documents at all. So this is another example of this government refusing an order to reduce documents from government. They are to reduce it to the committee. Covering up for the ArriveCan scandal, I wonder if my colleague could comment on the government's insistent on, in this case, refusing to honour an order from Parliament to release documents.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his great question. You know, it is sad that we see this happening over and over again, and the example that he raised is a really good one, and I thought it was interesting how the internal email threads basically said, ooh, if we release this information, this could be really bad for us, so let's try hard not to do it. And I'm sure that email thread has happened on many occasions, including this one. And it's just another example, and there are many. I've seen others in other parts of my work through immigration and others, where there are tremendously important pieces of information that have been asked for and not responded to, or very, I'll use the word liberal applications of the ability to black out documents because in order to hide information that would implicate the government or members of the government in bad things, including potentially criminal things. And so we just see this over and over again. It's a practice of this government. It's a practice, as I said in my speech, of Liberals going way back to as far as I can remember. We need to stop this. We need a change in government, and we need a government that actually applies good ethics and good practices to this House.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much. Well, for 2 weeks, we've had this alarming spectacle where the Liberals and Conservatives are playing partisan games instead of working hard for Canadians. I have a concrete question for my colleague. We in the NDP have succeeded in forcing the government to offer dental care to seniors. So, if his party ever comes to power, will they keep dental care or will they get rid of that program for Canada's seniors?
Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's an interesting question, again, completely off the subject of today, which is something I would have expected from the Liberals, but perhaps the NDP also are trying to hide something. I don't know what's going on here. You know, it's a very interesting situation. The reality of the situation, though, is that this whole event that's going on, this whole discussion, this whole debate could end immediately if the government just presented the unredacted documents to the RCMP. That's what we're trying to do. We don't want the government to be able to run away from this. We want them to have to face the consequences of what they've done. And so that's what we're asking for. And they can end it today. It's in their control.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de La...
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the Conservatives on the fact that the government should definitely give access to the documents that have been requested by Parliament. In fact, the Conservatives actually did the exact same thing, refused to give documents, and this caused problems for them under the Harper government. Has my colleague considered what means we might take in future to prevent this type of situation from happening again? And if we were to propose some ideas to that end, would he agree?
Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. Well, there's a real simple solution to this, and that is a change of government. And so that's something that, of course, all of us on this side are eagerly working towards and working hard for Canadians to that end. You know, one of the things that in my speech I didn't have enough time, if you can believe it, I didn't have enough time to go through all the scandals. I only picked out some of the big ones, but there were some others I just want to briefly mention since I have a minute. There was Elbowgate here in this very House with MP Ruth Ellen Brosseau. There was the India trip, which of course I didn't mention. There was within SNC-Lavalin, there was another issue where employees had been donating to the Liberal Party being reimbursed by the company. There's of course the blackface scandal. There's the Governor General's spending scandal. There's the sister-in-law ethics commissioner of one of the Liberal ministers. There's the $6,000 a night hotel in London. And then of course foreign, I could go on, but I may be running out of time. But there's so many things to talk about.
And comments, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and you know, nobody's ever accused the honourable member of fully understanding the facts. The facts do remain, while he wants to dismiss my honourable member from the NDP caucus, that it was the NDP at committee who uncovered the corruption that was happening with this board member. I know that because I was the member. So this notion that somehow we're in the cover-up is not only ridiculous, but it's just another example of the way in which the member chooses not to understand the facts. The facts are the Conservative Party wrote a motion to send this to Proc. They are banking on their base being too stupid to understand the procedural shenanigans that they're doing in this House. So, given that, will the honourable member finally have at least the courtesy, the dignity to stand up, come clean with Canadians, send this to committee so we can get on with the good work? Or does he not understand?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's quite rich for a member of the NDP to talk about how virtuous they are with holding this government to account. They have voted with this government to hold up this government, voted for budgets hundreds of times, hundreds of times. They have supported this government. They're in a coalition. They are doing everything. They have shut down debate in this House at the request of their Liberal masters. They have, when the Liberals say jump, the NDP says how high. That's how this has gone for 9 years, and people know the truth of that. These are documents that need to be given to Parliament. They need to be unredacted, or sorry, given to the RCMP. They need to be unredacted, and it needs to be produced, and that could end this whole debate right now.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to the SDTC scandal. You know, this organization had a key mandate. It's federally funded, nonprofit, that's approved and was to disperse over $100 million in funds annually to clean technology companies. Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. It was to be an arm's length, not-for-profit organization that was created to support projects that develop and demonstrate new technologies that address issues related to climate change, air quality, clean water, and clean soil. Well, clearly it must have functioned quite well up until around 2017, 2018, when government changed hands and it fell under the responsibility of our Liberal government. Actually, the Liberal government. I have trouble saying our because I don't feel it's representing me or my riding. In 2018, former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains expressed concerns regarding the Harper-era chair of SDTC, Jim Balsillie, given his public criticism of government privacy legislation. The minister's office expressed its discomfort about his comments with the CEO of SDTC, and he requested that the chair stop criticizing government legislation. Well, at that point, the minister proposed 2 alternative chairs to the CEO of SDTC as replacements in a phone call. One of the candidates proposed was Annette Verschuren, an entrepreneur who was receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies. So the minister, the PMO, and PCO, they were warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair and are told that up until this point, the fund has never had a chair with interests in companies receiving funding from SDTC. Sounds like it was run well with proper oversight. But in June 2019, Minister Bains decided to proceed with the appointment of Ms. Verschuren, despite expressed at his office. So the new chair went on to create an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and managed by board members. Whoa. Board members go on to award SDTC funding to companies in which board members hold stock or positions within the company that are receiving the funding. Minister Bains goes on to appoint 2 other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. You know, this is beyond the pale for Canadians. They are at the point where they go, is there anything that this government does that doesn't serve itself or those who are part of its larger group? ISED officials witnessed 186 conflicts at the board, but they didn't intervene. January 2021, the minister, I'm forgetting his riding, the new minister becomes the new Minister of Industry, replacing Navdeep Bains after a decision to not run for re-election. Mr. Bains, I guess, decided that would be a wise decision on his part. In November 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices that were taking place. Privy Council is briefed by the whistleblowers about the allegations shortly after and commissioned 2 independent reports. In September 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, and the minister agrees, finally, to suspend SDTC funding. Things are a mess. November 2023, the Auditor General announces an audit. And in June of 2024, the Auditor General report is released, finding severe government failures. You know, the Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiated these separate investigations after whistleblowers came forward with allegations of financial mismanagement of the fund, at the fund. And, you know, I have to say, it's an amazing thing when people are willing to put their reputation, their lives, their futures on the line because they see something like this taking place within our government. And so I applaud them for making that decision and to move forward with that. And I'm just going to take a moment here to share some of the quotes of the whistleblower that were shared at, as committee testimony. And I'm quoting, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality." And then went on to say, "I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying there is no criminal intent and nothing was found. But I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation." What a sad comment to have to be made of the government that is responsible for Canadian taxpayers' dollars. He said, "I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP, but I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't any criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate." And of course, I couldn't agree more, as well as my colleagues on this side of the House. He said, "I don't think we should leave it to the current federal government or the ruling party to make those decisions." Obviously, an incredible lack of trust from those employed and our public servants who are responsible for working with these organizations that they see clearly are being abused by the federal government. "Just as I was always confident," he said, "that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." One more that I think is really important. It really hit me when I read what he said. "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference." You know, the political interference level of this Liberal NDP government, I think, is beyond anything in the history of Canada. And now, so we're dealing with internal political interference and with international interference under this government's watch. He said it should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars, millions of taxpayer dollars, and abusing countless employees over the last year. And that really hit me. Of course, the wasting of Canadian taxpayer dollars, especially when it's related to supposedly doing things that will improve our environment, because this government cannot get off of its need for taxing Canadians with a carbon tax because of the work that needs to be done to make sure that our country and our world is sustainable for the next generations. And in the meantime, they are taking those exact dollars set aside for green technologies and improvements and spending them by giving them quietly to companies that have ulterior motives with that money and no intention of using it for its supposed environmental process. So this alone, when you have Canadians who are paying those carbon taxes, not getting back what they have put into it, and facing higher costs for fuel, for food, and now for their housing, for everything because of the added down-the-line cost of that carbon tax, it just, well, we know where it's leading Canadians, and we know how desperate they are in wanting a new future for Canada, which of course will come when the Conservative Party of Canada has the incredible honor to form government soon. But the second part, and abusing countless employees over this last year. You know, this is a government that talks about how much they appreciate the people behind the scenes, what a high quality of people they are that serve the government. And here we have an individual talking about how they abuse countless employees. This does not speak to a government that is a servant, but rather a master, determining that what they want will happen my way or the highway, and who's in the way doesn't matter. They're willing to put them under the bus. So there are so many violations here of Canadians' trust. And my colleague from Saskatoon West spoke of many, many other issues that this government has been part of, with all the way back to the ad scam, up to the We challenge, the ad scam. I mean, there's just so many. I have one myself that I can't help but recall that really hit me as a new member of Parliament when I had the opportunity to speak for the first time to an issue in the House of Commons. It was a bill brought forward by the federal government to be discussed with an environmental framework. So I just want to find it here because, here we are. You know, sorry, too many pages. Here we are, yes. It was actually I participated in that sought to remove the government's accountability in this House to the House of Parliament. It was in regard to an environmental framework, as I mentioned, and the bill sought to give sweeping power to the minister and accountability to an advisory board. Well, I was somewhat concerned about this. I thought, well, what is this advisory board? I had not heard a lot about this approach. And so I asked the individual who had spoken from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, sea to sky country, about this board and what it was supposed to look like, how it would function, how many people would be on it, where they'd come from, what would their qualifications and credentials be, and what would their mandate be, and for how, you know, all of these types of questions, because we were at the beginning of discussing the potential of this bill and wanting to give good feedback on what we thought was appropriate or not. Well, he stood up and immediately was so pleased to say that that board had already been chosen. Already chosen. We were in the first hours of debate, and the deal was done. So this gives just a bit of an example of how this government really does not care about the elected people representing this country and how they are to function within the responsibilities of this Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? 7 minutes. Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. So, as I said, there are so many violations here that have been discussed throughout the day, in addition to the Green Slush Fund, that you can't notice how much Canadians trust in this particular NDP Liberal coalition and in government in general. So many of our institutions is waning. They're very discouraged because they see all of these ethical violations that have taken place over and over again on that side of the floor, and yet there is no sense of having to apologize or to change their behavior on behalf of Canadians. And then abusing employees is something that, you know, to enable them to give funds to those that should not receive those funds. So in other words, I'm sorry, I can't help but think it's a very good thing that we have made the decision to request that these papers get to where they should be and get to the RCMP so that that criminality can be explored. And then there's the question of financial management. And you know, what do they say? You can give benefit of the doubt the first time when you hear, oh, you know, an error. And I believe that the new minister even said, you know, as soon as we heard, we acted. Well, 2 years later, I'm sorry, it was the result of whistleblowers that we are here dealing with this today. So, are they not capable to run this government in a respectful, transparent way that makes proper use of Canadian tax dollars? So are they not capable, or are they just indifferent? Here they are, in places of power, and not truly giving proper oversight to the departments that they are responsible for. So that speaks to, I think, not only indifference, but the potential for that incapability to do their job, to ensure that their departments are being run properly. But then there's the third thing, and I think this is the one that is now so obvious to Canadians, and that is a very self-serving agenda. That it's not about Canadians, it's not about serving Canadians, but it's about serving themselves and their friends, and focused on political gain at all costs, rather than to do the right thing for Canadians. So, the Auditor General's report showed that over $400 million have been awarded to projects that either shouldn't have been eligible or were awarded to projects in which the board members were conflicted during the 5-year audit period. This is so, you know what, a preschooler could understand the importance of doing this properly and would be able to see very clearly where this government, if they knew these are the things that are expected in these roles, they would see very clearly that this did not match that. I just want to follow up that part about speaking about an indifference and self-serving with a quote that I've used before, and it speaks to the very essence of what we're hearing in this circumstance and so many other conflicts by this government. And it's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there's a new scandal. And these are the words of this Prime Minister as member of Papineau when he was in the opposition. And I know we've heard a lot, well, you know, you can't blame us because you did the same thing. Well, not true. Not true, Mr. Speaker. But his words, we'll get into that, but his words absolutely ring true today. After 9 years of scandal, corruption, Liberal entitlement, the business of the House has been put on hold to discuss this scandal of monumental proportions and to request and demand what should be done, rightfully so, by this government. Simply release those documents as they have been required to do by this place, by the vote of the membership of this House who have the right to demand those documents be presented, not presented redacted, not presented in piecemeal, but be presented as required. And as the Speaker of the House indicated, that they were not doing that, and those documents need to be shared and they need to be provided to the RCMP so that the proper work can be done that respects Canadians' intelligence, their hearts and their love for this country, and their tax dollars. So, I just want to comment on a couple of more things. The Auditor General gave SDTC a clean bill of health in 2017. So, what does that say? It was only after the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal Board of Members were appointed that this fund began voting itself absurd amounts of taxpayer dollars. And it is not arm's length from the government. The Minister recommended board appointments, and ISED had senior department officials sitting in every meeting monitoring the activities of the board and do nothing about it. It is unbelievable that a senior department official would say nothing while witnessing how many millions of dollars were funded to companies in which board members held conflicts of interest. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just end with one more quote, if I have time. 1 minute. Okay. Well, basically, it was the Prime Minister himself in 2016 saying how proud he was to be the Prime Minister, which means first servant of Canadians. But he also made the point of saying that Canada is now the first post-national state, which to me was a very serious comment that basically indicated he was not concerned about Canada and who it is. He wasn't concerned about its sovereignty, but it was a post-national state that he was prepared to run into the ground for his own ideological purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really and truly, the Conservative reformers across the way need to read and better understand why it is Stephen Harper was the only Prime Minister in the history of Canada who was found in contempt. Why is that relevant? Think of the character of their current leader. Their current leader was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister back then, Mr. Speaker. And is there any, why wouldn't someone understand why that is not important to today? When you have the leader of the Conservative Party saying, I don't want to get the security clearance so I can get more information about the members of Parliament. I'll end with a quote, and maybe the member can provide her response to this quote. Wesley Wark, who has advised both Liberal and Conservative governments on national security issues, said the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need the security clearance because his Chief of Staff has received briefings. The leader of the Conservative Party is playing games with Canadians. When's the game going to stop, and when will he get that security clearance?
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Don't debate them.
The member cross games. Bottom line. And here's the thing. Do you know who's in contempt of court? The NDP Liberal coalition. It's time to get those papers here and to the RCMP. Do your job.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, or good afternoon, rather. Thank you for recognizing me. I'd like to thank my colleague. He did take up all this time in the House to say that the documents have to be remitted, and I'd like to tell him something that's not a scoop. We all agree with this, Mr. Speaker. So through you, I'd like to ask him, well, we all agree on this. We want to force the government to remit these documents. Could he tell me about when they'll be ready to vote on this? I think we could be ready today, tomorrow. We're ready, and the vote will go through. We're going to support them on this. Are we ready to vote on this?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, what we request and what we are looking for and what we expect is that this government do the right thing and hand over those documents.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Maple Ridge. Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the member for Yorkton Melville for her comments. One of the things that struck me was the word self-serving. And there's one example comes to mind. There's many examples, but what comes to mind is one of the board members who received $250 million for her companies. And we have the Minister for Environment and Climate Change that actually was a lobbyist with them and has shares of the company and met with I believe the PMO's office a dozen times before getting elected. So I just wonder if the member would be able to comment a bit more on that as far as almost the self-serving, incestuous to be relationship that they seem to have with these sort of slush fund.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, the individual being spoken of, the Minister of the Environment, chides continually about the needs and the reason for why that carbon tax has to go up and up and up to where it's basically debilitating Canadians from being able to function in their homes, to be able to run our businesses. All of the things that Canadians need to do are being impacted by this carbon tax, and yet this individual has personally gained in those circumstances, and this slush fund has handed out millions of Canadian tax dollars to companies that are not appropriate to have the funds and aren't even doing anything specific to improve the environment. Something very important to me, to my constituents, to the whole province of Saskatchewan. We've been on the cutting edge of being concerned about the Canadian environment as a whole, and certainly where we work and play.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for... Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the question several times about what we could do to avoid these type of situations from repeating themselves. Conservatives don't seem to be interested in this. They've already looked at the same question about the refusal to table documents. We agree that we want the Liberals to do this, but what guarantees us that the Liberals, the Conservatives rather, won't be doing the same things as in the few years if they form the government?
In Melville.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Listen, it was our government that created the first Federal Accountability Act. So can you imagine where we would be at today if we had not put the things in place that we have already done so? And the point being that those things apply as much to us when we form government as anyone who has that privilege and responsibility. So I am very proud of my leader who has made it clear that the role Prime Minister means first servant. And we as a caucus, when we form government, will hold each other accountable. That's what Conservatives do, and that certainly will be our responsibility, and we will continue to make sure that what happens in this place is done ethically and in Canadians' best interests.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pretty straightforward question. For the last 3 weeks, the Conservatives have framed a situation as being solely a partisan issue from a Liberal insider that received, and I would agree, that received unfavorable treatment, self-dealings, and acted in a corrupt way. However, would the Honourable Member care to comment on the fact that the same person in question, Annette Verschuren, donated to the Conservative Party as recently as March 24th, 2022. So, this is a situation where not only is it a Liberal insider, but it's a Conservative insider as well. Does the Honourable Member care to comment, or do they seem to have amnesia on that fact as well?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I don't care who gives money where. They don't have a right to break the law.
Good answer. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me make things simpler in terms of the question that I have for the member opposite. I've had members from her ranks today say, tell us the names. Give us the 11 MPs dealing with foreign interference. The leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, if he was to get the security clearance, can actually go and get the names. But unlike the leader of the Bloc, the leader of the Green, the leader of the NDP, and obviously the Prime Minister, he has chosen to be blind on the issue. Can she justify why the leader of the Conservative Party feels it's appropriate to play games with Canadians on this important issue?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
The one playing games is the person across the floor.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for... See, I was so ready for Edmonton West.
Well, for her excellent talk. This government is rife with corruption. Or actually, for those at home wondering, this is one of 3 green-related scandals going on right now. Of course, there's the Green Slush Fund. There's one involving the Environment Department giving out millions in grants to massive corporations without any oversight or governance. And then also the Net Zero Accelerator, where they gave out $8 billion to wealthy foreign corporations that weren't eligible for the money. I wonder if my colleague could tell us what it says about this government that they have so many scandals going on, they have subsets of subsets of subsets of scandals.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much to my colleague for the question. Okay, I have 1 minute. Here's what I would say. Somebody needs to write a book or at least document, maybe do a movie someday, I don't know. But the point being that this government is so, I don't think they have any item of business in this House that isn't somehow impacted by their choices to focus on self and those that support them rather than do what is best for Canadians. And I can hardly wait until we have the opportunity to change government.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't mean to be preempting anybody in this place, but because I don't know if I'll be on my feet in this place tomorrow, I do want to just say something quickly. Tomorrow is October 22nd, and it was 10 years ago tomorrow that myself and a handful of people who still remain in this place had the unfortunate scenario of being locked down in this House of Commons. I was in the reading room in the Conservative caucus with Prime Minister Stephen Harper when a gunman killed Corporal Nathan Cirillo at the National War Memorial and then proceeded into this place. I know that there will be people commenting about this, but I just wanted to say, while I'm on my feet, my continued condolences to the family of Patrice Song, the warrant officer who was killed a few days earlier, to the family of Nathan Cirillo. And I just wanted to say thank you very much to the continued work of our Parliamentary Protective Services. It wasn't that way then. As a matter of fact, the current contingent was reorganized after that incident. But I wanted to throw out a thank you to J.J. Frankie, who was the security guard who was in our caucus room that day, and of course Constable Son, who actually took a bullet that day. And I want to thank all of the protective services that, as a hunter, Mr. Speaker, I knew exactly what I heard outside the doors of that caucus room. And I could say I don't remember in 19 years, almost 19 years of doing this job, I don't remember every single day, but I remember that day. So now I'll move on, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on a motion of privilege put forward by a colleague following the government's refusal to hand over all documents related to the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. In my 18+ years as a parliamentarian in this House, I've understood that breaches of privilege of parliamentarians is a serious matter. However, it seems that this current Liberal government does not share that same understanding. The Liberal government has ignored the will of Parliament and Canadians once again. But let's go back and summarize this latest act of corruption by the Liberal government with a quick view of the timeline. In late 2018, the former industry minister expressed concerns regarding the chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, given that he had been publicly criticizing government legislation at the time. The then minister's office requested that the chair stop criticizing his government's legislation. The minister at the time, the Prime Minister's office and Privy Council office were warned of the risks associated with their desire to replace the chair with a proposed candidate who was receiving Sustainable Development Technology Canada funding through one of their companies, which was a clear conflict of interest. In June 2019, the minister decided to proceed with the appointment of a conflicted chair, despite repeated warnings expressed to the minister's office. The new chair created an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and managed by board members. Board members then went on to award Sustainable Development Technology Canada funding to companies in which they themselves hold stock or high-level positions within the companies that received the funding. Appointed and controversial board members engaged in unethical behavior in breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada officials witnessed 186 conflicts at the board, but did not intervene. In November of 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. The Privy Council was briefed by the whistleblowers about the allegations shortly after the Commission's 2 independent reports. In September of 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, and the Minister agrees to suspend Sustainable Development Technology Canada funding. In November of 2023, the Auditor General announces an audit of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. In June of 2024, the Auditor General report is released finding severe governance failures at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And that brings us to where we are here today. On June 10th, this House adopted a motion calling for the production of various documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada to be turned over to the RCMP for review. It was passed by a majority of members in this House. In response to the motion adopted, departments either outright refused this House's order or redacted documents were turned over citing provisions of the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act in direct violation of the order that was voted on by a majority of members of this House. Nothing in that House order required redactions. The House enjoys the absolute, this House enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by any statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. In response to the failure to produce documents, my colleague, the Conservative House Leader, raised a point of privilege, arguing that House privilege has been breached due to the failure to comply with the House's direct order. On September 26th, the ruling on this point of privilege was found that the privilege of the House had indeed been breached, and the Conservatives have been fighting for the will of Canadians and to uphold the powers of this House in this debate ever since. The whistleblower for Sustainable Development Technology Canada stated, and here's where I'm quoting, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking for intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality." And I'll go on with the quote from the whistleblower, Mr. Speaker. "I know the federal government, like the minister, has continued saying that there was no criminal intent and nothing was found, but I think the committee would agree that they're not to be trusted on this situation. I would happily agree to whatever the findings are by the RCMP. I would say that I wouldn't trust that there isn't criminality unless the RCMP is given full authority to investigate." Full authority, which means they have to have all of the facts, not just the facts that the government chooses to release in direct contravention of an order passed by this House. So it is high time, Mr. Speaker, for the government to hand over the documents to the RCMP, for the RCMP themselves to determine the criminal activity in the Green Slush Fund scandal. The whistleblower continued by stating, "I am confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization. The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed Sustainable Development Technology Canada to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year." Conservatives know that the current government remains more concerned about their own insiders and friends and ministers than the issues that are facing ordinary, everyday Canadians. I couldn't have said it better myself when the whistleblower for this massive government overreach said, "I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this Sustainable Development Technology Canada and in the public sphere." It has become abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, that this NDP Liberal government are not worth the cost, not worth the crime, not worth the corruption, and the Green Slush Fund scandal is just another scandal on the heap pile of the festering corruption of 9 years of this government. My Conservative colleagues and I prioritize the concept of responsible government in Canada. The government must answer to members as the representatives of the people and must be held accountable to Canadians who are suffering from the failed policies, actions, and inflationary spending of this government. In 2015, this Prime Minister set his core principles of open and accountable government as a central tenet of his office and the role of Cabinet. For years, the actions of this Liberal government have broken promises for this motto and now has failed to explain to Canadians where $400 million taxpayer dollars have gone under the Green Slush Fund. And just to refresh everybody's memory, the scandal, the $40 million that was through ad scam is 1/10 of what just this particular scandal alone is. The Prime Minister's own statement in Open and Accountable Government states, creating the culture of integrity and accountability that allows us to earn and keep the trust of Canadians will require constant attention and ongoing commitment by all of us throughout our mandate. This guide will serve as an important reference as we strive to provide an open and accountable government for all Canadians. Well, how has that turned out, Mr. Speaker? Broken promises, corruption, and scandal are now known by millions of Canadians as the core principles and tenets of this Liberal government and their Prime Minister, rather than their so-called open and accountable government document. You'll notice, Mr. Speaker, they never refer to it anymore. You have ruled that the NDP Liberal government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation in this scandal. It is time for some accountability, and it is time to show Canadians where their tax dollars are really going. The Auditor General's findings reveal that Liberal appointees have paid $400 million to their own companies, involving not 1, not 2, not 10, not 50, not 100, but 186 conflicts of interest. Canada is struggling. This country feels broken under the leadership of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government. Canadian families will spend $700 more this year at the grocery store, and food banks have seen a 50% rise in visits since 2021. 2 million Canadians a month visiting food banks. Life has never been less affordable, more expensive. At a time when Canadians are struggling with an impossible cost of living, the Liberal government continues to spend recklessly, funneling taxpayer dollars to their friends and their insiders. To summarize the facts and this serious breach of privilege, Sustainable Development Technology Canada was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada through the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. Sustainable Development Technology Canada is responsible for the administration of the SD Tech Fund in accordance with the guidelines for the funding agreement with Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. In 2019, the former industry minister began appointing conflicted executives to the board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. The board appointed by them in which executives hold active conflicts of interest. The Auditor General and Ethics Commissioner initiated separate investigations after whistleblowers came forward with allegations of financial mismanagement of the fund. The Auditor General's investigation finds severe gaps in governance standards and uncovers that $400 million in Sustainable Development Technology Canada funding was awarded to projects in which board members, the ones making the decisions of the awards, were conflicted during the 5-year audit period. The government has opposed the opposition at every step of the way in getting these documents, trying to silence the will of parliamentarians in this House and avoid accountability to Canadians. The Liberals are trying to hide the $390 million that has gone to Liberal insiders under this program. They continue to oppose this production order for important documents to be turned over to the RCMP. The Prime Minister's personal department, the Privy Council Office, defied the order of the House to produce these documents and ordered departments to redact all sensitive information. The Prime Minister's office turned its back on Canadians by blacking out these documents, and Canadians want to know, what exactly is this government hiding? Under the leadership of this Prime Minister, Canada is facing corruption like we have never seen in my 18 years in this House. Conservatives have asked for these documents to hold this government to account. My voters in the riding of Red Deer-Lacombe have had enough and want answers. The government needs to answer for their corrupt actions and release these documents. The Liberal government is resisting and hiding these documents because they know there is corruption that is yet to be revealed. If this were a private sector company, Mr. Speaker, we would be turning, or that company would be turning those documents over to police for immediate investigation. It's our job, not the job of police, to seek with the courts. It is our job to expose the corruption in the things we have authorized money for in this Parliament. It's our job, and it's time that the Liberal minister and this Prime Minister started caring about it. The Auditor General found that Sustainable Development Technology Canada gave $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environment of green technology. $58 million for projects, 10 projects that had nothing to do with the mandate of the organization. $334 million over 186 different cases to projects in which board members, 186 conflicts of interest, in which board members, just a handful of board members, managed to wind up in 186 conflicts of interest. Like, you can't make this stuff up. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met. So in other words, where there was matching funds expected, normally you would do due diligence and make sure before you released any taxpayers' funds that the matching funding would come, but there was no requirement for the matching funding to come, so we'll just send out another $60 million. Who cares? It's just another Liberal rich day for Liberal insiders. Even the Prime Minister's own government departments know that the Liberal government is not worth the corruption or the cost. A recording of a senior civil servant revealed the outright incompetence of this government, which gave $123 million worth of contracts inappropriately. The blame for this scandal lies clearly with the Prime Minister and his ministers of industry who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts which were given to Liberal friends and insiders. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, just today, you tabled a further update from the legal clerk on the responses to the June 10th production order concerning Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It would not come as a surprise to anyone in this place that these documents from the Departments of Finance, Industry, and the Treasury Board Secretariat were heavily redacted or had pages withheld in their entirety. Surprise, surprise, the Liberal government, even in the context of this debate, in this place, is withholding information from Canadian taxpayers. This privilege ruling and the actions of the NDP Liberal government has already paralyzed this Parliament and made it impossible to address the serious issues facing Canadians, such as doubling housing costs, food inflation, crime, and chaos. And I'll just remind the viewers at home, this is not the first time that we've actually been in this scenario. And Mr. Speaker, I hope you've got good legal counsel, because the precedence has already been set that in the event that this House is adjourned, you could be facing legal consequences, because the last Speaker tried to produce documents in the Winnipeg lab scandal, just another one of the scandals too numerous to mention, and the government was actually going to take the Speaker to court in order to cover up their accountability and their actions or lack thereof when it came to protecting Canada's sovereignty in the Winnipeg Labs scandal. Such is the lengths that this government will go to. Well, I've got news for them, Mr. Speaker. The lengths that Conservatives will go to in order to hold the government to account and to make sure that taxpayers are adequately informed about where their hard-earned dollars are going is that we will continue this debate until the result that Canadians deserve and that Canadians expect is produced, which is the full documents, unredacted, disclosed here in this Parliament and turned over to the RCMP so that we can pursue any criminality, if necessary, within Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And it's time for this Prime Minister to take accountability, provide these documents outlining the conflicts of interest of this Green Slush Fund. Only common sense Conservatives will end the corruption and get answers that Canadians rightfully deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. One of the issues I was talking about earlier is one of the various green scandals that this government is mired in is the net accelerator. The Auditor General noted $8 billion have been given away to companies, many of them that don't even qualify. But looking at it, one of the companies that received government funding is a company called Geely. They received $15 million in subsidies. Geely is a Chinese-owned EV company, which is now, of course, subject to a 100% tariff on their cars. So I wonder if the member could comment on the ridiculousness of using taxpayers' money to subsidize Chinese EVs at the same time hitting them with 100% tariffs to stop them from bringing their cars into Canada.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you ever wanted to see a rhetorical question, that one is it. But I think it speaks to the broader issue of the profligacy of this government that will spend money on anything it wants to put in the window to showcase, because this government is all about virtue signaling, it's all about messaging, it's all about appearances, it's all about optics. It is not about good governance. It is not about making responsible decisions. And we see now, finally, and Canadians see, after 9 years, what this government has been about the whole time. And, Mr. Speaker, the only way to find a path forward is to have these documents produced to this House and to the RCMP. And if that's not going to happen, then the people of Canada should have their say in an election to decide if they want to continue allowing this government to spend the way it spends, to commit the corruption that it commits, and let them have a say. And hopefully a Conservative government will follow, restoring some sense of accountability and good governance to this once proud country.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Well, we've been discussing this for around 2 weeks, and I think we've gotten it through our heads that most parties in this House agree on it. So we're really wondering what's going on here. Last week, we saw an article that stated that the number of deaths in the streets of Quebec, people who had fallen victim to homelessness, has tripled over 5 years. 200 people have died in Quebec due to cold in the streets of Quebec. That means if we extrapolate to all of Canada, 700 or 800 people may have died in the streets of Canada. All of this due to the housing crisis, which we are not discussing in this House right now, because we're wasting time debating a motion which everyone agrees on. We all agree about accountability. We all agree about transparency. We are ready to vote on this matter. What are the Conservatives waiting for?
Honourable député de Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if we in this House all agreed, then the documents would have been produced as requested. So to suggest that we all agree in this House is simply not true. The government does not agree, which is why it's failing to fulfill the order passed in this House, which is to provide all of the documents requested unredacted. So, and I'll just say to my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, if he is dissatisfied with how the people of Quebec are suffering under this government, then he has to answer for the fact that he voted to sustain this government in matters of confidence. Canadians have had enough. He's had enough. So what we should have, instead of this dystopian parliament that exists without the support of Canadians, he should be supporting non-confidence and making sure that we move to an election so that Canadians and Quebecers can have their say.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is nothing but a game for the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative caucus. Nothing but a game. At the end of the day, if they stop talking, it passes. The Liberal Party wants to see it to go to committee. They know that, Mr. Speaker. But the games continue. You know, the only government in the history of Canada to be held in contempt of Parliament in the history of Canada, in fact the Commonwealth, is Stephen Harper's government. By the way, when he was Prime Minister, who was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister? No one but the leader of the Conservative Party. Today we have the leader of the Conservative Party saying he doesn't even want to get the security clearance, Mr. Speaker. The question is why? What is the history? What does the leader of the Conservative Party have to hide? Yeah. Why isn't he being accountable to the public, to the Canadian people, Mr. Speaker?
I know we are getting close to question period, and quite honestly, I didn't have any trouble hearing the honourable member ask the question, so I just want to make sure that we keep the tone down in the House. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just a red herring that the Parliamentary Secretary continues to bring up in this House. Look, members of Parliament from all political parties have security clearances. The leader of the Conservative Party has said quite clearly if the Prime Minister and his Cabinet and caucus are so sure about themselves, they can simply release the names. I urge my colleague who asked the question to go to caucus this week and bring this up. That is, if they're not dealing with something else at caucus.
In comment, question commentaire, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my honourable colleague with his speech and intervention, and he's done an incredible job over the last 9 years since I've been a member of Parliament exposing this government's corruption and scandal. Mr. Speaker, for those that are in the gallery that perhaps missed what we were talking about, and those in TV land that are watching, we're talking about over $400 million in taxpayer funds that the Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest where Liberal insiders funneled that $480 million to their own pockets, into their own companies. So through you, Mr. Speaker, I will ask our honourable colleague, which I've asked our colleagues before, if somebody steals from you, do you go to a committee or do you go to the RCMP?
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I want to thank my sensible colleague from British Columbia for asking that question. Look, I said in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, that if this was a private sector company and there was over $400 million of suspected fraudulent activity going on in that company would have a responsibility to its shareholders if it was publicly traded, and a responsibility to its board and ownership if it was privately held, to take that information to the police for an investigation as soon as possible. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, if they had that information in the private sector and didn't proceed with charges, one could assume that they were negligent or even compromised themselves, which I think, Mr. Speaker, my answer speaks for itself.
Comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
What, 3 weeks? 3 weeks into this debate, and yet we still have Conservative members being purposefully obtuse about what's actually before us. They wrote the motion to go to committee, and yet like they're pretending somehow that it's everybody else that's obstructing. So when they talk about Liberal insiders, will the honourable member finally come clean with Canadians and note that on March 24th, 2022, the same person in question, Annette Verschuren, donated to the Conservative Party as well. In fact, they have a long history, Mr. Speaker, of donating to the Conservative Party. So will they come clean and just liberty?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has tried to put on a brave face, but a basic civics course would let you know who the actual government is. The government is across the way, both from me and my colleague who just asked the question. Well, at least that used to be the way it was until he and his leader signed on to a supply and confidence agreement, which, by the way, enabled this kind of behavior for the last 2+ years. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a little bit rich to hear my colleague talking about this. He knows full well, because I'm a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, he has sat at Procedure and House Affairs while I have been there, that if this issue goes towards the committee, it'll get buried, it'll get mired down in the committee. This is the appropriate place to be having this debate. This is the business of the nation. This is the stage of the business of the nation. We need to have that discussion and have it out right here in front of all Canadians, not buried away in some obscure committee in the basement of this place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just will ask the member the same question I had asked earlier in regards to this question of privilege. It does appear, based on what I'm hearing, that all parties, all members are in support of this question of privilege and making sure that we are able to take the important work. I see the member who wants to chirp at me because he has a different question and he should wait his turn like I patiently just waited my turn. So the question I would ask to the member is, can he share, is there any member of parliament or any political party who is opposed to this question of privilege? Second part of the question, does the member agree that we should perhaps call the question so that we can do the important work that this question of privilege is requesting this House and this place to do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind my colleague that even though this debate has been going on for quite some time, this has been my first opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents on this particular issue, and I was looking very much forward to that, Mr. Speaker. But as I also said in my remarks, and I don't know if my friend who asked the question was here, just this morning the Speaker tabled more documents in reference to this motion. The documents continue to be redacted, either in part or fully redacted from the various government agencies from which the documents were requested. So Conservatives believe in transparency and accountability. We know the only way to get the full documents and to uphold the intent of the original motion that was passed is to make sure that those documents get deposited in this chamber before we dispose of this motion.
Well, that's all the time we have for that debate today, so, well, until later, I guess. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to celebrate the passing of the Pharmacare Act, one that will have an immense impact on the lives of Canadians and Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. Every Conservative in this House voted against the historic Pharmacare legislation at every step. Voted against legislation that will help 9 million women and gender-diverse Canadians access universal, single-pay contraceptives. Canadians have made it clear they don't want slogans. They want a government who will put their health first, including their reproductive rights. Lasting impacts to the Canadian healthcare system. It is our Liberal government who is delivering just that.
The honourable member from Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, it's harvest, a time of thanksgiving for tens of thousands of farmers across Canada, including the province of Manitoba. Despite the Liberal NDP plan to quadruple the carbon tax on these hard-working individuals, Conservatives wish to express our gratitude to farmers. Manitoba's 20,000 farmers are renowned worldwide as consistent and reliable suppliers of safe, high-quality grains, oilseeds. This reputation will continue to thrive despite the Liberal NDP effort to make them less competitive globally by quadrupling the carbon tax. In 2023, Manitoba's crop sector achieved a record $6.6 billion in revenue, with this year anticipated to be higher. Across Canada, the agriculture and agri-food system employs 2.3 million people and contributes $150 billion to GDP. It's harvest time and Thanksgiving time. So when you enjoy another meal with family and friends, remember the farmer that made it possible. Thank you to our Canadian farmers.
The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, Pharmacare matters to my constituents in Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I will never stop advocating for national Pharmacare. I don't believe that anyone should have to choose between paying their rent or paying for the prescription drugs they need. That's why we've laid a strong framework and launched the first phase of our plan. Cost is one of the biggest barriers for women to access contraceptives like birth control. But under our new Pharmacare plan, women will get the access they need without having to empty their wallets. And no Nova Scotian with diabetes should ever feel the need to stretch their insulin doses or other medication just to try to make it last longer. Our Pharmacare plan folks living with diabetes so they no longer need to worry about the costs. They can focus on their health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country in the world with universal health care that does not provide universal coverage for prescription drugs. And our Liberal government is working to fix that.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. On October 11th, we marked International Day of the Girl Child under the theme Girls' Vision for the Future. It reminds us of the need for urgent action and persistent hope, driven by the power of girls' voices and their vision for the future. In 2011, the General Assembly of the United Nations created International Day of the Girl Child to recognize girls' rights and the obstacles they must overcome. Future generations will be disproportionately affected by global crises, climate change, international conflicts, poverty, and the rolling back of hard-earned progress towards equal rights. But they can't see this vision through alone. They need allies. And don't forget, the potential of 1.1 billion girls around the world is unlimited. They are breaking the glass ceilings maintained by stereotypes and exclusion, including those particular to children with disabilities and children from marginalized communities. And they're doing it as entrepreneurs, innovators, and leaders of global movements for future generations.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday, British Columbians braved an atmospheric river to vote for their next government. While a clear majority of British Columbians voted for candidates that believe in the science behind climate change and vaccines and rejected the conspiracy theories that define the Conservative Party, the final makeup of the Legislative Assembly is still too close to call. We do know that West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country will have 3 first-time MLAs and all from different parties. Congratulations, Randy Neal and Lynn Block, for your incredible campaigns and hard work. But I want to give a special shout out to Jeremy Valeriot, who, after being ahead on Election Day 4 years ago by 60 votes, unfortunately didn't win. But this Saturday, he was officially declared the winner and the first ever Green MLA for the mainland of British Columbia. All members of this House know the long days of door knocking, making phone calls and connecting with voters is physically and emotionally demanding. So I want to congratulate Corinne Kirkpatrick, Sarah Eftikar, Archie Cario, Jen Ford, Yuri Fulmore, Chris Moore, Chris Hergesheimer, and Greg Reed for putting your name forward to be in the spotlight to represent our communities. Our province and democracy are better for it.
The Honourable Member from Peterborough, Kawartha.
The Finance Minister has missed the 2024 deficit target by 17%, making debt servicing charges the fastest budget item. It is Small Business Week. Can you imagine if the CFO of a business spent the majority of the budget on paying debt? They would be replaced or the company would go bankrupt. I recently did a post on my Facebook asking for stories about my community of Peterborough, Kawartha, and I received hundreds of comments about businesses donating time and money to affordable housing, organizations, and volunteers helping with the homelessness and opioid crisis. But this comment from Alan Clark really jumped off the page. The community has done more than the government to help the people. That is so true, Alan. The most compassionate thing a leader can do is make life more affordable. It is time for a government and leader who knows budgets don't balance themselves. It is time for a leader who empowers small businesses, cuts the taxes, and allows them to flourish and give to our community. Together, Conservatives will build a Canada that works for the people who do the work.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week the RCMP revealed to Canadians allegations of transnational aggression by the Indian government. This includes tying murders of Canadian citizens on Canadian soil to agents of the Government of India, the use of organized crime to target the Sikh community in Canada, and foreign interference in our democratic processes. This very serious evidence has sent shockwaves through the community. Since then, our allies in the United States, New Zealand, United Kingdom, and Australia have come to support us in our investigation and have urged the Indian government to cooperate. I want to remind the Indian government that Canadians will not be intimidated by the acts of foreign interference and violence. We will not tolerate any form of intimidation, harassment, or harmful targeting of communities in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mississauga-Malton.
Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the RCMP's alarming statement revealing that they have gathered credible evidence that agents of the Indian government are involved in serious criminal activity in Canada, including coercion, extortion, and homicides, many Canadians are understandably shaken and concerned for their safety.
Trust in our institutions is being tested, and the sense of security that Canadians should feel has been deeply affected, particularly within the Sikh and South Asian community. Despite this unsettling news, we must recognize and thank our law enforcement agencies for their tireless work in uncovering these serious threats and taking decisive action to protect our communities. Their work is critical to ensuring the safety of every Canadian, and we stand firmly behind them as they continue these investigations. Together, we will hold those responsible to account. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Bloc-endorsed Liberal government, we already knew that the federal bureaucracy had reached monumental proportions. But we learned this week that the total number of federal public servants has gone up by 42%, with over 108,000 new employees on the public payroll. Costs, meanwhile, have gone up by 68% since 2016 and are now at a historic high of $67.4 billion of spending on the federal public service. That's enormous, Mr. Speaker. According to Treasury Board data, federal departments barely meet 50% of their goals year after year after year. On top of that, don't forget that spending on consultants alone cost $21.6 billion in 2023-2024, a new record for our country. More bureaucrats, more consultants, fewer services to Canadians. That's a real scandal, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you know that Stephen Harper was the only Prime Minister in history and today that has actually been held of contempt of Parliament, Mr. Speaker? And interesting enough, the leader of the Conservative Party today, you know the party, Mr. Speaker, he was his parliamentary secretary at the time. Is there any surprise that he would not want to get the security clearance necessary in order to understand what's happening on foreign interference, Mr. Speaker? That begs the question, what is the history, what is the past of the leader of the Conservative Party? Does he believe that he's not going to be able to get the security clearance? Is that the reason why he doesn't want it? Canadians have the right to know, what is the past? What is he hiding, Mr. Speaker? I want to know, Canadians want to know, why doesn't the leader of the Conservative Party step up and do the honourable thing and apply for the security clearance?
Here, here. That's a good question.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. This weekend in Surrey, over 15,000 people attended Ugly Potato Day, an initiative that invites residents to get imperfect produce for free from farmers. Over 250,000 pounds of produce was donated. Wow. Food insecurity is so harsh that residents were willing to wait in line in one of the worst storms we've seen for hours just to get the chance to get some potatoes and carrots for their families. Wow. Food Banks Canada reports that the cost of living has become so high that food bank use has increased by 50% since 2021. British Columbians have the second highest poverty rate in the country, impacting over 382,000 individuals. It's clear things are broken. Canadians need relief, but the Liberal NDP government is not listening. Only common sense Conservatives will reduce spending, eliminate the carbon tax, boost paychecks, and give families some much-needed relief, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Liberals once again find themselves mired in corruption and controversy as witness after witness testified that the Prime Minister and his ministers stood idly by while billions were stolen by businesses falsely claiming to be Indigenous owned. The Assembly of First Nations have testified that the vast majority of companies taking advantage of the Liberal government's Indigenous contracting program are actually shell companies. Rather than helping Conservatives uncover the truth and solve this problem, Liberal MPs held up committee and failed to address the issue of billions being misspent. Wow. While Liberal MPs stall and deflect, common-sense Conservatives will continue to investigate the contracting abuse and theft taking place under this Liberal government. We Charity, SNC Lavalin, the Green Slush Fund, Arrive Can, Foreign Interference, and now Indigenous Procurement. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing and call an election?
The honourable member from Kingston in the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, last Monday, the RCMP took the unprecedented step to inform Canadians that agents of the Government of India are involved in serious criminal activity on Canadian soil. These crimes represent a grave threat to our national security. Yet the leader of the Conservative Party is displaying a concerning lack of seriousness in response to the RCMP's alarming announcement. His failure to acknowledge the severity of these actions undermines public confidence in our institutions and Canada's commitment to upholding justice. As Shashi Kurl, president of Angus Reid, said, "I think that's Foley, and frankly, I think he should grow up, get the security clearance, and find out what he needs to find out." At a time when a unified response is required, the leader of the opposition's dismissal sends the wrong message both domestically and internationally. Canadians expect their leaders to prioritize national security and rule of law above partisan politics.
Colleagues, declarations by members Standing Order 31 is an important opportunity for all members to have the opportunity to express themselves freely. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, knows very well and caught my eye during that time. So I'd ask him not to take the microphone, not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The honourable member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to mark the passing of Kirsten Patrick, a young 34-year-old resident of Smithers whose life ended last Monday at the Smithers District Hospital. I knew Kirsten for most of the time that I've lived in Smithers. I remember her broad smile. I remember the way that she greeted everyone on Main Street, including our mayor. Kirsten lived an unimaginably difficult life, one marked by trauma, addiction, violence, homelessness, and loss. For the past several years, she lived in a tent. She was a fighter, she was a survivor, a neighbor, and a friend. My heart today goes out to her mom, Marina, to her kids, to her partner, Casey, and to everyone who knew and loved her. Kirsten's life mattered, and she'll be deeply missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. It's with great pride that I congratulate today Melissa Bourdon, who was recently awarded Farmer of the Year for Montérégie West. Whether it's working on the farm or in the fields, working in sales to clients, Ms. Bourdon has been innovating everywhere in the business that she manages with her father, Francois. She's well supported by her family and friends in 1,001 projects, and she even finds the time to be a volunteer firefighter in Saint-Étienne-de-Beauharnois and is also an active member of the UPA. Ms. Bourdon is a brilliant woman who will continue to make hay in the farming field for many years through her passion and her sense of engagement. I would also like to honour Ms. Ange-Marie Delforge, who won an award of recognition, a well-deserved award for a woman who's known for her straight talk and especially for her determination to fight for our farmers. My congratulations to all women fighting for farmers in unions, and thank you to all the women farming in Montérégie West.
The honourable member from Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, we have more proof that this costly NDP Liberal coalition is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that the government has violated an order of this House. The Liberals are paralyzing Parliament to hide $400 million of corruption. There are 186 contracts the Auditor General found that went to Liberal appointees, contracts that must be turned over to the police. These contracts aren't just documents, stolen from the pockets of Canadians and given to the friends of the Prime Minister and his cronies. Money that Canadians could have used for rent, groceries, and gas. The solution is simple. They need to obey your ruling, Mr. Speaker, turn over the documents, and make Parliament work. This is the common sense plan, the Conservative plan. Common sense are doubling of housing costs, food inflation, and crime and chaos on our streets. It's time for common sense. It's time for ethics and integrity. It's time to bring it home.
If members will forgive me, I say it's very good to welcome and to recognize the honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to be with friends and colleagues, thankful for the support so many of you have shown me, and looking forward to being back with you. I am especially grateful to doctors, scientists, and healthcare professionals for their medicine, research, and caring that has allowed me to work every day for the community I love through multiple surgeries, radiation, and ongoing chemotherapy. I know there are people on the Hill who have gone through cancer or are going through it now, and my heart is with you. Cancer touches all of us, and it's hard. Sometimes the fight is week by week, sometimes hour by hour. It can be lonely despite having the best support system. To those who are hurting, know that you have one more person in your corner. I understand, I support you, and I walk beside you and your family as you climb every hill.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 9 years, this Prime Minister has doubled debt, doubled the cost of housing, to the extent that the cost of a monthly mortgage payment in Quebec is $1,055 higher than it was 5 years ago. That's an increase. And there's 2 million Canadians that have to go to food banks when this government is wasting our money and the government is paralyzed by this cover-up of a $400 million scandal. What is this Prime Minister doing? He's saving his skin and his own members. Can he trigger an election? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the Conservatives are starting with a question with respect to the Canadian economy, because I think that each of us can be happy that the inflation levels in September were at 1.6%. This is a great success for all Canadians. It will truly improve the life of Canadians, but the Conservatives don't want to talk about Canadian successes. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are going through hell with doubling of housing costs and out of control cost of living, what is the Prime Minister doing? He's trying to save his own skin, save his own members. And they're in a rebellion now, so he's not working for Canadians. He's working to save himself. It's strange. Even if the Liberals don't really have trust in this Prime Minister, the Bloc leader continues to have trust in this Prime Minister. Will the PM trigger an election finally so we can fix what he broke? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question, Bloc leader, or the rather Conservative leader is obstructing the House of this work. We won 2 confidence votes, and it's only the Conservatives that don't want to have another vote because they'll lose once again, because this House does not.
Position.
This weekend in Cloverdale, 15,000 people lined up in the pouring rain for the hopes that they might get a few rejected potatoes. It was Ugly Potato Day in that city. And 15,000 British Columbians are too hungry and desperate that they needed to go and collect those rejected foodstuffs. 2 million Canadians are lined up at food banks. There are 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario today. And what is the Prime Minister doing? Working to save his political skin from his revolting caucus. This can't go on. Will he call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would really hope that every single MP in this House would agree that in our great country, no one should ever go hungry. But when Conservatives talk about the most vulnerable, they are crying crocodile tears. And how do I know that, Mr. Speaker? I know that because they have had the gall to vote against a food program that will feed 400,000 Canadian kids. How can they look themselves in the face when they oppose feeding Canadian kids?
Yes,
that's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That program, though it has costed millions, has not fed a single hungry child. It has fed bureaucracy, which is all it ever was intended to do. Meanwhile, 2 million people are lined up at food banks. We've got 15,000 people that will line up for a, quote, ugly potato because they can't afford to eat. We have diseases like scurvy that are back, and 1 in 4 kids go to school hungry after 9 years of this Prime Minister. Yet his priority is saving his political career from his revolting caucus. This cannot go on. Will he call a carbon tax election today?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are damning themselves with their own words. I was at a school in downtown Winnipeg on Friday. I was there with Premier Wab Kinew, and we gave those beautiful, wonderful children some bannock, a little carton of milk, some jam, some butter, and a banana. That was not bureaucracy that fed those kids. That was the deal we've done with Manitoba. The Conservatives are against feeding kids.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Are you kidding me? She says that the Canadians should be happy that while 1 in 4 kids go to school hungry, while 2 million people line up at food banks, while scurvy is making a comeback after 9 years of this government, Canadians should be grateful that she showed up with a few snacks and a photo op at one school. Mr. Speaker, this is the same finance minister who has just blown back $7 billion past her deficit target, meaning more inflation and higher rates. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister hides in the fetal position under his desk. Will he call a carbon tax election now?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have clearly knocked the Leader of the Opposition off his game this week. Because how can he have the temerity to talk about actual meals fed to actual children as bureaucracy? That tells you how cynical and how low these Canadians go. And then he talks about inflation. Mr. Speaker, it's been in the Bank of Canada's target range for 9 months in a row. It fell below 2% in September, and rates have come down 3 times. That's what's happening with inflation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Where is the pilot on the Liberal plane? It's October 21st. They only have 8 days left to pass C-319 and boost seniors' pensions. Otherwise, they'll be heading to an election. Pension increases. The Conservatives are for it. The NDP is too. 79% of Canadians are for it. And even the Liberals voted for it at committee. There doesn't seem to be a Liberal pilot. and they just have 8 days to go. Is that why the Liberals want to kick their leader out? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the Canadian government, the Liberal government, we have been able to bring the retirement age down to 65, and we increased the GIS, and we have hundreds of millions of Quebecers with dental care. And this has allowed us to bring the poverty level down for seniors well below the national average without the support and help of the Bloc. Honourable Member for La Prairie. Guess who hasn't said a word yet about C-282, blocked by 2 senators? Yes, the Prime Minister himself. He has never asked Peter Boehm or Peter Harder to do their job. Not a word. They're too busy removing the daggers from their backs. Yet, not only did he appoint 2 senators, he also has a relationship with Peter Harder. He's already called him personally several times for advice. Can he now call his buddy Peter and tell him to do his job? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague knows perhaps that the reason why we're talking about supply management in Canada, it's because there was a Liberal government that did establish supply management for Quebec and the rest of Canada. And the reason why we haven't, negotiations with the Trump government negotiated with the Liberals, and this is how we were able to fight tooth and nail for supply management and Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, country first, party second. According to the RCMP, they're thugs to terrorize Canadians. The Liberals are laughing about this, but people have died as a result, and they've meddled in our politics. The Prime Minister has said that there are multiple Conservative MPs and or candidates compromised. They may be sitting in the chamber right now, but the Conservative leader chooses ignorance. Has the Prime Minister directly urged the leader of the Conservatives to get his security clearance?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, we thank our honourable colleague for the question. We've been clear. We think all party leaders in this House should have the required security clearance so they can receive information concerning the threats to this House or the threats to Canada involving foreign interference. We also take the comments of the Leader of the NDP very seriously with respect to protecting Sikh Canadians and protecting those who've been victims of this foreign interference by the Government of India. My responsibility as Public Safety Minister is to ensure the safety of all Canadians, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
First, party second. I dare the Conservatives to laugh again. I see they're not. They're quiet.
Narendra Modi must not see that a Canadian leader is willing to turn a blind eye to crimes committed against Canadians. Every of this House must condemn India's interference, and there must be consequences for parliamentarians who contribute to it. Did the Prime Minister directly urge the Conservative leader to apply for his security clearance? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear. We fundamentally believe that all party leaders in this House manage their parliamentary caucuses and understand the threats that Canadians are facing. And I applaud fully the feelings of the NDP leader in terms of condemning the Government of India's interference, and I congratulate the work of the RCMP for their work, and I know that the investigation underway will prove to be trustworthy.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it seems that no part of Canadian life is safe from the Finance Minister's radical tax rampage. Not food, not home, not not gas, and not even music. In response to new streaming taxes from this government, Spotify just announced that they're raising subscription fees by 15%. Even the simple things like kicking back and listening to your playlist isn't immune from this greedy government. When will the finance minister wake up, face the music, and finally admit that her new taxes and spending are not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives once again are making the talking points of platforms that are making millions in Canada, and they have done so for years. Like all Canadian companies, they contribute to our system, but this is not the first time that they've raised their subscriber prices. This time, when it comes to helping our Canadian artists, the Conservatives speak out against it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really surprised, once again, that they're in the pockets of these digital giants.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Their hands are in the pockets of average Canadians. The finance minister told Canadians to cut Disney Plus, and she's probably going to tell them to cut their Spotify subscriptions too. They say that the taxes will fix climate change in the economy. They say that paying more taxes is going to lead Canadians to be better off, and all while they talk down to people. The carbon tax is up. The streaming tax is up. Capital gains taxes are up. And the finance minister missed her target by 17%. When will she admit that she has failed, axe the taxes, and let Canadians live their lives without their hands in Canadians' pockets?
The Honourable Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on this side of the House actually have a plan for a prosperous economic future for this country. The Conservatives, who continue to deny the existence of climate change, have a plan that leads backwards, not forwards. We are ensuring that things like the $12 billion Dow plant in Alberta is getting built, the $7 billion Jansen potash mine, electric vehicle and battery plants, hydrogen facilities in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador. We have a plan for a future that is a great and prosperous future. They have no plan.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Here are the consequences of the NDP Liberal plan. A new report shows that 35% of Alberta families are skipping meals because of high food costs. And yet, the Liberals and NDP tell Canadians they've never had it so good. But I'd like to remind the Prime Minister that his own parliamentary budget officer confirmed that Canadians are worse off paying the carbon tax. In fact, when the NDP Liberals quadruple the carbon tax, it will cost Alberta families $2,000 a year. Will the NDP Liberals just finally admit their carbon tax is a scam and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we continue to fight for Canadian families. How do we do that, Mr. Speaker? One way is the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. Families with children under the age of 6 can receive almost $7,800 each and every year per child, Mr. Speaker. This is tangible support that arrives each and every month to help families afford the basics or whatever their child needs. This is how we fight on this side for Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
I'd like to give the Minister some actual facts of what real Canadian families are facing. Fact, 35% of Alberta families are skipping meals because of high food costs. Fact, food bank usage in Mississauga is up 60%. Fact, doctors are warning about scurvy because Canadians can't afford nutritious food. Fact, food inflation in Canada is 37% higher than the United States. Fact, their own parliamentary budget officer admitted and confirmed the carbon tax is all pain, no gain. Fact, the NDP Liberal government can end the pain they're inflicting on Canadians if they call a carbon tax election. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, cutting a check that low-income Canadians are getting the vast majority of them, over 80%, are getting more than they pay, is not going to fix an issue like scurvy. What's going to fix scurvy is certainly not cutting our health system. It's not getting rid of diabetes medication or getting rid of free dental care. It's not attacking the foundations of our health system, just as we're working with provinces and territories on solutions. Mr. Speaker, what is going to get it done in a time of global uncertainty is collaboration and working together, not nonsense slogans.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. A September survey from the Quebec Association of Real Estate Brokers shows that the median price of a single-family home in Quebec has reached $450,000, an increase of 74% in 5 years. First-time homebuyers now face an additional monthly expense of $1,055. In Saguenay, the purchase price has risen by $130,000, making home ownership even more difficult. What does the Bloc Liberal Coalition intend to do to help Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, the question is very interesting. The member knows that we're investing to build affordable housing in Quebec and across the country. In Quebec, we're investing more than $9 million to build houses. It's interesting because the Conservative were against this program to build housing. When the Conservative leader was housing minister, he only built 6 housing units across our country, and this is unacceptable. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis. Once again, the figures are alarming. In Trois-Rivières, the price of a single-family home has risen by $190,050. In Drummondville, it's an increase of $204,000. And that's not counting the other costs associated with owning a home. These increases testify to a growing crisis that merits urgent action. In concrete terms, what does the Bloc Liberal Coalition intend to do? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a coincidence that the Conservative leader is here today because I'd like to ask him to help me. Across Quebec, including in my colleague's riding, we'd like to find the 6 affordable housing units that the leader built across this country during his term. We still haven't found them. Could he come with me to Quebec to find them? The honourable member for Drummond. Recent events at Montreal's Bedford School remind us that it would be a serious mistake to take secularism for granted. On the contrary, we need to do even more. In Quebec, we're witnessing a return of religion in our schools after decades of fighting to keep it out. Gender equality, the separation of religion and state, is at the heart of Quebec's integration model, and it must be protected at all times, systematically, relentlessly. Can the government now pledge not to challenge Bill 21 at the Supreme Court? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there are Bloc members that confuses the Quebec's government's responsibility with that of Canada's. We are not responsible for education. Perhaps the Bloc would like it to be, but it's not the Canadian government's responsible. If my colleague wishes it, I would ask him to seek a seat at the National Assembly of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Drummond. One day we will get there, Mr. Speaker. But I'd like to remind this House that it offers prayer every day before it begins its work. And I'd like to remind you that this government continues to maintain a religious exception in the criminal code for calls to violence, even murder. And this is very serious. I'd like to remind you that the Prime Minister appointed a representative who spends her time accusing Quebec's Bill 21 of every evil. And we're just growing further and further away from secularism. Will this government listen to reason and restrain its irresistible urge to weaken the Quebec model of secularism? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talks about urge. Well, if he does have an urge to talk about Quebec's responsibilities, we'd ask him to at the next elections to run for a seat at the Quebec National Assembly. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Usually I have respect for my colleague, but he's not not even listening to my question, and he's just saying anything. Quebec has chosen an integration model based on common values, gender equality, separation of religion and state, and our historical heritage. Ottawa can choose the opposite model, multiculturalism, which basically tells people they don't have to change anything. They don't have to integrate. And they say, well, it's no big deal. The federal integration model is contrary to that of Quebec's. When will this government or the next government understand that multiculturalism doesn't work in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite all of these efforts, I find it hard to answer a question that is on provincial jurisdiction.
From Regina Capel.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are worse off. The effects of his deficits, his inflation, and his carbon tax hikes have been devastating. A new report by the Angus Reid Institute says that a majority of Canadians are struggling just to be able to buy food. And of course, that's even worse for low-income households, with 2/3 of those Canadians saying they can't even afford to feed their families. Yeah. One way to lower food prices would be to axe the carbon tax on the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, and the grocer who sells the food. The Prime Minister could do that today. Yeah. Will he show some compassion, lower food prices, and just axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day we see the Conservatives get up in this House and tell mistruths. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution. Of course, it is no surprise when you hear what their closest friends and allies have to say. Danielle Smith believes planes are spraying chemtrails. Jess Crosby says climate change is bogus. And John Rustad says fighting climate change is a plot to reduce the human population and force people to eat bugs. Mr. Speaker, they say you can tell a lot about people from the company they keep. Well, Mr. Speaker, you certainly can.
Although the Honourable Minister did not make reference to a particular member, I encourage all members, please, to skate further away from the line, especially in regards to using that word. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Obviously, the carbon tax scheme isn't making Canadians better off. Otherwise, 2/3 of low-income Canadians wouldn't be reporting that they can't afford to pay for groceries, and they wouldn't be lining up at food banks or waiting hours to get rejected potatoes. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, the government's own watchdog, has concluded that when you factor in all the costs of the carbon tax, and remember, Canadians don't get to pick and choose which costs they pay, when you factor it all in, after they're done quadrupling the carbon tax, a family in Ontario will be $1,400 poorer. New Brunswick, $1,000 poorer. Saskatchewan, $2,000 poorer. So why not let the people decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the Parliamentary Budget Officer and 300 economists across this country have said that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back, and it works directly inverse to income. By taking away the price on pollution, you will actually make the most vulnerable more vulnerable. The Leader of the Opposition and his caucus know that, but certainly...
The Chair is having some difficulty hearing the answer of the Honourable Member. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start from the top. I'm going to ask all members, please, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Foothills, please, to not speak when not recognized by the Chair. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But we know that the Conservative Party of Canada actually doesn't believe in the reality of climate change, nor do they have a plan for the economic future. They are no different from Mr. Rustad, who has endorsed the Leader of the Opposition, who says we should not be trying to fight climate change. The narrative about climate I can only put to the fact that somehow they think we need to reduce the world population. And many other candidates have essentially said we do not need to fight climate change. Well, Canadians know that climate change is real. Canadians know you need a plan for the future of the economy, and that is what is on this side of the House. Shame on you.
Order. Order. I can take some slings and arrows, but I'm certain the honourable member wasn't referring to the Speaker. The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up.
That's right.
I recently visited a local food bank in Dauphin, Manitoba, where the volunteers told me they can't keep up with the increased demand. But this Prime Minister does not care, as he plans to quadruple the carbon tax and force Manitoba families to pay $1,300 in carbon taxes every single year.
Unbelievable.
Manitobans can't afford this costly carbon tax. So when will the Prime Minister give Canadians a choice and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the opportunity to be in Manitoba and to speak with some parents about what they're facing there. I had the opportunity to announce alongside the Deputy Prime Minister that we've come to an agreement on our national school food program that will see this school year, Mr. Speaker, over 19,000 more children receive food at school, over a $17 million commitment over 3 years. That's what we do on this side of the House to ensure that families are supported, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, flight attendants, who are predominantly women, work an average of 35 hours a month unpaid. Wow. Consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments have overlooked this issue for decades. Yeah. The big airline bosses are profiting off of unpaid labor of flight attendants. It's time for this exploitation to end. Today, I will be tabling a bill to end unpaid work for all flight attendants in Canada. Will this government support it?
Good question. Here.
The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian airlines are, of course, private sector entities. The government sets a minimum standard and lets the hard work of collective bargaining take it from there. Flight attendants have a collective agreement which sets out their hours and their wages, and it's not my place to comment on it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, they are dying in the streets, on park benches, in alleyways, or even in outdoor toilets. The number of homeless individuals who have died has skyrocketed. It has tripled over the last few years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because many of the deaths are not recorded. This housing crisis is killing people. And the Liberals and the Conservatives have let this crisis get worse in order to make big developers richer. They have placed profits above people. What will the Liberals do to house people and save lives? The Honourable Minister for Economic Development of Quebec. My colleague and I both represent the eastern part of Montreal. And we see that there is a human crisis here. Unlike the Conservatives, who are exploiting this misery to score points, we on this side of the House will be working hard with municipalities to put a roof over everyone's head.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, recently I spoke in this House about the growth of radical far-right movements. They've organized disinformation campaigns, impacted how some people and politicians treat others, and have led some politicians to act against the best interests of Canadians. Our government has said that Canada will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win. Ukraine must win because their victory is essential to Canada's security. There is a coordinated Russian campaign to spread disinformation, sow distrust, and encourage isolationism. Could the Minister of International Trade please share with us how Russian foreign interference is a threat to our support of Ukraine and to all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for his steadfast support for Ukraine. The Conservative leaders' dismissal of Ukraine as a faraway land, their willingness to appease far-right disinformation, often fueled by foreign actors like Russia, undermines democracy and the Canadian values. Canadians deserve leadership that stands firmly against these dangerous influences. While Conservatives abandon Ukraine, on this side of the House, we will keep supporting Ukraine until they win this war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I'm going to remind all members, please, to not take the floor when they are not recognized by the chair, so that the chair can listen and all members can hear the questions and the answers. The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. At a time when Canadians are skipping meals and many are living paycheck to paycheck, the Liberals have siphoned $400 million of taxpayer money to contracts for their friends at the Green Slush Fund. The Liberal-appointed board has racked up at least 186 conflict of interest. When will this government end the cover-up so that this House can get back to helping Canadians deal with the cost of living crisis that they create?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Disappointing, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years, the same slogan, Mr. Speaker, the same type of disinformation, the same type of false accusation. Mr. Speaker, it's time to get real. The Conservatives know very well that we acted timely to dissolve that organization, Mr. Speaker. The board has resigned, the CEO has resigned, and the organization no longer exists. We made a solemn promise to Canadians was to go to the bottom of this. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker, and they should let this House do the important work is to work for Canadians instead of filibustering their own motion, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful what they're doing.
Order. The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, what is shameful is cover-up. This Liberal government is still in contempt of Parliament by refusing to turn over the documents that could certainly reveal the depths of their corruption at the Green Slush Fund. So now they have paralyzed Parliament in order to hide their scandal. Meanwhile, Canadians are suffering through unprecedented food, crime, and housing crisis that they created. Will they finally turn over the documents today and give Canadians the answers that they deserve?
That's right. Let's go. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my honourable colleague is saying is false. The government has handed over thousands of documents that protects the charter rights of Canadians. What is true, Mr. Speaker, is that the Conservatives are filibustering their own motion because they don't want to respect your ruling, which asked that this unprecedented motion would go to committee. Mr. Speaker, I think there's only one thing the Conservatives are afraid of. They don't want this House to get to work because they know that if there's another confidence motion, the Conservative leader will lose it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go. Here.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Well, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal coalition, taxes, costs, and crime are all up, and now their time is up. After Liberal-appointed board members of SDTC were caught funneling $400 million tax dollars to 186 of their companies, why won't the NDP Liberals end the cover-up today by releasing the documents as Parliament ordered and that you agreed with, Mr. Speaker, so that there can be accountability for the obvious corruption and potential crimes that have taken place under this costly coalition?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is, your ruling was to send this matter to committee for further study because it was unprecedented what the Conservatives were asking for. Mr. Speaker, we agree with your ruling. It is only the Conservatives who are obstructing their own obstruction because they don't want the truth to come out, which is that they are trying to abuse the extraordinary privileges they have to override the rights of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Well, the truth is that there is more proof there that these Liberals are not worth the cost, the crime, and the corruption. Here are the facts. 186 conflicts of interest took place. 400 million tax dollars were funneled to the companies of Liberal-appointed board members. You, Mr. Speaker, ruled that the evidence needs to be handed over unredacted as Parliament has demanded. Why are the NDP Liberals not releasing the documents? What and who are they covering up for?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
It's typical for the Conservatives to omit the facts that are inconvenient to them, because the fact of the matter is that we have provided thousands of pages of documents already, that we are respecting your ruling, which is to send this matter to committee for further study, because I think, as all Canadians would appreciate and expect, they expect that police follow due process. They expect that parliamentarians support their rights. They would expect that parliamentarians don't try to abuse their extraordinary powers to go after their own partisan vendettas and attack Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, 3 vehicles have been set on fire in just 3 days in Ahuntsic. The federal government needs to realize that Quebec is now once again in a gang war with members of younger soldiers. This war is also costing innocent lives, like the lives of Léonore Géaudy and her 7-year-old daughter Vérane, who were collateral victims of criminal arson in Old Montreal on October 5th. And yet we're getting radio silence from Ottawa. What is this government waiting for? Why doesn't it crack down on these criminal gangs? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we are not waiting. We are taking strong action. We are increasing staffing at the RCMP. We are investing in areas where the Conservatives cut, for example, in border services, and we are doing this in order to crack down on the criminal gangs. I had a very positive discussion with Minister Bonnardel during our federal provincial meeting last week. We agreed to continue working together. I will support him in what he's doing to ensure, for example, that drones cannot smuggle contraband into Quebec prisons. We will work about this. The Honourable Member. That's just not enough, Mr. Speaker. This gang warfare is affecting all of Quebec. In Montreal, 2 people died in an extortion-related arson case. In Frampton, a 14-year-old youth died, and it seems that it was because he was trying to attack the Hells Angels. Imagine that. In Quebec and in Quebec City and in maritime Quebec, it's been open warfare for months. On September 20th, Quebec police was warning other police agencies that this warfare could be even worse than in the 90s, and it's only gotten more serious since then. Does the government understand how bad things are getting? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we understand that we need to protect the public in Quebec and elsewhere, and that's exactly what we're doing every day. I am very pleased to see that the RCMP is working with its Quebec partners, whether the Montreal Police, the Quebec Police, Quebec City Police. Mr. Duhem, the RCMP Commissioner, often talks to me about the fact that there are joint groups that are working hard to do something about gang warfare. We will continue to work hard, and I do believe that the Bloc Québécois should be supporting the federal government in this.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
In another conflict of interest involving this Liberal government's de facto finance minister, we found out that he's been caught using his access to lobby governments to benefit himself and his company. It's carbon tax Carney's hustle, and he's claiming it's green policy, but his only policy is to line his pockets with green. And this Prime Minister is shielding him from Canada's conflict of interest laws and lobbying regulations after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Will they just have carbon tax Carney testify at committee?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Conservatives, when they have Canadians that oppose their policies, all they know how to do is attack them. Instead of respecting people and their differences of opinions, they go after them personally. Mr. Speaker, that's not how leaders in this country should act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I can assure the member opposite that Canadians take it personally, that every time that they're given the opportunity, they don't help out Canadians, but instead help out well-connected Liberal insiders like Mark Carney with his heat pump hustle, carbon tax Carney, conflict of interest Carney. It's stacking up in such a way that we can't even keep track of all the scandals involving the de facto finance minister when the Prime Minister lost confidence in the finance minister. So now Canadians want answers about the access that carbon tax Carney has been given and all the Canadian tax dollars that he's lining his pockets with. Will they just instruct the de facto finance minister to testify at committee?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, again, there they go attacking private citizens, and it just goes to show anytime a Canadian citizen speaks up against them, what do? They go on the personal attack. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Conservatives and the Conservative leader. Why will he get his security clearance, Mr. Speaker? It's a question Canadians across this country are asking because they want to know what and who is he trying to protect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this government, we have taxes up, we have costs up, times up, and credit card fees are up. And this government announced that they lowered credit fees, but this announcement flopped like a soggy pancake. Stripe, where Liberal leadership candidate Mark Carney sits on the board, said savings won't be passed on to consumers because of other rising costs. Wow, even Liberal insiders tied to oligopolies know that this government's announcements fall flat. What will these governments learn? It's not Carney Canadians need, it's competition. And a Prime Minister who will flip real results for Canadians and their families.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the question this week will not get his security clearance. Mr. Speaker, every Canadian is wondering, what is it that he is trying to hide, or what is it that he is trying to protect? It's an easy thing to do. All the other leaders in this place have done it. Why won't the leader of the opposition get his security clearance?
Good question.
I would invite all members not to speak unless they receive the floor from the Speaker. I know that the member for Mégantic-l'Érable understands. I would invite all members, not just on one side of the House. I would invite all members not to speak up while another member is asking a question or answering a question.
From Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, the events of the past year and the announcement last week have shaken many Canadians, particularly those in Indo-Canadians and Sikh communities. Canada is a country rooted in the rule of law. The safety and security of our citizens is a top priority of our government. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs update this House on the additional steps our government took to protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, of course I will. As I mentioned since the beginning, we have three priorities. First, seek the truth. Second, make sure that we protect Canadians. And thirdly, defend Canada's sovereignty. Based on information provided by the RCMP, we asked India to lift the diplomatic immunity on 6 of their diplomats. Unfortunately, India refused. And so, therefore, since Canadian safety was at risk, I decided to expel them from Canada. Let me be clear, Canada doesn't seek diplomatic confrontation with India, but of course we won't sit idle with this information. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for 3 weeks the Minister of Justice has been blaming the Premier of Quebec for the crime that is running rampant in the province. Meanwhile, the Canadian, Quebec, and Montreal police associations have all supported my bill, C-325, which aimed to correct the serious error of the Liberal Bill C-5. We know that there is an eye-watering increase in crime in Quebec and Canadian communities. Will the minister finally admit that it is wrong to say that police associations don't know what they're talking about? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. As I have told the member many times, we need to remember who is responsible for parole. We have created changes, but it's up to the provinces to implement. We need enough space in our courts. We need to have enough prosecutors. We need enough space in prisons as well, in order to make sure that we can house people in our prisons when necessary. And as I said, what my colleague really should do is speak to Legault. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I see that the Minister of Justice of Canada is still blaming the Premier of Quebec for a situation they created. They're the ones who brought in bad legislation. They've caused a problem in federal penitentiaries. Everyone agrees. For example, the Federation of Women's Shelters and all sorts of victims groups. They are all saying the same thing. Victims groups, police association, everyone agrees, except the minister. Why won't he finally listen to us, the honourable minister? On the contrary, Mr. Speaker. Look at what we've actually done on this side of the House. We invested $390 million to fight guns and gangs. We also increased sentences for certain crimes, for example, auto theft. And yet, the member across the way voted against that. And in addition, we also made parole less available for people who have committed serious and violent crimes on several occasions. That's what we have done, and we also expect Quebec to do its own fair share. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Petit Paris sawmill in Saint-Gilles-Minot closed one day earlier than expected, and 100 people lost their jobs. First, this Liberal government botched the softwood lumber agreement, and now they're making things even worse for the forestry industry. Their decree will eliminate 1,400 jobs. And yet the Bloc Québécois seems to want to support this government nonetheless. Why does this government keep hurting the forestry industry, even though it is one of the main economic supports of our regions? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that we are working closely with all stakeholders in the forestry industry, workers, businesses, communities, environmental groups, First Nations. We are also working closely with the Government of Quebec to find sustainable solutions for a sustainable forestry industry in Quebec.
The honourable member from Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, we have seen a rise in serious crimes targeting Sikh Canadians and the South Asian community, leaving many Canadians feeling anxious and unsafe. Last week, the RCMP confirmed that the agents of Government of India have been involved in these crimes. Can the Minister of Public Safety please explain how the government is taking steps to ensure that all Canadians can feel safe in their communities?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague from Surrey Newton for that question. He's right. Last week, the RCMP took the unprecedented step to share with Canadians information about a significant public safety threat. The alleged actions are a grave violation of Canada's sovereignty and the rule of law. We stand with the Sikh community, the South Asian community, in terms of assuring their safety. I want to thank all of those involved in this complex investigation. The RCMP, their partners in provincial and municipal police have done terrific work. Our priority is always the safety of all Canadians, and the RCMP will work with us to continue to assure that.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the multi-billion-dollar telecom company Rogers says that their latest price hike is the result of increasing cost of technology. Canadians aren't buying it, but they're paying for it. They were misled, and this is another ploy to get ripped off by Rogers, who just gouged out record profits. Now the Conservatives won't stop Rogers from gouging Canadians. They won't risk losing their maximum donations they receive from the company's owner. And the Liberals keep handing out millions of taxpayer dollars to Rogers, who is gouging those same taxpayers. Why do the Liberals, like the Conservatives, ratchet up corporate greed at the expense of Canadians? Why won't they stand up to Rogers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
A lot of members here will take lessons from the NDP about standing up for what's right, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we stand up for Canadians. We stood up to Rogers. We said no to their proposed merger, Mr. Speaker. We imposed the harshest condition in our nation history in a telecom, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
We're always on the side of consumers, Mr. Speaker. We want more competition in this country, more choice for consumer, and lower price for Canadians. Canadians know we'll always stand up for them, and I think everyone should take a lesson from us in this House, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre, order. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week an IDF missile strike burned Palestinians alive at a hospital tent camp. This escalation of what the University Network for Human Rights has called a genocide only emboldens Hamas and does nothing to return hostages. Canada's focus must be on achieving peace, including a true arms embargo, advocating for Israel to allow humanitarian relief in, and for an end to the occupation of Palestinian territories. When will this government's actions align with their words when they say never again?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, the situation in Gaza is absolutely catastrophic. Too many innocent children, women, people have died. And so that is why we need the violence to stop. We need a ceasefire that is supported by the UN Security Council, including the US. We need hostages to come back home. Their family needs to be able to see them, to love them. And in the end, we need more humanitarian aid going into Gaza, and this government works on this every single day. Thank you.
Standing on a point of order, the honourable member from Burnaby South.
I rise to propose that a standing committee on Canada-India relations be created, and I believe...
Honourable member, we will get to the those points in just a second. Anyone was raising a point of... good. I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will be reset.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Oh, okay. So
it wasn't clear. I understand he's got a UC.
the honourable... Do I understand that the honourable member from Burnaby South has a unanimous consent motion?
Propose that a standing committee on Canada-India relations be created. So if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House recognize, one, that Canada's Foreign Interference Commission has identified the Government of India as a possible foreign interference actor in Canada. Two, an October 2022 CSIS intelligence assessment stated that the Government of India proxy agents have provided electoral support to, quote, a number of politicians at all levels of government. Three, on October 14th, 2014, the RCMP Commissioner released findings indicating that agents of the Government of India were involved in serious criminal activity on Canadian soil, posing an ongoing and significant threat to safety. The House appoint a special committee with a mandate to conduct hearings to examine and review all aspects of Canada Government of India relationships, including but not limited to diplomatic, consular, legal, security, public safety, political, and economic relations, provided that A, the committee be composed of 12 members, of which 6 shall be from the government party, 4 shall be from the official opposition, 1 shall be from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 shall be from the New Democratic Party. B, the whips of the recognized parties shall deposit with the clerk of the House the list of their members to serve on the committee within 4 calendar days after the adoption of this motion. C, changes to the membership of the committee shall be effective immediately after notification of the relevant whip have been filed with the clerk of the House. D, membership substitutions be permitted if required in the manner provided for in the Standing Order 114 sub 2. E, the clerk of the House shall convene an organizational meeting within 1 week after the adoption of this motion. F, the chair of the committee shall be a member of the government party. The first vice chairs shall be members of the official opposition, and the second vice chair shall be a member of the Bloc Québécois, and the third vice chair shall be a member of the New Democratic Party. G, the quorum of the committee be as provided for in Standing Order 118, provided that the chair hold meetings to receive evidence and to have that evidence printed when at least 4 members are present, including 1 member of the opposition and 1 member of the government. H, the committee be granted all of the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders, including the power to I, travel accompanied by the necessary staff inside and outside of Canada. 2, authorize video and audio broadcasting of any or all proceedings. I, the provision of the Standing Order 106 sub 4 shall also extend to the committee. J, the committee shall have the first priority for the use of House resources for committee meetings. And K, any proceeding before the committee in relation to a motion to exercise the committee's power to send for persons, paper, and records shall, if not previously disposed of, be interpreted upon the earlier of the completion of 4 hours of consideration or 1 sitting week after the motion was first moved, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the motion shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Very good.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. No. All. There is, I regret there is no consensus for this motion. Routine business. Tabling of documents. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 4.1, Bracket 3 of the Lobbying Act and Standing Order 111.1, I have the honor to table in both official languages the certificate of nomination with biographical notes for the proposed reappointment of Nancy Boulanger as Commissioner of Lobbying for a term of 7 years. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, pursuant to Standing Order 54.3 of the Access to Information Act and Standing Order 111.1, I have the honor to table in both official languages the certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed reappointment of Carolyn Maynard as Information Commissioner for the term of 7 years. I request that these nominations and biographical notes be referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by members, ministers rather. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 17th report later this day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. Green. Moves to leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Flight Attendants. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing a bill to stop the exploitation of Canada's flight attendants. Thank you to the member from Hamilton Centre for seconding. Flight attendants have been exploited since the commercial aviation industry was launched because they were women. The exploitation continues today as billion-dollar airline companies profit off the backs of unpaid work. And successive Liberal and Conservative governments have let this happen. Today, flight attendants who work in a federally regulated industry are expected to work for free up to 35 hours per month. This must end, and it can end, with the adoption of this NDP bill. This bill will ensure that for every hour worked, flight attendants are paid their full wage and that a long-standing discriminatory practice is rectified. Thank you to the Canadian Union of Public Employees, whose workers took a stand with a very successful campaign called Unpaid Work Won't Fly. It has been an honour to work alongside you on this important legislation. I call on the Liberal government to do what is right, adopt my bill as its own, and take immediate action to make sure that unpaid work.
Madame Zerillo, appuyée.
Ms. Rizzo, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that the bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Hearing this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it was South Centre, Kevin. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 70th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be presented to the House earlier this day, be concurred in. And Mr. Speaker, I misspoke earlier when I rose on committee reports. I said 17th. So just for the record to correct it, 70th, not 17th. Thank you very much.
I'm certain the honourable member from Falkirk Interlake Eastman is. Well, there you go. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House will hear the motion that all those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of oral questions on Tuesday, October 22, 2024, the House observe a moment of silence for the 10th anniversary of the attack on Parliament Hill, that afterwards a member of each recognized party, a member of the Green Party, and the Speaker each be permitted to make a statement to pay tribute for not more than 5 minutes each.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise virtually to present a petition from my constituents. Virtually, I identify it as petition ID 12404906. Petitioners express concern, as do British Columbians in general, about the plight of our West Coast wild Pacific salmon. There's a deep concern about the Fraser River sockeye run that led to the Commission of Inquiry referenced in the petition, chaired by Mr. Justice Cohen and put in place under the administration of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. The results of that Commission of Inquiry have been in front of government since 2012, 12 years ago. The petitioners continue to ask that all of the recommendations of the Cohen inquiry be implemented and act immediately to implement all 70. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to table a petition submitted from our hardworking firefighters from Burnaby IFF Local 323 and Vancouver IFF Local 18 with 220 petitioners. And this petition addresses an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. I've sponsored this petition, and it calls for immediate action to ban per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, that's also known as PFAS, in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. PFAS are man-made chemicals, as you know, Mr. Speaker, resistant to heat, water, and oil. But their durability comes at a significant cost. Scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting firefighters who already face hazardous and dangerous conditions at greater risk. Research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. Alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population, and we have to mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. Several countries have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. According to these petitioners, our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals, and let's protect those firefighters who risk their lives for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present today e-petition 5150 signed by over 3,000 Canadians who are expressing their disappointment in the production of Russians at War, which is a documentary film that actually spread Russian misinformation and propaganda, and unfortunately was funded with taxpayer money through the Canadian Media Fund and TVO. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to recover all of those taxpayers' dollars. They're asking the government to audit all government programs that could possibly be used to the benefit of Russia and their misinformation campaign. They're requesting that law enforcement agencies like the RCMP, like CSIS, do an investigation of both the filmmaker, who is an RT journalist, as well as others who participated on this on the occupied and invaded territory of Ukraine, to see whether Russian, Ukrainian, or international law was violated. And finally, they want to have all the materials that were filmed during that time of the production of the film in occupied Ukraine by the Russian forces, to see if there's any evidence of Russian war crimes against the people of Ukraine.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise this afternoon to present petition E-4974, initiated by Emily Johnson and signed by over 17,000 Canadians, highlighting the growing concern about the exploitative practices of large food cartels such as Loblaws, which is clearly out of control. It underscores the monopolistic behavior that allows these corporations to dictate prices and terms, pushing essential goods beyond the reach of many, especially low and middle-income families. This petition calls on Parliament to strengthen antitrust laws, investigate unfair pricing strategies, including price fixing and shrinkflation, support smaller vendors, and explore price controls to prevent price gouging on essential food items. This also mandates that Loblaws and Walmart sign the Grocery Code of Conduct. Mr. Speaker, the goal is to ensure fair competition and protect consumers from price gouging on basic food items needed to survive. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, with 237 signatures, highlights the urgent need to address Canada's housing crisis. Housing is a fundamental human right, yet many are unable to afford a safe place to live. And since 2018, the number of unsheltered individuals has tripled in areas like my riding of Hamilton Centre and the Waterloo region, which the petition sponsor is from. This is driven by large corporate investors and real estate trusts, buying up all the affordable housing and raising the rents. The petitioners recognize that there have been decades of underinvestments, which have only worsened in the shortage of affordable rentals. The petition calls on the federal government to invest in nonprofit housing, REITs, and remove their tax exemptions. They need to establish a national rent control and introduce a home buyer's bill of rights to make home ownership more accessible. Thank you.
The honourable member from West Okanagan's South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise here today to present a petition from 118 firefighters from British Columbia. This petition addresses an urgent issue impacting their health, and I want to thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for
sponsoring this petition, and it calls for immediate action to ban per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. And PFAS are man-made chemicals. They're known as forever chemicals because they build up in the environment, in our bodies, and cause serious health issues. So we have to help firefighters stay safe, stay healthy, by regulating what we can to control their working conditions. Several countries have banned PFAS. Canada must follow suit, and we have to protect those that risk their lives for us. And this is what this petition is asking for, urgent action on this matter.
The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 50th time, the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is alarmed by extreme levels of crime caused by this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back in the communities in the evening, and Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. It's no surprise after 9 years of Justin Trudeau's statistics.
I'm certain the honourable member caught himself on that issue, not to mention members, but I'll ask the honourable member to withdraw that and phrase it in the appropriate way. No.
It's no surprise after 9 years of this Liberal government, Statistics Canada reports violent crime has risen by 50%. The people of Swan River see crime in the streets every day, and that's why they're calling not bail for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
I'm going to come back to a couple of things at the end. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition. The petitioners note that an estimated 27 Canadians are diagnosed with a brain tumor each day. Canada is years behind the United States in approving new drugs and treatments. There continues to be a shortage of brain cancer drugs in Canada, and therefore the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to increase funding for brain cancer research, work with provinces and territories to ensure that drugs, medical devices, and new therapies are accessible to brain cancer patients nationwide, and to remove unnecessary red tape so brain cancer drugs can be approved expeditiously.
Petitions. Before we move on to the next rubric, I'd just like to remind all members a couple of general the practice of the House when petitions are presented. Clearly, we shouldn't use the name of particular members, only use the name of their ridings. B, they should summarize the contents of the petition as opposed to reading it verbatim. And thirdly, the common practice is not to express whether or not the member agrees or disagrees with the contents of the petition, but doing the people's work by just presenting the petitions in the House. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Requests for emergency debates. I wish to inform the House that I've received 2 notices for an emergency debate concerning the same subject. I invite the honourable members for Calgary Skyview and Burnaby South to rise and make brief interventions. The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Burnaby South for also bringing this forward. As for Standing Order 52, I propose an emergency debate as per my urgent letter sent to you this morning on the concerning and ongoing interference by the Government of India in the lives of Canadians that were recently alleged by the RCMP. The RCMP have gathered clear and compelling evidence that agents of the Government of India have engaged in and continue to engage in activities that pose a significant threat to the safety of Canadians, including coercive behavior, extortion, and involvement in over a dozen threatening violent acts, including homicide, targeting the Sikh and South Asian Canadians. All Canadians deserve to live free from fear and intimidation, and many of our constituents are feeling unsafe and afraid. As parliamentarians, our foremost duty is to represent the voices and concerns of our constituents, ensuring that they are the heart of everything we do in this chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for approving this emergency debate on this important topic in advance. Thank you.
The member said in advance. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to request your consideration of an emergency debate on the issue of foreign interference, and very specifically the RCMP allegations of violence and chaos in our communities linked to the Indian government. A week ago, the RCMP revealed really chilling and disturbing information that Indian agents were engaged by foreign government diplomats, the Indian government diplomats, to engage in a campaign of terror in Canadian communities. This campaign included hiring and directing gang members to shoot at Canadian homes, to shoot at Canadian businesses, to extort Canadian businesses, to engage in car thefts and other criminal activities. The Prime Minister testified at the Hogue inquiry into foreign interference that there are a number of parliamentarians, both current and former, compromised by foreign powers, including India. Canadians have been killed on Canadian soil. Bullets have flown in Canadian communities. Businesses and business owners have been threatened. People have been killed. People have been extorted. This is something that makes all Canadians less safe. It is a responsibility of parliamentarians to take these allegations of crime and threats of violence against Canadians very seriously. It's also the responsibilities of members of this House to show a united front, to stand committed to denouncing the allegations of the Indian government's interference here in Canada, and to show a united front that together no one will suggest to the Indian government that there are people here that are willing to turn a blind eye to these acts of criminality. Given that, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to consider the letter that I sent you this morning and grant the emergency debate for today to debate this very serious matter.
Very good. I thank the honourable members for Burnaby South and for Calgary Skyview for their interventions. These requests meet the criteria, and I am prepared to grant an emergency debate regarding the RCMP's allegations concerning foreign interference from India. This debate will be held later today at the ordinary hour of adjournment. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Resuming consideration of a sub-amendment of Mr. Muse to a privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from Yellowhead has 20 minutes. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from coast to coast work hard every day. They wake up early, put in long hours, and make sacrifices to provide for their families. They play by the rules, pay their taxes, and trust that their government is looking out for them. They expect honesty, integrity, and accountability from those who hold public office. But over the past 9 years, that trust has been shaken. There's a growing sense that something isn't right in Ottawa, that this NDP Liberal government is more focused on helping themselves and their friends than on serving the people who put them in office. In my travels across Yellowhead, I've spoken with farmers, small business owners, parents, and seniors, and they're worried. They're seeing that their hard-earned tax dollars disappear into programs and projects that don't benefit them or their communities. They're struggling with rising costs, inadequate services, and a lack of support from those in government. They're asking me, what's happening in Ottawa? Who's looking out for us? They read headlines about scandals involving millions, even billions of dollars. They see reports of funds mismanaged, conflicts of interest ignored, and insiders getting ahead while hard-working Canadians fall behind. They wonder why their needs are overlooked while well-connected Liberals seem to have direct access to this government. The choices this NDP Liberal government has been making have real consequences for everyday Canadians. Choices that favour insiders and special interests over the needs of regular people. While families are struggling to make ends meet, the government is spending recklessly, often without proper oversight or accountability. Communities are facing challenges like underfunded services, lack of infrastructure, and insufficient support for those who need it most. Yet instead of addressing these issues, the government seems preoccupied with helping their friends and maintaining their own power. It's time to take a hard look at where our money is going and who is benefiting. Time to ask whether this is the kind of leadership Canadians deserve. Because at the end of the day, it's about fairness. It's about doing what's right. It's about ensuring that Canada remains a place where everyone has a fair shot and where our leaders are held to the highest standards. Canadians deserve a government that is transparent and accountable, a government that puts the interest of its citizens first, not the interest of a select few. As representatives elected by the people, it is our duty to hold the government to account, to shine a light on misconduct, and to demand better. We owe it to our constituents to fight for their interests, to be their voice in Ottawa, and to work tirelessly to restore their faith in our institutions. Today, I want to address these concerns. I want to talk about pressing issues affecting Canadians, the mismanagement and misplaced priorities, and the lack of accountability. Because Canadians deserve answers. They deserve to know that someone is standing up for them, challenging the status quo and working to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. Let's turn our attention to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, known as SDTC. This organization was established to foster innovation and support sustainable technology, noble goals that Canadians can stand behind. However, under the Liberal government, SDTC has become something far different. It's now being referred to as the Green Slush Fund for a good reason. Reports have surfaced revealing that over $300 million of taxpayers' money was involved in 180 cases of clear conflicts of interest with SDTC. That's $300 million that could have been invested in communities, healthcare, education, or infrastructure. Instead, it was funneled into ventures where decision-makers had personal stakes. This isn't just a minor oversight. It's a blatant misuse of public funds. What's more troubling is that Liberal ministers were aware of these conflicts and did nothing to stop them. They allowed this mismanagement to continue unchecked. A senior civil servant even described the situation as outright incompetence, pointing out that $123 million worth of contracts were awarded inappropriately. The Auditor General confirmed that the government's oversight was severely lacking, stating that the industry minister did not sufficiently monitor the contracts being handed out. This pattern is negligence and favoritism raises serious questions about who this government is really serving. While Canadians are forced to make hard choices every day to make ends meet, the Liberals seem more interested in enriching their insiders and friends. Imagine what $300 million could have done for our country. It could have funded sustainable projects that genuinely benefited Canadians, create jobs, or supported small businesses struggling in these tough times. Instead, it was used to line the pockets of a select few. The Green Slush Fund isn't an isolated incident. It's a symptom of a larger problem. A government that has lost touch with the people it's supposed to represent. Canadians are losing faith because they see a lack of integrity and accountability at the highest levels. We need to ask ourselves, is this acceptable? Should we stand by while public funds are misused and trust is eroded? The answer is a resounding no. It's time for transparency. It's time for accountability. And it's time for a government that puts Canadians first, not the interest of Liberal insiders. The Green Slush Fund is a stark reminder that we need change, a change that will restore integrity and ensure that taxpayer dollars are used responsibly. Canadians have witnessed a series of scandals that reveal a constant disregard for ethics, transparency, and accountability. Consider the We Charity affair. The government attempted to hand over nearly $1 billion to an organization with close personal ties to the Prime Minister's family. Members of his own family received significant sums in speaking fees from We Charity. Despite this clear conflict of interest, the Liberals moved forward without proper oversight or transparency. It was only after public outrage and media scrutiny that they reversed course. This wasn't an innocent mistake. It was a deliberate attempt to channel public funds to those within their inner circle. Even then, there's the SNC-Lavalin scandal. The Prime Minister's office was accused of pressuring the Attorney General to interfere in a criminal prosecution of a well-connected corporation. This led to the resignation of high-ranking officials who refused to compromise their principles. It exposed a government willing to undermine the rule of law to protect their friends. There is also the millions awarded in contracts to McKinsey without proper transparency or competitive bidding. At a time when Canadian businesses were struggling and could have benefited from government contracts, the Liberals chose to funnel money to a foreign firm with ties to their own party. This raises serious questions about their commitment to supporting Canadian enterprises and maintaining fair procurement practices. Mr. Speaker, these incidences aren't isolated. They form a clear pattern of behavior. The Liberals have repeatedly placed the interest of their friends and insiders above those of hard-working Canadians. These series of scandals reveals a government consistently sidetracked by its own ethical failings. Instead of dedicating their full attention to the pressing issues facing our nation, they are repeatedly caught up in controversies of their own making. This not only hampers their ability to govern effectively, but also diverts valuable time and resources away from addressing the needs of Canadians. Canadians deserve leadership that is focused and unwavering in its commitment to serve the public good. When the government's attention is consumed by managing scandals, critical issues like health care, economic recovery, and national security do not receive the full attention they require. This lack of dedicated focus hinders our progress as a nation and leaves many feeling neglected and unheard. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about politics. It's about principle. Canadians expect and deserve a government that operates with integrity, that is transparent in its actions, and that is accountable to the people it serves. The ongoing pattern of Liberal misconduct cannot be ignored or brushed aside. It's our duty to hold them accountable and to demand better on behalf of all Canadians. When government funds are mismanaged or siphoned off to benefit a select few, it's not just a matter of accounting. It's a direct hit to Canadians from all walks of life. The consequences of the Liberal government's actions are felt in every corner of our country, affecting families, workers, and communities who rely on responsible government their needs. Consider the challenges that Canadians are facing right now. The cost of living is rising, with families struggling to to afford basic necessities like groceries, housing, and childcare. Small businesses, the backbone of our economy, are fighting to keep their doors open amidst economic uncertainty. Our healthcare system is under strain with long wait times and limited resources impacting the well-being of our citizens. Millions of dollars are misallocated or lost to scandals like the Green Slush Fund. That's money that isn't available to address these pressing issues. Imagine what could be achieved if these funds were managed wisely and directed toward initiatives that empower Canadians. We could implement policies to make housing more affordable, allowing families currently priced out of the market to purchase their own homes and build a stable future. In healthcare, we could enhance patient care and reduce wait times by cutting red tape, improving efficiency, and encouraging innovation within the system. By supporting educational choices and opportunities, we could equip our children with the tools they need to succeed in a competitive world. Investing strategically in infrastructure, like repairing aging roads and bridges and improving connectivity in rural areas, would bolster our economy and create jobs, all while ensuring responsible use of taxpayer dollars. These are not complicated ideas. They are real needs that, if met, would significantly improve the quality of life for Canadians across the country. Moreover, the mismanagement of funds undermines the trust that citizens have in their government. When people see their hard-earned tax dollars being misused, it leads to frustration and disengagement. They begin to question whether their sacrifices are valued and whether their voices are heard. Seniors on fixed incomes worry about their pensions and access to health care. Parents wonder if their children will have the opportunity they had. Young people question whether they can afford to start a family or buy a home. These are the everyday concerns that should be at the forefront of government priorities. Instead, we're witnessing a pattern where the interests of liberal insiders take precedence. This isn't just about unfair, it's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve a government that puts their needs first. They deserve transparency, accountability, and assurance that public funds are being used to benefit the many, not the few. It's time to refocus on issues that matter most to Canadians: affordability and access to quality services and opportunities for a better future. We must commit to responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars, ensuring that every cent is directed toward making a positive difference in people's lives. That's the standard Canadians expect, and it's the standard they deserve. I want to take a moment to highlight a heartbreaking event that has deeply affected my community: the devastating wildfire in Jasper. This tragedy was not only the result of natural forces, but was made worse by government inaction and mismanagement, showing how misallocation of resources can have dire consequences. For years, experts warned about the risk of a catastrophic wildfire due to dead wood buildup and pine beetle infestation. Forestry professionals, local officials, and residents urged the government to take proactive measures, implementing proper forest management and investing in prevention. Yet these pleas were ignored as the Liberal government prioritized political optics over practical action. But the mismanagement didn't end there. After the wildfire wreaked havoc, destroying a third of Jasper, displacing thousands, and claiming the life of a brave firefighter, the government's response has been lacking. Recovery efforts have been slow and underfunded, leaving families without homes and businesses struggling to rebuild. Communities feel abandoned by those meant to serve them. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of dollars were funneled into scandals like the Green Slush Fund. Over $300 million lost to conflicts of interest and mismanagement. Funds that could have gone toward rebuilding Jasper, providing relief to affected families, and restoring vital infrastructure. It's disheartening that while our community was in crisis, resources that could have been offered relief were squandered elsewhere. That isn't about politicizing this tragedy. It's about misplaced priorities, a government more focused on its own interests than the urgent needs of its citizens. The people of Jasper are resilient, but shouldn't have to face these challenges alone. They deserve a government that stands with them, providing the support needed to rebuild and recover. Transparency and accountability in allocating public funds are essential, especially when those funds could alleviate suffering. This tragedy highlights the tangible cost of corruption and negligence, a stark reminder that decisions made in Ottawa have real consequences for communities. We must hold those responsible accountable and ensure that future funds are directed towards protecting and supporting Canadians, not lost to mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the people of Jasper and all Canadians deserve better. They deserve leadership that prioritizes their well-being and invests in their future. It's time to learn from this tragedy, reassess our priorities, and commit to responsible government that serves the interest of all. Canadians deserve a government that works for them, a government that is transparent, accountable, and committed to serving the best interests of all its citizens. It's clear that the current direction isn't meeting those expectations. We need to restore trust in our institutions and ensure that public funds are managed responsibly. That means ending the culture of mismanagement and entitlement. It means implementing proper oversight, enforcing ethical standards, and holding those in power accountable for their actions. As Conservatives, we are committed to putting Canadians first. We will prioritize the needs of everyday people and not insiders and special interests. We'll invest in our communities, support small businesses, and ensure that essential services are adequately funded. We'll take decisive action to protect our environment and prevent tragedies like the Jasper wildfire. Proper forest management and disaster preparedness will be top priorities, guided by expert advice and community involvement. It's time for a change that brings common sense back to government, respects taxpayers, and focuses on building a brighter future for all Canadians. Together, we can rebuild trust, restore integrity, and move forward toward a Canada where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government Housing.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member gave attention to the issue of past behaviour. And I think that we can learn a lot from past behaviour. Take a look in terms of Stephen Harper, when he is the only Prime Minister that's been held in contempt of Parliament, and his Parliamentary Secretary was their current leader of the Conservative Party today. Many of the issues that he talks about, take a look in terms of why it is Stephen Harper was held in contempt, and his current leader was the great defender of that contempt. My question to the member is, why, when we see the pattern continue today, where his leader doesn't believe he needs to have a security clearance, Mr. Speaker, that he doesn't feel that he has to be accountable as to why he might not necessarily qualify? And the question specific is, does the member have any sense of why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party today, for example, refuses to get the security clearance? Is it because he wouldn't qualify?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, I think the member is absolutely correct with the pattern that he's talking about with this Liberal government, how it's continually after one scandal, after another scandal, after another scandal. And then what does the Prime Minister do last week? Wow, he blows the doors wide open and says, I think there's been some corruption here and foreign interference, and it's coming from the Conservatives, but I'm not going to release names. You know why he's not willing to release names? because there are no Conservatives. That's the real issue that's going on. Just release the names. That's what Canadians want to hear already. Which MPs or senators have been involved in foreign interference already? Release the names.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to hear the member talking about awarding federal funds and transparency. In my community, the Anmore Hub building was awarded $1.5 million of ISIP funding. And there are reports in the community that kickbacks might have gone to the mayor and council. Now the federal government offers no oversight to such corruption. With the needs for even more community infrastructure investments in the future, do the Conservatives agree that more oversight is needed on these funds as well?
Good question. Good question.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the question to the honourable member. And I'm not disputing that we need to have oversight, but I'm not certain if it was federal funding or provincial funding, because if it's provincial, then it definitely, is underneath municipal affairs. But anytime we're giving public funds, we need to make sure they are managed properly and allocated properly. So in order to have oversight is actually a given, and we should always do that properly anytime we're dealing with public funds.
Questions and comments? The Member from Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, one of the things I ascertain about this Liberal government is absolutely how incompetent it is as a government. As a matter of fact, I think it quite clearly could be the most incompetent government in the history of Canada, whether it's spending money. Well, let's just do a quick list, and I'll talk about it more a little bit later. The Winnipeg Labs, where they actually hired Chinese spies, of all places, and let them FedEx and Canada Post back viruses back to China, and they wouldn't talk about it in Parliament. The same issue we got going on here. We're asking for documentations like we did back then, and what did they do? They stalled, and then they called an election, where we actually brought someone to the bar over here that went over 100 years, an unelected person. So this seems like deja vu to me. And the honourable member mentioned Jasper and what a gong show it was for this government and what they did, how they handled it. It was completely shameful. Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, how is it this government is the most incompetent government in the history of this country?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the great speech here that my honourable member had just talked about. And it is very true that I get so many times I'm out in the community and people just start saying, where is my money going? How is it being wasted once again when it goes to government in Ottawa? And that's what the biggest problem is people are really questioning that this is the government that has outspent more governments or the single government in the last 150-some years, more than every other government in all of Canadian history. So is it any surprise that there's scandals happening? People are questioning, like, where did a couple million going? And I'm saying $1 million is nothing anymore with this government. It's even $1 billion of wasted money is nothing anymore. We're at the tens of billions of dollars of where it's going. That's what Canadians want to know. Where is all this money going, and how is it that other Canadians are getting rich and that we are suffering and paying for this and losing our jobs and homes over this kind of government?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I just couldn't help myself, Mr. Speaker, when I heard a few moments ago the member go, release the names. I feel as though he spent too much time reading the memes that his party is creating in the back room back there. Does this member not know? I mean, he's a sitting member of Parliament, okay? Does he not know that it would be illegal for anybody to release the names? Yet he comes in here and he says, and he makes comments like this as though it's actually possible. But guess what? Somebody can have the names, Mr. Speaker. That's the leader of the opposition. And all he needs to do is complete a security clearance. So the question is, from the parliamentary secretary a few moments ago, why won't the leader of the opposition get his security clearance? Is he worried that he might fail it and he might not be given the clearance? Is there something in his history that is preventing him from actually getting the security clearance? That's what we want to know. So could the member not recite memes and rather just actually inform us why the leader of the opposition will not get a security clearance?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for the honourable member to stand here and say that, you know, I just had to stand up. I just couldn't stand this anymore. Come on, really? This is what you do on a daily basis. Anyway, it's almost laughable at what the member has brought forward. Isn't that funny, though, how just last week the Prime Minister went and stated that there's been foreign interference and I know where it's coming from, but you know what? I can't say. Actually, under the legislation, the Prime Minister has the authority to say, and then we could actually find out who these people are. If you truly want to find out how foreign interference is affecting Canadians, then let the Prime Minister release the names and let them be judged accordingly.
Bring him to order. Order. You know, while their little banter is always okay, a lot of yelling is just not. So let's just keep the level down. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the topic of affordability in Alberta, QP Local 3550, representing over 4,000 educational assistants that make just $27,000 annually, are fighting for better wages. They're fighting for better work conditions, and they're fighting so that they can actually have a work-life balance. This is an incredibly important issue that we're seeing almost 4,000 EAs prepared to strike in Alberta on Thursday for better wages. But the problem of all this is the fact that the province has instituted a 2.5% cap on their wages, which is increasing their wages to nearly nothing. Would this member agree that the most important part of getting good, powerful paychecks is actually supporting powerful unions?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not certain how this is a federal issue, but I guess I'll answer the fact that everybody that's working deserves to have a fair and equitable wage to make sure that they have a living. And one of the biggest problems that we've been dealing with here in Canada is actually our cost of living continually escalating year after year. Actually, I wished it was year. It's almost month after month already that people keep going to the grocery store and they can't believe how quickly the prices of everything continually keep rising. So definitely, I think we need to get rid of this government already, have an election so we can get some common sense back into this Canadian economy so we can have a standard of living that everyone wants to live by.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find interesting about this debate is that the Liberals admitted a long time ago that money was stolen. That's when they shut down the SDTC because of it. And all we're asking is that they turn over of this theft to the RCMP. So what I want to ask my colleague is, when his constituents tell him, now, what the Liberals want to do is refer this to committee, but when I want to ask my honourable colleague, when his constituents tell him that they've been stolen from, is his advice to them to call a committee or to call the police?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his great question, and he's absolutely right. What do you want to do in government, and I don't care what level, is study it to death, not get any answers, and that's exactly what this Liberal government is trying to do. Let's take it to committee so we can study it to death. What we're saying is, no, let's go to the RCMP. They are the law in Canada, and they can deal with it properly, but what are they doing? Hiding behind government priorities or policies once again, instead of actually getting the truth, what Canadians want to hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise in this House and to speak to the important issues of the day. However, in this case, there is a sad irony in that opposition members are using that privilege not to promote or oppose legislation for the betterment of Canadians, but rather we're being forced to defend those privileges on behalf of Canadians we represent and against the stonewalling government across the way. Last week, the editorial board of the Globe and Mail wrote, "The Liberals' naked disdain for Parliament, and by extension Canadians, is showing." This Liberal government that had such a profound disrespect for Canadians and for the long-held traditions of this place that they are choosing to defy not only the opposition, but you, Mr. Speaker, and worst of all, Canadians themselves, and deserve to know the truth. There's so much rot at the core of this government. This defaults towards secrecy and cover. Their antipathy towards law enforcement and this pattern of profound disrespect towards the people of Canada are all ingrained traits in this government and this failed, and we can only lead to believe, corrupt Prime Minister, who has been the catalyst for a culture of cronyism, corruption, and cover-ups. Because this is nothing new. We're here today, as we've been for the last 2 weeks, debating the undebatable. The Auditor General has found that Sustainable Development and Technology Canada appointed Liberals to run the program, who turned around and gave $400 million of taxpayers' money, the Canadian people's money, to their own companies. The Auditor General found a whopping 186 separate conflicts of interest. And rather than comply with your ruling, Mr. Speaker, to produce documents related to the massive scam, they are choosing to hold up the business of this House indefinitely as they scramble to once again cover up their tracks. Because, and you may not be aware of this, Mr. Speaker, because this isn't the first time this government has been accused of unethical behavior. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. And this isn't the first time that this government has defied Parliament and defied the chair or the speaker and even stonewalled the police in an attempt to cover up their sordid deeds. In fact, as I was preparing for this speech, I was searching in my emails and I typed in the keywords refusal to hand over documents. And what popped up wasn't the SDTC, which we're debating today, but another incident from back in 2021, when this government allowed Chinese spies from Beijing, Beijing-sponsored scientists with ties to the Chinese military and bioweapons program, to access our top clearance national microbiology lab in Winnipeg. In fact, the lead scientist, Dr. Kui, at the same time she was working in our top security level 4 lab, she was flying back and forth to China for meetings in Beijing and helping Beijing set up their very own level 4 lab in Wuhan. Are you serious? At the time, the former speaker ruled this government, his own party, to have violated parliamentary privilege and to be in contempt of Parliament when they refused to produce the documents related to this improper transfer of deadly Ebola and Hendra virus samples from Winnipeg to Wuhan. We still don't just know how serious a leak that was, because again, this House, through your predecessor, ordered the government to hand over the documents, and this government refused. They sought to cover up the truth of what happened, not on the grounds of national security, but for political reasons, because they were trying to protect the Prime Minister, who had failed so spectacularly to keep Canadians safe. The same Prime Minister who refused to hand over documents to the RCMP in yet another case. Back in 2019, when it came to light that the Prime Minister had pressured and bullied the Attorney General of Canada to give SNC-Lavalin, who ironically were also facing corruption charges, a sweetheart deal to drop the charges so as not to negatively affect the Liberals' political fortunes in Quebec. She refused, and he fired her, kicked her out of cabinet, and eventually out of the Liberal Party. Clearly, there is no place for truth-telling and standing on principle in today's Liberal Party, especially when it comes to standing up to this Prime Minister. And you know the worst part of that affair? All of these members on the other side who were there, all of these honorable ministers, they all backed the Prime Minister. In fact, at the time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, then the Minister of Tourism, called what Jody Wilson-Raybould had done fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. Telling the truth. How morally backwards do you need to be to look at that situation and say that the Attorney General of Canada upheld the law and that she should be shamed? That minister has been touted as a future leader of the Liberal Party. Well, she certainly seems to fit into the mold. Speaking of backwards, you may have perhaps recalled the same week we had in this House about 50 young women as part of a delegation of Daughters of the Vote, a youth leadership movement, who turned their backs on the Prime Minister in protest to the delegation. Jody Wilson-Raybould and the one woman in Cabinet who had the courage of her convictions and moral clarity to support her, Dr. Jane Philpott, were treated shamefully by their colleagues in this, within this corrupt government. But to bring it back to this point, of the documents that we're discussing today. The government was ordered and refused to hand over documents. In fact, so desperate was this government to cover up the misdeeds of the Prime Minister, they not only withheld documents from this House, they withheld documents from the Ethics Commissioner. In his 2019 report, Commissioner Mario Dion writes, "I was unable to fully discharge my investigatory duties." And as we learned later that year, they also refused to turn over the documents to the RCMP. Documents released by the Democracy Watch via Access to Information show that the PMO, the Prime Minister's office, refused to hand over documents to the RCMP investigating the Prime Minister. I'm really not sure what's worse here. The fact that the PM, the Prime Minister, who so clearly believes he's above the law, stonewalled the RCMP and got away with it, or the fact that the RCMP under the disastrous former Commissioner Brenda Lucki let him get away with it. Section 139, subsection 2 of the Criminal Code of Canada states it is a criminal offence to obstruct, pervert, or defeat the course of justice. In attempting to get the Attorney General to change her mind by attempting to convince the highest-ranking prosecutor in the land to drop a criminal case for political reasons, it certainly appears that the Prime Minister and his staff were trying to obstruct justice. In fact, if you look at the RCMP report, you can basically paraphrase it as follows. We didn't look at all the evidence because we couldn't get the evidence, because they wouldn't give us the evidence, but it's probably just as well. Well, that's shocking. And then we have the ArriveCan app scam. An app that should have cost $80,000 ballooned to $60 million. The RCMP again opened criminal investigations into the actions of its Liberal government. 13 of them at the last count, Mr. Speaker, 13 separate investigations. There are allegations of identity theft, fraudulent forged resumes, contractual theft, fraudulent billing, price fixing, collusion, all with senior bureaucrats in and appointed by this government. We could talk about the We Charity, nearly $1 billion handed over to an organization that paid nearly $500,000 to the Prime Minister's family and for a lavish vacation for the then Finance Minister. And just on a side note, the Finance Minister did repay the monies that he had been given for his vacation, or the cost of the vacation. And we could talk then about how COVID contracts, hundreds of millions of dollars, were handed out to Liberal cronies who got richer while Canadians had to suffer. We all remember the $237 million given to Baylis Medical, run by former Liberal donor and Member of Parliament Frank Baylis. Baylis donated tens of thousands of dollars to the Liberals, and man, did he ever get a return on that investment. $237 million contract to produce 10,000 ventilators, which would normally cost about $13,700. He billed the Canadian government $23,750 a ventilator. If you do the math, Mr. Speaker, that's $100 million of profit, over and above a normal profit. And then another $422,000 from the Department of Industry, the same department at the heart of the Green Slush Fund. Frank Baylis, who, by the way, has also expressed an interest in recent days in running to replace the Prime Minister. Wow. And then there's the $84 million given to MCAP, the mortgage brokerage firm that employed the husband of Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. Hundreds of millions of dollars from that period remain unaccounted for. By the way, can I just pause here and note the Liberal sponsorship scandal that brought down the last Liberal government was a mere $2 million. We know that taxes are up, we know costs are up, and now we know that scandals are up. It's not $2 million anymore, it's billions of dollars that we're talking about here. I guess Liberal inflation is even affecting scandals. Everything is either broken or more expensive under this Prime Minister. At the time, even the CBC called them out for it. And you know it's got to be bad for the Liberals when the radical ideologues and propagandists at the CBC are willing to bite the hand that feeds them. In the case of this government, generously feeds them, and then criticize that government. December the 7th, 2020, an aptly named series called The Big Spend started as follows, and the quote coming out of that is, the Prime Minister's government won't say who got billions of dollars in aid. While some payments have been revealed, the destination of billions of dollars in aid remains secret. And then she goes on to note with some irony that this Prime Minister ran on a promise of openness and transparency, a promise like so many that he has broken. Sunny ways, sunshine is the best medication, isn't it? It used to be blackface. Now it's black ink on the scores of documents that this Prime Minister seeks to hide from Parliament, from the authorities, and from Canadians. Every time they and their cronies get caught breaking the rules, they cover up and refuse to tell Canadians the truth. And now here we go again. Another scandal, more Liberal cronyism and corruption, another more blacked out documents, more stonewalling. Well, what happened? The Liberals created a $1 billion slush fund for funding so-called green technology projects and programs. They appointed Liberal insiders to run the program. But instead of helping Canadians, we know they were busy helping themselves. Just like the ArriveCan, just like their crony COVID spending, Liberals helping Liberals get rich off the backs of struggling Canadians. Just like ArriveCan and SNC-Lavalin, the RCMP is investigating corruption in this government. True to form, as with previous investigations, the Liberals are blocking the RCMP from getting the documents they need to determine who in this government broke the law. Well, like the Prime Minister and 5 of his ministers before, the Liberals handpicked Chair of the Liberals' $1 billion green slush fund, Annette Verschuren, broke the law. Canada's Ethics Commissioner has ruled that she violated Section 6, subsection 1 and 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act, finding that her actions furthered her private interests. To make matters worse, the Minister of Industry was warned of Verschuren's glaring conflict of interest, but allowed her to keep her position until she was forced to resign. She only did this after being exposed for wasting Canadian taxpayers' dollars on projects that benefited her financially. On top of this, the Auditor General also found that over $330 million in taxpayer money was paid out in 186 cases where a conflict of interest was deemed, with a Liberal appointed director funneling money to companies they owned, including Verschuren's. $59 million was given to ineligible projects that never should have been awarded any money at all. This is no small scandal, Mr. Speaker. This is a big deal. When this came to light, Conservatives took actions. Our job is to hold the government accountable, and that's what we are seeking to do with this privilege motion and this debate. Back in June, all parties, with the exception of the Liberals, voted in favor of a motion requiring the government to produce documents related to the mass corruption of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And by the way, it should be noted that the government doesn't deny any of these allegations, and that's what makes this so much worse. They actually admit to the wrongdoing, but they're still engaging in a cover-up. This House, a majority of the members of Parliament, the people's democratically elected representatives, demanded on behalf of Canadians that these documents be turned over. And rather than comply, the government handed over redacted documents, or in some cases refused to produce documents entirely. The rules of parliamentary privilege are clear. The House has the authority, very broad powers, to request whatever documents it wants. And it is up to this House to determine if those requests have been met to our satisfaction. And the House has determined that they have not. And so we sit here, day after day, asserting the moral right of this House on behalf of Canadians who sent us here and those who sent the government here, who the government has abandoned. The Canadians whose money and trust they have treated with such carelessness and disdain. And we demand answers. We demand accountability. Another scandal, criminal in its nature. $400 million worth of conflicts of interest. The same model, the same players, the same refrain of denials and distractions from the government benches. It's just sad. And the saddest part of all is that we'll probably be here again. Not sure if it'll be the $10 billion conflict of interest they're setting up with Mark Carney. Maybe the real Randy will finally stand up. Maybe the Prime Minister will finally tell us the truth about China. I don't know. But I do know, as long as these Liberals are in power, we'll be back here again soon, doing something very similar as to what we're doing right now. The latest scandal has paralyzed the House of Commons from being able to deal with the issues that families are facing right here in Canada, right here in Ottawa, like the cost of living, food inflation, and the crime and the chaos that are rampant in our streets. We know that everything's up, Mr. Speaker. My residents in Provencher, my constituents in Provencher, they know it. They talk to me about how their taxes are up. They talk to me about how all the costs of everything that they have to buy is up. They talk to me about their crime is up, especially rural crime. And then they add on, and I think the Liberals' time is up too. And I can't disagree with them. I have to agree with them. I think too, they've exceeded their shelf life, and their best before date has come and gone if there ever even was one. So as a result of this government's entitled attitude towards accountability, we have crime and chaos in government. And it's not so much the gravity of what they've done as much as the artlessness, the utter brazenness, the regularity of, and the apathy towards their misdeeds that has even the most jaded Canadians scratching their heads in disbelief. What started with a simple flouting of ethics rules for the Prime Minister with his taxpayer-funded vacation to a lobbyist's private island, for which he received the dubious distinction of being the only sitting Prime Minister in Canadian history to be found guilty of violating ethics laws, quickly unfolded a pattern of cronyism, corruption, and cover-ups, ethical violations by the Prime Minister and his ministers and others in their government that is unprecedented in the history of Canadian politics. You know, there's a saying, Mr. Speaker, and I read it again just recently, anyone that can be trusted with a little will be trusted with a lot. And we've seen that over and over again in this Liberal government. You want to give them trust because we as members of Parliament know how important trust is. We expect our constituents to place their trust in us, that we are going to bring their cares and concerns to this Parliament, to this House, to debate vigorously, to defend them, to defend their rights, to uphold the integrity of this place. And we do that day after day after day. And they expect that of us. And we know that that trust that they place on us is not something that we can take for granted, because trust can be broken. And when trust is broken, it's very, very difficult to repair. But if we can be trusted in the little things, these big things that we're talking about today wouldn't even be an issue here, because we know that that trust would carry on even to the big things. So we know that after 9 years, this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, not worth the crime, not worth the corruption. Only common sense Conservatives are standing up for Canadian families, and only Conservatives will end the Liberal culture of cronyism, cover-up, and corruption. The Liberals must end their cover-up, hand over the documents to the RCMP so that Parliament can get back to working for the Canadians that sent us here. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back on one of my friend's colleagues that stood up and talked about past behavior. You know, and there's an interesting book that's out, and it lists literally 70 abuses of power, corruption, and you name it, with Stephen Harper. And I quickly go through it, and it misses one of the largest ones, the ETS scandal, a $400 million scandal. So I don't even think we've documented all the problems with Stephen Harper. Now, why is that relevant? Because the point person for Stephen Harper is today's leader of the Conservative Party. So if you reflect on behavior from the past, members of the Conservative Party need to look in the mirror and start asking questions of their Conservative leader, such as, why don't you have the guts to get a security clearance? What are you hiding? Is there something about the leaders of the Conservative Party's past that would not allow him to get the security clearance? Is that not a valid question? And shouldn't Canadians have an answer to that?
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Winnipeg North for that question. I've heard him ask that question over and over and over and over and over and over again today. And I think what he's missing, Mr. Speaker, is that's not what we're debating today. We're debating the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation's refusal to hand over the documents that the RCMP has requested to investigate the corruption in this Liberal Party. And it starts with the Prime Minister and his orders to his people. It starts with the Prime Minister's office and their appointments to a corporation like that. And that's where it starts. That's what we're investigating here today. That's what we're not investigating it, actually. We're debating it today. And we're saying, produce the documents so Parliament can get back to work. Produce the documents. Let the RCMP look at it. If there's nothing to hide, let the sunshine in.
Yes. Yeah.
Comments? You'll remember for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I have to say it's been 3 weeks of Conservative filibustering their own motion, debating with the Liberals who's more scandalous. When we have serious things that are happening right now, including foreign interference, the leader of the Conservative Party who refuses to get a security clearance, pointing fingers, and I'm wondering if my honourable colleague from Provencher, I'm a Manitoban and I know Manitobans are really struggling right now. The honourable member from Provencher who voted against a guaranteed livable basic income, voted against a school meal program, voted against pharmacare, voted against dental care. They're talking about Canadians are struggling. I always hear them talk about food banks. And now they're heckling me, calling me a socialist for trying to help people with the cost of living. I'm wondering if my colleague's ready to get back to work or if he's going to keep playing partisan games on the backs of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for giving me this opportunity to respond to her. She asked the same question that the member from Winnipeg North did, and I think she thinks she's in a different debate here than what she is. But I will tell her this one thing. She talks about her constituents. And inside of her constituency is an organization run by my good friend Kent Duick, who has passed away. It's called Inner City Youth Alive. And for 25 years, he's worked with the youth in her riding to bring them hope and healing from addiction and drugs. And he this last weekend received an award from Scott Gillingham, the mayor of the city of Winnipeg, for the good work that he's doing in her riding, which she should be doing, and she's not. She's not freeing them. There was also another organization in her riding run by Steve Polson, and that's called Adult and Teen Challenge, and I visited that in her riding, and they deal with individuals struggling with addictions to substances, alcohol and drugs and crime, and they're helping these individuals out of that lifestyle and to get a job and to be productive, contributing members of society. That's what's happening in her riding. She has nothing to do with that.
Then comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Canadians have lived this nightmare before, this nightmare on Wellington Street. We had the situation where we had 2 doctors at the level 4 laboratory in Winnipeg take deadly viruses over to Wuhan, China, and then in 2019 they were arrested. By the time 2020 rolled around and 2021, we finally had enough to establish that we needed the production of documents then. And at that point in time, this government also refused to provide the documents. They went so far as to sue the Speaker of the House. And then what happened after that? They called an election to get out of it. Why don't you call a carbon tax election now?
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what a fantastic question is that the member from Pembroke-Nipissing, Renfrew Pembroke-Nipissing asked, because that really is the question. That really is the question. Why not just call the carbon tax election? We'll let Canadians decide if they trust these Liberals anymore, or whether they want a total reset and put Conservatives back in place. A party that they can trust, a party with integrity, a party that gives them hope, and that offers them that they can take home powerful paychecks that will provide for a affordable house and affordable fuel and affordable housing. Let's have a carbon tax election, Mr.
And comment, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is like such a joke, the way that Conservatives are going on and on and on for days and weeks at this point. You know, earlier the question was asked of why this is going on. Why not let it go to committee? And a Conservative got up and said, well, we can't let it go to committee because things will just get buried at committee. Do they even understand what they're debating? We're literally debating a motion to send this to committee. You can't say that you want to debate this and not expect an end result at some point or another. The whole point is to send it to committee, but yet they're, by their own admission earlier today, intentionally keeping it here in the House so that it doesn't go to committee. So when the House Leader and other people say that Conservatives and the NDP are saying Conservatives are just filibustering their own motion, they're absolutely correct. That's exactly what they're doing, and that's all that they're doing.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member from Kingston and the Islands. It's not hard to remember that constituency name. And I want to thank him for the question because he's asking for clarification as to why we're here today. So why are we here today debating this?
Good question.
Because we have asked that the SDTC, the Prime Minister, the PMO, the Liberal government, call it whatever you want, hand over unredacted documents as to the origin and destination of the $400 million that the Auditor General has identified were misappropriated. We want unredacted documents handed over to the RCMP. It's that simple. If you've got nothing to hide, just let the sun shine in.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And the member in his speech, he brought out the brazenness of this. And that was an interesting observation on how we have this issue of scandal after scandal after scandal, violations of elected members over and over again. He brought up the Winnipeg Labs. He brought up much from the 42nd Parliament as well. But it's almost, Mr. Speaker, like they're just trolling us now. They don't care even anymore that they are their insiders are voting to give themselves money, insider dealings at SDTC, and we have voted for, this House has voted to release the documents, and yes, we are debating a motion to send it to committee, but they don't need to do that. They could just release the documents, and then we could move on to the next scandal over the two Randys. So does he have any comment on the brazenness of the conflicts of interest that occur under this government?
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge for that question, because it is something that I talked about in my speech. I talked about the brazenness and just the callousness by which this Liberal government operates, in particular the PMO and the Prime Minister. And you know, I think it's like with anything else, Mr. Speaker, it starts off small. It started off with accepting a free vacation to the Aga Khan's Island. So it started off with something small, and then it grew. It's like a drug addict who starts off small. You know, they start off with marijuana, which is something that this government, coupled together with the NDP, promoted and legalized. Starts off with NDP, but you can talk to most drug users. It almost always starts with marijuana, but it never ends there. Then it advances to cocaine and to heroin and all these other very harmful drugs, the opioids. And I think after a while you become numb. And I think that's what's happened to these Liberals. They've started out with small little scandals, and they've numbed their consciences. They've seared their consciences that they're not even capable of feeling guilt and remorse anymore. And it's so sad, Mr. Speaker, because there's hope for everybody, and I think there's hope for the Liberals too. Just let the sun shine. Let the sun shine in and come clean.
I just wanted to say, I just realized, you know, after 5 hours of sitting here, that it's actually the anniversary, the 5th year anniversary of the class of 2019. I see a number of faces here, so I just wanted to say happy anniversary to the class of 2019. Resuming debate, the Honourable Deputy House Leader, member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank I want to thank the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge for just pointing out moments ago what the Conservatives are actually doing. You heard him here himself. He said it moments ago. He said, we just want to keep debating this until the Liberals cave to our demands. So he just said what we have been accusing them all along, which is filibustering to filibuster their own motion. See, this is not about doing anything that's actually in the interest of Canadians. This is not about sending this issue to committee to be studied, which is what the motion is actually about. This is just about Conservatives trying to fill up the airtime to prevent anything else in this House from happening. You know, after 3 weeks, it had to eventually happen after 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, one of them was eventually going to slip and reveal the reason for why they're doing this. And I would encourage people, folks watching this at home or people that want to review Hansard, go back and look at what the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge said. He admitted they don't want this to go to committee. All they want is for the government to concede or to the government to deliver on what they're asking for. But that's not what this motion is about. This motion of privilege is about taking this issue and sending it to committee so that the committee can do its work, send it back to this House so that the House can vote on it again. And the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge knows that. Every single Conservative here knows that. But instead, what they're doing is they're intentionally trying to filibuster this place. And they're doing it all, Mr. Speaker, all of it at the expense of getting actual work done for Canadians. So I don't have a lot to say on this. I've quite enjoyed watching Conservative after Conservative after Conservative get up and ramble on these speeches that are written by somebody in probably a basement room around here, somebody. Some of them I recognize probably haven't even read it once before they read it. You can tell by the way it's written that they're all written by the exact same person. So I want to let them continue doing that. But I do just want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge for finally admitting to this House what it is that Conservatives are doing and how they are purposely trying to filibuster and delay this place so that we can't do work on behalf of Canadians. He was honest about it. He said it in his question. I know he's going to want to try to ask me a question when it's time, but the reality is that there's nothing that he can say that is going to reverse what he already admitted, which is what their tactic on this whole thing has been.
So questions and comments, 10 minutes worth. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously he didn't listen to my speech this morning where I actually expanded on the topic of the nature of this debate quite extensively. And he is also taking enormous liberty with what I had said on the record. He can maybe go back and to Hansard and look at what I actually said if he would like. But the point is, given the choice between sending this motion to committee to study the issue of this government's contempt of Parliament, they could just end their contempt of Parliament and table the documents. So indeed, if members that are elected in this place want to debate this, as he is, then they're welcome to do so. When that debate is exhausted, we will go to committee, unless they table the documents.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I didn't have to listen to his speech this morning, Mr. Speaker, because I've listened to the same speech over and over and over, written by the same person somewhere in a basement operating on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada. But I do want to thank the member for just doubling down on what I already called him out on. He basically just said it again. We're only debating this because we only have to debate this, and it would just go away if the Liberals would actually deliver on what we're requesting of them. That's what he just said. Right. So by his own admission, not once, but twice now, he's doing exactly what we're accusing him of doing, which is intentionally filibustering this place, preventing us from doing any work whatsoever, just so they can keep up the charade of trying to make it look like they're doing something meaningful, when really they have an ulterior motive, which is just to completely put this place in a position of being unable to get anything done.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Terr, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize when we talk about the original motion, it's to say that it goes to a standing committee of procedures and House Affairs. That's the actual original motion. The reason for that is because the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and other stakeholders have said the Conservative game, the tactic that they're playing, is wrong. It's questionable, and it shouldn't be done. It's an abuse of power. All of that is what's being implied. The Conservatives, on the other hand, they moved this motion to have it to go to committee, and then when they ran out of speakers, they move an amendment, and now we're talking to an amendment to an amendment. Why? Because of what the member is actually talking about. The Conservatives have not put the Canadians' interests in their hearts. What they put in their hearts is just the Conservative Party of Canada, nothing else.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
He's absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard Conservatives say it today. When there's a problem, you call in the police. Yeah, of course you call in the police, but you let the police do their own work. I asked my former prosecutors, who I know are sitting in this House right now, is it the job of the public to do the work for the police? Is it the job of this House to do the work for the RCMP? No, of course not. The RCMP have the tools necessary to get the information that they want. When and if they decide they want that information, they will know how to get it. They don't need this House to somehow inform them of how to get evidence or what evidence they should be getting. What they need to do, what the Conservatives need to do, is listen to the RCMP, listen to your ruling, listen to just about every expert on this who have said, guys, there's a constitutional way to do this. That involves the RCMP actually doing their work. We don't need to step outside of the Constitution for the RCMP to be effective at what they're doing.
That's right.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, and I like that lots of people asking questions. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I guess we'll just let the record show that this member believes that if other members of this House of Commons who are elected and wish to debate this motion, that is somehow, that there's something horribly wrong with that, and that these members should be silenced in order for this to be dealt with before debate has been exhausted.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
You know it's really stung when he's had to get up 3 times to debate me on this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Calgary, Scarborough Guildwood.
Thank you,
I almost had the Scarborough.
I wanted to track back on the point about how the RCMP gathers evidence, and particularly the issue of tainting of evidence, and particularly the issue that if in fact the Conservatives have their way, that the prosecution of this entire case will be compromised, and because the evidence will have been obtained in improper fashion. So simple legal procedure, which doesn't seem to be understood by the other side, is that if they proceed in the fashion that they intend to, then the entire prosecution, if there is one, will be compromised.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Do you know what I find most alarming about what I just heard there? Was a member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, a former prosecutor, who was heckling, how, when the member from Scarborough was trying to inform people about why it might be improperly gathered evidence. And he's absolutely correct. But we don't need to take this from the member from Scarborough or from myself. Listen to the RCMP who are saying that. Listen to your ruling, Mr. Speaker, who are saying that. Listen to the countless experts who are saying the exact same thing. They're saying, we have an opportunity to get this information. We know how to collect evidence. We don't need Parliament telling us how to collect evidence or what evidence we should be gathering. The RCMP is very capable, Mr. Speaker, of doing their job. They know what to do, how to do it, and are very effective at it. They certainly don't need the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou or the member from Rocky Ridge or the entire Conservative caucus leading the investigation for them. They know what they're doing, and I have great confidence in them, and I hope my Conservative colleagues would feel the same way.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I'm really glad to see that the member from Kingston and the Islands has really got his gusto back after his 2-week hiatus given the whole Canada thing. Be that as it may, I'm wondering, could he tell us what charter rights are engaged, given that he's come into this place and told us how the law works? I'm curious, what charter rights are engaged and how would they impact a potential prosecution? Just the charter section numbers, please.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, see, this is the problem with Conservatives. This is what they're continually doing. I don't have to.
Order. Let the Honourable Deputy House Leader respond.
I don't have to cite specific charter references to be able to agree with you. Yeah, do I know the exact number? Of course not. But what I have been listening to, Mr. Speaker, is I've been listening to the RCMP. I've been listening to and reading your ruling. I've been listening to the experts who have very clearly said that. So I would, through you, Mr. Speaker, I apologize profusely to the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou that I just don't believe him, and that I would rather take the word of the RCMP, and I would rather listen to the experts, and I would rather listen to you and the countless legal advice that you received in making a ruling.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
And I wonder if the member for Kingston and the Islands, if you recognize he's just totally off the mark, and he's puffing and trying to blame the Conservatives, when really it's your ruling saying that the documents need to be produced. My question is this: are they planning on taking you, Mr. Speaker, to court as they did previously to the other speaker who ruled against them?
Deputy House Leader.
It is your ruling. And what you said in your ruling, Mr. Speaker, was you said that this was unprecedented, but that you agreed that it should go to PROC and allow PROC to determine the best way to deal with it. That's what your ruling said. I love how the member shared the sentences or half sentences that he wants to use in here today, but the reality is that for him to come in here and say that it's your ruling, we're just listening to you, Mr. Speaker, is completely ludicrous, because what they're actually doing is ignoring the majority of the direction that you've given in your ruling.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. I appreciate it. It's always an honour to rise in this place and speak on behalf of the constituents of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. Unfortunately, rather than speaking about something fantastic that this government may be doing to better Canadians, we're here to discuss yet another scandal. Yes, you heard me right, Speaker, another Liberal scandal. More corruption regarding the gross misappropriation of taxpayer funds with the typical response: cover it up. Nothing to see here. That's what we're doing. So I know with all the Liberal scandals that have been going on, it's hard to keep track of everything. So let me clarify. What I want to talk about today is the Auditor General's findings. The Liberal insiders at Sustainable Development Technology Canada, referred to as SDTC, or as I would refer to it as the Green Slush Fund, gave nearly $400 million in tax dollars to their own companies with over 186 conflicts of interest, all at a time when Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. SDTC was a federal foundation which was supposed to support small and medium-sized businesses in the clean tech sector by funding projects that work to develop technology that benefits the environment. Now, the Liberal-appointed board, the members of that board, violated conflict of interest laws in turning this Green Slush Fund into a Green Slush Fund for the Liberal elites. Now, on June the 10th, a Conservative motion was adopted by the House calling for all documents relating to the Green Slush Fund to be tabled within 30 days and eventually turned over to the RCMP. Now, thankfully, the motion was passed despite the Liberals voting against it, another desperate attempt to cover up. The Liberals responded to this motion on July 17th, August 21st, and September 16th, but tabling only portions and partial disclosures, owing either to redactions or the withholding of documents. In other instances, the House order was met with complete refusal by those departments. According to the Speaker's ruling, the law clerk reported back to the Speaker that the Liberals had not complied with the House order but a stipulated deadline of 30 days following the adoption of the motion. Now, in response to the Liberals' refusal to disclose the documents, the House Leader for our Conservative opposition raised the question of privilege, arguing that Parliament's powers to order the production of documents should be absolute, and the government cannot disregard this binding order. As parliamentarians, we have a right to ask for any documents to be produced which are necessary for us to fulfill our duties to Canadians. Therefore, on September the 26th, the Speaker ruled that the Liberals' failure to produce documents relating to the Green Slush Fund scandal constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege. As such, all debates are suspended until this matter is resolved. That was going on to 4 weeks ago. If parliamentarians do not have the rights and freedoms necessary to do their jobs, Parliament is paralyzed as it is now. But this government seems okay with wasting taxpayer money and government time. To quote a portion of the Speaker's ruling, and I quote, "The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties." And it goes on, "The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has not been fully complied with." End of quote. And yet, another desperate attempt to obstruct the investigation. The Liberals have made the argument that since this motion calls for documents to be turned over to the RCMP, the motion would be inadmissible or out of order. The Speaker ruled that he did agree, and I quote, "It is indeed unusual and novel and unprecedented for the House to order documents not for its own purposes, but for a third party." End of quote. However, the Speaker also added, and I quote, "I believe the best way for this to be achieved would be to follow the usual course of a prima facie question of privilege." End quote. I would also argue, Mr. Speaker, that what is an unusual and unprecedented is for the RCMP to have to be investigating a government over and over again with so many conflicts and absolute corruption. That's also what's unprecedented. For a government that claims, to not be responsible for this scandal, to then go to such lengths to try and cover it up, instead of fighting on behalf of Canadians to get the truth out, makes no sense to me. If the Liberals have nothing to do with this $400 million scandal, they should be as concerned as the rest of us about this gross corruption and theft of taxpayer money. You would think a responsible government would take the lead on holding those responsible to be accountable for their actions and not be forced into responding appropriately. Speaker, Liberal insiders have stolen $400 million from hardworking Canadian taxpayers, yet this Liberal government is doing everything in their power to prevent the House from gaining access to those documents. In response to our demands that they give Canadians the answers they deserve, the Liberals have flat out refused, obstructing a criminal investigation into this misappropriation of public funds. The Liberals claim this matter should be discussed in committee because they think nobody there will notice. However, I don't agree with that. The House has already passed the motion, and the Speaker has made his ruling. This is the place. This House is the place for the matter to be resolved, not at committee. This brings us to the privilege of motion in front of us today. Parliamentary privilege is the individual and collective rights we as members of the House of Commons have, which allow us to effectively carry out our principal functions to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. Parliamentary privilege dates back to the 17th century when the people of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom fought to protect their power from the King. In Canada, parliamentary privilege is part of our Constitution and is as essential for maintaining the power and authority of the House and allowing members of Parliament to represent their our constituents fully. It's called democracy. Voting or violating parliamentary privilege is no small thing, Mr. Speaker. This means that the government cannot govern and the House cannot fulfill its duties to the Canadians we represent. When parliamentary privilege is breached, our constitutionally guaranteed rights as parliamentarians are disregarded. We are left to wonder what could be so bad about these documents, contained in these documents, that the Liberals have resorted to breaking parliamentary privilege and obstructing a criminal investigation to keep them hidden. I think Canadians know why. They know that these documents contain evidence of significant corruption. So far, we know that the report showed $400 million in tax dollars were misappropriated and 186 incidents of conflicts of interest with the awarding of contracts. Further, for a fund dedicated to supporting the development of new sustainable technology, $59 million of this Green Slush Fund went to 10 ineligible projects. To quote the Auditor General, these projects, and I quote, did not support the development or demonstration of a new technology or the projected environmental benefits were unreasonable, end of quote. Not only were funds misappropriated to Liberal insiders, they were given to projects that were not even relevant to the goals of the fund. Now, even more shocking, the Auditor General's report found that the Minister for Industry did not sufficiently monitor any contracts from Liberal insiders. Why is no one in the government doing anything to get to the bottom of this gross misuse of taxpayer money? What makes this all so much worse is that this $400 million slush fund and the scandal comes at a time when Canadians face an economic crisis. Canadians are feeling the financial impacts of this government's policies for the last 9 years. But not shockingly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't seem to care. When I think of my riding of Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner, it pains me to think of the hardworking Albertans who are struggling with the cost of living crisis under these tax and spend Liberals. You then add the carbon tax on top of it that this government has implemented, and it adds to my constituents' struggle to fill their gas tanks, heat their homes, their businesses and barns, dry their grain, buy groceries, and so much more. Imagine how much this $400 million would impact the lives of Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet under this economic burden. How many additional doctors or nurses or equipment to help Canadians access health care would this $400 million have? How about our school systems? What would $400 million invested in our communities impact the number of teachers, teachers' aides, and school programs for our children? The average Canadian family now spends more of its income on taxes than basic needs, and such as food, shelter, and clothing. Canadians also cannot afford housing. In 2024, the number of chronically homeless people had increased by 38% relative to 2018. 61% of young Canadians aged 18 to 34 are concerned about their ability to pay their mortgage or rent over the next 12 months. And 28% said they are considering moving to another country for greater affordability. It is shocking that during a time when Canadians are experiencing a once-in-a-generation cost of living crisis because of this out-of-touch government spending, Liberals dare to allow $400 million of taxpayer money to line the pockets of their friends and insiders. Talk about absolute being out of touch. But it doesn't stop there. The affordability crisis is affecting Canadians in every aspect of their lives. Food Banks Canada 2024 poverty shows that almost 50% of Canadians feel financially worse off compared to last year, and 1 in 4 Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. Under this Liberal government, Food Banks Canada reported that food banks have seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021. It is shameful that while Canadians are struggling to meet their basic food and housing needs, the government's priority continues to be lining the pockets of Liberal elites. This $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal, along with all the other scandal, scandals demonstrates that Liberals have no respect for the hardworking Canadians who dutifully pay their taxes every year. To the members present on the other side of the House, I ask, how do you respond to your constituents who are facing challenges in feeding their families or keeping their homes or ensuring their loved ones' safety? How would you explain to them that you and your party allowed that $400 million that they earned for the benefit of your friends instead of directing it to assist those in need? Can you look at them in the eye and assert that that $400 million was spent more wisely than on the constituents who earned it and are currently? The members on the other side of this House have overlooked that we serve the Canadian public and that taxpayer funds do not belong to the government. These funds are the property of Canadians. It is unimaginable, unethical, and corrupt to use Canadian taxpayer dollars in this manner and then fail to acknowledge that it has been misappropriated. On top of that, the Liberals are actively trying to cover it up. They are obstructing a criminal investigation into this matter. To all members of this House, I want you to imagine what $400 million could do in your riding. Unfortunately for Canadians, on top of the misappropriating of $400 million, the Liberals are stalling the work of this House on important issues by refusing to cooperate and effectively paralyzing the Parliament, sidelining our efforts to tackle the rising cost of housing, food inflation, and the issues of crime that Canadians care about. And speaking of crime, Mr. Speaker, in Alberta alone, the total number of violent criminal code violations is up 37%. Total violent firearms offenses are up 118%, and extortion is up 410%. Law enforcement from coast to coast to coast are crying for support as they feel firsthand the impacts of this government's soft on crime policies. Whenever I check the news, I'm appalled to see stories of individuals out on bail recommitting offenses, making our communities less safe, putting our law enforcement officers at risk. Just recently, speaking of the risk, the officer that was shot in broad daylight in the GTA by an offender who was charged with 41 offenses, yet he was released on bail hours previously after being taken into custody. That $400 million given to Liberal insiders could have been invested in making our streets safer. But oh no, no, no. Liberals thought the money was better spent on their friends. Canadians are worried about increased theft and crime rates. They shouldn't have to worry about their government stealing from them too. There's also a drug crisis across the entire country. 47,000 people have died from opioid-related deaths in this country in the last 9 years. 47,000. That is more deaths from opioids alone than all the Canadians who died in the Second World War. Think about that. That's inconceivable. And that is all thanks to the Liberal failed approach to the so-called safe supply and tax-funded drugs. Can you imagine how much good $400 million could do for treating those with mental health and addiction struggles? In addition to issues faced at home, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government have embarrassed Canadians on the world stage. 3 months ago, the Liberal defence policy update revealed that Canada is nowhere close to its 2% NATO commitments. Now that's hardly comes close. It comes as a surprise. It has repeatedly failed the Canadian Armed Forces in recruitment, procurement, and every other way. We are short almost 16,000 troops, with a further 10,000 undertrained and undeployable. Our warships are rusting out. Our fighter jets are worn out. And entire air squadrons have been shut down because they don't have enough personnel. If this government had been serious about our national defense, it could have committed the $400 million to support our troops and come a little closer to meeting our NATO goals. I really wonder what the NDP Liberals have done right in the last 9 years. Things are clear. Crime is up, costs are up, and quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think times are up. Canadians are sick of the rising costs of crime, chaos, corruption, and international embarrassment. Canadians are ready for a change, for a government that will bring common sense leadership back to this country. On this side of the House, we're ready to form a government that will work for Canadians, not steal from them. We will reduce the cost of living, reward work and investment. Conservatives are ready to fix the budget by cutting waste, capping spending, investing and cutting taxes. We will reduce bureaucracy, sell off federal buildings and invest in the building trades so that we can build homes. We will repeal senseless soft-on-crime policies and catch-and-release laws, reinforce our borders, and stand up for law-abiding firearm owners. Focus on the real criminals and improve our national security. When we form government, Speaker, we will ensure accountability and transparency. Canadians deserve to know where and how taxpayer money is being spent. These matters involving the Green Slush Fund are criminal, and an investigation is needed and expected by Canadians. The government needs to come clean with Canadians and finally reveal the truth. Mr. Speaker, it's time for this government to end the cover-up and corruption and provide the documents so Parliament can get working for Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to direct my comments to my friend who was or is a former police officer, former RCMP police officer, and in particular, I wanted to direct his attention to a letter by Mike Duchesne, the RCMP commissioner. And I'm going to work on the assumption that as a police officer and as a member of this chamber, that he wishes to see justice, that he wishes to see the perpetrators of this alleged crime brought to court, and he wishes to see a successful prosecution. However, Commissioner Duhaime is indicating in his letter that to proceed in the manner in which the honourable member wishes to proceed, you actually taint the evidence and will effectively destroy whatever possibility there is of obtaining a prosecution. So he says, the RCMP has also reviewed the implications of the motion as potential criminal investigation. So before taking any investigative steps, the RCMP must comply with legal standards of investigation and prosecution. For the reasons set out above, the RCMP's ability to receive and use the information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further criminal investigation. In other words, Mr. Speaker, if this motion proceeds in the way the honourable member wishes it to do, there's no chance.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way. While I have a lot of respect for Commissioner Duhaime, it appears that decision was actually read by a lawyer in the PMO's office, that response. Quite honestly, listen, it's very easy to understand. You would think that the Government of Canada should be the complainant in the fact that $400 million was misappropriated under their watch. Now, when I did investigations, and I was not in the RCMP, I was in the Municipal Police Service, a great one, a complainant turns over documents to police to investigate. The government is not acting like a complainant in this matter. They're acting like an accused. So, and that's what's going on here. The government has reason to be concerned about the evidence being gathered if they're the accused. But let's hope, you know, the fact that they aren't returning stuff over gives me, no, Speaker, he asked for almost 2 minutes a question, so I'm going to take some time to answer. I'm sorry. This government has a responsibility to turn over evidence. Now, if the police can get an order to obtain the evidence from the House of Commons. That's not unreasonable. That, in my opinion, would taint no one's charter. It would not taint an investigation. It would not lead to any legal precedent. that would not allow someone to have a fair prosecution of a case. Unless, of course, it's the government and members in the government themselves who are at fault. And if these documents continue to be withheld, it would lead me to believe that there's someone in government who has a lot to hide, and they better get themselves a good lawyer.
Questions and comments? The member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this Conservative filibuster trying to figure out who's more scandalous, the Liberals or the Conservatives. I would argue both, because I also have some answers that I want. This week, my member here was a former RCMP member, and the RCMP obtained evidence that demonstrates 4 very serious issues, and I'm going to read them verbatim. Violent extremism impacting both countries in regards to India. 2, links tying agents of the government of India to homicides and violent acts. 3, the use of organized crime to create a perception of an unsafe environment targeting the South Asian community in Canada. And 4, interference into democratic processes. Now, we're talking about justice, and we're talking about getting to the root of things, and it brings to the question, why won't the leader of the Conservative Party, the member of Carleton, why won't he get his security clearance? Why won't the member of Carleton get his security clearance to find out who in his party has been implicated potentially in foreign interference? Why, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Winnipeg for the question. I guess a number of issues come up with this particular issue. I think it's important to realize that it has been made very, very clear that if the leader of the opposition, or a leader of any party, other than the Prime Minister in his role, receives this security clearance to have access to the names of who might be wittingly involved in foreign interference, they are gagged. They're effectively impossible to answer questions, or impossible to deal with it. In fact, and I'll quote the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister also said, and I will quote, "The information in any manner the recipient is prevented from using the information in any manner, even were it in the case both briefing political parties on sensitive intelligence regarding MP could put the leader or representative of a political party in a tough position because any decision affecting the MP might have to be made without giving them due process." So it's important to realize that all these accusations, the Prime Minister grandstanding at the Hogue under oath where he misled the Canadian public, if he has all this information, why doesn't he release the names? Why isn't he releasing the names? And if there's Conservatives on it, we'll deal with it. But you know what the problem is? I think what the Prime Minister knows by the names is that his own party has some skeletons in the closet. And the fact, I support our leader not taking this because he then can act and can speak. And being gagged is another trick that this government wants Canadians to not be aware of.
Questions and comments? The honour for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, back to the response that the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner gave to the member for Scarborough, Guildwood. He raised a question that actually was for the arguments to be made on the original motion that this House has already pronounced on. So that ship has sailed, whether or not Parliament should receive the documents. The question now is around contempt and around this government's refusal to comply with an order of Parliament, not whether or not they should. So if the member take whatever time he's got here to get us back to the actual debate here around the fact that this government has refused an order of this Parliament, not whether or not this government should comply with it.
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge. Particularly, I also enjoyed his intervention earlier today, and it's along those same lines. Canadians are wondering why the contempt? Why is there a government? Why have they taken this position? The Speaker has already ruled, as my colleague has indicated, that the documents need to be produced, unredacted, produced. If they don't do that, what message is it being sent to the Canadian public? The contempt of this Parliament leads Canadians to believe that the Liberals are complicit in this wrongdoing, in this corruption, that they have something to hide, and they're not acting in a responsible manner to the Canadian taxpayer, which was something we've seen for the last 9 years in their spending. But you know, all the cover-ups and all the contempt really sour the Canadian public even more than they have already to the current condition of this government and the fact that they can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. Thank you.
And if we have a very, very short one, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member opposite would apologize for his comment when he made reference to the Chief Commissioner in the letter that he has provided. He implied in his comments that it was the Prime Minister's office that would have written that letter, and I think he owes the RCMP an apology for making that assertion.
Well, member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
No, I won't apologize. I said it would appear as if there's a party line to be held, and it appears as if the Commissioner, under the direction of the PMO's office, I'm sure, has something to say. I mean, there's no evidence to support what he said, because that's not what we're asking for. Thank you very much.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 later this day, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député.
All those opposed will please say nay.
Let's hear the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my privilege to rise today to represent the good people of Peace River Westlock in the House of Commons and to bring my voice and their voice to the debate, the privilege debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, the term privilege is kind of common parlance these days, and folks talk about their privilege and things like that. And sitting in this seat is a privilege. Being a member of Parliament is a privilege, and it comes with privileges. And one of the privileges of being a member of Parliament is you get to ask pointed questions to the government. And so that is essentially what that kind of sums up what the privilege debate that we're having here today is that the House of Commons, the members of Parliament, people sent here elected by their constituents, come to this place to hold the government to account, to ask government tough questions, and to demand rationale for why things happen or don't happen. And that's what we're after here today. And this debate comes to the fundamental role of what Parliament is. Parliament is a check and balance on government. Now, it's a little bit confusing. Lots of times, I'm sure this happens to you, Mr. Speaker, as well, is that folks come along and they say, well, you're a part of the government, and I always correct them and say, well, I hope to be soon. Hope to be soon. But at this point, I'm a member of the opposition. And so I sit in the government. Now, it's a little bit confusing because government lives in the legislative body in our parliamentary system. But the government is really captured by the cabinet and the prime minister, and then the apparatuses of government outside of this place. And it's our job as members of Parliament to hold the government to account, to make sure that government is doing the things that it ought to be doing. Now, being the government comes with great privileges, and one of those privileges is you get to hold the debit card of the nation. You know what the PIN is for the debit card of the nation, and that is essentially what we're after here today. The Liberal government, this Liberal government, seems to have written the pin for the debit card of the nation on the back and handed that card out all over the place with no real concern as to who gets access to that card and where that money is being spent. And that is what we're after. Now, in this place and in government, you run across acronyms of all sorts. And this word, or this acronym SDTC, has been comes up a lot in this debate. And so for those folks back home watching this, the SDTC is the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And this is an organization that was tasked with providing money to organizations that are doing research in terms of sustainability. It has been redubbed now the Green Party, or the Green Slush Fund, because it seems to have been left unchecked by this particular government. Now, you may say, Mr. Speaker, you might say that, well, you know, like, this wasn't the government, this was an outside organization, a board set up by the government. But we would point to the fact that most of these people that are appointed to this board and were making these decisions have strong Liberal ties. In many cases, being appointed to this board seems to have been a reward for past loyalties. And so that has been pointed out a lot. The other thing that's very interesting, if you were trying to make the case saying that, well, this is outside of the government didn't necessarily know about it, is that the deputy minister who reports directly back to the minister is the person right next to the minister, the deputy minister, the name kind of says it all, attended these meetings and would have taken notes, and his opinion or her opinion would have been taken into consideration around these things, and they represent the minister there. And so the deputy minister would have reported back to the minister what took place at these meetings, and would also be there to advise this board as to kind of the directions of the minister. Now, the minister can say, well, we took a hands-off approach. Well, that's fine, but that they still did know what was going on. I want to thank the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, my colleague, who's done incredible work on this, bringing this to light. It should be recognized that the challenge that he has, to some degree, is to bring this scandal to light in light of all the other scandals has been a challenge. I commend him for his work on this, because it seems like every other week there's another major Liberal scandal breaking, and people have become tired of the scandals that have rocked this government. We don't need to go too far to remember the SNC-Lavalin scandal, of which an Indigenous woman lost her cabinet position over, and is no longer a member of Parliament because of that, where the government was trying to manipulate the justice system. We don't have to look too far to the We Charity scandal, where the government tried to give away the credit card again, or the debit card with the PIN written on the back for $1 billion. Again, with no accountability. Then we have the Baylis Medical scandal. Now, for those who don't know the Baylis Medical scandal is where there was a former member of Parliament, Mr. Baylis, owned this company, Frank Baylis owned this company, and his company got a contract to supply to the government ventilators during the COVID. Now, rumor has it these ventilators were never used. These ventilators were not approved by Health Canada, and yet the government bought $200 million worth of ventilators. 237.
Correct.
So it's $237 million. I'm being corrected by my colleague here. $237 million worth of ventilators that appear to have never been used and were not approved by Health Canada as useful in Canada. So this is the level of corruption that we are dealing with. And so again, I take my hat off to the member from South Shore St. Margaret for finding this next one. I should mention as well the ArriveCan app scandal of where an app that should have costed no more than $200,000 ended up costing the government $60 million. Again, like I pointed out at the beginning of my speech, Mr. Chair, around the fact that being the government, being the Prime Minister, being the cabinet, you are responsible for the debit card of the nation, and they have appeared to have written the PIN on the back of that debit card and handed that debit card out wherever they went. And when the scandal ensues, they say, "Oh, we didn't know about it," or those are well-meaning Canadians that have abused the Canadian debit card. And so we have that. This goes right back to the very beginning, though. The level of Liberal scandal already right after this in 2015, when the Prime Minister became the Prime Minister. You might recall his notorious Aga Khan trip, where he was found in violations of the ethics code and fined.
First Prime Minister, I think.
Yeah, and so we have a never-ending layer upon layer of Liberal scandals. Now, this one is most closely related to, I think, Mr. Speaker, to the Winnipeg Labs scandal. Now, this scandal is very hard to explain to people because we just don't know. We just don't know. We know that there's something there, but what happened, Mr. Speaker, is that this Parliament, members of Parliament, voted and demanded that the government release documents related to suspicious activities, the arrest of individuals that worked at the lab, a number of trips that were made back and forth from that lab to China, folks that had, or Chinese nationals that had gotten access to the virology lab in Winnipeg. And we know that something seems fishy there. And so we demanded, this place, the House of Commons, demanded documents to get to the bottom of what was going on with that.
Did we get the documents?
We did not get the documents, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Prime Minister sued the Speaker of this place. Unprecedented in Canadian history, where the Prime Minister sues the Speaker of the House of Commons to prevent those documents from being released. And as that as that carried on, then we've seen the Prime Minister call an election to prevent those documents from becoming open. Now, we are in a similar situation. The House of Commons has demanded documents. This demanded documents be handed over to the RCMP. We're not asking for the documents ourselves. We're saying take these documents, hand them over to the RCMP. Mr. Speaker, this is much the same as if in your own business you discovered that one of your employees was embezzling, and your accounting department started to put the pieces together. And they said, hey, we have a body of evidence here that we think so-and-so is, you might confront that individual, but you would also most likely call the police. The first thing you would do is you would call the police and you'd say, hey, we suspect that there is a crime that has taken place here. And you would then hand over all of the documentation to prove the case. Now, you would expect the RCMP or the police of jurisdiction to do their own investigation. That is an important part of police individuality. They don't just take accusations on their face. They do their own investigation. True. And that's what we're saying here as well, is that something stinks to high heaven. We can see what's going on here. We can see how folks have abused the national debit card when they were entrusted with the PIN number, and we are saying that this is illegal, this is the height of crime. Now, the Liberals have pointed out that while there's been ethics commissioner reports around this, there's been lobbying commissioner reports around this, and there's been the Auditor General has had a report. This is great, Mr. Speaker, but all of those people are not judging the criminal element of this particular thing. So we want the RCMP, we suspect there to be a crime, and we want the RCMP to do an investigation, and we want the RCMP to have the documents that they need, that we we are entitled to ask for. We feel that the RCMP should have those documents in order to be able to build the case that we want them to build. This is entirely within the purview of the Canadian Parliament. It's entirely one of the privileges of members of Parliament's ability is to ask for these documents. And it begs the question, in much the same way as the Winnipeg Labs case, what are they hiding? Right? As we still don't know what they were hiding in the Winnipeg Lab case, what are they hiding in this case? At first, Liberals have quite honestly, Mr. Speaker, been all over the place on this. At first they said, oh, this is like an arm's length organization, we know nothing about it. Then they said, oh, now we're violating people's charter rights. And now they're just saying, well, this is grinding the House to a halt and things like that. And we would agree with that this is grinding the House to a halt. The privileges of members of Parliament is an important thing to debate, and an easy solution for the impasse that we see here today would be for the government to release the documents to the RCMP, so that we can have, so that we can see or we can hand those off to the RCMP. Now, Mr. Speaker, what is the crux of the matter here? It's an interesting. There's a board of directors responsible for $1 billion of grant money being handed out. Wow. And we see that these board members have appeared to make proposals to this board for their companies that they were associated with to get the grant money. And the Auditor General said that in 10 of these cases, there was no grounds whatsoever for these companies to get the money. And in 180 other cases, the Auditor General said there was a conflict of interest in these companies getting the money. Now, what has appeared to have happened as we've studied the minutes of these meetings is that folks that were affiliated with particular companies would make a pitch that their company, the company that they were affiliated with, should get some money from this fund. And then they would, in most cases, they would recuse themselves from the decision. So they would leave the room, the decision would be made, yes, we should give that company some money, and then they'd come back, and then it would be the next person's turn, and they would propose that their company would get some money. And they say, well, due to a conflict of interest, we won't vote on it. But, Mr. Speaker, the point of putting a board in place is to ensure that you have accountability and oversight. And if that board is colluding with itself to hand money to each other, and the quid pro quo is we vote for your company to get money with the understanding that you'll vote for our company to get money, that's what's happened. And we see over 300 and, I'll probably get corrected on this, 390, 330, somewhere in there, $1 million, a lot of money, a lot of taxpayer money was voted on by a board to be given to their own companies. Boards are generally there to be given oversight. Now I go back to the beginning again, Mr. Speaker. This board seems to have been appointed to reward loyalty to the Liberal Party. And so if that's not enough of a connection to the Liberal Party, I don't know what is. But then you have ministerial oversight. You have the deputy minister in those meetings ensuring that that things are going along as the minister would like them to, and also be reported back to the minister. And so this goes right back to the Liberal corruption that we see over and over again with all of the other scandals that we've seen along the way. Now, there's another element to this scandal as well that hasn't been quite as highlighted as it maybe should have been, and that is around several of these folks that were on this board. Not only did they secure funds for organizations that they were affiliated with, they in many cases owned shares in those companies. And we have one case where one of the board members had, because the company that he's affiliated with secured funds from the SDTC board, had a dramatic growth in their stock price. And he admitted at committee that that had been a 1,000-fold increase in value for him. So not only did he secure taxpayer funds for a company that he was affiliated with, he personally became extremely wealthy off of that because he owned stock in that particular company that increased 1,000-fold. And so if the conflict, the corruption and the abuse of the taxpayer debit card knows no limits with these liberals. And when we see the amount of waste, the lack of concern around financial controls, it is no wonder that this country is suffering under a inflation crisis. We see, Mr. Speaker, that food prices are up dramatically, the cost of gas is up dramatically, the cost of housing is up dramatically, and we are calling for the government to axe the tax. We want to ensure that we can, because when the government taxes the farmer that grows the food, taxes the truck driver who buys the food, Canadians cannot afford food. And we think that it is time for a carbon tax election so that Canadians can see the hope on the horizon, that they can see a return to normalcy, that we can see a government that understands that the privileges of governing and the privileges of controlling the country's debit card and the PIN that comes with it is important. And that we need to ensure that our finances are respected and that we're not allowing entities to enrich themselves off the taxpayer dollar for no benefit to the public good. And so, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the carbon tax election. I know that it will be coming soon. I know that all of my colleagues we have been hearing from constituents for over the last week. Those that are struggling under the carbon tax, those that are struggling in food lines, those that are struggling at going to the food bank and things like that, and they are calling for an election, and they hope that that can happen sooner rather than later. And I am certain that we will see a reduction in after the election. We will axe the tax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government Houses.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the opposition Conservatives continue want to play the game at the great cost to Canadians, but no doubt to the benefit, I suspect, of the Conservative Party, but at great cost to the Canadians. My question is related to the issue of a previous member standing in his place, clearly indicating that calling into question the letter that was written by the RCMP commissioner. This is the far right of the Conservative Party coming out. And they are talking about how the RCMP now are discredited on this as part of this game that they're playing. This all goes to the leadership of the Conservative Party. And the question I have for the member is, in this ongoing game that the Conservatives are playing, can he explain to Canadians why it is that they'll discredit the RCMP? The leader of the Conservative Party feels no obligation to get a security clearance so that he can actually find out what's happening in foreign affairs, as opposed to discrediting the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that after the carbon tax election, the leader of the Conservative Party will get his security clearance as he will be the Prime Minister of the country. And at that point, we will be able to look into many of these things that have gone on. I imagine that the shredding has already begun, but I know that when Conservatives are in power, we will bring accountability to the Department of Finance and look forward to ensuring that accountability and the rooting out of corruption is something that Conservatives will take very seriously. I know that the Liberals love to decry the destruction of institutions or the lack of trust in institutions in this country. Well, they have caused the very destruction of the institutions by using them for their political ends. We have to look no further than when the horrific tragedy in Nova Scotia happened and the Prime Minister was pressuring the Commissioner of the RCMP to release the the models of firearms that were used in that in order for him to get a political win. We have evidence that the Prime Minister is not above pressuring the RCMP, and I hope that they have come to their senses on this, but I doubt it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then comments, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member said that the leader of the Conservative Party will get his security clearance when he becomes Prime Minister. There is foreign interference happening right now. Exactly. His party members may be implicated, but he refuses to get his security clearance now to protect the integrity of his party, to protect our democracy. Richard Fadden went on publicly, the former director of CSIS, and said the leader of the opposition will not be gagged. And even if he was concerned about that, he could ask for just specific briefings on his party. Yeah. Why won't the leader of the opposition get his security clearance?
Good question.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this debate that we're having today is about the production of documents that the government has failed to produce. We look forward to we have called for the release of the names that the member is concerned about. I don't know why the NDP member is continuing to prop up this government and defend this government and use the same talking points of this government. I thought that the supply and confidence agreement was over. It appears that it is not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then comment, the honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm still trying to understand how much $400 million really is and what it represents. And I think Canadians at home would also like something more relatable so they can put this into context. What could that money actually buy? Well, I can tell you, it can buy 80 million cheeseburger Happy Meals. That's about 2 for every Canadian. 161 million double doubles. That's a week's worth for every adult Canadian. Or for the good people of Toronto St. Paul's, that's 170,000 months of rent, or about 5 months for every renter of St. Paul's. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is if this government used taxpayer funds, taxpayer money, to give away the equivalent of 80 million cheeseburgers, how can we trust them with any of our funds?
The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the member from Toronto St. Paul for his recent election. I know that the people of Toronto St. Paul are well represented in him, and he has been hit the ground running and has been doing yeoman's work here in this place, and I want to congratulate him for sure. His cheeseburger analogy is one I hadn't thought about, but I will recommend to him that I have used the Big Mac conversion as a way to see what your value of money is kind of over time, and we've seen the McDonald's menu go up in price dramatically because of inflation. I also use the McDonald's analogy to see what our value is doing in relation to other countries, because you always have the official exchange rate, but it's always interesting to see the McDonald's menu around the world and to see how it compares from one country to the other. And so the fact that he brought up McDonald's and cheeseburgers and how much cheeseburgers this would have, $400 million would have bought, I really appreciate that analogy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Rousing applause. Oh, the member for Winnipeg isn't clapping. I feel so hurt. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise. Oh, now he's clapping. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And we've been actually hearing a lot from the NDP, and I value the contributions of everybody in this House. And one thing that they haven't addressed is many of them served under Thomas Mulcair. Now, Tom Mulcair has said that he would not take this.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I was standing up for a future question. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I'll just start that again now, Mr. Speaker. A number of the members of the NDP previously served under Tom Mulcair. Tom Mulcair has come out in many occasions and said, I would absolutely not do what the Liberals are asking the member from Carleton, the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition. I would in no way do what they are asking him to do. And in fact, Mr. Mulcair would in no way do what the NDP members are right now asking for the member from Carleton, the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition, to do. How do we reconcile that someone from the NDP is saying, don't take the bait, prosecute this government, name them, and let's get on with it? We should not have people in our midst who are wittingly helping foreign states. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't agree more with my colleague who always sums these things up immensely. It is concerning to me continually, the NDP continuously seem to be propping up the Liberal Party, and not only in terms of policy initiatives, but particularly around this corruption issue. It is fascinating to me that the NDP would continue to prop up this flailing government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been holding back for a while, but now I just can't resist. I have to ask a question, because south of the border, there's a candidate for president who did an ad where he was working at McDonald's. My colleagues here are talking about cheeseburgers and that restaurant chain. Mr. Speaker, are we forced to copy and mimic what the Americans are doing? It seems like the Conservatives are just trying to mimic the campaign in the U.S. It's a bit surreal. So, Mr. Speaker, could we just not be a little bit more serious about all this?
Well, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just having to check the Google machine to see which presidential candidate was at McDonald's. I wasn't aware of this, so I guess I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm happy to continue to use McDonald's references in the House of Commons, and look forward to some more spirited debate with the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank the residents for Niagara West. Every time I get a chance to speak in the House, I never want to forget the fact that all of us that are here are elected because of the members in our riding, and so I never want to take that for granted. And I just want to thank them for the opportunity I have to serve them to the best of my ability. And so I just want to say thanks again to the residents of Niagara West. So, my question and my thought process around here really is, what's going on with the Liberal Party, and are they competent managers? And we're talking about a question of privilege right now. But my biggest concern in this next election is who is the most competent to run this country. And I can assure you, the least competent government in the history of this country is this present Liberal government under their current leader, who loves his photo ops, loves making promises that he has no intention of delivering on whatsoever. 2 billion trees. Great one, guys. Great one. How many trees have we actually planted? Well, we can't get that information because these guys aren't very transparent. Oh, another promise, 2015, to be the most transparent government.
Remember
wow,
that?
We missed that one pretty quick. That one fell off the bandwagon almost right away. So, when I look and listen at what these guys are talking about, one of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe a word that's coming out of their mouth. These guys are not competent. These guys are not great managers. At the end of the day, these guys will say anything to get elected, and for the most part have a lack of follow-through and are not prepared to actually do the hard work or get things done. And so I just want to work through a couple of things as we talk about that. And I had my colleague from Provencher talk about a few things that I was going to add, and to, I guess, the member from Kingston, the Islands, who said we had, people in the basement writing speeches. I can assure him that's not the case. And there's certainly not PMO talking points. I'll give him that as well. But, there's so many scandals. When the men of Provencher started talking about that, I thought, oh my goodness, I forgot about all those scandals. Like, there's just so many to remember. And so I had wrote down and a number of them myself that I just wanted to reach out and talk about. And, we're talking about transparency here. We're talking about trying to get information. When we request information and it comes back and it's all redacted, And for those of you out there that, you know, may not have been listening to the debate, redacted is, you know, that big black Sharpie, right? That big black magic marker that goes over all the answers. It gives you probably less information from the magic marker and from what you requested than the actual information that you were trying to get. And so when I look at what has gone on here, it would seem like this is not the first time that this government has offered up or not offered up a number of things. You know, I Member Moranche talked about the Winnipeg Labs, and I think that's something that troubles me greatly when we look at what's going on there. You know, when we asked for documentation, and we absolutely got stonewalled to the point where we actually brought someone to the bar, actually I'm not a member of Parliament, over a century, and still refused to give us that information. And then we found out these scientists were working for the Communist Party of China. Give me a break, you know, in terms of being able to vet people. And I'm sure that was never happened before. This government's always good at vetting people as far as they... Exactly. So, you know, when I look at that and I feel like, you know, at the end of the day, not only were they not vetted, but they were actually taking information out of the lab and sending it back to China. You're probably sending it via Canada Post, as a matter of fact. You know, trying to make sure it gets there. I mean, this is unbelievable. And so if you start looking at some of the other things that they've gone on, you know, they talk about, we hear all the time, you know, the fact that, you know, we're looking at things are going on, and you guys are the party of big business and that. You know, I do remember not so long ago, $12 million that this government actually gave to Loblaws. Think about this, Loblaws, of all people. They gave $12 million to Loblaws for freezers, and not long after, Loblaws got charged in a $500 million bread fixing.
Yeah.
Think about that for 1 second. Yeah. Not only did a company like Loblaws not require or need the money because they're doing very well, but this government actually, at the end of the day, after giving them money, this large corporation, this Canadian corporation, agreed to pay a fine of $500 million. Think about that. How much bread were they fixing if they were prepared to pay a fine like that? You know, someone mentioned Jasper, and I think we do need to raise Jasper as an issue. Absolutely tragic. And as more information comes out as to what was going on there, and the fact that this government neglected any type of advice of experts or neglected anything, is absolutely devastating. I feel for the people of Jasper that, quite frankly, you know, many times have been said we need to do something around fire management. We need to do something around what's going on with all this dry brush. We also read stories of how volunteer fire people showed up and they were actually turned away. And I got to think to myself, is this a government that you actually want to trust in order, you know, as they lead? As they continue to lead? Is 9 years not enough for these guys in terms of moving forward? It was mentioned as well, Frank Bailiff. I mean, I can't help but not reemphasize that one. $237 million in contracts he got 2 months after he left office. I mean, talk about hitting the payday. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know if you could have worked here for 10 or 20 years and be able to get that kind of contract, you know, to the tune of what he did. And then we see what happened with all those ventilators. They were actually scrapped, never used. And so, I mean, you start talking about some of the inside connections, and that's what this is about. We're talking about $400 million in contracts almost from SDTC, Science, what's a SD? Development Technology Canada. You know, and we're talking about that, and we're talking about insiders that got money. So we see this happening over and over again, and that's the challenge that I see, is that this is a government that loves taking care of themselves, loves taking care of their buddies, and quite frankly, I'm not sure if we can actually trust them. Let's go back to some of the promises that they've made in terms of what they're going to do. The 2 billion trees was a good one, but I also love the fact that they want to build almost 4 million homes. But the same period of time. And so, you know, let's, you know, if we look at the math there, we realize that we build almost $500,000 homes a year, 500,000 homes a year. And current, we're building less than 250,000. And so it's pretty easy when you want to just make commitments that just so people will be happy to hear what you have to say, when you absolutely have no idea how you're actually going to fulfill these contracts, how you're going to actually get these houses built, and how you're going to actually get some of these obligations met. And so I think that's one of the things that are absolutely troubling. When I look at another thing with small businesses got crushed during COVID. They got absolutely destroyed. And this government also promised that they would be looking at a carbon tax rebate. I have not talked to one small business yet that was received a carbon tax rebate. And I certainly love to hear from this government when that's going to be, because a number of businesses actually have gone under and have struggled in such a way that the carbon tax rebate is probably not going to even be able to help them at this point in time, but it would be something that would be nice if we could move forward on that. You know, I want to also look at some of the other things that we've been talking about in the House. You know, I find it interesting that the committee continues to look at which Randy got government contracts. Like, you know, at the end of the day, why is it that we are asking all these questions of the government and we can continue to get zero response whatsoever in terms of being able to find out what kind of information we want? And then they give us a hard time and say, well, you shouldn't be asking for all that information because, quite frankly, we're not prepared to give it up at this point in time. You know, it's been said lots. I'm just going to only touch on it, but one of the reasons we're here is the number of conflicts that were offered up when it came to this Green Slush Fund. Over 186 conflicts that we've talked about, and that's obviously very concerning. You know, ArriveCan, I'm always amazed when we start going through all these things that there was actually so many different challenges or misappropriating of funds, or it could have been done better or could have been more efficient, that it goes back to my original premise. This government is incompetent. This government doesn't have the ability to get things done in a timely and efficient way. You know, when I think about the ArriveCan app at almost $54 million, or just under $60 million, for an app that could have probably been produced or could have been done for a little over $80,000. I look at the number of, you know, testimony that we've seen. I've seen, you know, documentation for the Auditor General, right, when it includes government officials lying and attempting to silence whistleblowers, right? This culture of openness, this culture of transparency, we see government actually suppressing whistleblowers and trying to suspend people without pay for telling the truth to committee. We see consultants making millions and millions of dollars while they didn't add any value to work, with inappropriate relationships and friendships between government officials in charge of watching and awarding the multi-million-dollar contracts, and for those that were actually receiving some of those contracts as well. So, you know, as we continue on, you know, part of being a government is being accountable for what you do, and not only being accountable, but making sure that taxpayers receive value for the money. You know, one of the challenges I see all the time is that when I see it and talk to people about that, a lot of people come up to me and say, Dean, like, we're struggling right now. We are struggling with the cost of living. We're struggling with, you know, the carbon tax and the fact that everything costs more. It costs more to heat our house, costs more to buy food, costs more for rent. And what ends up happening is when they see the government money not being spent appropriately in a way that makes some sense, that is transparent, and that makes sure that people get their value for money, people ask the question, they say, why are you guys not taking better care of our taxpayer dollars? And so, you know, those are the things that we continue to question. And we should be allowed to question. It was mentioned earlier before that's our job as opposition, is to question what's going on in government. It's to hold them to account and to make sure that they're actually receiving taxpayer money. Now, I know we've been talking about SDTC, and we've been talking about a number of these things. You know, I think we almost forgot about all the awards that went to McKinsey and all the consulting contracts. Yeah. You remember that? Yeah. Where we had literally, you know, over $209 million in contracts. We had 90% of the contracts the Liberal government awarded to McKinsey were given out without proper guidelines. Right, so at the end of the day, money's being handed out without following any type of process. In many cases, it was unclear what the purpose of the contracts were for, so they didn't know what they were for or what the outcome was supposed to be achieved. So in one case, Canada Border Service Agency saw that a McKinsey did not qualify for a contract, so they revised the statement of work so McKinsey could qualify. Think about that for a second. They offered out a contract and realized that they actually weren't going to be doing the work, or it wasn't defined. And so what they did was they actually took the contract and reworked it so that McKinsey could actually get the work. And so, you know, you start looking at these sole source contracts, And there was never any type of justification explained about why that was. There was, over 70% of all contracts were awarded to McKinsey were non-competitive. 13 out of 17 contracts given to McKinsey were where security clearances should have been necessary, but the Liberal government allowed McKinsey to operate without them. So it's not a surprise that the Prime Minister gave McKinsey hundreds of millions of dollars, because at that time we know McKinsey was led by Dominic Barton, who was a close friend of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. So there's no surprise right there. Once again, we talk about Liberal connected friends getting money and getting contracts as a result of that. So we know that Dominic Barton was a key figure in the Liberals Advisory Council on Economic Growth in their Indo-Pacific Advisory Committee, and it was Barton's idea to create the failed scandal-plagued Canadian Infrastructure Bank, and it was Barton and McKinsey who had to pay nearly $600 million in damages to help create the opioid crisis, right, through that. So if we look at a number of these things, we realize that when it comes to competence or the ability to get things done, there needs to be accountability. And that's why we as the opposition are here asking questions. That is why we are here, demanding that we get a chance to see these documents, that we get a chance to see these documents unredacted, that we're able to move on to the appropriate authorities. The appropriate authorities will do what they need to do. We're absolutely not saying or indicating what that should happen. What we're saying, though, is that in order for the government, for the RCMP to do their work, what needs to happen is that they need to be able to see that stuff. And so when we ask for a number of these things, and we end up with not receiving anything at all, that's why we're here. That's why we're here talking. That's why we're here discussing. That's why we're here debating. And this could all be over, like, right away. Provide the documentation, and we will be on to something else. And so I think that's, that's obviously an issue. And, part of the other challenge we've had is that we realize that, through this contracting system, the RCMP revealed earlier this year that they had charged a scamster who received $250,000 through the Prime Minister's broken contracting system, that a Liberal NDP coalition blocked questions to the officials responsible for the government. We saw the RCMP previously testified they had multiple investigations of federal contracting, in addition to their active investigation in the Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam app, which was supposed to cost the taxpayers $80,000. So we go over and over a number of these things, and we realize at the end of the day that the people that are doing well from this are Liberal insiders and those that are connected.
Always.
And so we look at even what happened with our Minister of Trade and dealing with public relations, pomp and circumstance, conflict of interest. Contracts were awarded for communication services in 2019 and 20. The Ethics Commissioner said there was no excuse for contracting with a friend's company. And the Commissioner went on to say the Minister twice failed to recognize the potential conflict of interest involving a friend and oversight of our obligations under the Conflict of Interest Act. And why does this sound familiar? Because here we are, I just mentioned before, the terms of the contracts with the two Randys that we're trying to get to the bottom of, and how some of these contracts were awarded during COVID. And then, of course, it's been raised before, and I think it doesn't hurt to mention it again, is the whole issue of the Prime Minister's ethics convictions, dealing with the Aga Khan and the Paradise Island vacation. So, it was charged with an ethics violation after spending time on the Bahamas Island, and they believed, the investigators believed, that there was reasonable grounds to think fraud may have been committed.
Wow.
So ultimately, the RCMP didn't charge them because of the lack of the clarity of the federal rules that applied to the accepting of gifts.
Corruption.
But the Ethics Commissioner, however, meaning the Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking laws and violated sections 5, 11, 12, 21 of the Conflict of Interest Act. So the Ethics Commissioner questioned the Prime Minister's friendship with the Aga Khan, and the Prime Minister used the words, he was a close family friend, to refer to the Aga Khan, but the Ethics Commissioners found that this was not the case. So the Prime Minister took the trip to Paradise Island and was brought in a private helicopter. The Prime Minister thinks that he's above the law and that Canadians are actually well aware of it. I think that what Canadians are finding right now is that they believe there's so much hypocrisy. They believe that their tax dollars are not being taken care of in a responsible way. We have SNC-Lavalin that was mentioned here before again. where the Ethics Commissioner found that the Prime Minister violated Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest by attempting to influence then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to intervene in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, a Quebec-based engineering firm. So the ruling stated that the Prime Minister improperly used his position of authority to attempt to further the private interests of SNC-Lavalin by seeking to pressure Wilson-Raybould to offer a deferred prosecution agreement, which would have allowed the company to avoid a criminal charge and corruption charges. The Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking Canada's ethics laws through the efforts to protect a corrupt, politically connected company by firing his first Indigenous Attorney General, who would not bend orchestrated campaign of political pressure. The former Ethics Commission indicated that witnesses said that they have relevant evidence to offer but were constrained by the limitations put in place by that Liberal Prime Minister. The exact same tactics blocked the RCMP from probing the possibility of criminal charges relating to the Prime Minister's orchestrated and systematic campaign to pressure then Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould to overrule the Independent Public Prosecution Service and offer the SNC a deferred prosecution agreement. So last year, the Liberal NDP Bloc Coalition censored the RCMP by shutting down the Commissioner's testimony in committee. They did whatever it took to protect the Prime Minister from potential criminal charges. Common sense Conservatives would continue to hold the Liberal NDP government and the Bloc allies accountable. And Canadians certainly deserve the transparency and the right to know. And then the last one, and I know, Mr. Speaker, I only have a minute left, and I need more time if I'm going to go through all the scandals. But, you know, we talked about We Charity. And, you know, these things happened early on, but I think what people fail to understand is that this, you know, this creates distrust when it comes to constituents, when it comes to taxpayers, when it comes to voters. And the job of the official opposition is to hold the government to account. Yep. And so that is what we are attempting to do as we move forward with this question of privilege and trying to make sure that these documents, the proper documents, go to the people that need to have a look at them. We have a responsibility as members of Parliament to do the best job that we can for our constituents. And we need to be responsible for taxpayers' dollars. And so that is what this government, this opposition, is going to continue to do to this government. We will continue to hold them accountable on issues when it matters with the public purse, when it affects our constituents, and we'll continue to pressure the government and their supporters for answers to all these questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague across the aisle that just gave that speech. But, Mr. Speaker, I came to this place. Everybody in this House came to this place to get work done on behalf of their constituents. And my constituents want me to come up here and talk about things like housing and health care and dental care and things that they really care about. And if I can be perfectly transparent, the amount of calls I get in my constituency office with respect to this subject are minuscule. So, you know, I asked the member opposite, and I appreciate that the role of the opposition is to, you know, throw up as many blocks and so on and so forth as you can. But again, we're here to get work done on behalf of Canadians. There is a quote, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to quote from the Conservative MP from Brantford Brant, the Justice Critic, and his quote was, "You know what happens if you can't get a document? You go to the court and you ask for search warrants or production orders." So I'm wondering if the member opposite could comment on that comment. Thank you.
The honourable member from Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, thank you for the question. You know, I would agree with the member. We do come here to debate you know, what's going on in the country, the laws of the land, how we can make things better for our constituents. And I think that's one of the issues around here, why we need to continue to dig. You know, there's an affordability crisis. There's a cost of living crisis. People are having a hard time paying their rent. People are having a hard time basically surviving. We see the proliferation of tent cities showing up. There are addiction issues. There are mental health issues. And so when constituents see misuse of public funds when the constituents see that friends of the government of the day, in this case the Liberal Party, getting rich because of the misappropriation of funds, because of maybe looking at favoring certain companies that they are close to, that is when we need to come here and do our job and hold the government to account.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He did a great job in many ways, outlining the tremendous record of the Liberal Party's failures to report to this place in terms of its good documentation that many Canadians need to see in terms of transparency for the SDTC file. That's why New Democrats support this motion. But this is the troubling part, Mr. Speaker. In this place and in this topic, we often hear the Conservatives speak to financial accountability and then leave out completely the history to which the Conservative Party has been deeply involved in scandals. And I can even list some of the scandals he missed in his review of them. The Airbus scandal, where we've seen kickbacks to Conservative ministers. The In-N-Out scandal, where they got to go away with election fraud. Mike Duffy literally took a $90,000 bag of cash right from the Prime Minister's office. How can now they're upset. How can the Conservatives square the circle of the fact that they're involved?
Order. Order. The honourable member. I'm certain all members would like to hear the answer. The honourable member from Niagara West.
And sure, I want to thank the member from Edmonton Griesbach for going back, 20, 30 years to try and find a scandal. I appreciate that. But, I think at the end of the day, as we look at our job here is partly to make sure that our constituents are better off, that they have more money. And that's something that under the Stephen Harper government we did. More people had more money in their pockets. And I was actually proud to be a part of that government where more people had more money in their pockets. And quite frankly, what's happened over the last number of years in terms of the cost of goods, the cost of services, a lot driven by the carbon tax, quite frankly, that has made everything more expensive. When we get back in power, we're going to make sure that we take care of that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues from Niagara West. I think we have a bigger problem than one that can be labeled with a partisan label, and that is my honourable colleagues here. And I appreciate him raising the issues of using outside contractors as opposed to people within our civil service. So the McKinsey, the Deloittes, all of them. We saw a real increase in contracting out that started around 2005 with the idea of getting rid of individual service providers within each department to a 1-800 number, Service Canada. We saw the same thing happening with the decision to outsource payroll and get IBM. So supposedly it was supposed to save us a lot of money. It cost us over $5 billion. So I think we need to have accountability at multiple levels of when we started deciding we were better off contracting out. And I asked my honourable colleague if his party would want to take another look at some of the mistakes of the past.
The honourable member from Niagara West.
I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for the question. It's one of the things we've been talking about here for some time is looking at the amount of money that's been spent on consultations. We've also seen the civil service increase by almost 40%. And so, part of what we need to do is we need to make sure that civil service has the ability and has the ability and the expertise, actually, to get some of those things done. Because if you're spending increasing amounts of money in the civil service and then you still need to look outside of consultations, we should be looking at what we have. We should be doing an analysis of that, and then we should be trying to get the best bang for taxpayers' dollars. That is what we're required to do as officials and those that are elected to serve our constituents.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Simcoe North. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise here. I appreciated my colleagues' comments. I like to be collaborative, and we're obviously at a bit of a stalemate. So I have an idea to propose and want my honourable colleagues' thoughts. Either the documents get produced, or maybe the government should just get back the $400 million. I would support either one of those things happening, and then we can maybe move on. Would my honourable colleague like to comment on that suggestion?
The honourable member from Niagara West.
And I want to thank my colleague from Simcoe North. You know, I would think there's maybe one other option. Maybe we can have an election, and we just, you know, and we could determine whether we feel that the way the carbon tax is played out with individuals, whether the people feel that, quite frankly, their dollars have been spent wisely. And so I think that maybe I just propose a third option to my member from my colleague from Simcoe North, that we look at having an election and let the people decide what we should do as we move forward.
That's a good answer.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just because a Conservative member says something in the House doesn't necessarily mean that it's factually accurate. And let me give a tangible example. Conservative, and many of them stand in their place and they talk about a liberal-leaning board. And the member knows, if he doesn't, he should know, that the chair of the board was an advisor to Stephen Harper, an advisor to Brian Mulroney, an advisor to Mr. Flaherty, and at the end of the day, contributed thousands and thousands of dollars to the Conservative Party. Yes, we did appoint her to the board, and there were tangible actions that were taken. All that to the side, every Conservative that stands up to talk about the issue tries to give the false impression that this is some corrupt Liberal, when he knows full well that that's not the case. Can he explain why it is Conservatives tend to want to exaggerate what might not necessarily be the reality?
The honourable member from Niagara West.
Yeah, and thanks to my colleague from the Winnipeg area. So I don't know the exact parliamentary secretary. So, you know, I think a lot of these problems could be solved if we would just release the documents unredacted, so we could actually see what was involved, where the money went to, what the reasons were. I think the member raises a good point. We all want to make sure that we're getting value for money when organizations are in place. And so I think one way to solve that problem once and for all would be to bring those documents here before the House of Commons and make sure we can get those off to the RCMP so they can do their work. And I think that once we've been able to do that, then we'll make sure that it doesn't happen again as we move forward.
We have the opportunity for a 20-second question, strictly enforced. The honourable member from Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a fact. It's a $40 billion deficit. And if you take 1% of that, that's another $400 million. So my question to my member, from my colleague from Niagara West is this a case of large numbers where the government can't handle $40 billion, let alone another $400 million?
The honourable member from Niagara West, 20 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague. Thank you for the question. I think that's always a challenge when we're talking to the public. These are extremely large numbers, right? At the end of the day, and I would venture to say that maybe people understand $50,000 or $60,000, but $400 million is an awful lot of money. And yes, I would say, regardless of the size of the money, they have a problem with whatever size it is.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from King Vaughan. And
Mr. Speaker, I rise.
Before the honourable member from King Vaughan stands up, I would like to just inform the honourable member that because daily adjournment is at 6:30, she will just have over 6.5 minutes of her 20 minutes. So I just want to let the honourable member know. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss a matter of utmost importance: transparency and accountability. These are two words that this NDP Liberal government's actions have proven they know very little about, or they simply don't care. Cambridge Dictionary defines transparency as a situation in which business and financial activities are done in an open way without secrets, so that people can trust that they are fair and honest. It defines accountability in the following way: a situation in which someone is responsible for things that happen and can give satisfactory reasons for them. In 2015, the Liberals ran on a platform of transparency and accountability. So where is it? After 9 years, Canadians are still waiting, proving this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. Crime and corruption, along with scandals and controversies, have plagued this government from the very beginning. Scandals like the SNC-Lavalin affair, the Aga Khan vacation, the Indian trip with Jasbal Atwell, the Jamaican vacation, the WE scandal, the blackface controversial, the Tofino controversial, cash for access fundraisers, the COVID-19 vaccine rollout, the handling of the Afghanistan crisis, Bullgate, Governor General Julie Payette's resignation, Queen Elizabeth's funeral, the Chinese election interference allegations, the use of the Emergency Act, and now the corruption of the Green Slush Fund. When will these scandals, controversies, and corruptions end? They have deeply tarnished our democracy and damaged our reputation on the global stage. Only common-sense Conservatives, led by our leader, will continue to push for accountability, end the corruption, and get answers for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have whiplash. And this NDP government, it's been scandal after scandal with a side of controversy and a splash of crime. It feels like just yesterday we were debating the ArriveCan debacle, and before Canadians had a time to process that scam, they are hitting with news on a $1 billion green slush fund that failed to reduce emissions or support green technology. Instead, those funds went into the coffers of Liberal insiders. To add insult to injury, a government official who was handpicked by the Prime Minister confirmed that no action was taken after gross mismanagement and conflict of interest were uncovered. We're not familiar with this topic. Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or the acronym SDTC, was established by the Government of Canada in 2001. It is a federal initiative aimed at funding and supporting and development and demonstration of clean technology. It has two goals: to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by investing in innovative technologies and to support projects that contribute to environmental sustainability and economic growth. This initiative is meant to help Canadian businesses bring their clean technology, thereby boosting the economy and creating jobs. Sustainable Development Technology Canada provides grants and funding to companies working on projects that align with these goals, aiming to make a significant impact on Canada's environmental and economic landscape. However, this fund comes under scrutiny, and for good reason. The Liberal Green Slush Fund has been accused of giving grants to startups with ties to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada senior management. The Auditor General found that Liberal appointees gave, hold on to your pants now, $400 million to their own companies. The Auditor General reviewed 226 projects. She concluded that of those 226 projects, 186 were conflicted. 186 conflict of interest. Do the math, Mr. Speaker. That is 82%. The CEO of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, Leah Lawrence, and the chair, Annette Van Schuren, have both resigned following allegations that the money in the fund was used improperly. The Liberal appointed a chair who is a friend of the Prime Minister and was found to have broken ethical. I know you're going to stop.
This with great regret, you were getting into the swing of things. There you go. The honourable member will have approximately 13 and a half minutes, just about 13 and a half minutes left on the clock when she resumes her debate on this question of privilege. Comme il est le temps prévu aujourd'hui.
As it is now the time, as the time has expired for this debate, the House will now move to a debate. We'll resume the debate at the next sitting of the House. We will now proceed to an adjournment debate dealing with a very important issue. It has to do with the allegations of the RCMP regarding foreign interference by India.
Mr. Shahal, seconded by Mr. Sajjan, moves that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The honourable member from Calgary, Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Vancouver South. Today I rise to participate in this emergency debate to discuss the urgent issue of foreign interference in the lives of Canadians by the government of India. I'm a proud Canadian with Indian ancestry. My parents immigrated as teenagers to the United Kingdom and came to Canada in 1972. I was born in Calgary, and Canada exceeded their expectations in every way. They had the opportunity to grow their family, find financial success, and have the freedom to participate in the political process. Indians are proud of their democracy, and the Indian diaspora has had a profound impact on global affairs and business. Over the last 75 years, India has been a leading example of strong democratic institutions, civil society, and economic opportunity in the developing world. India has uplifted millions of its impoverished citizens while being an important bridge in global relations. However, as governments change in democratic societies, so do their policy objectives. Today, India is stronger economically and more aggressive and muscular in its strategic foreign policy objectives. This does not justify abandoning its values of upholding justice and the rule of law. As Canadian members of Parliament, it is our duty to protect the safety and sovereignty of Canadians. Canada is guided by the rule of law, and we adhere to the Vienna Conventions at all times. We expect India to uphold these same standards. When our law enforcement and intelligence services began pursuing credible allegations that agents of the government of India were directly involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, on Canadian soil, we responded quickly. Our government conveyed its concerns to the government of India and urged them to collaborate with us in shedding light on this critical issue. Through the National Task Force and other investigative efforts, the RCMP has gathered evidence that reveals serious concerns. Violent extremists are impacting both countries. Their links tying agents of the government of India to homicides in Canada. Organized crime is being used to create the perception of unsafe environments, targeting the South Asian community in Canada, and there is interference in our democratic processes. These are not mere allegations, but serious findings from our national law enforcement that require immediate attention. Investigations have uncovered that Indian diplomats and their consular officials based in Canada have leveraged their official positions to engage in clandestine activities, gathering information for the government of India. either directly or through their agents and other individuals who acted voluntarily or under coercion. Evidence has also shown that a wide range of entities in Canada and abroad have been utilized by agents of the Government of India to collect information. Some of these individuals and businesses were coerced and threatened into cooperating with the Government of India. And the information collected was then used to target members of the South Asian community. Recently, one of my constituents was extorted, and his home was shot at. He shared with me that every day he woke up scared for the safety of his wife and children. He stayed away from his home and loved ones in hopes of keeping them safe. This is not the life he envisioned when he immigrated to this great country. Fortunately, thanks to the diligent work of the Calgary Police Service, the perpetrators were apprehended, but as we have seen, this is not always the outcome. As a member of the Sikh faith, there have been allegations of Indian government interference since the Golden Temple attack in 1984, and accusations by the Indian government against the Sikh community since the Air India bombing in 1985. The anti-Sikh riots where the Indian government officials were complicit in the killings of thousands of Sikhs during that time. Mothers were raped in front of their children. Some were cut into pieces and burned alive by violent mobs. In many cases, the bodies were never recovered. However, 40 years later, families are still seeking justice, and that pain and trauma continue to resonate with the community today. All Canadians, regardless of their faith or background, are guided by our legal framework. We have the opportunity to express ourselves. The Government of India may not like what many Canadians have to say, but just like India, we are a country governed by laws. For our police and intelligence agencies to speak publicly during an ongoing investigation highlights how serious this matter is. The police have warned at least 12 Canadians of a pending threat. A foreign government is being accused of being complicit in the murder of 3 others. It is a clear, dangerous, and unprecedented red line that has been crossed. As Michael Duhaime, the Commissioner of the RCMP, has stated, an extraordinary situation is compelling them to speak about what they discovered in multiple ongoing investigations into the involvement of agents of the Government of India in serious criminal activity in Canada. As shown from the RCMP, this is an extremely serious issue. An emergency debate is imperative so that we can come together to find solutions and address the concerns of those who feel targeted or unsafe. Based on the information provided to Global Affairs Canada by the RCMP, we waive diplomatic immunity for 6 individuals based in Canada and cooperate in the investigation. This request was made so that these individuals could be questioned regarding the ongoing RCMP investigation into a number of violent incidents targeting members of the South Asian community here in Canada. Regrettably, India did not agree. And given the ongoing public safety concerns for Canadians, Canada issued notices of expulsion to 6 diplomats and consular officials. Following those notices, India also announced it would withdraw its officials. To be clear, we are not seeking a diplomatic confrontation with India. Still, we will not sit quietly as agents of any country are linked to efforts to threaten, harass, and even kill Canadians. Full stop. I urge my colleagues to view this not just as a national security issue or as a partisan issue, but as a matter of parliamentary responsibility. Parliament must address threats to national sovereignty with the seriousness they demand. It is our duty to ensure that all Canadians feel safe from foreign influence and intimidation. Last September, when the Prime Minister stood in this House of Commons to speak about the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, the Conservatives sidestepped the issue, claiming there was no evidence. Well, now we have the evidence. I would encourage the leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Carleton, to obtain a top secret clearance to be able to be provided with the appropriate classified information to make informed decisions in reference to any allegations against parliamentarians in his party, just as all other parties have done. We must stand united across party lines to protect Canada's national interests and the well-being of our citizens. The safety and security of our citizens, regardless of their background or beliefs, must remain our top priority, and we will not tolerate any form of intimidation, harassment, or harmful targeting of communities or individuals in Canada. All Canadians deserve to live free from fear, and we must take decisive steps to ensure that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sad tonight that we're going to see the Conservatives saying that it's all the Liberals' fault for this foreign interference, and the other way around, the Liberals are going to blame the Conservatives for everything. What we just heard from our colleague was he talked about government responsibility. On November 18th, 2020, there was a motion to create a registry of foreign agents. Can the member explain why it took 4 years for anything to be done about that? The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
The member from Lac St. John for his important question and comments and the work he does on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Colleagues, I know from across this Parliament take these concerns seriously, and that's why all of our colleagues have supported initiatives to protect Canadians. That's why we saw the Prime Minister stand up in this House of Commons, which is unprecedented, to show how serious this government is, and why the RCMP last week held a press conference to inform Canadians on the need for further self-care and to make sure that they're monitoring the situation appropriately. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from London North. Excuse me, London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, the leader of the NDP, the member for Burnaby South, tried to introduce into this House a motion to create a standing committee on Canada-India relations, and yet the unanimous consent that was required was denied by this Liberal Party. So I'm a bit confused in terms of the speech today. My question is pretty clear to my Liberal colleague. We have serious concerns with the government's constant contradictions, but if they were so concerned with the Indian foreign interference, why did they say no to the motion created by the member for Burnaby South?
That's right. Why?
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
I thank the member for London Fanshawe for this important question. First of all, I did not deny any request. I actually support the NDP, the study that was recommended at the SECU committee. I participated last Friday in the 1064 that was brought forward, and the Hogue Commission looking into the foreign interference by the Government of Canada, and I will continue to do so. Thank you.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable colleague from Calgary Skyview. He puts his finger on something which is a really significant problem. I very much welcome the study that's going to be undertaken through the Public Safety and National Security Standing Committee. But the Hogue inquiry, by its terms of reference, is solely focused on foreign interference in our democratic processes within, for instance, elections. And we know, as the member for Calgary Skyview just stated, that tonight's emergency debate is prompted by RCMP work at a multidisciplinary level, which has revealed a criminal network within Canada that threatens people and has actually killed people, which is not within the scope of Madam Justice Hogue's inquiry. Is the Liberal Party or the government prepared to expand the mandate of that inquiry?
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Well, I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for this important question. And as I said earlier, I support the study of this at the SECU committee, and I look forward to having that conversation there with committee members, because I think we do need to look at the Conservative Party's role and foreign influence in their previous leadership races that have occurred, and that serious allegations have arisen. And I think as we work together with the committee that whether it's SECU or whether it's another committee established, we can go into further dialogue and understanding of the issues that have been brought forward today.
A brief 20-second question from the honourable member from Brampton South.
Thank you for my colleague for this speech. Just my question is to the RCMP cleared mention that they have obtained evidence linking agents of the Indian government to homicides and other acts of violence in Canada, including extortion. Can the member elaborate our measure to address, stop and prevent any act of violence on Canadian by foreign agents so that the Canadian can feel safe in their home country?
A quick 20-second answer from the member from Calgary Skyview.
From Brampton, who brings forward a very important question. For the RCMP to make a statement to Canadians is acknowledging their serious threats, and I think I'm concerned about the threats that were brought forward, but I'm happy to see that they've stepped forward to work with police agencies across Canada to deal with these threats immediately. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable minister responsible for the Pacific Economic Development Agency of Canada, the minister responsible for emergency preparedness, and president of the King's Privy Council.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for actually sharing my entire title. It takes a mouthful. Mr. Speaker, we are moving into a world where it is becoming easier for foreign countries to suppress freedom beyond their own borders and extend repressive policies on the international stage, using social media and online censorship, and sadly, through transnational intimidation and murder. The tools and playbook that these countries are using are evolving, and how we deal with them, we must evolve as well. And I appreciate the opportunity today to speak to the very serious findings with respect to the involvement of agents of the Government of India in serious criminal activity on Canadian soil disclosed by the RCMP last week. The RCMP and national security officials made several attempts to work with the Government of India and Indian law enforcement counterparts on this matter, with the goal of putting an end to these criminal activities. These were repeatedly rebuffed on their attempts, including earlier this month when the Deputy Commissioner Mark Flynn, National Security Intelligence Advisor Ashley Durin, and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs David Morrison met with officials from the Government of India. As such, the RCMP was compelled to move forward with the disclosure of the evidence it had gathered, which it did on October 14th. And Mr. Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with the Prime Minister when he said on October 14th that the Government of India made a fundamental error in thinking that they could engage in supporting criminal activity against Canadians here on Canadian soil. Canadians will not accept this happening here because Canada offers a promise to live in a democracy where fundamental rights are guaranteed, where freedom, rules-based order, and safety are paramount. We share the common values that we are stronger when we learn from each other, when we peacefully share different ideas, even when we challenge each other's perspectives. That is why so many people call Canada home. That is why my family chose. And it is clear that for the Government of India, freedom is subjective, rules-based order is only an uncomfortable theory, and safety, well, that clearly is in question. The RCMP's investigation found that the Indian government and their agents have a vested interest in defiling the very institutions and freedoms that make Canada Canada, undermining our democracy, corralling our freedom, harming our citizens. Additionally, the RCMP and our security agency will not tolerate acts of violence against Canadians for exercising their rights to free speech, which is protected under the Charter of Rights and Freedom. We will not tolerate this, and no one in this House should tolerate this. I would like to thank the RCMP and the security agencies for its thorough work in protecting Canadians. It has been a difficult few months for Canadians. Our community has been seized by intimidation, extortion, coercion, and other serious offences. But rest assured, Canadians from outside our community are now paying attention. There is no justification to perpetrate violence against Canadians in Canada. This is not a partisan issue. This is not subjective. It is not fodder for two-bit slogans and diversion tactics. This is the freedom. This is about the freedoms and lives because it's at stake for Canadians. The rule of law is under threat here. Canadians rightly expect party leaders to have the security clearance. This includes the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Security clearance to know and understand the threats, foreign and domestic, even within their own party. A leader who does not stand up for all Canadians does not deserve to hold the highest office. And it is clear that the Conservative Party does not stand up for all Canadians. No, they don't. It was clear last week when the Conservative leader did not release an official statement on his channels following the RCMP's revelations. A lack of a response only emboldens foreign governments to perpetuate disinformation and interference. Every Canadian has the freedom to live their life in Canada without the fear of violence or coercion from a foreign entity. That does not come with an asterisk. Now more than ever, it is crucial that Canada's principles are safeguarded. For the dissent does not give leave to sanctions of murder in any civilized society. To attempt and actively pursue means of coercion, violence, and extortion is the antithesis of free, sovereign, and civilized democracy. And I'm proud that the majority of Canadians across the country have not bowed to coercion and to those in Canada who seek to facilitate it. And in the weeks and months ahead, the RCMP will continue to do their important work, but this is a collective effort. If you see something, say something. Contact the RCMP's National Security Information Network to help us as we bring these individuals to justice. I have said this before, but it bears repeating, especially when we grapple with the reality of extensive foreign interference in the lives of Canadians. Those who seek to undermine Canada's sovereignty will do and say things to delegitimize and undermine your existence as Canadian. Do not let them. You are a Sikh, you are a Canadian. You are a Hindu, you are a Canadian. You are a Christian, you are a Canadian. If you are an atheist, you are a Canadian. Whichever corner of this country you are from, you are free. Whatever the way you look, you deserve to have the safety. You are a Canadian, and Canada will always fight to remain a free and open democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. It's important as we look at this issue that we center and make best efforts to understand the deep pain of many Canadians right now. Many Canadians that have, whether it's diaspora that they come from in terms of their parents being here, or they themselves have been victims of some of the hate and the violence that we're seeing across the country. In particular, it's been raised with me that the RSS in particular has been a violent and extremist group that so many across the country right now, particularly Sikh Canadians, are calling for accountability and to have this organization registered as a terrorist organization. Would the member comment on the important need of designating the RSS as a terrorist organization to help protect Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I think many Canadians have brought this issue forward and concerns about the RSS. Fortunately for here in Canada, we have independent security agencies who go through a thorough analysis to do this, and all this information has been forwarded to them. Thank you.
The Honourable l'Honorable Député de Lac-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The colleague who spoke before the last speaker, I asked a question that I didn't get an answer, so I'll try again with this Liberal colleague. The question is quite straightforward. We're talking about taking action on foreign interference. We're talking about government responsibility given this problem. And my question has to do with that, with government responsibility. On November 18th, 2020, a motion called on the government to create a foreign agents registry. But that didn't happen until March 2023. That's when the government started public consultations, and they came up with C-70 in 2024. So the question is simple. Why did it take 4 years when everyone was aware of the problem? The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Actually, I really do appreciate the question from my colleague here. When it comes to the protection of Canadians, especially when it comes to foreign interference, I can assure you that our government, from the day that we took office, were very not only concerned with it and taking the appropriate actions, and making sure that we gave our security agencies the appropriate legal authority to take action to making sure that these concerns were addressed. And when it comes to the foreign registry and other issues, we wanted to make sure that it does get it right, because when we put forward legislation or any type of strategies, we want to make sure that it's actually going to have the intended results, and that's exactly what we did. Thank you.
See if we can get all the questions of interest that are here. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Honourable Minister. I'm going to ask a difficult question. I'll try to put it concisely. The worst act of terrorism on Canadian soil ever was, of course, June 23rd, 1985, and the bombing of Air India by a very far different diaspora group in terms of Khalistani Sikh extremists, who, of course, are the opposite end of the political spectrum from Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu nationalist, very right-wing party. And yet, we have here now operatives of the current Indian government operating on Canadian soil in ways that have alarmed the RCMP sufficiently that we are investigating homicides, plural. To the honourable colleague, who certainly understands this issue far better than I do, being from that part of the world, what can we realistically do to establish good relations with India, an important country in the world, while protecting the lives of Canadians from any form of extremists or any terrorists on our soil?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter who you are. If you commit any type of criminal activity, terrorism, our security agencies and RCMP will find you and charge you, and you will go to jail. And that's what we always have to for. When it comes to the actions that we can take, one of the things is sending a message as parliamentarians, making sure that we demonstrate to Canadians that all parliamentarians are united in this case. And this is one of the things I would, I think, asked, as I said in my remarks, for the leader of the Conservative Party to get that security clearance so he can make appropriate decisions on the information that he learned, but he still refuses to get a security clearance.
If the honourable member could do a brief question, I know the honourable member from Waterloo was on her feet before. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Speaker, to be very short, I echo many of the words that the minister has put on the record. I really appreciate and support what the minister is saying. And I really hope that NSICOP really takes this on as an issue in itself. The question I have for the members, if he can just emphasize how important it is that the leader of the official opposition get the security clearance.
The Honourable Minister, in a very brief 20-second answer.
I would say, Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute no-brainer or common sense for all party leaders to have this security clearance to do their work that they need to do. The community has been suffering for 4 decades when it comes to intimidations, and finally, they're getting some relief, and their anxiety is still there and we have to make sure that we can keep them safe. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member from Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Kildonan St. Paul. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the revelations that the RCMP presented to Canadians on last Monday were absolutely shocking, and I know talked to a number of people across the country. were shocked at the idea that agents of the government of India were not only involved in foreign interference, but also going further than that, that foreign interference included murder, extortion, use of organized crime, some international crime syndicates, some here in Canada, intimidation of Canadians, coercion of Canadians. It got to the point, Mr. Speaker, where the RCMP had to essentially warn Canadians. They specifically went and warned 13 Canadians that your lives are in danger because of this foreign interference, that because there's concerns that agents of the government of India, that their lives are in risk because of the actions that they may take. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear affront to our sovereignty as a nation. This threatens us, our democracy, and threatens us as a country. Mr. Speaker, we must take steps to protect Canadians. We have to protect our sovereignty. We must protect our democracy. And we need to get answers for Canadians of why this is happening, how this continues to happen. And we need to take steps to stop foreign interference from all countries, but in this case, directly from India. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we as all parliamentarians and this government must take national security seriously. We must take the threat of foreign interference very seriously. Now, Mr. Speaker, the idea of foreign interference from India, it's not new. Ever since I was younger, whenever, we would always hear people who spoke up on human rights issues or other issues that the government of the day may not agree with, that, there'd be concerns that they may not receive a visa to go back to India. That was the type of threat that we commonly heard previously. But what the RCMP explained now, what the RCMP has uncovered and what they have evidence for, from murder, extortion, coercion, and use of organized crime, that goes way beyond what we used to hear before. Even to the point, Mr. Speaker, that in the United States, a plot to murder a plot to murder an American was thwarted by the U.S. authorities. The U.S. security agencies were able to thwart that plot. And soon after that, arrests were made in the U.S. But unfortunately, we do not have that here. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister at the Hague Commission admitted that they have heard about, that their security agencies in Canada have known about foreign interference from India, that they've been committing foreign interference for years. And yet, this government has not taken appropriate steps to protect Canadians, even after the fact that a Canadian was assassinated on Canadian soil, Mr. Speaker. And yet, Canadians continue to be under threat. Even, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that after a number of years, we have been attempting to bring solutions forward on foreign interference. It was our government, our party, who pushed forward for a foreign interference registry, for a foreign registry for foreign agents to be registered. For a number of years, the Liberals rejected this. The NDP supported them in rejecting this. And finally, after pressure from the Conservatives, we now have, starting to become a foreign interference registry of agents to be registered to stop foreign interference. Mr. Speaker, one of the methods that the RCMP has said that agents of the Indian government are using to target Canadians is extortion. That extortion, they're using international gangs, they're using gangs and paid gangs here in Canada. One of the solutions that that we put forward, because it's important that we as an opposition to put solutions forward, was my private member's bill, Bill C-381. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that right now in Canada, there is no minimum penalty for extortion. But with C-381, anybody committing extortion would have received 3 years a mandatory minimum sentence. 4 years if they had committed that extortion with a firearm, and 5 years if they had committed that extortion in relation to organized crime. And that is precisely what we are talking about here today. That is exactly what the RCMP has said that is happening in this case, that through organized crime, Canadians are being extorted. And yet, the Liberals and the NDP voted against that bill. Mr. Speaker, when we put solutions forward, unfortunately, the Liberals rejected those solutions. The fact of the matter is that Canada now is much more dangerous than it was 9 years ago in every respect, in every category, Mr. Speaker. Crime is up. Murders are up. It is less safe to be in Canada, and as we are finding out, Mr. Speaker, foreign interference from India has gone to a point that, to an extreme level where Canadians' lives are at threat. We've already seen that a Canadian has been assassinated because of it. Mr. Speaker, it is important, and it should be, that this government needs to take more and better actions to protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments that the member has shared, and I appreciate his work on the private member's bill. And I would like to ask the member, though it's pretty easy to always make it someone else's issue, is it important that when it comes to the sovereignty of our country, when it comes to defending Canadians' rights and freedoms and their ability to exist in our country, is it important that all parties take this work seriously? Because I believe that we are Canadian first. I was born and raised in the Waterloo region. I did not choose to be born in Waterloo. I did not choose to be Canadian. I did choose my political party, but today we are talking about the loss of a Canadian. I would ask the member, does everyone have a responsibility, and can he please confirm why his leader chooses not to get his security clearance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Wood Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely imperative that we do, as a House of Commons, as parliamentarians, to bring forward solutions to help this situation. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, she appreciates the fact that I brought forward a private member's bill on extortion to address the issue, very serious issue of extortion in Canada. But the fact of the matter is that her and her party voted against that bill and that solution. So it's one thing to say that we all need to work together and address something, but it's another thing to ignore those issues, ignore solutions, and continue on the way that they have been going on. Mr. Speaker, the issue of foreign interference from India is a very serious one, and this government needs to take it more seriously.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Pardon me, Rivière-du-Nord.
Oh, c'est des Mille-Îles?
Is it Rivière-des-Mille-Îles? Rivière-du-Nord. Rivière-du-Nord. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Have you recognized me? Yes? All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, asked the same question twice. Liberal colleagues did not answer the question. That is a bit annoying because it's a very important question. This House passed a motion in 2020, a motion calling for a foreign agents registry to deal with foreign interference. So this was called for in November 2020. Here we are now. It's 2024. We're in the same situation. Consultations were only launched last year in 2023. Does my colleague feel that that's acceptable? When a motion calls for urgent, swift action, does my colleague find it acceptable that the government should take 3 or 4 years to take action? I thank the member for Rivière-du-Nord, the honourable member for Edmonton-Bellwoods.
Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable colleague's question, and he's absolutely correct that the Liberals would not answer that question, and that is, there's a reason for that, Mr. Speaker, because they don't take this issue seriously. We as a Conservative Party have been asking for and have actually presented solutions on presenting a foreign registry for foreign agents. That registry would have helped in this situation, but unfortunately, the Liberals did not bring that forward. He is correct in saying that there was a motion in the House of Commons to bring one forward, a unanimous one, and yet no solution by the Liberals. There is one now, but now they're saying that they're consulting, Mr. Speaker. They don't take this issue seriously.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
My colleague's intervention. You know, there's been a time here in this place where different leaders of political parties could not get a security clearance, were not allowed to, and had to actually fight to be able to get access to that. That changed. So my question to my colleague is that now his leader is fighting to stay off that security clearance on this particular issue, and what other issues will they come public with that they won't get a security clearance on, because it's been clearly put out, in fact, has been standard practice to ensure our democracy is protected by all parliaments and all political parties by a security clearance.
The honourable member from Edmonton Millwoods has 40 seconds to reply.
Mr. Speaker, this absolutely doesn't make any sense, because on this issue, on Monday, when our CMP discussed this issue with all Canadians, the Leader of the Opposition received a briefing from Nathaniel Durin, National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, and by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs at Global Affairs Canada, and the Director of CSIS. All of them gave the Leader of the Opposition a briefing on this issue. Mr. Speaker, the only difference is that the Leader of the Opposition is the only leader that will not be gagged by the Prime Minister in taking that oath. The job of the Leader of the Opposition is to hold them to account, and if he was to take that oath, he would not be able to do that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House amongst my colleagues and talk about this very critical issue facing Canadians that I know many Canadians have been hearing about over the past week, and certainly for this kind of news to break on a Thanksgiving Monday was quite unprecedented, in fact. And so I'm honored to put some words on the record. And certainly it's very serious allegations we're hearing from the RCMP out of what's been tied to Indian government officials, allegedly plotting to work with criminal entities in Canada connected to criminal entities in India, plotting to extort, coerce, murder, and in fact, it's been alleged that a number of individuals have in fact been murdered in Canada as a result of some of these outrageous affronts on our sovereignty in Canada. As a result of these criminal activities, we have really had our whole system of government really rocked, and a relationship that we thought was quite strong is now an issue of concern. And I think that should concern everyone in this place, because we need strong allies, strong friends and relationships internationally. So very disappointing to hear of these allegations. And it was odd and very surprising to see the RCMP sort of out of the blue have this unprecedented type press conference on a Thanksgiving Monday where they said remarkably that about 13 individuals are currently in peril, and they did not feel that they could protect them with their own resources, and so therefore they had to go public. That's quite unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, that we've got to such a point with foreign interference in Canada that the RCMP on a Thanksgiving Monday had to hold an emergency press conference to see if they could protect 13 individuals residing in Canada. It's really unbelievable, and it was quite shocking to be eating turkey dinner and be learning about some of these details. Because it was interesting, about a year ago, the Prime Minister got up in the House of Commons and also did something quite unprecedented. He got up in the House of Commons and he made these ties that there was some allegations, very serious allegations, that an individual was murdered in Canada in connection to the government of India. Very, very serious allegations that I don't believe any government, at least in recent history, has ever got up and done something like that, accuse a foreign government in that way. It was quite shocking. And so what's really interesting is that that was about 13 months ago. So we have the Prime Minister, the leader of the Liberal Party, take this quite unprecedented action in the House of Commons, call out a country that's supposed to be our friend in such a way, accusing them in essence of murder. And then nothing really happened. And then 13 months later, we have some unprecedented emergency RCMP announcement, and 6 diplomats from India were kicked out of Canada in quite a dramatic fashion because 13 individuals were in peril, and many more have been intimidated and coerced. So I mention that to say that the Prime Minister gets up and does this unprecedented action, and it seemed to not deliver any real results to stop foreign interference. It takes unprecedented action. It does nothing to fix the problem. In fact, it got worse. I think that really speaks to his lack of ability to ensure foreign interference in this country is brought to a stop. Because certainly anyone in this country that is connected to these illegal and criminal and murderous actions needs to be held fully accountable. We cannot as a country allow anybody, any foreign country, to come in and murder our citizens, coerce our citizens, extort our citizens, threaten to take visas away. We've heard a lot of this going on with China as well. Election interference, we see Russian disinformation, we see intimidation of Iranian Canadians from the IRGC. It took the Liberal government about, 4 to 6 years, I believe, of us calling for the Liberal government to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. It took 6 years to ensure there was that standard in Canada to say we will no longer engage. This kind of foreign interference from Iran, for example, no longer allowed. It took many, many years for the Liberals to act on that. And we've heard more and more and more about foreign interference in the last number of years. And in fact, what we've seen from the Prime Minister, he's repeatedly denied that there's been any issue. We saw this almost every day at the beginning when there was a CSIS leak to the Globe and Mail regarding Chinese elections. Nothing to see here was really the message of the day from the Liberal government. And in fact, they were more concerned about the leaks. And it was very much the case that Conservatives had to drag this government kicking and screaming to an authentic, professional, robust public inquiry into foreign interference, which we're finally seeing now run by Justice Hogue. But it took a very, very long time to get there, and a lot of effort from us to hold the government accountable to have that type of inquiry. You'll remember there was unfortunately the sort of in-betweens when the Prime Minister sort of finally relented and decided to sort of do something about foreign interference. They had the David Johnston report, although it was found that he was quite close to Mr. Trudeau and was possibly not applying the most critical eye on what he may or may not have done on foreign interference. So that was in essence scrapped. Mr. Johnston quit midway through. And then finally we got an authentic, professional, robust inquiry into foreign interference. But it took so long, so many leaks from CSIS to sound the alarm. In fact, if it hadn't been leaks from CSIS to the Globe and Mail, we would probably not even be here talking about foreign interference. They're the ones that blew the whistle because no one was listening to them. In fact, we have a lot of accounts of national security reports just not making it to the Prime Minister's desk, Madam Speaker. Just that he wasn't reading them, that this wasn't something that he was interested in. And in fact, I'll draw your attention, Madam Speaker, to a number of the comments in the official report from the NSICOP committee that are quite concerning about how serious our Prime Minister takes foreign interference and perhaps why we got here. For example, the NSICOP report said, given the risks posed by foreign interference to Canada's national security, the committee expected the government to act following the committee's 2019 report, and it was slow to do so. Further, the government has yet to implement an effective response to foreign interference in democratic processes and institutions. This is despite a significant body of intelligence reporting, the completion of foundational policy work, public consultations, and having been called to do so by the committee. And I think Canadians should be concerned, and I think they are waking up to this. How did we get to a place that China, now India, Iran, Russia, Pakistan, all of them just bullying Canada, intimidating our citizens, and allegedly connected to murder in some cases? Very serious. How did we get here? Well, we've had the same Prime Minister for 9 years, and it's never been worse. What does that say about his leadership? And I think as Canadians, we should be calling on our government. In fact, you know what? I'll actually talk about this. The Privy Council's office, when the Prime Minister, Liberal Prime Minister, first got elected in 2015, had a very official report called Open and Accountable Government. Where's my quote on that? Open and Accountable Government, where it explicitly says that national security and international relations or international affairs is explicitly the, quote, special responsibility of the Prime Minister. So what I've seen from this Prime Minister is excuses and not wanting to talk about it and dragging his feet, whether it's China, India, Russia, Iran, Pakistan, others. And yet it is solely his, quote, special responsibility, according to his own open government report from 2015, the governing document that was going to really be the one document this government would turn to show Canadians what their responsibilities as ministers and prime ministers was. National security, his special responsibility, and his special responsibility alone. And yet here we are. So I'd say that he has failed in fulfilling his special responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that foreign interference is stopped, that we protect our citizens. It has literally gotten to a point that there's allegations that foreign countries are murdering citizens in this, our people in this country. Mr. Najjar was a citizen. This is incredibly serious, what is happening. So I appreciate that we have the opportunity to talk about this debate. And just in my last minute, Mr. Speaker, I did want to say that what would be real leadership in this regard, we know that there is this list of names that the Prime Minister really seems to have weaponized at this foreign interference inquiry, which is very disappointing. He's turned it into a circus. And I would say that other countries hold members of Parliament and others accountable by releasing the names of those individuals who have been in connection and working with foreign governments to undermine. We've seen this in the United Kingdom with Kristen Lee, named and shamed by the UK government. Why is it that we can't know the names of the individuals, if there are, that have been candidates, former parliamentarians, current ones? Why can't we know those names? What is the Liberal government trying to hide? That they won't release them? Things like that, I think, would shed a real light and send a message to anyone looking to undermine Canada that we're going to find out what you're up to, who you are, and we're going to hold you accountable for it. That's what this government should be doing, and that's what they failed to do for 9 years, Mr. Speaker. And we're going to hold them accountable for that. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we're here this evening to talk about foreign interference, but there was information provided the Prime Minister last week saying that there are former members of Parliament, including Conservatives, who might be involved in foreign interference. Now, there is the leader of the official opposition who does not want his security clearance, and I'd like to know why. He is leader of the opposition. Were he to be Prime Minister, would he not want security clearance because it's sensitive information? Why doesn't he get his security clearance? That's rather quick question, but there it is. The honourable member.
On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear on this. We feel, as do others, that this security clearance would in essence be a gag order. And it's very transparent, in fact, why the Prime Minister dropped this so-called bombshell and made a circus out of what was otherwise a very professional undertaking, the foreign interference inquiry. It's because his own caucus is looking to revolt. There's basically an open rebellion within that caucus coming to a head this Wednesday. And, of course, as I outlined in my remarks, there's been a very much a failed record from this Prime Minister on preventing foreign interference. And I'll just conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. From the Chief of Staff, the longest-serving Chief of Staff in Canadian history, the right-hand woman to the Prime Minister, she said, quote, or she said when receiving a briefing, it would, quote, prevent recipients from using, quote, the information in any manner. And even where that is not the case, briefing political parties on sensitive intelligence regarding an MP could put the leader or representative of a political party in a tough position because any decision affecting the MP might have to be made without giving them due process. So she's saying it would gag them, we're saying it would gag us. We're not going to do that.
Just pour informer à tous les députés and
I'd like to inform all members.
In interest, I saw that there are a number of people who want to get up. I'm trying to limit it to about 45 seconds question, 45 seconds answer. The honourable member from Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to challenge my honourable colleague on that last point, because we have former high-level CSIS executives who say that the position that the Leader of the Opposition is taking right now, there is no reasonable justification. We have Wesley Wark, who has advised both Liberal and Conservative governments, saying that it is nonsensical. We're not talking about a gag order here, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about the ability of a leader to take action within his or her caucus. This is what it's all about. And if we do have members of parliament who are compromised, leaders have an incredible amount of power in their caucus. They can prevent MPs from sitting in certain committees. They can prevent them from running again as members under a party banner. So again, through you, Mr. Speaker, why does the leader of the Conservative Party think he knows better than former CSIS executives?
The honourable member from Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've shared this with the NDP member, but I do find it interesting that the former leader of the NDP would agree with the leader of the Conservative Party on this, that in essence it would be a gag order. And again, it's very political why the Liberals are doing this right now. What was interesting in that foreign interference inquiry is the Liberal leader, which we already knew, but he later admitted on the record that, of course, there were members of the Liberals that are on that list. And what has he done about it? Really nothing. In fact, he denied there was any issue at all. So really, I feel if the NDP wants something done on foreign interference, they should probably stop propping up a government that's done nothing about it for 9 years.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Member of Parliament said that nothing was done from September 18th when the Prime Minister announced these serious allegations. I think the member is failing to remember that 22 people have been charged for extortion, 8 for the murder of Mr. Nidger and others, and now we have an RCMP commissioner and the deputy commissioner stating that they have tried numerous attempts and in fact actually showed the evidence. So I don't know what more this Conservative opposition is expecting, but I would like to know why, when every other leader of this House, the Green Party leader, the NDP leader, and I believe the Bloc leader, has been able to see those oaths, the evidence, how come the Conservative Party leader will not take it?
Final 45 seconds to the honourable member from Kildonan, St. Paul.
I think what I'm expecting, Mr. Speaker, is what all Canadians are expecting, is a leader that's going to make our country strong, a leader that's not going to have our country after 9 years turn into a country that's being bullied by multiple foreign adversaries, and now friends, in fact. That's the status quo under this Liberal government, which that member is a part of. A government that has allowed this country to become so weak that other countries have no problems waltzing in here and murdering citizens. That's the situation. Since the Prime Minister got up in this House 13 months ago, it's gotten to such a point that the RCMP had to announce on Thanksgiving weekend that 13 more individuals are in peril. I'd say that's a failed record, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming
debate. The honourable member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that you're very fair, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to share my time with the honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, as you can see this evening, the impact of foreign interference is very real. It affects democracy and the well-being of our people. An investigation into foreign interference heard the testimony of representatives of various communities on the impact of foreign interference on the lives of people in their diasporas. These are often people from authoritarian regimes who have threatened them and their families. We've heard that many Russians living in Canada have relatives in their country of origin, and even Russian diplomats in Russia have been using social media and other things to threaten those who protest Moscow. Another person stated that a member of the Iranian committee in Canada, that person should wear sunglasses and a mask in order not to be identified according to a certain information. That person in Iran would be persecuted, and this person fears for the well-being of his family. A CSIS report says that China has targeted members who sponsored a motion on recognition of the genocide of Uyghurs. the representative, someone who advocates for the Uyghurs, says that the suppression by Beijing is systematic. I am familiar with the Uyghurs, and we can trust them when they speak. They can't even share a joyous event, news of a joyous event with their family because it might endanger them. There are some Uyghurs in Canada who don't know whether or not some members of their family are still alive. There are other members of various diasporas. I'm thinking of the Tibetan community and the Taiwanese community. Now, this is a question I'd put before. Nobody could answer me. 18th, the government was asked to register foreign lobbyists. But it was only in March 2023 that they held public consultations on a registry for foreign lobbyists. Now, I've been told they have to take their time because this is an important legislation which will have a significant impact on people. But it's not as if they started to draft the legislation. They only began the consultations in 2023, while it had been asked for in 2020. The government was dragging its feet. The government did all it could to avoid a public inquiry into foreign interference before the election. And after months of the opposition going after them, and the government, the Liberal government, was forced to create a commission of inquiry. It was about time. And we've had recently a press conference with with members of various communities who've been targeted: Taiwanese, Tibetans, Uyghurs, and these people had a right to a public investigation and public inquiry. Now, the member for Don Valley North claimed he didn't know anything about what China was doing, and said so publicly. Now, the government dragged its feet about looking into foreign interference, but they brought in a register of foreign lobbyists, as requested by my colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières. And the government seems now to have some idea of the scope of the problem. Now, some of the Indian diplomats identified by the Canadian government, some of them have been pointed out, but they have been acting with impunity in Canada. Their deleterious government is something that successive governments have really not taken seriously. The consecutive negligence of Conservatives and Liberals have made it such that these people have been able to threaten our sovereignty. We learned that India was behind the assassination of Mr. Nijjar in British Columbia. The High Commissioner, or rather, the Indian High Commission said that they were not at all involved. In September, the federal government finally reacted to Indian government interference when the Prime Minister publicly accused the Indian government of having had Mr. Nijjar assassinated, but with no real plans to follow up. Several members of Parliament, including among the Bloc, started questioning the Prime Minister about having these allegations against India, while, once again, and it's not surprising, the Canadian government does not seem to have any plan with respect to foreign affairs or to its international relations. And my colleague, the member for Montarville, has been going after the government day after day to have the government do something. often than not, we've had to deal with this government's improvisational attitude towards foreign affairs. Now, the Prime Minister had said Canada was back and it was going to resume its position on the international stage, but it's more like Canada is back, like in the background. Canada, and sovereignists will tell you this, if Canada wants to become a serious actor on the world stage, they knew about this, and successive governments have dragged their feet, and the victims of this foreign interference are not necessarily democratic institutions in Canada. The victims on the front lines of this matter are those opponents of various regimes who have found refuge in Canada. These are people who believe themselves to be safe. But then they look at the news, and they see that there are foreign powers who do just as they please on our soil. They attack our nationals, our Uyghur friends, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, I know, Mr. Speaker, there are people who've been banned from China because of their activities. I'm not afraid of that, but people with whom I work, Uyghurs, Tibetans, and others, these people who have family still in China, I'm thinking of Uyghurs, they're the ones who are courageous. They have a backbone because there are members of their family who are still there. When they look at the television or read the news, all they see is that Canada is letting these people, agents of foreign powers, acting just as they please. This is horrifying, Mr. Speaker, what we've subjected these people to. And it is, Mr. Speaker, the government has to wake up, and it has to look at what this foreign interference really is. Yes, an election is not perhaps pleasant for you, but the victims at the forefront of this are citizens. The government has to wake up, and Conservatives have to act responsibly in a nonpartisan manner. And when Quebec is independent, we will not act in this way on the world stage. Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I agree with his comments. On his questions about why the leader of the official opposition refuses security clearance to deal with these security issues. I completely agree with the member, and as another member said, the leader of the Conservative Party got a briefing.
Was the leader of the Conservative Party able to get the same briefing? They said, no, we couldn't give him as many details as we gave you because he doesn't have his clearance.
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a legitimate question. If the leader of the official opposition wants to be Prime Minister, well, today he's saying that he doesn't want his security clearance, doesn't want to see the documents because that would prevent him from speaking publicly about it. But if ever he were to become Prime Minister of Canada, will he refuse to see sensitive information because he would be able to talk about it publicly? Doesn't make sense. He needs a better reason for not wanting his security clearance. The reason he has given is not good.
Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech and his advocacy for this important issue. And I think we agree on many aspects of this. And so I'd like to actually hear the members' position in regards to the fact that we're having this debate now today. Finally, I'd suggest. It's been something that's been on the minds of so many individuals across the country, particularly Sikh and Muslim communities, as they've been dealing with and raising the alarm of foreign interference for a very long time in Canada. We're finally seeing in this instance that we're going to get to a position where we can find out, we can do things like ban the RSS. Is this something that the member would support?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, this is one of those debates tonight where we can dig into things, propose solutions, and hopefully find a consensus without being partisan. But unfortunately, what we might see tonight is just the Liberals and the Conservatives blaming one another, pointing the finger at one another for foreign interference. For years, those two parties have taken turns governing. It's been decades, actually. It's been since 1867, in fact, that they've been passing the baton to one another. And what we see is the result of all the inaction of those two parties put together. So unfortunately, what we're going to see is instead of finding solutions, we're going to see a whole bunch of partisanship. And it's a shame with such an important topic.
Member from Waterloo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say to the honourable member opposite, can he share whether his leader asked for the security clearance, and can the member say whether he thinks it's important that all party leaders get that security clearance, that briefing, so that they can be well informed of national security issues, so that they can put up a united front on behalf of Canada on the international stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, our leader, I think, is in the process right now of getting his security clearing. There were a few little formalities still to be completed, but yes, he decided to go ahead with it as a responsible party leader, and in that way he'll be able to see, and it would surprise me, but he'll be able to find out whether there are any members or candidates of the bloc from, that wittingly or unwittingly, directly or indirectly, were subject to foreign interference or influence, and to decide whether or not those people should be able to remain in the party or not. Before the next election. So, yes, absolutely. I think it's quite simply a matter of acting responsibly when you decide to lead a party, and all the more so if you want to lead a country. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montcalm.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening, we're talking about interference, and when you listen to the speeches and concerns coming from other colleagues, well, interference and negligence are a lot alike, and disregard and complacency, all these words have a lot to do with one another. So in terms of images, when water gets into things, it causes erosion of roads and shorelines. It doesn't happen overnight, it's gradual. And the lack of seriousness coming from previous governments, and even callous disregard, I would even say, it's because of that we're having a debate tonight about foreign interference. One of the effects of that interference is a sick Canadian getting killed on Canadian soil because India was of the view that that individual was a terrorist. He was arrested by the RCMP. He was questioned by the RCMP, and the decision was made not to extradite him. But Canada is so well respected, Mr. Speaker, internationally, that India, through its representatives here, India managed to send some hitmen to Canada to kill a Canadian citizen of Sikh origin. So that's pretty serious. It's a big deal. And so this evening we're talking about foreign interference, and the opposition leader wants more than just to know the truth. He wants to have his hands free to promote his clips on foreign interference, his taglines, and his sound bites, and respectable and rigorous under that kind of a system, one would expect that information to be available, to be known. And there may be people in some of these caucuses who are subject to this type of interference. That's something that I would imagine a leader would want to know about. I heard some of my colleagues from the Conservative Party saying that it's thanks to the Conservatives and that there was like this call for a registry of foreign agents. Well, it was my colleague from Trois-Rivières. You know, there's a draw, Mr. Speaker, for private members' business. So when it was his turn to table a bill, he drafted a bill to create that kind of registry. Ultimately, the government came up with Bill C-70 to take ownership of the idea, but it was 4 years later. So, yeah, they reacted. You have to give them credit for that. But they reacted. Remember how we used to say half an hour later in Newfoundland, this is the kind of thing. 4 years later, the Liberals reacted. Could you please move your microphone? Be careful about your microphone. Oh, I'm sorry. I was bumping the microphone with my papers here. So there's a conflict here between India and the Punjab. So Punjab is a province of India that borders on Pakistan. And the Sikh community in India would apparently like to have an independent state called Khalistan. So we're talking about Sikh independence based on religion. They're claiming their little piece of land. And the government of India, since India was divided, since the partition in 1947, the government of India has completely rejected any recognition of the Sikh people. And that conflict has been going on ever since, and it's been marked by extreme violence on the government side and on the side, the Sikh side. So on all sides. There was the assassination of Indira Gandhi, for example. There was the Air India attack. And so there's a conflict that has repercussions in Canada, and specifically in 2023, because it was then that Mr. Nijjar was killed. And that means that this is the worst of what a country can do. The very worst thing a country can do is to be unable to protect and defend its own citizens. And the worst thing is to see a G7 country like Canada being disrespected. They've marched right in and committed crimes here on our soil. So, of course, Canada had to react. Of course, Canada had to expel the diplomats. The government of India has reacted. But we need to remember that this foreign influence doesn't happen overnight. The longer it's allowed to develop, the longer nothing is done about it. The more rope you give them, the looser the leash, the more you lose control of the situation fully. Now, as you know, my sense of belonging is above all to Quebec. But I find it embarrassing as a member of Parliament in this place. I find it embarrassing that we've gotten to this point. I find it unfortunate and troubling. This government has boasted about being transparent, but they didn't want a public inquiry. They appointed a special rapporteur just to buy time, and the rapporteur said what everyone thought they would, which is there's nothing to be concerned about here, there's nothing to see here, carry on. And it may be true that there was no effect on the election results, but we knew that there was something more going on, and we wanted a public inquiry to shed full light on this whole issue of foreign interference in all its forms. So that, Mr. Speaker, is what I'm talking about when I say that interference has the same ring as complacency, negligence, and carelessness or disregard. All these things are part and parcel. Now, even from the government side, I don't know who could tell me I'm wrong, because this issue, which was raised by my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, he said that this government has dragged its feet. I don't understand. The first 4 years of a majority government, one would expect the Prime Minister was only dealing with foreign policy issues. He wasn't dealing with domestic issues. But then there was a pandemic, and of course there were all kinds of problems that had to be dealt with, but the Liberals weren't ready because they'd ignored the problem for 4 years. The first 4 years, while they were only dealing with foreign policy issues. And so all the damage that the Conservatives had done, none of those problems were fixed before the pandemic hit. So the Liberals were really caught off guard. So, of course, the Prime Minister traveled to India, but nothing serious and proper was done about an issue as serious as this one, which has culminated in the murder of a Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but I'm a bit ashamed, and it's not because I feel totally responsible or involved in the Prime Minister's carelessness or disregard, but believe me, in a free Quebec, when Quebec is a country, this type of thing surely won't happen. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech again. I think what we're seeing is the Bloc Québécois, New Democrats, are quite aligned on this issue and pertaining to safety and security for Canadians here. But one thing that I think is troubling for both this member and myself is the issue that over a year ago, New Democrats brought forward a motion to establish a public commission that would review all aspects of foreign interference, including foreign interference by India, and the Prime Minister voted against it. And earlier today, in this place, we just noticed that the Liberals again defeated the establishment of a special committee that would have Canada-India relations studied for the purpose of identifying measures that would combat foreign interference. Does the member want to elaborate on why or speculate why the Liberals may be voting against these measures?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you see things like this, you have to wonder, what are the underlying interests? Is it elections? Is it trade related? Because we've seen previous ministers, previous politicians who, after their term of office, got hired by major Chinese corporations. So these are questions that I don't have the answers to, but we should try to find the answers. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie
I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And he was saying at the outset, and I think rightly so, that the Liberal government wasn't doing anything about creating foreign agents or registry, and they didn't want to hold an inquiry either. So we got the special rapporteur instead. And then there was a motion in November 2020 calling for a registry, and then nothing's happened in 3 or 4 years since then. But on the other side of the House, you have the Conservative leader who says, I don't want to know anything about foreign interference. I don't want to get the security briefings because once I saw something, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. So the Conservatives may be aware of some things. The Liberals may be aware of some things, but how are we supposed to trust someone? How are we supposed to think the Prime Minister is reliable when there's no way of actually looking at these issues with the Parliament the way it is currently? The honourable member from Montcalm. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I would say that when a Prime Minister under oath indicates that there's a political party that has some problems in terms of foreign interference, i.e. there could be some people who are more susceptible, more likely to be dealing with that. I'm being careful. I'm weighing my words carefully here, but there might be members of that party who have been influenced or who are being subjected to foreign influence. When a Prime Minister says that, it seems to me that when you're the head of a political party, when you're responsible for that party, and when you aspire to be Prime Minister one day of the whole country, well, then I think you should get the information. You should ask for the information you need. It's a matter of confidence. It's a matter of being able to take stock of the situation instead of just scaremongering. I think you need to be responsible when you're in politics. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Waterloo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an opportunity today to have a difficult conversation. So I'd like to know whether my colleague can explain to me how to reconcile the fact that in Canada, independence movements like the Blocs are able to participate democratically in the House of Commons, whereas in India, the government often cracks down on Sikh separatists and accuses them of things, of extremism and violence, rather than engaging in peaceful democratic dialogue. I know that this is a bit of a difficult conversation, but I think it's important that we can have that debate here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I am an independence-seeking person. Some might call me a separatist. India calls its Sikh movement a separatist movement, but my independence-seeking is based on values of democracy and sovereignty, because democracy is based on a people's sovereignty. So I don't think there's any comparison possible between Quebec separatists and Sikh separatists, because our movement is not based on religion. And I don't think that in the entire history of our movement there have been very many episodes or very many events that involved violence. And the Parti Québécois put an end to that whole suggestion. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. New Democrats fundamentally believe, like many people in this House, that Canadians should have the right to feel safe. They should feel safe in their homes. They should be safe when they go to work. They should be safe at their places of work and when they come back home again. I know, though, when guns and gangs are involved and bullets are flying, no one is safe. Even if it's a particular target, everyone in that community is impacted. Everyone that is walking around the block, kids that are playing in the streets, kids that are playing in a park nearby, everyone is at risk when there's violence. The reality is, what we have learned from the RCMP is something that I don't think any of us have heard in our lifetime. The fact that the RCMP has credible evidence that a foreign government directed, engaged, hired, instructed gang members in Canada to commit acts of violence against Canadians. That is an outrageous scenario, but that is where we find ourselves. And that foreign government is the Indian government. The Modi government hired gangs to target Canadians. I remember receiving numerous calls from people across the country saying, we're being extorted, we're worried about the rise of violence in our communities, we're worried about gun violence. There was an increase in car robberies as well. The RCMP says in a very shocking statement that the length and breadth of the crime that we saw in the past year, there are significant ties to gang activities directed, allegedly, as the police have pointed out, as the RCMP has said, by the Indian government agents, by Indian government diplomats, and they were expelled. Now, from the beginning, when we started seeing more and more mounting evidence of foreign interference, New Democrats took it seriously. And we said we need a public inquiry. This is not something for partisan games. This is something to have the seriousness and the independence of an inquiry look at so we can have recommendations that keep Canadians safe from interference. At every turn, the Liberals put up blockades, said no, said a public inquiry is not necessary. We had to fight to get us to the public inquiry. But what is even worse is the fact that there is only one leader in this House of Commons of a federal party that refuses to get security clearance. There's only one federal leader that refuses to find out what's actually going on. I believe we need to have a united front, that Canadians expect our leaders to come together and say, if a foreign government is engaging in a campaign of terror on Canadians, that we are all going to stand together and denounce that. We're all going to stand together and say that is wrong. And the behavior of the Conservative leader, what it shows is that to the Modi government, there is one leader in Canada willing to look the other way, who doesn't want to know the details about this foreign interference, doesn't want to know the details about what's going on, and doesn't want to know additional information that could help keep Canada safer and could address the allegations of foreign interference that touch his own party. Let's recap what the Conservative leader knows. He knows that his own leadership contest and a previous leadership contest for the Conservative Party of Canada have allegations that foreign governments, specifically the Indian government, were involved in some element of interference. He knows that. It's in the public discourse. He also knows that members of his caucus, potentially, and or candidates, are also compromised. He knows that he could seek security clearance. He has been offered that opportunity, yet refuses to. Refusing to get security clearance means he will allow the rot in his party to continue. He is saying clearly he is not prioritizing Canada. Instead, he's putting ahead his partisan interests in front of the country. He is saying protecting his party is more important than protecting the country, and he is wrong for that. So, in today's emergency debate, one thing is clear: to send a very clear message to the Indian government that we stand united as parliamentarians against this type of activity, criminal behavior, putting Canadians' lives at risk, putting our security and safety at risk. All of us take this seriously, and that's why I urge the Conservative leader to get his security clearance, find out what's going on, and take the necessary steps to protect his party and, most importantly, our country. And turning back to the federal government, there are some additional steps that we're calling for. One, we've said that we need to have a committee that looks at the ongoing elements of interference when it comes to the Indian government. So we're calling for a Canada-India Relations Committee to keep this in front and center in our minds so that we're constantly making sure every step possible is being taken to keep Canadians safe, and that we're ensuring that we are reviewing any material as it comes forward. We've also demanded an emergency meeting of the Public Safety Committee to review additional steps to keep Canadians safe. We're calling on the government to work with our allies. We know that the United States is currently dealing with a similar series of circumstances involving the attempted assassination of an American citizen, and the American government is working on. They've laid charges, they've charged Indian agents, and there's an additional investigation and inquiry into this. The United Kingdom has also taken steps and is involved in similar scenario where the Indian government's alleged to have interfered in with their citizens. So we have 3 G7 nations. We need to work together to send a clear message of denunciation of these heinous acts of violence being perpetrated by the Indian government. In addition, we've called for another series of measures. One is there is a violent extremist right-wing organization known as the RSS. It's a militant group based out of India. It promotes violence against minority communities, very divisive, and it has branches across the world, including here in Canada. It needs to be banned. Yes. We want to see the most severe of consequences for anyone found to be involved in this campaign of terror against Canadians. Anyone that was involved, either the orchestrators from the Indian government side, anyone that was involved in carrying out those acts of violence, everyone needs to be brought to justice and have the full weight of the law imposed upon them. We also want to see severe and strict sanctions imposed on the diplomats involved. They were expelled, but there needs to be severe diplomatic sanctions on those diplomats to send a clear message of denunciation. And finally, what we are hearing from many Canadians is they're worried that there's an information sharing arrangement between Canada and India. Given the allegations, and just to summarize, that the Indian government has engaged criminal gangs to commit violence of a variety of sorts against Canadians, that in light of those allegations, we should be pausing information sharing with that country. We should not be giving intelligence regarding Canadian citizens to a country and to a government alleged to have hired gangs to commit violence for over a year against Canadians, including killing Canadians. This is a time to acknowledge the fear that Canadians have, the worry that Canadians have, and the real pain that Canadians are going through. There are people that have suffered. They've suffered from the impacts of that violence. There are Canadians that have lost their loved ones because of this violence. There are those that live with the trauma of having experienced the violence, of being threatened, of being harassed, and having gunshots fired at their home. There are business owners who've been traumatized by extortions. Given how serious this is, we've been saying very clearly, this is a moment to make it very clear we need to put Canada first. That's right. Party second. Yes. I ask everyone in this House to put the country first, to put the safety and security of Canadians first, to put the safety and security of our democracy, our sovereignty, and our nation first, protect Canadians, and do the right thing. Thank you.
And then comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the leader and the Member of Parliament from Burnaby South is the leader of one of the major parties in this House. He has taken the oath. He has seen the NCCOP report. He's also seen evidence, I believe, that the Prime Minister had stated in this House that was against the Indian government in regards to the Hardeep Nijjar murder. Does he see any reason why the Conservative lead, after reviewing those reports and after taking the oath, does he see any reason why the Conservative leader should not take the oath and not actually see those reports?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
I thank the member for the question. I also want to point out that not only do I see absolutely no reason why the Conservative leader should not get a security clearance and receive information that directly touch his party, given how serious this is, there's not a single Conservative member in the House right now. Nope. As we are talking about a matter of this severity, of this seriousness.
I apologize, but I have to remind the honourable member we do not mention presences or absences in the House. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Nobody here.
So I didn't mention presence. I just mentioned their absence, but I understand, Madam Speaker, that I can't mention the fact that no Conservative member is in this House, and I should not mention that they're not present at all. What I will mention, though, is that this is very serious, and the fact that we are up against something that if you had heard this, you might have thought this was maybe a spy film, that a foreign government hired gang members to attack and terrorize community members, to kill Canadians. You would think that's the opening for an intro for a spy film. This is real life. This is what's going on in Canada. This is the RCMP's evidence being brought before Canadians. And so we've got to take it seriously. And all leaders need to realize that the priority now is keeping Canada safe. All Canadians are at risk when a foreign government is so cavalier and engages in dangerous activities like that. All Canadians must take this seriously.
The honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
I want to thank the honourable member, the leader of the New Democratic Party, for his steadfast support of Canadians right across this country who fear for their own safety. In my own community of Edmonton Grisba, I get reports of community members whose houses are being shot at. They're scared to report this to police. They're scared. They're paralyzed. We need to truly see country before party. But what we're noticing is that the Liberals have been too slow to act. They voted against the establishment of a India-Canada committee. They voted against the NDP's Foreign Interference Commission into India. And the Conservatives are compromised. Their leader won't even get a security clearance. And they refuse to act after learning their leadership race was interfered in by the government of India. This is why New Democrats are important. This is why New Democrats need to see accountability. And that's why I believe New Democrats are the only party positioned to truly get down to the bottom of this. Will the member speak to how urgent this issue is and speak directly to those voices right across the country who are fearing for their loved ones and fearing for themselves?
The member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much to the member for Edmonton Grisba. The truth is exactly as the member described. People are very afraid. I've met with community members that talk about the impact that this has had on their lives. I've talked to folks that just hear about this and are worried about what this means. People that have seen the impacts of guns and gangs in their lives know if more guns and gangs are encouraged or incited or being promoted or being supported, that means that everyone's life is at risk. It means that there's more danger, less security. People feel a deep sense of unease. And so we have a responsibility in this House, a commitment we need to make, that we're going to do everything possible to keep people safe. And as the member pointed out, both the Liberals and Conservatives have their serious critiques of them. The Liberals have been very slow to act. In fact, they've resisted action time and time again. But far worse, the Conservatives don't even want to act. They don't even want to know what's going on. I mean, not only is the party compromised, I think their leadership is compromised with the unwillingness to put the country first. It should disqualify that Conservative leader to seek any higher office. If you're unwilling to know what's going on, if there's serious and imminent threats impacting Canadians, and you don't want to know, that disqualifies you to be able to lead this country.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am very pleased to be rising on this very serious emergency debate that has seized the House of Commons that was brought forward by the leader of the NDP, the member for Burnaby South. And what we are talking about tonight, Madam Speaker, is of course the very serious allegations that have come forward over the last week presented by the RCMP. And before I get into the crux of my speech tonight, I want to say that, you know, as the Member of Parliament for Cowichan Malahat Langford, I represent a fairly large South Asian population. And I want to say to them directly, Madam Speaker, that we are taking this issue seriously because I know there is a lot of fear in that community. And I know there are some very complicated relationships with the Indian government. And I also want to say, too, that I bear no personal ill will to the country of India, to the government of India, but the circumstances that have presented themselves to us demand that we as parliamentarians stand up and act. No self-respecting country would let these types of allegations slip by without a firm and serious response And that is precisely what we in the NDP are doing. So let's go back to that bombshell RCMP announcement that came on Thanksgiving Monday, October the 14th, presenting evidence that agents of the government of India were involved in serious criminal activity in Canada. Homicides, extortions, and other criminal acts of violence. The use of organized crime to create a perception of an unsafe environment targeting the South Asian community in Canada, and of course, interference in the democratic process. Madam Speaker, this is not new. This is something that our country has now been exposed to for over a year, and it started in September of 2023 when the Prime Minister stood in this chamber, used the power given to him as a member of Cabinet to make an explosive statement about the Government of India's interference in our internal processes. And since then, Madam Speaker, we've had the Hogue Commission release an interim report. And if one is to read that report, Madam Speaker, you can see references to India's clandestine activities littered throughout it. That was followed, of course, by the report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that, again, throughout that report, details everything that India has been doing, from election interference to the use of criminal activity to basically terrorize the South Asian population. And this is not just coming from hearsay, Madam Speaker. Both of these reports are based on credible and solid intelligence gathered by the RCMP, gathered by the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service. These are the men and women who are out there in the field working on our country's behalf, and they are ringing the alarm bell of what India and other countries are currently doing in Canada. But I think the most worrying part of the NSICOP report, Madam Speaker, is in paragraph 73. And I'm going to quote it because it was quite the revelation. Quote, "This paragraph was deleted to remove injurious or privileged information. The paragraph described India's alleged interference in a Conservative Party of Canada leadership race." So we know those tentacles are running deep. We know that members of Parliament in this House for several months now have been operating under a cloud of suspicion because some members of this House have been named as witting or semi-witting participants in foreign interference. They are taking direction, sometimes monetary resources, from a foreign power to do that power's bidding and to influence the processes in this place. And Canadians have a right to be concerned about that. So we came together in a rare moment, Madam Speaker, at the end of June as the spring session was running out, and this House came together and we passed Bill C-70. Senate passed it in short order, and it found its way to the Governor-General to receive royal assent. And that bill I was directly involved in. I serve as the NDP's public safety critic. I also serve on the Standing Committee of Public Safety and National Security. And that gave our law enforcement and intelligence agencies the important legislative tools that they need to do their job. In fact, in talking with many CSIS members, they felt that under the previous law, they were operating under an analog law that was out of sorts with what is required in a digital world. But it's not enough, Madam Speaker, because we find ourselves here today following October 14th and the RCMP's announcements. I now briefly want to go over what the NDP has been doing since then, because we are the party in this place that is demonstrating to Canadians our solid commitment to uncovering the truth on this issue. We started off last week by spearheading a call for an emergency meeting of the Public Safety Committee. I led the way in getting unanimous support for that, which is very, very rare.
Here, here.
And we had a meeting on Friday. Friday we had a meeting of the Public Safety Committee, and we were able to pass a motion, Madam Speaker, that is going to start a study into this. We are going to call upon the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Public Safety, national security experts, and members of the RCMP to come before our committee and provide us with the answers that Canadians deserve. I also followed up that motion because it successfully passed, and I'd like to thank members from all parties for passing that motion. It was unanimous. But I followed that motion up with another one, Madam Speaker, which is basically calling on the committee to report to the House that we feel all federal party leaders need to apply for the appropriate security clearance level in the next 30 days in order to review classified information and take necessary actions to protect Canadians. Guess what, Madam Speaker? The Conservatives immediately started filibustering that motion, and I suspect they're going to continue tomorrow. They are the only party in this place whose leader has refused to get the necessary security clearance to protect Canadians, and that is absolutely shameful.
Yeah, it is.
And I will get back to that near the end of my speech. Today, our leader asked for unanimous consent to establish a special committee on Canada-India relations, and unfortunately, the Liberal member for Winnipeg North rushed in to shout out no. At a time like this, when we need to focus our attention on the fraught relationship between our two countries, I think it is absolutely unbelievable that the Liberals would say no to the formation of a special committee to investigate this very serious issue. And that, of course, Madam Speaker, brings us to the emergency debate tonight, which again was spearheaded by the leader of the NDP and has allowed members of Parliament to stand in this place and to report back on the serious things that are happening in our communities. We will not waver on this issue. We will continue to show the leadership necessary to get to the bottom of this. When the Liberals and the Conservatives are too busy throwing insults at each other, this country needs moral clarity. They need to see leadership that is standing up on behalf of all Canadians, and we will continue to do that. I will end with this, Madam Speaker, because I have been listening to the Conservatives dodge and weave and provide the most flimsy excuses for their leader not getting security clearance. Well, let me quote some of the top national security experts in Canada. I'm talking about former CSIS executives, former advisors to prime ministers, both Liberal and Conservative. They have described the leader, the Conservative leader of the opposition, his position as nonsense, as ridiculous, and as nonsensical as there being no reasonable justification. The fact is, Madam Speaker, we are at a point now where the leader of the opposition's continued refusal to get security clearance is raising far more questions than is necessary at this time. This is a time when we need to present a united front. We need to show our foreign adversaries that in this place, we may have our partisan differences, but when you mess in our internal affairs, we stand united, we are unshakable, we are unbreakable, and it is absolutely shameful that the Conservative leader who aspires to be Prime Minister continues to refuse to get to that security clearance. He is putting the partisan interests of his party over this country. He needs to be held to account. It's time for him to step up to the plate, get the security clearance that is necessary so that we can tackle this issue with the united front that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, I'm really sorry, Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member. In fact, the same thing I'm hearing on the ground, Madam Speaker, that why the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of the official opposition, is not taking a security clearance and coming to know, how Indian government or agents of the Indian government were involved in criminal activities here in Canada, and it's a danger to the sovereignty. This is the question they are asking me. In fact, it's sending a clear message. Members said that we all have to be united on this front. It's sending a message that Conservative leader stands with India instead of Canadian citizens. I would like to ask the view from the honourable members.
Honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, it is a good question, Madam Speaker, and those are precisely the types of questions it is raising. And I certainly hope for this country's sake that the Conservatives change their direction. They keep on talking about this being a gag order. It is not that. The most important thing that they are skipping over is the fact that it would allow the leader to take action. Leaders of political parties get to assign members of their caucus to various committees, various parliamentary roles, but they also get to sign their nomination papers for running under the party banner in the next election. So even if the leader can't speak publicly about it, he can take the actions necessary in his caucus to make sure that any potential compromise member is not running as a Conservative MP in this next election and is not sitting as a member in this House of Commons.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his wonderful speech. He laid it out, and for the work that he's doing on public safety to ensure that Canadians get the answers that they need. Earlier today, our leader, the member for Burnaby South, put forward an excellent motion asking for a committee to be set up, an additional committee for Canada-India relations, and unfortunately we saw the Liberal government vote that down, call it down, and I'm so confused considering they seem here tonight to be speaking about how important this issue is, and yet they voted it down. Could the member talk about what he thinks is the reasoning for that? Yes, good.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
That is a great question, Madam Speaker, and just to repeat what my colleague said, it was the Liberal Party that said no to the formation of a special committee on Canada-India relations. Imagine that. At this time, following those RCMP revelations, the government party, for whatever reason, has decided to say no to a special committee to look at this. We would be happy to take a look at it in the Public Safety Committee, and we are. But the moment of the time that we find ourselves in demands further action. And so I would say to Canadians through you, Madam Speaker, they should call their Liberal MPs and they should demand answers as to why they are on the wrong side of history on this particular question.
That's right. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Member of Parliament from Cowichan, Malahat, as he sits on the Committee for Public Safety, to see if he has seen anything as egregious as the foreign interference by India, where it goes into murder, extortions, harassment, and assaults in any of the other foreign interference alleged against Canada, like India, China, Russia, and Iran. If this has been the most egregious, or has there been others, I'd like to see if he can answer and perhaps enlighten this House on that.
Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I don't want to say whose experiences are worse than others, but I can say that certainly during the testimony on Bill C-70, we did hear from Canada's Tibetan, and they certainly relayed the transnational repression that they are feeling from the People's Republic of China. The fact that their family members who are still in mainland China regularly receive threats, and the family members here in Canada are told to stay in line, don't misbehave, because your family is vulnerable here in China. Whatever nationality is being affected by whatever country, we need to stand united and call out foreign interference, especially the criminal kind, for what it is. And this is a moment which demands all members of Parliament to stand firm, united, and say to our foreign adversaries, we see you, you're on notice, and we will no longer put up with this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I want to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Willowdale. Madam Speaker, last week the RCMP independently and publicly released extremely disturbing and serious conclusions. These conclusions are about the involvement of the agents of the Indian government in serious criminal activity taking place in Canada, including coercion, extortion, interference in democratic processes, spying, arson, and homicides. In fact, there are links to Indian diplomats collecting information about Canadians and passing it along organized crime groups which have directly targeted the members of the Sikh and South Asian community. Let us be very clear, Madam Speaker. These acts are a grave violation of Canadian sovereignty, and we will never tolerate any form of foreign interference in Canadian society. As Canadians know, Madam Speaker, since the allegations that the government of India were directly involved in the murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, Canadian diplomats and law enforcement agencies made repeated attempts to work with the government of India, but each time they failed to cooperate. After almost a year of inaction, obstruction, and delays from the Government of India, earlier this month, our security agencies presented Indian officials with clear and conclusive evidence that 6 Indian officials were involved in serious criminal activity linked to extortion, spying, arson, and homicides of Canadian citizens. And still, Madam Speaker, despite these very serious allegations, the Indian government has refused to cooperate in this investigation. Therefore, our government took the necessary steps to expel 6 Indian diplomats from Canada. And in the interest of maintaining public safety and protecting Canadians, the RCMP independently made the decision to disclose this information to Canadians in effort to disable and disrupt these violent criminal activities taking place in our communities. Let us be clear, Madam Speaker, we will always stand up for Canadians' right to feel safe and secure in their communities. We will never tolerate attempts from any foreign government to intimidate or to harass Canadians. Right now, as we speak, our police agencies and law enforcement agencies are working around the clock to disrupt and disable this transnational criminal activity by the Indian government, and to ensure that everyone who is responsible for this grave violation of our sovereignty is held accountable. The RCMP has been working alongside police agencies across the country, Madam Speaker, including in my own community of Brampton, with the Peel Regional Police, in Toronto, in Surrey, in Edmonton, to leave no stone unturned in their investigation. And I want to take a moment to thank them for their tremendous leadership, the work of our men and women in uniform, and for their collaboration at every step. At the same time, Madam Speaker, our security agencies are also working with our allies in the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, that have come to support us in our investigation. They have joined us in urging the Indian government to cooperate in this investigation. Madam Speaker, Canada is a country that is rooted in the rule of law. We will never back down when it comes to protecting the rights of Canadians. The right of an individual to express their opinion and peacefully protest are fundamental aspects of our democracy, aspects which all democratic nations should be working to protect. Madam Speaker, I know that the events of this past week have left many members of the South Asian community, particularly the Sikh Canadian community, including my own in Brampton West, feeling anxious, upset, and even scared. And I want to take an opportunity to speak directly to the members of the Sikh community. Madam Speaker, as a proud Sikh myself, I want all Sikh Canadians to know that we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. And know that your federal Liberal government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister and of our colleagues that are here with me, are there every step of the way to ensure accountability for those responsible and to protect Canadians and to defend Canadian sovereignty. Madam Speaker, I've also heard a lot of concerns from the members in my community about the impact that they think is having in our relationship with India. Let us start by first acknowledging the fact that no one wanted to be in this situation. Canada and India have deep historical and cultural ties that I see every single day in my own community. Our families are connected, our cultures are connected, and we want this to be resolved. And that's why we've been trying to work with the Indian government through our security agencies, through our diplomats, and through our law enforcement agencies in order to find some way to resolve this and protect Canadians and to ensure that there will be accountability and consequences. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the government of India did not choose to work with us. Simply put, we find ourselves in this situation because time and time again, the government of India refused to cooperate. Right now, the safety and security of Canadians is our top priority, Madam Speaker. We will continue to do everything in our power to keep Canadians safe. And if anyone in the community has any information that could help an investigation, or if anyone is feeling unsafe, please get in touch with your local law police service. Madam Speaker, during these uncertain times, we know it's not always easy to know what is true from what is false, particularly in online spaces. And we know, Madam Speaker, this is especially difficult due to the misinformation and disinformation campaigns from India targeting the South Asian community, as has been presented by the Justin Hughes report on foreign interference. But we must, Madam Speaker, be firm in recognizing and rejecting false rhetoric to stop it from entering our media and our community spaces. That is why, Madam Speaker, it is so critical that we stay grounded in the facts and listen to our law enforcement and national security agencies as we seek the truth together. Over the coming months, Madam Speaker, there will be full investigations and trials that will come before the courts. I want all Canadians to know that there will be justice and accountability for those who are guilty through our independent judicial system. However, Madam Speaker, right now, as we navigate these challenging times, the feeling of anxiety, we know that our community is resilient. We know that our community is strong. And we know that our community will get through this together. Madam Speaker, let me also take a moment to remind the Government of India that we will not tolerate any form of intimidation, harassment, or harmful targeting of communities in Canada. This, Madam Speaker, is a time for unity. Right now, we as Canadians, regardless of political stripes, faith, race, or religion, must unite and be steadfast in our values as Canadians. Our values of freedom, of acceptance, of democracy, above all, Madam Speaker, our fundamental belief in the rule of law. But, Madam Speaker, I have to say, it is disappointing. It is disappointing to see critical time for our country and for Canadians that the leader of the Conservative opposition has repeatedly, and I say repeatedly, refused to step up and protect Canadians by getting his security clearance. Canadians, Madam Speaker, expect their leaders to be informed and to take action when it comes to things such as important as national security and sovereignty. Yet, he is the only party leader in this place, Madam Speaker, who has refused to get his security clearance to know the facts and to protect our country. Let's be very clear, Madam Speaker, foreign interference costs lives. The safety and security of Canadians and our democracy is at stake here. This is not a political matter. This is a matter of national security. And it is shameful, Madam Speaker, it is absolutely shameful to see the leader of the Conservative opposition continue to put his own political interests above our national security and the safety and well-being of Canadians. However, Madam Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, on this side of the House, we are listening to our national security experts, and we are doing everything in our power, Madam Speaker, to keep Canadians safe. And we will continue, Madam Speaker, to stand up for national security, for the protection of Canadians and our democracy. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. One of the things, I sit on the Standing Committee for National Defence, and one of the things that we consistently hear as a massive part of foreign interference is that disinformation. I truly believe, and I'm quite saddened to see that a lot of the disinformation that exists in this country is coming from those foreign entities, but it's also coming from certain political parties, the Conservative Party. Can maybe she talk about what they're trying to gain from that disinformation campaign, all of the campaigns that they're running, and how that links to what we're seeing from the Indian government? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that very important question. Madam Speaker, I think we have seen time and time again, particularly misinformation and disinformation. It is a real issue, particularly in our online spaces. And Madam Speaker, this has been pointed out, particularly in the Justin Hughes report when it comes to foreign inquiry, where they point out particularly how Indian government and the propaganda that comes from the Indian side and how it actually leads to this misinformation and disinformation campaigns in our own communities, not just online. People start believing that. In fact, sometimes I get questions from ethnic media about the things that you would assume are coming from the Indian government. And I think it's really important, Madam Speaker, that we as Canadians first and foremost remember that we need to be making sure we're listening to the facts and evidence and are guided by the rule of law, are guided by the evidence that has been provided by our intelligence, by our law enforcement agencies, and be rooted in facts and evidence. That is really important, Madam Speaker, and I think it's really, really important that us as leaders in this country do everything possible to make sure we're protecting Canadians, and that's exactly, Madam Speaker, what we have been doing in this side of the House.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Long time no see. I asked this question a number of times to my Liberal colleagues, and they still haven't answered me. Once again, I've heard a speech from the minister, and it was a very passionate speech. It was a very energetic speech. I could see that she was really feeling what she was saying, but somebody on the Liberal benches will have to explain to me why has this taken such a long time. In November 2020, the House of Commons here adopted a motion to establish a registry of foreign agents, and the Liberals had defended this with a passion. They then spent 3 years before arranging public consultations before getting to Bill C-70, which finally was introduced in 2024. The question is simple. If the government wishes to take its responsibility seriously, why has it waited 3 years before starting consultation, 3 years before getting to a bill at a time when the motion was tabled in 2020?
Thank my honourable colleague for that question. Madam Speaker, I will remind him no other governments have taken the issues of foreign interference as seriously as the Liberal government of Canada. And the work, I know my honourable colleague from the Conservative Party is laughing, but it's shameful, Madam Speaker, that he sits here and he pretends to care about national security when his own leader, Madam Speaker, his own leader won't get security clearance to get to the bottom of this, Madam Speaker. And I find it absolutely shameful as a member of the Sikh community sits here from the Conservative Party, sits here, pretends to care about national security and laughs and jokes around this, Madam Speaker. But
I have to give another question, at least one. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and our honourable colleague minister. I noted in her speech she mentioned how the Indian government has refused to cooperate. In the security briefing I received, I was very struck by what were described as Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, as senior RCMP officers and senior Canadian diplomats attempted to show the Indian government the evidence. I wonder if all members of this place have already heard about Plan A in Delhi, Plan B in Washington, D.C., Plan C in Singapore, and if the Honourable Minister wants to comment on the efforts of the Indian government to avoid looking at evidence.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her question. I want to thank her also for being a leader that also took actually the top security clearance to be able to get to the bottom of what's happening in our country, unlike the Conservative leader. Madam Speaker, let's also remember, Madam Speaker, ever since this issue came to light, our government has been trying to work with the government of India. We've been trying to cooperate with them. We've been trying to show them the evidence. We have shown them irrefutable evidence, Madam Speaker. But every step of the way, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is that they have absolutely refused to actually cooperate. And that is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and that's why the Foreign Minister made the decision to expel the 6 diplomats that have been involved, allegedly involved with spying on Canadians, Madam Speaker, and then using that information to target members of the Sikh community. That is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank our law enforcement agencies and our security agencies for the tremendous work that they have been doing to protect our communities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to begin by thanking all fellow parliamentarians for facilitating and participating in tonight's important emergency debate. The activities of the Indian government, as detailed last week by the RCMP, are shocking and should represent an affront to all Canadians, irrespective of their political views. This is a time for us all to be steadfast in our pursuit of the truth. Public safety and the integrity of our institutions is any Canadian government's most fundamental and greatest responsibility. We must each support all efforts to protect the rule of law, both at home and abroad. I wish to commend the dedicated work of the RCMP and our security and law enforcement agencies as they continue to methodically pursue their ongoing investigation to keep our country and all Canadians safe. The actions detailed by the RCMP threaten the fundamental freedoms of Canadians. Not just is their security at stake, but also their cherished right to freedom to express their views without fear of violence or reprisal are threatened. The allegations suggest that agents working on behalf of the Government of India have threatened our public safety. Such activity appears to have been conducted with the specific aim to create a particularly threatening environment for Canadians of South Asian heritage, and were connected to revelations last year that the Indian government may have been implicated in the murder of the late Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Unfortunately, there appears to be a pattern of similar illegal tactics occurring against diaspora communities across the Western world. Just 4 days ago, the American Department of indicted Vikash Yadav, a former Indian intelligence officer tied to a murder plot against a Sikh activist in New York City. Activists in the United Kingdom have also expressed fear of retaliation and violence from the Indian government, making it clear that such threats are not solely limited to Canada. I want to take this moment to commend our allies for their support in the last few difficult days. The United States and the United Kingdom have publicly and openly called on the Government of India to fully cooperate with our investigation and have expressed their unconditional confidence in our judicial system and our staunch adherence to the rule of law. Now, it is more important than ever that the democratic countries of the international community come together and close ranks, given the common perils that confront us all. Some may say that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Yet it is clear that the RCMP and the government have diligently investigated these claims following a thorough and methodical investigation. Last year, a credible link emerged between the operations of the Indian High Commission and the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. We have repeatedly requested cooperation from the Indian government. At every step in this process, Canada has been open about its investigation and has shared the RCMP's evidence with Indian officials. However, the Indian government has decided not to cooperate. It is absolutely integral that we take steps to signal to India and the world that such actions are completely unacceptable and that our procedures are not open to negotiations or to be adhered to a la carte. Rather, we will pursue any challenge to our national security forthrightly and with full integrity. Fundamentally, at our very fundamental core, Canada as a nation has always demonstrated a commitment to the rule of law. We do not investigate, indict, and prosecute without clear evidence warning the attention of our law enforcement agencies and in strict pursuance of our judicial system. Any entity, whether or not it involves the backing of any state, cannot engage in malign actions without bringing the full attention and the weight of our government to bear against them. As a Member of Parliament, I'm committed to ensuring the safety and security of all Canadians. It is clear that the Sikh community in Canada, which numbers approximately 770,000, deserves our full protection and support now more than ever before. Despite our efforts, it is disheartening to see the Indian government's unacceptable response. Rather than engage with our investigation and help or assist us in uncovering the truth, the Indian government has systematically shrugged off any attempt at cooperation. Ultimately, this is a sad development. For over 75 years, our two countries have built deep historic, cultural, and economic links. Our relationship has always been underpinned by mutual respect and cooperation. By working together, our two respective countries have achieved great things for Canada and India. It is highly unfortunate and regrettable to see our mutual relationship threatened by the Indian government's obfuscation. In conclusion, let me affirm our commitment to the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are sacrosanct, and they do not admit of any exception. We are Canadians, and we pursue the law without fear or favor. We must stand firm in ensuring that no organization or country is able to engage in the repression and intimidation of Canadians. While we will continue to dialogue with India, we should draw upon our allies to stress the importance of cooperation in addressing these very serious allegations. All parties in this House must come together to support our government's efforts to fully uphold the safety of all our citizens by jealously respecting international norms, due process, and the rule of law. A failure to stand with respect to the allegations regarding the Indian government would send every country in the world with malign intent the signal that we are not resolute in protecting the rights of all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all members for your attention to this critical matter. Let us stand united in our pursuit of justice and the protection of our citizens, and ensure that the ties between Canada and India are based on mutual respect and accountability. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know in my riding in London Fanshawe, there's such an incredible and vibrant Sikh community, and they, for the last over a year more, they've been struggling with this this fear, this shadow that hangs over them, and it's been quite a lot. And I am so grateful that we are now having this debate, long overdue, but certainly happy to have it. I wanted to ask the Honourable Member, New Democrats have been asking about the protection of Canadians and wanting to ban the extremist RSS group. I'd like to ask him his opinion about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Allow me.
Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to thank my honourable member from London Fanshawe. On the first point, allow me to say that we are truly blessed as a country to have dynamic Sikh communities from coast to coast. That is something that all our ridings have the good fortune of sharing with London Fanshawe. As with respect to her follow-up question, I think you have raised a very critical issue, an issue that does require that we pay closer attention, and it is something that our government should look into very, very closely, because it is our obligation to ensure that every Sikh person in this country has full confidence in our legal system, and to know that they will be protected from any threats. So I thank the member for her question.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'll be lucky. This is the 5th time I'm asking the question of an MP from the Liberal Party, and my colleague just made an excellent speech. I get along well with him. We've both sat on the International Law and Human Rights Committee, and it works well together. We try to reach a consensus. It would be nice to have the same thing here. I'm going to ask a question of him because I know he'll answer. Can he explain why a motion was voted on in 2020 requesting that a foreign agent registry be set up, but his government waited until March 2023 before even beginning public consultations on this idea? This led to C-70, which passed in 2024. Can he tell me why it took 3 years before consultations even began once the motion was adopted in 2020?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to thank my very honourable colleague for all the inspiring work that he does in committee. It has truly been an honour to work collaboratively with him on numerous issues concerning human rights and upholding legal principles around the world. So on this issue of the foreign registry, what I can tell you is that I, much like yourself, have always been a proponent of the foreign registry. That is something I have always associated with myself with, because, as I said, we have to confirm for all Canadians that we are being vigilant and that we are doing everything in our power to make sure that our institutions are up to the task of serving Canadians. As to how and why it took so long, I can't speak to the of that issue, but I think the honourable member will agree that what our government has produced is thorough, it is thought through, and it's very systematic. And that is something that we can all welcome and is something that we should all take comfort in. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today during this very important emergency debate and lend my thoughts and some feedback from the community today. The very serious revelations by the RCMP last Monday should be taken with exactly that, as utmost seriousness. The RCMP has alleged that Indian diplomats and consular officials based in Canada were participating in foreign interference in Canada. And to most Canadians, this might come as a shock to them that this could be happening in Canada. But I will say that within the Sikh community, this is something that they've known about and were vindicated by what the RCMP had alleged just last week, and something that they've been talking about over the last 40 years. This is something that is very close to the Sikh community's heart. And as was mentioned by our Deputy Leader, the MP from Millwoods, over those 40 years, there's a big difference in what has happened. Before, there was a time when they would take away your Indian visa would get canceled. And now the difference is that people's lives are being taken. There is coercion being done. There are threats of violence and extortions that are happening. There's a big difference in what happened over those 40 years. And just to lay out some of the seriousness of those allegations, I wanted to just read into the record some of those the evidence that they brought forward. The RCMP has obtained evidence that demonstrates 4 very serious issues. The first, violent extremists impacting both countries, India and Canada. Number 2, links tying agents of the government of India to homicides and violent acts. Number 3, the use of organized crime to create perception of unsafe environment targeting the South Asian community in Canada. And number 4, interference in democratic processes. These are by far some very serious allegations that should not be taken lightly at all for any Canadians. Canadians should feel safe in Canada. Full stop. Their families should feel safe. Our communities should feel safe. Canadians should be safe from extortions, from murder, and from threats of violence. But after 9 years of this government, Canadians do not feel safe anymore. Canada has become a safe haven and a playground for foreign interference under this Liberal NDP government after 9 years. We saw just last year a Canadian was killed on Canadian soil. And the RCMP has alleged that that was done by a foreign government, in that case, by India. It's a very difficult time in Canada right now. Many don't feel safe. Many don't feel like this is Canada anymore. Whether you were born here and grew up your whole life, or you immigrated here like my family and millions of others, the one common thing that we hear across the country is Canada is not Canada anymore. Many people left the countries they were from because it was unsafe there, only to come to Canada and have the same feeling that Canadians are not safe on Canadian soil anymore. And as I spoke about the Sikh community who have been advocating for this, As I said, it's a stark difference about what the change has taken place in Canada for many diaspora communities. We must think that a criminal in Canada is a criminal. A Canadian is a Canadian. This is not a religious or a cultural fight. This is for the safety and sovereignty of Canadians. The security of Canadians is at risk after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. As I've said many times, people just do not feel safe here anymore. They don't feel safe, and there is no safety for their children. Extortions are up. Violent crime is up. All of these things have been happening because of soft on crime policies. That is the reality of living in Canada today. That's why so many people do not feel safe here anymore. Last year, the government of America, the U.S. government, they foiled a plot of an assassination. They went from doing an allegation to an arrest within 1 week, within 1 week of those allegations. In contrast, here in Canada, the Prime Minister made allegations and then it just went quiet. Canadians felt more unsafe after they heard that news because they saw that there was no action being taken. And that is the problem. There has been no action taken by this government for some of the serious crimes that are taking place in this country. In fact, it has become a playground for these type of activities to take place because it doesn't seem like there's serious leadership in this country anymore after 9 years of this Prime Minister. The communities at large started feeling unsafe at that point. They felt like there is no law to protect them anymore and that you had to fend for yourself. That is the reality after 9 years. That is what diaspora communities are feeling today. Canada is at a very critical point right now in stopping foreign interference. This should be a wake-up call to this government that's soft on crime. Canadians need to feel safe in Canada from threats of violence, coercion, from extortion that are being done by foreign actors. Canadians deserve to be protected on Canadian soil. As our leader had mentioned, the news and the allegations that were released that last week regarding India's interference in Canada are extremely concerning and must be taken very seriously. We are in an environment where this government has divided Canadians and pitted Canadians against each other. Canada is supposed to be a country with freedom of expression, including religion and political views. And what this foreign interference has uncovered is that this government is incompetent and unable to protect Canadians from threats. Conservatives expect the full criminal prosecution of anyone and everyone who has threatened, murdered, or otherwise harmed Canadians. And my Conservative colleagues and I have the goal of getting answers for Canadians, to keep Canadians safe and stop Canada from being a playground for foreign interference. And I'll end off by quoting our leaders from the letter that he recently wrote. He wrote, "Any foreign interference from any country, including India, is unacceptable and must be stopped." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member opposite said that his leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, in relation to this particular very serious allegations by the RCMP, stated that the Prime Minister is pitting Canadian versus Canadian. I'd like to know which Canadian he is saying is pitting which Canadian in regards to the homicide of and transnational aggression of against Sikh Canadians here in Canada.
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, it's well known what this Prime Minister does. He pits Canadians against each other to distract and divide away from his poor failed record. And in this case, it's his poor record on foreign interference. He He was recently at the Foreign Interference Inquiry, where he went and distracted to pit Canadians against each other once again, and made all sorts of misleading statements in there. And that's what I'm talking about. He does this on purpose, just to distract away from his failed, miserable record that's left Canadians feeling more unsafe than ever before.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Madam Speaker, the member highlighted the need to keep Canadians safe from foreign interference, and yet there is confidential information that would allow the leader of his party to ensure that people in his party and other Canadians are more safe, and yet the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get the security clearance necessary to see that information. This is a case of willful blindness when the lives of Canadians are on the line. And I would like the member to explain to Canadians who are wondering why every other political leader of every party in this place has received the necessary clearance to see those documents, and his leader refuses to. Why?
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, it's clear to see the NDP once again wants to prop up the Liberals in gagging the Conservative leader. That's exactly what they want our leader to do. They want him to take a confidential briefing, in his own words, that would have to remain confidential. And let me be crystal clear on this point so that it gets through their heads. According to the CSIS Act, the Prime Minister, in this case, can walk over, he can take 10 steps this way, walk over to the Conservative leader, and if this is all about the names, he can release the names to the leader today. The leader doesn't need to be gagged and put under a gagging order so that he's not able to do anything with the information like the rest of these leaders. Release the names.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, to my honourable friend from Calgary Forest Lawn, it's very important to not only get a security briefing, but to understand the nature of the obligations of Canada, our intelligence gathering and security experts, and the relationship they must have with our Five Eyes partners. And as much as I believe he sincerely thinks this would be an easy thing to do, release names, to do so might jeopardize what are referred to, they're human beings, but they've been referred to by CSIS and explaining it to me as intelligence assets whose lives could be at risk if we were to be reckless. I want to put to the honourable member that there was a more dangerous time in 1985, the biggest single terrorist attack on Canadian soil with the Air India bombing. I would no more decide to politicize that and say that somehow the Prime Minister of the day, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, was responsible for that. I think we know from the Air India inquiry that there were systemic problems. The RCMP had bits of information. CSIS had bits of information. They didn't work together well. It's critical that in a debate like this on an emergency motion of threats to Canadians on Canadian soil from a foreign government, we stop trying to politicize it and blame one party or one party's leader, but work together to show foreign governments that we can work together. And on that basis, I want the official opposition leader to get his security briefing.
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, our leader did get a briefing. In fact, on October 14th, 2024, the National Security Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs at Global Affairs Canada, and the Director of CSIS all gave him a briefing about the foreign interference that was happening from India. The CSIS Act allows the government to offer information to any Canadian about specific risks of foreign interference without forcing them into sworn secrecy or controlling what they say. And after receiving that briefing, they never brought up anything once about not even just our party or anyone of the false claims supposedly that the Prime Minister was making. This is nothing but to try to gag the Conservative leader. This is such a serious issue of foreign interference, and as you can see, the Greens, the Liberals, and the NDP are all playing politics.
The Honourable Member for Stevenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to continue on the same line of questioning here. And I have a statement here from Richard Fadden, who served as director, and he said, I really think the Leader of the Opposition should accept a security clearance so that he can be briefed in detail. all of these other politicians seem to be able to function and fulfill their duties as members of the opposition while still having some measure of briefing. But at this point in time, and this is the most important thing here, the last thing we need to send to India is a message that we are not united on this point, because they will take advantage of that point and they'll use it in India. And they have. We've seen a former army official who's state media now in India, serving as a state media commentator, and said that India should spend $100 million to take down the Prime Minister of Canada. So why is that happening now when we're not united on this? And you're talking about not being political.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Speaker, the only thing that we're not united on is wanting our Conservative leader to be gagged after being sworn in. And in fact, it's the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff who admitted that's exactly what happens. I'll quote her. According to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, this would prevent a recipient from using the information in any manner. And even where that is not the case, briefing political parties on sensitive intelligence regarding an MP could put the leader or representative of a political party in a tough position, because any decision affecting the MP might have to be made without giving them due process. So it's not just taking our word for it, it's the Prime Minister's own Chief of Staff that admits it's a gag order. And that's something that we don't want to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to ask my colleague that why does he believe that we are dealing with a very serious issue here, issue of the RCMP saying that agents of the Indian government have been involved in murders and organized crime in Canada, serious violence towards Canadians. This Liberal government and this Prime Minister have been in government now for 9 years. Foreign interference from a number of countries, including India, has increased during that time. Violence in this country has increased during that time. There are serious gaps left where there are serious gaps in where is allowing Canadians to be less safe in this country now. And yet, when you hear from NDP and you hear from the Liberals, all they can talk about is the opposition leader. Why?
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank our Deputy Leader for his great work on trying to tackle extortion in Canada, but he's absolutely right. This is all politics for the Liberals, for the NDP, and obviously the Greens. That's all this is. This is such a serious issue that's taking place in Canada that they know is happening, but it's more important for them to play politics. And I want to actually thank the member of Edmonton Millwoods for bringing forward an extortion bill that I must remind everyone that the Liberals and the NDP voted against. This member from Edmonton Millwoods brought forward an extortion bill because of the feedback we heard from the communities not feeling safe after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. So he brought forward a private member's bill that would strengthen the laws when it comes to extortion, especially for organized crime, which we're seeing run rampant under 9 years of this incompetent Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers. And what did they do? When we brought forward that common sense Conservative bill on extortion, they voted against it. It's more proof that everything is politics to them, and this isn't about the safety or sovereignty or security of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on sharing my time with my esteemed colleague from Mississauga, Martin. Madam Speaker, on June the 18th, 2023, a community leader from my riding of Surrey Newton, Sardar Hardeep Singh Nijjar, was brutally assassinated outside the Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara, Surrey Delta, which also falls in my constituency. This shocking act has severely affected Sikh Canadians across the country. At that time, many in the community alleged that this heinous crime was coordinated by the Government of India. In September 2023, Prime Minister stood in this House and addressed this House stating that there is a credible information linking the government of India to Mr. Nijjar's assassination. In recent years, we have witnessed a disturbing rise in serious crimes targeting Sikh Canadians and others from the South Asian community, leaving many feeling anxious and unsafe. Last week, the Commissioner of the RCMP confirmed long-held suspicion within the community that agents of the Government of India have engaged in activities that pose significant threats to our public safety, including threats of violence and murder. Madam Speaker, the RCMP has obtained evidence that proves 4 very serious issues, including violent extremism, links trying agents of Government of India to homicides and violent acts, and the use of organized crime to create a perception of an unsafe environment targeting Sikh Canadians and others from the South Asian community, and interference into our democratic processes. Although the RCMP national security officials have sought to collaborate with the Government of India on this matter, their cooperation has been repeatedly refused. The RCMP provided evidence to the Indian officials indicating that 6 agents of the Government of India are persons of interest in these criminal activities, yet despite multiple requests, Indian officials have opted not to cooperate. As a result, the Minister of Foreign Affairs took significant action by issuing deportation notices for those 6 individuals, ensuring they can no longer act as diplomats in Canada or re-enter our country. The evidence presented by the RCMP cannot be overlooked. This is why our government has acted swiftly to try to disrupt criminal activities that continue to threaten public safety in Canada. Every Canadian deserves to feel safe. Canada is a nation built on diversity, peace, and inclusion. We cannot and will not tolerate hate and violence. Our government is committed to ensuring that all Canadians feel secure in their own country. This situation raises serious questions about international relations and highlights our core values of justice, democracy, and rule of law. Madam Speaker, as Canadians, we take pride in our commitment to human rights and principles of freedom and safety for all, regardless of background or beliefs. The credible allegations regarding the Government of India's involvement in violence and intimidation against Canadians are troubling and require our full attention. Madam Speaker, I have listened to the fears of many Canadians, including the residents of Surrey Newton, and I can tell you, Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague and my dear friend from Surrey Centre, when we go together to talk to the community, and we get one message, that community is anxious about their safety and well-being. It is heartbreaking to hear their stories. I personally know of many individuals who have been targets of extortion in which money, services, or information through threats and intimidation has been demanded. This not only affects the victims, but also tarnishes the image of Sikh community in Canada. Victims of extortion experience psychological trauma, financial loss, and sense of insecurity. The effects can lead to breakdown of trust within diaspora communities, as fears may deter individuals from speaking out or seeking help. Madam Speaker, it is imperative that if anyone feels threatened, whether online or in person, that they report the incidents to the police. Since 1984, the democratic and human rights of Sikhs have been undermined globally, including right here in Canada. Many Sikhs have lost their lives in India and around the world. We must emphasize the importance of unity during these challenging times. It is crucial that we come together to condemn these heinous acts and uphold the principles of rule of law. Our shared values demand that we address these threats head-on, supporting those affected and advocating for justice. Canada is founded on justice, fairness, and inclusivity. Let us uphold these values and ensure they prevail in the face of adversity. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let us stand united as a nation that the values of justice and human rights. We must support the ongoing investigations with integrity and transparency, ensuring that the truth prevails. Together, we can reaffirm our commitment to Canada that protects the rights and dignity of all citizens, fostering a society where everyone can live freely and without fear. Madam Speaker, one other thing that bothers me, and I'm hearing day in, day out from friends, that every other leader in the House of Commons from every party, Bloc, NDP, Liberal, Green, they all four of them has taken a security clearance and looked at the evidence so they can come together united to work as a team and take an action against the foreign government. But there's only one leader. That is the leader of the Conservative Party that is not taking that security clearance. So as the word out there is that they are saying that if he takes that security clearance and looks at that evidence, then he certainly have to stand with other leaders and defend Canada instead of being on the side of India. That is the message, Madam Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of the official opposition is sending. And some of the members of his caucus are defending him. I feel ashamed, Madam Speaker. In fact, they should be feeling ashamed as well, and particularly some of them belonging to the Sikh community. The stuff that Sikh community is facing, I would request, Madam Speaker, through you to the leader of the opposition to take the oath or take the clearance and come up with a support in every other leader to protect Canadians and their safety.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech today and some of the things that he outlined in that discourse. You know, one of the ways that we would be able to hold hearings and get more information for Canadians about foreign interference would be if we did have a Canada-India committee that was struck similar to the Canada-China committee on which I sit at the moment. I'm just wondering why the members' party, the Liberal Party, has chosen not to support the formation of such a committee that could do that very important work that we know needs to happen to reassure Canadians that foreign interference is not affecting the democracy in this country.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to clear through you, Madam Speaker, that I did not oppose this motion that came forward. The other thing is, Madam Speaker, we have full faith in our RCMP. The work that they are doing, we do not want that work to be jeopardized, but I certainly can assure through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member from Edmonton, that I will stand together if there is anything or everything to protect Canadians and their safety.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my dear friend and colleague from Surrey Newton for all his hard work, not only to bring light to this issue, and we heard from the Prime Minister during his testimony also how important it was for members across this House from the South Asian diaspora serving in this House, bringing these issues forward and raising them so we can get to the bottom of many of these issues. I'd like to ask the member, what else he's heard from the ground in terms of the efforts that have been made to combat some of these threats by the RCMP and how the community has been reporting these incidents and how they've been met.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member from Stevenson Richmond East. In fact, always for his inspiration, he always inspired me to do good in the community, young man. Madam Speaker, the community, as I earlier mentioned, in Surrey we go together as a team. The honourable member from Surrey Centre and myself, when we go and talk to the Sikh community, in fact, they appreciate the leadership that our Prime Minister has shown. They have also appreciated the work that RCMP has done and continue to do. And that is what I'm hearing on the ground. And this is why one other thing I'm hearing on the ground is that they want the leader of the official opposition, the leader of the Conservative Party, to take the similar leadership, to come together as a team player alongside with other leaders of the other parties to protect Canadians and send a clear message to India and other nations that are intervening into our sovereignty and who's playing with the lives of Canadians, that we are united together to protect Canadians and their safety.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the member for raising so many of these important issues. And I know in Edmonton that we've seen examples of extortion being used as well. And I think something that many Edmontonians and, of course, many Canadians across the country are very worried about. One of the issues that I've focused on as the foreign affairs critic for the NDP has been on the way that our arms trade treaty is enforced. Right now in this country, it's very difficult to know what arms are being sent to different countries. There's not a lot of transparency. It's much less transparent than in many other countries, including the United States. And one of the things that I'm wondering about is we don't know about the arms transfers to India right now. And I know this member is an expert, and I'd like to get his perspective. Does he believe that Canada should still be sending arms to the Modi government, knowing the Modi government has used genocidal language, that they have had human rights abuses against their own people and against minority groups?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton, a brief answer.
Madam Speaker, thank you through you again to the honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona, and the work that she does on human rights issues. Unparalleled. I have to give her the credit. Madam Speaker, when it comes to human rights, whether it is at home or it's around the globe, our government and our Prime Minister takes it very seriously, and we make sure that we do everything, including the trade on the firearms or the weapons that we send to the other countries, to make sure that we are not doing that with the countries that does not protect human rights.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it was a little over a year ago when I rose in this very chamber and called on all Canadians to unite. It was earlier that week when the Prime Minister stood in this House to tell all Canadians that our security agencies had been actively pursuing allegations of a link between the agents of the Government of India and the killing of a Canadian citizen. Since that time, much has taken place. Now, I wish to speak to all Canadians once more. Last week, the RCMP announced that they had indeed found evidence that agents of the Government of India are actively involved in a network of criminal activity here in Canada, including homicide, extortion, organized crime, and interference in our democratic process. A network of crime that could even mean the involvement of some of India's highest-ranking diplomats. In their own words, an extraordinary situation compelled the RCMP to speak about an ongoing investigation. Despite law enforcement action, over the past year, harm has continued to emanate from the agents of the Government of India, so much so that the RCMP reached a pivotal point where they had to confront that government and inform the public here of their very serious findings. Let me be clear. The security of Canadians is our top priority. Our justice system will be relentless in holding accountable those persons, regardless of their position or their proximity to power, who seek to harm any Canadian. Because, Mr. Speaker, the stakes could not be higher. It is clear that this is not an isolated incident. What occurred last year, and we continue to learn about the extent of the interference still. It's a culture of intimidation, endangering those in our communities, and it is a stunningly brazen interference in our democratic process. And it has manifest, as we have learned, in the worst of cases, in the deaths of our fellow citizens. The allegations levied against the Indian government, backed by evidence, demonstrate that we will not tolerate acts of violence. We will not tolerate efforts to retaliate against those Canadians that live here for simply exercising their constitutionally protected rights. These acts are a grave example of the increased violent transnational repression that is targeting diaspora communities in Canada. My message that I seek to deliver today, at the core of it, is the same that I delivered last September. This is our sovereignty, plain and simple, that is at stake. And in defending it wholeheartedly, it requires all of us to lay aside our differences. Now more than ever is the time to stand by our law enforcement. I want to express my deep gratitude to those at the RCMP and across security agencies who have been working tirelessly to not only protect Canadians across this country, but have also been at the vanguard in the fight to defend Canadian sovereignty in doing so. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear in this House, in this age, we condemn violence and terrorism as political tools. But as Canadian citizens, regardless of where they come from, they must never be prevented from the free and peaceful expression of their opinions and concerns. And it does not matter what those opinions and concerns are. That is the freedom of expression. An idea so foundational to our democracy that it finds itself enshrined in our Constitution. Not just words on parchment, but the ideals we live by. Any democracy can and must defend the rights of its people to gather, to speak, to protest through peaceful means within the laws of the land. That is the fundamental liberty of our people. To the chorus of cynics that stand ready to point fingers, I ask, if not this, then what? In any other system, those in power would only repress those at the periphery. Those at the center would keep those on the sidelines at the sidelines, as has happened for centuries. In this House, we must recognize the role we play as parliamentarians and as Canadians, whether it is confronting difficult truths or challenging our long-held beliefs. Defending our sovereignty deserves nothing less than our full commitment. And it is unconscionable that any member of this House would willingly wear a blindfold rather than do right by Canadians. That is shameful. We, the citizens of this country, through our Constitution, have the right to hold whatever views we wish to hold, to think what we want and to say what we think. Our fundamental liberties are at the core of our tenets as Canadians. They have guided us from the earliest days of our nation's founding, and they will guide us to brighter days ahead. I am sure of this. Speaker, a year ago I called on all Canadians to unite, that although our heritage could vary, our destiny would be common. I once again call on all Canadians to unite, to close rank. Our democracy will only endure when we set aside our differences in service of a greater purpose, to protect the sacred right to hold an opinion, to say what you want and to do it without reprisal. That is foundational to our highest creed, and we can only endure when this creed endures. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his heartfelt speech this evening. Thank you for that. You know, I've heard from members across Canada, from individuals across Canada who have expressed the fear that they feel, that they are worried about how they talk to their children, about the violence that they are threatened with, how they talk to their spouses about the violence that they're threatened with, how they feel that their community has been targeted and that they are at risk every single day. You know, we've seen extortion happening across the country. Obviously, we've seen such violence, including alleged murder. I wonder if the member could speak a little bit about how it must feel, or how he would assume it would feel for some of the members of the community that are experiencing this sort of violence, the Canadians from coast to coast to coast that are part of the Sikh community, for example, that are experiencing such violence against them, how it must feel to know that there's a leader of an official party in this House of Commons that is choosing to ignore the pain that they are suffering, choosing to ignore what they are going through because he won't get a security clearance. I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
Honourable Member from Mississauga Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, that is a conversation that I've had with my own family of what this means. Many deep-seated fears were realized when last year the Prime Minister stood in this very House, not too far from where I'm standing now, and declared that there is evidence to show that agents of the Government of India have done some very bad things in this country to repress Canadians. And I think it's even more shameful that the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get security clearance so that he can know the names of the individuals in his own party that are compromised, so that he can remove those people, which he has full liberty to do. And that is exactly what I hope from the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Mississauga Malton for his very passionate speech and concern for the community. I'd like to ask him, how he sees Indian state-led media take advantage of the fact that we're not showing a united front here, not only in the House of Commons, but from across the bench here.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his work on this file, for his advocacy on this file, and for the question that he has just posed. Immediately after the Prime Minister stood in this House last year, and again when he stood last week to indicate, the news that he's indicated about the agents of the Government of India, we have seen deflection and denial from Indian state media. In fact, all Indian media. And it's so coordinated as one cannot call it misinformation, it is disinformation. The fact that they are denying and deflecting and not treating credible allegations seriously. I implore the Indian government and their officials to look at the evidence, to go over the evidence, because they are also a rule of law country and have a very similar legal system to ours. I implore them to look at the evidence, and I implore their media to paint a fair picture of this evidence. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my Liberal colleague there has explained how agents of the Indian government have been taking part in organized crime in this country. Just wanted to ask him how much he believes the fact that in the last 9 years, under this government, the policies of this country have been changing, where there's much more softer on crime. It's easier to get bail. Violent crime has been increasing in Canada. Murders are up in Canada. Every type of crime statistic is up in Canada. How did that contribute? Has it made it any easier for a foreign nation such as India to conduct that organized crime and to conduct those violent activities here in Canada?
Member for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question that he posed. He's very quick to react to the past 9 years, but I implore him to look at the years in which he was in government, where he was a minister, where there was a lack of investment in our police service, there was a lack of investment in our security agencies. And it is our Prime Minister.
They weren't catching anyone.
May I remind the honourable members that while the honourable members were speaking, nobody was heckling. The honourable member from Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is quick to look at the last 9 years. I implore him to look at the years in which he was in government, where he was a minister, where there was a severe lack in security agencies. There's a severe lack of funding for police agencies in this country. It is our Prime Minister that set up NSIRA, that set up NSICOP, that has stood in this House and declared for Canada and for Canadians and for protecting their fundamental freedoms. It is our Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The news we heard last week from the RCMP was extremely concerning and must be taken seriously. Let me be very, very clear when it comes to this. Any foreign interference from any country, including India, is unacceptable and it must be stopped. Our government's first job is to ensure that Canadians stay safe, that their livelihoods are protected. No Canadian should feel unsafe living in our country, and no Canadian should feel unsafe from getting foreign threats. We expect a full criminal prosecution of anyone and everyone who has threatened, murdered, or otherwise harmed Canadian citizens. We as a country need to ensure that we do every single thing possible, everything that is necessary to protect Canadians, to protect our democracy, and to protect our sovereignty. But over the years, under this Liberal NDP government, with this Prime Minister in charge, we have seen them fail to protect Canadians. We have seen them fail to protect our democracy. They have failed to protect our sovereignty. Back in 2015, while working in the previous Conservative government, it would have been unheard of to hear that foreign governments were not only threatening Canadians and their lives, but going after them and taking their lives. That never happened before, Madam Speaker, under our Conservative government. But this Prime Minister has allowed foreign interference to run rampant in our communities, in our country. He has dragged his feet and has made things worse by bringing soft-on crime laws. We see the bills they brought in. Bill C-75, Bill C-5. These catch and release bail policies, soft on criminals, hard on victims, These laws that sent a signal to criminals but other countries that we don't take this stuff seriously in our country. It sent a signal that organized crime can run freely in our country, that the criminals have more rights than Canadians. They fostered that environment. It's their liberal policies that fostered this environment. And the Prime Minister's inaction has made Canada a playground for foreign interference, Madam Speaker. And one of the troubling news that we heard from the RCMP last week was that foreign agents from India used organized crime to create a perception of unsafe environment targeting the South Asian community in Canada, predominantly the Sikh community in Canada. And we heard accusations of murder on Canadian soil, extortion, the use of organized crime, intimidation, and coercion. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been calling for action on foreign interference and clamping down on organized crime and on transnational criminals for some time now. I have stood up in the House multiple times during question period to ask questions from this government on what their plan is to fight extortion. We got nothing from this government. No action, all talk. The Prime Minister did not want to act. And what has that meant for Canadians? We have lost the safety in our communities. Under his leadership, homicides are up 28%. Under their leadership. I know the member from Mississauga-Malton mentioned comparing the two government records. I'm talking about their record. Violent crime is up 50%. Violent gun crime is up 116%. And guess how much extortion has gone up, Madam Speaker? The same crime that was mentioned by the RCMP last week. About 360%, Madam Speaker. That's not a low number. That's not a small number. Something had to have changed for that to happen. It's their policies. C-75, C-5, that government's approach to fighting organized crime. When you have tough laws in place, it sends a signal to the criminals that we're not going to tolerate this in our country. Not just to folks in Canada, but across the world. Get an idea that Canadians will fight against this kind of action. And when it comes to extortion, I've heard directly from members in the South Asian community, from business owners who have been victims of extortion. I've listened to the calls they've received when they shared it with us. Those are scary calls, Madam Speaker. Imagine a business owner or a prominent member of a community, an activist, somebody that gets a call threatening to shoot up their home, to shoot up their business, to shoot up their family. If you listen to those calls, it gives you a chill down your spine. But their policies have allowed that, Madam Speaker. These transnational gangs, now we learned from the RCMP, that are being used by foreign agents from India, are trying to divide or cause fear in our communities and take lives of Canadians. And many are afraid to return home. They're afraid to carry on with their businesses. They're worried about carrying on their lives. Some of them have separated from their families, with someone living in different parts of the country, others living in hotels, and many have had to hire security, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep their families safe. And they come from a wide range of industries, some in the trucking business, some in the hospitality, restaurant owners. We've heard of prominent Punjabi singers be targeted in BC. And it's not just in one part of Canada. We have seen this right across our country. We've seen this in BC. We've seen this in the GTA. We have seen this in Winnipeg, in Edmonton. No one should feel unsafe in their communities. All Canadians from all faiths, Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, Christians, irrespective of their faith, as a Canadian, should not feel unsafe living in our great country. And that is why our Conservative Deputy Leader brought forward a common sense Conservative bill that would take on extortion head on, Madam Speaker. That would make it harder for extortion to happen in Canada. It would send a signal to these gangs, these international gangs, that we mean business here in Canada. Again, these are the same crimes that were mentioned by the RCMP just last week. The bill would have established mandatory minimum penalties, and it would have stopped extortion from happening, yet the Liberal and NDP members voted against this bill, leaving more Canadians susceptible to foreign interference. And earlier today, the member from Calgary, who has brought forward this motion for this debate today, an important debate, might I add, Madam Speaker, shared similar stories as the ones I've heard from families where they have been separated from their loved ones because of extortion. But what I don't understand, Madam Speaker, is that when we travel across our country and meet groups, we've had town halls, we've seen other groups host town halls, they're asking for concrete solutions. When our Deputy Leader put forward that solution, a tangible piece of legislation that would help prevent this crisis, what did the NDP and Liberal parties do? They voted against it. They voted against tangible solutions to the problems. And I know the members hear about it in their communities. We've held dozens of town halls in the South Asian community where we have spoken and heard concerns from those affected by extortion. They don't want symbolic gestures, Madam Speaker. They want real action. Our bill had real solutions. They voted against it. We have also seen the Liberals dragging their feet on this issue and not taking foreign interference seriously. The Liberal government was repeatedly warned about foreign interference, even within their own party, within the Liberal Party, but they refused to act. I wonder why. I really wonder why. It is this Prime Minister and his government who repeatedly claim that they just weren't aware of foreign interference that was happening right under their noses, despite a paper trail of warnings from officials, Madam Speaker. Conservatives, again, it's always the Conservatives. Less talk, more action. Conservatives brought forward a foreign agent registry bill. that almost 4 years ago, that was blocked by the Liberals and the NDP. These measures, again, would have been useful or a tool to help keep our communities safe, to help keep the South Asian community safe. But despite multiple warnings, the Liberals continue to claim ignorance. The record shows otherwise, including mysterious delays that we saw of 54 days on a CSIS surveillance warrant for a Liberal power broker. It's happening under their noses, Madam Speaker, yet they're not taking action. They plead ignorance. The ministers said they don't know anything about this. The Prime Minister, he makes excuses. And we saw even former staffers who gave absolutely no answers to the Commission. We heard in the Hogue Commission as well that this is not a new problem that is affecting Canada. This has been happening for years under this government. The red flags have gone up, Madam Speaker. Lots of red flags have come up. But again, no action from this government. It makes no sense, Madam Speaker. We've seen flag after flag after flag, leaks in the media, yet no action from this government. And if you look in the US, who've also seen a similar situation unfold, within weeks, they were able to arrest those involved and move forward with indictments and hold them accountable. But our government has not been able to do that. They have not been able to stop these attacks on our sovereignty. They have not been able to save the lives of Canadians. This is a serious matter, Madam Speaker. Canadians' lives are at risk. And they're in charge of keeping Canadians safe. It is their job. And we have seen this Prime Minister, we have seen this government backed by their coalition partners who put pension and party over country, that at every single juncture that they have not acted on the information that they've had. It is beyond rich for the Prime Minister to grandstand, given the record of his government for not taking foreign interference seriously, with all of the benefits he has in the government, agencies, with all the information he has from our great security services. But he failed to act, Madam Speaker. So Conservatives are the only ones that have taken seriously this foreign interference crisis. And they could laugh all they want, but they've been in bed with this government for 9 years. If they cared so much about this, why do they include this in their confidence supply agreement? Why do they make this a core pillar of the agreement? They don't care. They make it up on the fly, Madam Speaker. Canadians deserve transparency, and the Prime Minister must release all the names from all the parties that are collaborating with foreign entities. But he won't. He won't. No, because the Prime Minister is doing what he always does. He distracts from the truth. He is trying to cover up a Liberal caucus revolt that we're seeing. We saw 4 of the ministers recently announce that they won't be running under his leadership again because they continue to fail to make the lives of Canadians better. And if the Prime Minister has evidence, if he has evidence that there is challenges, he should bring it up to the public because this is a public safety concern. Conservatives are committed to protecting our democracy and our sovereignty from foreign interference, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister must be held accountable for his government's failure to act, and we call on him to release all the names of MPs involved in foreign interference, restore transparency, and defend all the interest of Canadians. And while some may try to divide our communities, they'll try and stoke fear and hate, spread disinformation in our communities to pit them against one another. It's important we stand united as Canadians in protecting the integrity of our democracy. Our country depends on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Whip for the Honourable Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to comment and ask a question of the member regarding extortions. He painted a very serious imagery of the extortions that are going on in my community in particular. I've had constituents come to me with videotapes of FaceTime calls from leaders of gangs sitting in prisons in India. How does that happen? How are people that are imprisoned in India contacting my constituents in order to extort them through local gang organizers here in the country? There has to be foreign interference involved, and yet I have yet to hear from the member opposite as to why they are not calling upon the government of India, the diplomats that were here that have been linked to these heinous crimes that are spreading violence in our community, creating fear amongst Canadians, targeting and murdering Canadians in Canada. But yet they stay silent, and they're not calling for the diplomats to cooperate with Canadian investigating authorities, to give testimony so that we can get down to the bottom of who's doing this.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the honourable colleague. She's right. When the leader is visiting the GTA, when members of our caucus are visiting the GTA, including in the member's own riding, we have heard horrific stories of folks being extorted. 360% increase in extortion happened under your government's watch. Through you, Mr. Speaker, their government's watch. It's through you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, it's under their watch. They've been in charge for 9 years. We never had this same problem under our Conservative government. They created the conditions for it, and more importantly, we gave them a tangible solution, a great bill from our deputy leader that would have made this better for Canadians. What do? They voted against it. So having crocodile tears and crying about the issues when you're not putting forward tangible results means absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. Shame on you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his contributions this evening to this debate. I have to be honest. Canadians across the country are seeing that the leader of the official opposition has had the opportunity for 140 days to get his security clearance so that he get to the bottom of some of this information, and he refuses to do that. But that's not the question that I actually have for this member right now. New Democrats for a long time have called on this government to ban entry to BJP officials from India who have called for race and genocidal violence against Muslims and other groups. Why won't the Conservatives, in fact, call for those people to be banned from Canada? I wonder if he would like to do that right now.
Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's a great question to ask the government who you've been partnering with for the last, through you, Mr. Chair, that they've been partnering with for the last 9 years. It's this government they could have spoken to, Mr. Speaker, through you, but they failed to do that. They failed to raise this when they were in a coalition with this government. And it's it's ironic that they're talking about security clearance when their own former NDP leader, Thomas Mulcair, himself has said he wouldn't get the security clearance because it would gag the leader of the Conservative Party on these issues, to hold this government to account. And the leader has been briefed. On October 14th, the leader was briefed, Mr. Speaker, by the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister. He received a confidential briefing on this matter. So the disinformation coming from both the NDP and the Liberals is quite concerning, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Stevenson, Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the misinformation coming from over there is unbelievable. Talking about nothing's been done here. 22 arrests for extortion, 8 for murder, and the member's colleague talked about 40 years this has been going on, and that's a sincere issue that we have to talk about. And we even acted on that. 40 years it has been since the Security of Information Act was changed, which has now been responsible for making sure that we can find out these nefarious crimes. But my question to the member opposite is, was it not your leader and his government who set a precedent here by allowing Chinese police officers to set up shop here? And now we are seeing this happening, that is, again, officials from other countries setting up shop and acting nefariously.
Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, like everything else, they want a pat on the back for their own failures. You know, this is their normal behavior. They talk about the crisis that they created. Now they want a pat on their own backs. How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker? It's under this government's watch that they dragged their feet on a foreign interference registry, a tangible solution once again. They voted against an extortion bills that were in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So they want a pat on the back for just empty words. It's not going to happen. Canadians' lives are at risk. You know, we've had Chinese police stations running and terrorizing the Chinese community under their watch, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We keep hearing from the Liberals over and over again the anger that they have that under a Conservative government previously, that they spent less money with better results. Extortions were down, violent crime was down, auto thefts were down back then. And they're angry that they spent hiring more people, yet all those numbers are up. Extortions are up more than 300% in this country. Violent crime is up 34%. And they're trying to brag about their record. And they voted down a common sense Conservative bill, Bill C-381, brought forward by common sense Conservative Deputy from Millwoods, Edmonton Millwoods, and they voted it down, including the NDP. Can the member please comment, how does that make any sense?
It doesn't.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you for that great question from my honourable colleague. I always say that past behavior predicts future behavior, Mr. Speaker. We've seen what they've done in 9 years. They've done nothing. They've let this issue simmer and get to a point where now Canadians are losing lives. And you're right, they like to brag about their record, but it's a record of failure. And they'll continue to distract, however they can, from their failed records of this government. I understand they're frustrated. It's tough. It's tough having internal caucus problems that are spilling out in public. I'm sure it's tough for them. But that's what we're here to fight for, is to fight for Canadians, not their own party. I get it's tough, but we need to see real, tangible solutions from this government, which we have not seen in the last 9 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked a question of this member earlier tonight and didn't get a response at all, so I'm going to keep it very simple. Will this member commit to banning entry to BJP officials who have called for racist and genocidal violence against Muslims and other minorities in India? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Any person that is pushing hate or is a criminal with a criminal background should not be allowed into our country. Unlike what this government has done by letting in ISIS terrorists by granting them citizenships. We'll make sure that our immigration system has the integrity to make sure we protect Canadians and not allow criminals into our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Are they serious reform? The number of Conservatives that I've heard get up and say, oh, this is because of bail reform. Do they actually think the Indian government is sitting back going, oh, Canada just changed their bail laws. We should really try to infiltrate and do nefarious things there. That's what I'm hearing from Conservatives over and over and over. The member talks about how serious this issue is. Has he had a conversation with his leader? His leader won't even talk about it. He won't even post a single social media post on it. He won't even get a security clearance so that he too can have all of the facts. Does his leader not care about this?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, this is the same grandstanding that we've seen from their leader, and now they've taken up the acting classes themselves. When you have soft on crime policies, not only are you signaling it domestically, but you're sending a message to the international gangs that are out there terrorizing our communities as well. You're letting them know that we are a playground for foreign interference. The government should be setting the tone where they have failed to do anything. So they could stand up here and grandstand all they want, but the proof is in the pudding. Extortions are up 360% because of their failures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to let you know that I'm going to be splitting my time with the member from Surrey Centre. Mr. Speaker, constituents in my riding of Brampton East are very anxious about acts of violence targeting the Sikh and broader South Asian community, anxious about foreign interference in our democratic processes, and anxious these are directly tied to agents of the Government of India, as the RCMP Commissioner has very publicly and clearly stated last week. The rule of law must be respected and our citizens must be protected, and we will not tolerate any form of harassment, intimidation, or violence targeting Canadians, and I know that all parliamentarians in this chamber would agree to that. There's a lot of misinformation flying around, and I've had constituents reach out to me with questions. So, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to state some facts on the record for those watching at home. 22 individuals arrested and charged in relation to extortion, 8 arrested and charged in relation to homicides. This is thanks to the hard work of the RCMP and law enforcement agencies across Canada. Back in February 2024, the RCMP created a multidisciplinary team to coordinate and investigate public threats. Through very active investigations, the RCMP has come across very serious findings and felt the public need to know, which led to the press conference the RCMP initiated last Monday. Now, I want to ensure words are not mixed up, so I'd like to read what the RCMP Commissioner very clearly stated on the record last week. And I quote, "Investigations have revealed that Indian diplomats and consular officials based in Canada leveraged their official positions to engage in clandestine activities, such as collecting information for the Government of India, either directly or through their proxies, and other individuals who acted voluntarily or through coercion. Evidence also shows that a wide variety of entities in Canada and abroad have been used by the agents of the Government of India to collect information. Some of these individuals and businesses were coerced and threatened into working for the Government of India. The information collected for the Government of India is then used to target members of the South Asian community. This evidence was presented directly to the Government of India officials, urging their cooperation in stemming the violence and requesting our law enforcement agencies work together to address these issues. I'd like to note, Mr. Speaker, the United States, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand have all urged the Government of India to cooperate with our law enforcement agencies. This is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, where we all need to stand together to show a united front against any form of foreign interference. There are people out there that want to divide communities, but as leaders here in this House, it is our job as parliamentarians to bring communities together. 4 out of the 5 party leaders represented in this very chamber have either received their security clearance or are in the process of getting their clearance. There is only one party leader that chooses to close his eyes and remain oblivious to foreign interference and continues to refuse to get a security clearance, and that is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. The Prime Minister stated under oath, I may add, I have the names of a number of parliamentarians, former parliamentarians, and or candidates in the Conservative Party of Canada who are engaged or at risk of, or for whom there's clear intelligence around foreign interference. Is that what the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada is afraid to confront? Canadians being threatened, coerced with violence, and even murdered? And as a leader, you wouldn't want to know about the risks that impact the safety and security of Canadians? Wouldn't you want to know if someone in your party is engaged or at risk of foreign interference? Wouldn't you want to stand for the protection of democracy? These are important questions being asked by Canadians across the country in regards to the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Having a top-level security clearance would allow the leader of the Conservative Party to receive classified briefings on foreign interference. 60% of Conservative Party voters said all leaders, including the Conservative leader, should get a security clearance. He's not even listening to his own party. What's he hiding, Mr. Speaker? He needs to wake up, get his clearance, and start taking foreign interference clearly. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister of Public Safety for his commitment to disrupt and counter foreign interference threats. This C-70 received royal assent, bringing a significant update to the Canadian Security and Intelligence Services Act, among several other legislative amendments. These amendments enhance Canada's collective resilience and uphold these values that we know are pivotal to maintaining a healthy and strong democracy. With accountability comes transparency, and that is why our government, through the Ministry of Public Safety, has established the new Canada Foreign Influence Transparency Registry. This registry imposes an obligation on individuals and entities to register their arrangements with any foreign principal and disclose any foreign influence activities that are made in relation to government or political processes in Canada, activities such as communication with a public office holder, communication or dissemination of information to the public by any means, as well as the disbursement of money or items, including providing a service or use of a facility, would result in a registration requirement. Not reporting can lead to penalties and fines of up to $5 million and up to 5 years in prison. Although this is a new policy for Canada, other allied countries such as the United States and Australia already have a foreign registry in place that require those acting on behalf of a foreign state to register their activities. The United Kingdom has also announced its plans to introduce a similar process. Our government knows now that now is not the time to sit back on our heels and wait for things to happen. Now is the time to be proactive in our efforts to ensure the policies and mechanisms we have in place protect Canadians and our institutions. With these measures in place, our government is better able to hold those in positions of influence to account by ensuring they report on matters of importance regarding foreign principles. As the age-old saying goes, knowledge is power, which is why the proper procedures and policies must be in place so that Canadians are aware and informed. Mr. Speaker, I, like many of my honourable colleagues, have received a heightened number of emails, calls, and letters from constituents who are scared and who are worried about their families and friends. Attending prayer, gathering with loved ones, or attending community events should not be coupled with worrying about one's safety or the fear of being a target. Canadians have the right to express their religious beliefs, thoughts, and ideas without fear of persecution, of course, without inciting any type of violence and hate. And I hope that what I have spoken to today can provide my constituents and all Canadians reassurance that our government will always uphold their rights and freedoms and impose serious consequences on anyone who decides to infringe upon them. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Peel Regional Police and all of the law enforcement agencies across our country who have been vital in keeping our communities safe. Their bravery, dedication, and unwavering response to answer the call of duty should be recognized and commended. No matter what your political stripes are, I know that all members of this House can agree upon condemning any acts of foreign interference. In the essence of unity, I know that we will continue to stand together in the pursuit of justice. As the RCMP investigation continues, maintaining a united front is paramount, and any act that impedes the pursuit of justice will not be tolerated. Mr. Speaker, I close today by saying whether you are Buddhist, Catholic, Christian, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, or agnostic, at the end of the day, we are all Canadians. As Canadians, regardless of our political leanings, we need to continue to stand together against foreign interference that target our communities, that want to divide our communities, that want to instill fear in our communities. But we are united as Canadians, so let's continue looking out for each other and lean on each other, because that's what Canadians do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Why, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech this evening. It was very well done and brought up a lot of interesting and important points. Obviously, like him, I am utterly disgusted that the Leader of the Opposition will not get his security clearance. That's obviously a challenge for us. But he outlined so many risks that we see right now that are happening, and there seems to me to be a very urgent need for there to be a committee to actually be able to look at this. This is a very complex issue. There is many parts of Canada's relationship with India that I think need to be examined, and yet it is the Liberal Party that stopped the unanimous consent motion brought forward by the Leader of the NDP calling for the creation of such a committee. I'm wondering what the justification he has for the Liberal Party denying Canadians that right.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion.
Mr. Speaker, thanks through you to the member opposite for that very important question. Mr. Speaker, I did not oppose that motion, but I think it's important to note that the public safety does have a study ongoing now with 6 meetings, and I know the Minister of Public Safety and I believe the Minister of Foreign Affairs will be appearing at that committee. We also have very important work going on through the Foreign Interference Inquiry, through the Hogue Commission, and I know we're all looking forward to seeing the report that comes out from that.
And comments? The honourable for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He and I both represent Peel Region, a region that has a large South Asian diaspora. Now, I know that he and I both have had conversations with residents that are rightfully concerned based on the allegations put forward by the RCMP. So I'd like to ask him what conversations he's had with residents, and how does he reassure residents that the RCMP has the backs of Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you I'd like to thank the member that asked that very important question in terms of local community safety, and he's probably getting the same calls that I'm getting from constituents worried about extortion calls to their neighbours, worried about violence and threats to their neighbours, and working with the RCMP, Peel Police has taken a very active stance, and as I said, close to 22 people arrested and charged for extortion, close to 8 people arrested and charged for homicide. And many of these arrests have been made in Peel thanks to the hard work of Peel Police. So I want to take a moment to thank the officers involved in this very important matter to keep our community safe.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal-Tyre. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I personally find it extremely alarming that the Leader of the Opposition didn't issue a statement on this incredible RCMP revelation that happened last week. I also find it, as others have said, just absolutely perplexing that the Leader of the Opposition would not get a security clearance so that he can at least just understand and absorb the information. I hear Conservatives get up repeatedly, at least 2 or 3 times today, saying, release the names. Their leader has access to all these names. What he needs to do is get a security clearance, and he's going to have the names. I'm wondering if the member is as equally confused about all of this as I am, about one, that the Leader of the Opposition won't make a single statement on this, at least not publicly, and 2, that he seems to just hide at every single opportunity to get a security clearance so that he can have access to the information that you would just naturally assume that anybody aspiring to be Prime Minister would want to have.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's a very important question that Canadians are asking at this very important time. They're wondering why someone that hopes to be the future Prime Minister of this country, why wouldn't he want to get a security clearance? As I said, 4 out of the 5 leaders in this House of Commons have either had a security clearance or applied to get one, and he's the only leader in this House that doesn't want to get one because he doesn't want to know the truth. I'm not sure what he's trying to hide, but he clearly doesn't want to know the truth.
And time for a quick question. The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to his speech, and I've actually listened to a number of Liberals and NDP members speaking today, and much of their speech is actually about the opposition leader. And so instead of really talking about the issue today of how we can protect Canadians, how we protect Canadians from foreign interference, and what India did, and how we can resolve that and have less of that and cut that down, why are they focusing more on politics than the safety of Canadians?
Okay, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, a lot of Canadians are asking why the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want to do his job. He doesn't want to hold his party to account. He doesn't want to see the details. He doesn't want to get a security clearance. There's a lot of things that the Leader is avoiding, and we want to know why. Because if you claim to be the Leader of the official opposition of Canada and you don't want to get your security clearance, there's something wrong there, Mr. Speaker, and I think Canadians need to dig a little bit deeper.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first say how surprised I am to be here and see at least some members of the Conservative Party of Canada actually be present at this emergency debate.
Order. Yeah, we can't underline who's here, who's not. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to commend them for having some. I want to also remember the last time on September 19, 2023, they were all ordered to stay away from the chamber and not make any statements or ask questions. I wonder who called a member from Nepean Carleton to vacate the chamber at that time. Anyways, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Prime Minister rose in the House of Commons and affirmed what sick Canadians had feared. Agents within the Indian government were responsible for the murder of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil and at a place of worship. Little did we know, Mr. Speaker, that this would just be the beginning of the shockwaves across our nation that we would find out about India's dangerous interference with Canadian democracy and public life and organized crime. In the months ahead that followed this historic statement, Sikh and Sikh Asian businesses within my constituency and the city of Surrey began receiving threats of extortion and violent calls and messages. One of many examples includes a business owner who was threatened to either pay thousands of dollars or face consequences, with the extortionist stating, "If you don't pay us, we're going to burn your car, and then we're coming in 20 minutes." Another experience, Mr. Speaker, involves the threat by an extortionist firing bullets through a home while families were present inside. To top this all off, multiple Sikh community leaders were given duties to warn by the RCMP, indicating that they were in imminent threat to assassination due to their differing political opinions. Then we saw the home of one of Canada's biggest South Asian artists, AP Dillon, being fired upon and vehicles in his driveway being lit on fire, all while it was being videotaped and subsequently aired by the perpetrators themselves, a technique designed to instill fear and terror to Canadians. The RCMP stated that the actions by the agents of the Indian government were not only against Sikh Canadians who oppose the Indian government, but also against those who oppose the Indian government for any reason. So let me remind everyone that if that is the case, then anyone who opposes the current Indian government, they can be a target. I want to commend the RCMP and our intelligence agencies and all the law enforcement agencies of this country for their extraordinary work in discovering Indian government's criminal acts and transnational aggression. Thank you. These actions are a grave threat to not only the sovereignty of Canada, but to basic public security of Sikh and South Asian communities. Sikh Canadians whose families come to Canada to build a safe and secure future for their families, fleeing prosecution in many times and violence from the Indian government, now find that the violence being brought to their doorsteps right here in Canada. We will not and cannot leave these families and communities vulnerable in a time of need, Mr. Speaker. As Canadians, it is our duty to serve and protect all those who have worked tirelessly over the decades, contributing to the betterment of our society, our Canadian society. Many of the children of those who fled are now Canada's top business owners, lawyers, judges, nurses, teachers, doctors, and entrepreneurs. We must stand up for them as a united chamber. With the revelations coming out of the RCMP having evidence linking Indian government agents in Canada to these threats, extortion, and violent crimes, including the murder of Sikh activist Hardeep Singh Nijjar and potentially other murders, the time has now come to put politics aside and unite as a country in condemning these acts of horrific violence. There's a lot of propaganda coming out of India, and in fact even came from conservative leadership that stated, show the evidence. It's now being confirmed that the RCMP shared the evidence with India. However, they refused to acknowledge it or cooperate with our authorities. As you know, who else did the same? The leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. He is the only elected leader of a political party in this House that has not agreed to take an oath of secrecy required to see either the evidence against the government in the murder, extortion, and harassment of Sikhs and South Asian Canadians, but also to see the unredacted report of the NCCOP report, which identifies current or foreign previous parliamentarians in the Conservative Party of Canada that are influenced or work for the interests of foreign governments. So there's only two institutions that refuse to see the evidence: the Government of India and the Conservative Party of Canada. Wow. This should make everyone extremely concerned. A person who wants to be Prime Minister is a leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition, but doesn't want to know the truth? Wow. Could it be because he doesn't want to see his own name in that report? Leaks from CSIS report show that have been shown in the media stated that the state of India decided to support the MP from Nepean Carleton both financially and through institutes sympathetic to them to win the Conservative Party leadership. Mr. Speaker, members and leaders within this House are elected to act on the concerns raised by their constituents. This means obtaining security clearance that would allow them to identify threats from foreign nations within their own parties and the chamber. From the last year, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party has refused to protect the safety of Sikhs and South Asian Canadians by not taking the oath and clearance. As the Prime Minister has revealed, there are former and active members within the Conservative Party who are or have been involved with activities. Why does the leader of the Conservative Party continue to place his personal politics over the safety of Canadians? Foreign interference activities by India is at an all-time high. In fact, foreign interference from India far exceeds that of China, Russia, or Iran, all non-democracies, as only India has been identified by the RCMP as a state that has had its consular staff actually gather information and coordinate with organized crime to commit crimes in Canada on Canadian soil. To Hindu Canadians, I want to be unequivocally clear. This is not a Sikh or Hindu issue. This is a Canadian issue. A Canadian issue versus Canadians versus the government of India. Today it's about Sikhs. Tomorrow it will be about Dalits, political opponents of the BJP, women's groups, or Christians. Don't let the Indian media fool you. This is a time that all Canadian parliamentarians must stand together, show the world that Canada is a place where people can speak their minds, express themselves, and live free from reprisal. It's time for democracies to unite and stand by the rule of law and defend their citizens. It's a time for everyone, from their leadership of this country down to our citizens, to stand by our law enforcement agencies and take no lessons from those that try to intimidate and destroy us. Canada is a free country, a sovereign state, and will never allow a country to intimidate or threaten our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, we have another Liberal speech here that instead of discussing foreign interference by India and the very serious allegations against them, are more concerned about the opposition leader. Mr. Speaker, my question for him is that he comes from an area where extortion has risen by hundreds of %. I've gone there many times and heard from Canadians who are concerned about extortion. Part of that, we've heard from the RCMP, that is linked to Indian organized crime. There is no minimum mandatory penalty for extortion. Extortion has gone up under this government, and yet him and his party did not support a private member's bill that would have actually handed stronger sentences for extortionists. Why?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if his leader actually looked at the report and saw the evidence, he would know who's dictating and actually orchestrating these extortions. These extortions are being done by a foreign agency whose diplomats sat in this country, gathered information, and 22 are arrested, 8 for murder. And I'd like to remind this House, since bail reform...
Order. The honourable member Surrey Centre.
I'd like to remind this House that those that have been arrested for the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar have been behind bars and remain behind bars. So this argument of bail, not jail, is inadequate in this case, and the law enforcement agencies and the legal justice system of our country has actually maintained the integrity and shown that it works.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was reflecting on what the member said in his speech, and I really appreciated one of the comments he made, and that is that this is not a Hindu versus a Sikh or a Hindu versus a Muslim issue, that this is actually a Canadian issue where we are looking at protecting Canadians of all backgrounds, recognizing that Canadian law is so vital and so important. And I wanted to ask him a little bit about how he feels about the Modi government and their use of genocidal language against minorities in India, including Muslims, Sikhs, Dalits, members of the LGBTQ2+ community, of course, women, which he mentioned. And I'm wondering whether or not he sees that there should be some sanctions put on the government, some restrictions to their movement if the Modi government is going to be using such genocidal language against minority groups.
Member for Surrey Centre.
I really want to thank the member for her question. I think all tools are at the disposal of the government and should be used. I think the very first, when it was discovered that Indian officials were involved, was the expulsion of those diplomats. That was the very first measure. My understanding is more measures will be forthcoming, and I actually wouldn't mind supporting what the member opposite has just stated. When minorities are being threatened, persecuted, or genocidal mentions are stated about those communities, which the Sikh community has been victim to those genocidal tendencies, I think all measures should be on the table, and the world should unite against any government that ever thinks or tries to act in such a manner.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Surrey Centre. In his speech, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned that Indian government played a key role in the official opposition leader's leadership role.
Scary stuff.
That is the reason why the honourable member or the leader of the Conservative Party is not taking that security clearance so that he can pay back to the Indian government for doing what they have done in his leadership race.
That would be...
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I think he has my honourable colleague from Surrey Newton is probably fairly accurate in that. I think there's a grave concern of that, but obviously the leader of the Conservative Party won't look at that. But as my colleague from Kingston has stated earlier, it is very strange that the leader of Her Majesty's opposition, the Conservative Party, has not made any statement on his Twitter account, on his social media, his party account. Only 2 Sikh members of his caucus have actually posted that statement. He has not made any public statement to the media. He's not taken any questions on it, nor has he condemned the Indian government at all, who he normally actually spends a very gracious amount of time with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly resonate to the comments made by the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona that the Modi government displays a hard right approach of polarization and fomenting hate against minority groups within India. Our focus tonight is the horror of the RCMP and their allegations that the Indian government is actually interfering with and, in fact, responsible for deaths of Canadians on our soil. I resonate to the other words of many members that call for unity. For us to unify in this chamber does require that the leader of the official opposition seek top secret security clearance so that we can all work from the same level playing field and have the same knowledge. I am concerned, and I will say this, Mr. Speaker, having gone through the process, I know that if you ask for top secret security clearance as leader of a federal political party, you don't get it as of right. CSIS and the security agencies go through your background and your history with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that there's nothing that compromises you. And on that basis, I would just, it's not a question, it's a comment to all my colleagues on the Conservative side of the House, leader, to ask for and pursue top secret security clearance, because it's only in his hands to remove the cloud of questioning. The kinds of questions that are being raised here tonight can be removed only by the leader of the official opposition, by asking for that investigation of his own background that will clear the air and ensure that nobody thinks that he's compromised.
Very quick answer. The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I think that is what every member of this House from every party, save and except the Conservative Party of Canada, has been stating. We need to be unified against any foreign transnational aggression, and the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada should ask for the oath and take clearance and look at it, and if he cannot obtain clearance, stand in this House and say, I do not pass security clearances, and make that abundantly clear to this House so we know why he can't take it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I could say that it was a pleasure to speak today, but it's certainly not the case tonight in the House. The news and the allegations from the RCMP are extremely concerning, and they must be taken seriously as opposed to what has taken place tonight in this House. And this debate is primarily about the Prime Minister, who has the power to take them seriously and has not done so. And any foreign interference from any country that we have been hearing about in this House, outside of this House, with this government for years, needs to be stopped. Our government's first job is to keep citizens safe from foreign threats. The very fact that we are here in this place debating such a serious issue demonstrates that the government has failed. Our government has failed in its obligation to keep this country safe and secure the integrity of our nation. And it's a natural consequence of 9 years of incompetence, of chaos, of an attitude that puts dividing the divisive nature of this Prime Minister over the security of the public. And we've seen it time and time again, and we've seen it last year. Canada has become a playground for these activities. And you hear it, and the evidence is there, and multiple people have said it out loud on record, and still it's ignored. And while tonight's debate descends into unserious political distractions, Canadians need to know who knew what and when and why it took so long for the government to act. While we're here to address the allegations about foreign interference in India, this is about much more than that. It's certainly about India, but it's also about Beijing. It's about the tyrannical regime in Iran. It's about all of the times that our Prime Minister made a mockery of our democratic processes and, frankly, our values. Every Canadian should be concerned because it is putting our lives and our freedoms and our country at risk. The allegations that have been made are serious, incredibly so, and they should be investigated and pursued to the fullest extent of the law. As a country, we must stand resolutely against the attempts of other actors to interfere with the rights of our citizens and our democratic process. The idea that a foreign state would even attempt anything near these allegations certainly merits more than the anemic response provided by the Liberals at every turn over the last 9 years. Furthermore, any suggestion that individuals collaborated or colluded with these attempts or in any other attempts should be fully investigated and, again, pursued to the fullest extent of the law. That's really not up for debate. But here's what these suggestions should not be, Mr. Speaker. They should not be used as a means to score cheap political points that nobody is buying anymore, to divide our nation into smaller and smaller groups into smaller and smaller factions. What this Prime Minister did when he appeared in front of Justice Hogue last week is exactly that. He went there with one mission: to level unfounded and unproven and unfair allegations against members of this party and members of his own party, casting aspersions. Now, you have to realize, Mr. Speaker, if you can't name the parliamentarians, then it should be equally it should be equally wrong to say anything about them or say what you know or their party affiliations. And he frankly cast aspersions on the entire House and then walked away from the podium. It's behavior like that that is unbecoming of a Prime Minister and that has made a mockery of this whole process. And if you look outside of this House and you listen to what people are saying, it has made a mockery of this entire issue. And that's unfortunate, because it is a serious one. He should be less focused on trying to make this a mockery, and he should be more focused on the serious implications that this has for our national interest. He is more than just the Liberal Party leader. I don't know how long he's going to be the Liberal Party leader. He is the Prime Minister, and he should remember that. But I suspect it might be difficult when his caucus is revolting against him, and he needs to focus at least a little bit of attention elsewhere for the first time. You know, my parents always told me growing up that if you're going to make a serious allegation about, Conservatives being part of something, you would need some evidence to back it up. And that's what we're asking for. We're asking for him to release the names. If you have evidence about what the Prime Minister has said, has made claims about other MPs in this House, then he should release the names. And we all know that he can do that. We're asking the Prime Minister to release the names of the individuals that have been accused so that we can deal with the actual problem, so that we can move forward constructively. That's what Canadians want to know on this and on the matter at hand. But he won't, because this is another crass and pathetic attempt by the Prime Minister to divide and to distract and to deflect his mistakes. Maybe they're not mistakes. Maybe it is an intentional hiding of the facts that he has known for a very, very long time, rather than trying to fix the issue at hand or looking serious while doing it. He's trying to cover up the fact that his caucus is in open revolt of his leadership, and this is a convenient distraction. He's trying to cover up for the fact that he's destroyed our economy through higher taxes, higher inflation, higher government spending. He's trying to cover up for his own failures in protecting this country and safeguarding the rights of Canadians. And while this is behavior that is unbecoming, we really shouldn't be surprised from this Prime Minister. It's probably even benefited him electorally in his prospects. Otherwise, why hide anything at all? The opposition parties have acquiesced to his tactics of swearing them into secrecy so they can't do their jobs and they can't effectively prove their case. And that's been proven tonight over and over again, where any opposition leader who bothered to speak in this House to this motion couldn't hold the government to account. And if they really knew that there was something in the documents, then rather than sitting back, they would have asked the government what they have done about this, and it is exactly nothing. The Liberals have muzzled their opposition so they can continue to turn a blind eye at the obvious wrong that has brought, and they've brought the cabal along with them to acquiesce to all of this. They used to be members of an actual opposition that could hold the government to account, and now they've been silenced. And you didn't have to look very far to see that they have been completely ineffective at prosecuting this government's failure on foreign interference. After all, it's this Prime Minister who turned a blind eye when foreign interference was coming from Beijing, when the communist dictatorship was spreading misinformation and even buying Liberal Party memberships to influence nomination races. To that I say, release the names. This is the Prime Minister who took 6 years to declare the IRGC a terrorist organization that we all know that they are. And they still use Canada as their safe haven to fundraise, to recruit, to intimidate our own citizens, and to possibly play a role in our electoral process. To that I say, release the names. And it is this Prime Minister who employed the Emergencies Act, trampling the rights and freedoms of Canadians for purely political opinions when they didn't agree with them. And to that, Canadians say, release the names. This is the Prime Minister's whose ministers mysteriously sat on a CSIS surveillance warrant on a Liberal power broker for 54 days. To that I say, release the names. And this is a Prime Minister who appointed Liberal insiders and personal friends to investigate the misdeeds of his own government. These are the things that happened under the Prime Minister's watch, and it's his weak leadership that is the reason why it is happening more and more. Our adversaries know that Canada is an easy target and that they can get away with almost anything here. The Prime Minister is actively in the process of proving them right at every single turn. We have a common sense ask of the Prime Minister. It is release the names. Canadians want to know. Release the names of the individuals who have collaborated with Beijing against Canada. Release the names of the individuals who have collaborated with India against Canada. Release the names of all of the people who knowingly and wittingly work with hostile foreigners for personal gain. It is an easy thing to do. The Prime Minister did it once in the House of Commons already. He can do it again, but he won't. Prime Minister doesn't seem to want to do that. He seems to want to continue this sideshow, the political theater, as long as possible, because it allows him not to talk about the issues that he doesn't want to talk about, because he's lost all semblance of control. He looks unhinged. Rather that he continues to insist on some nonsensical argument about secret briefings when he can walk over right here, 2 sword lengths apart, 10 steps at best. He's actually pretty tall, so it's probably less than 10 steps, and he can tell the Leader of the Opposition exactly what the problem is, and he won't do that. You know why? It's because he's using this for political gain. If the member from Carleton takes the briefing by admission of the Prime Minister's own Chief of Staff, he will be unable to speak about the results or act upon them, just like the Prime Minister has failed to do. He can't do that in any way. His own office says that. In fact, the former leader of the NDP says that too. He deserves the information and not the handcuffing. The CSIS Act actually allows for this. The CSIS Act allows for anybody to offer any information on anybody about the risks of foreign interference without forcing them into sworn secrecy. And I will repeat that. The CSIS Act actually allows the Prime Minister to walk over here and tell the Leader of the Opposition everything he needs to know. But you know why he's not doing that? Because he doesn't want to deal with the problem in his own caucus. But the government insists again and again on secrecy without ever telling us why. I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. It's because he's hiding things from Canadians once again. It's because he is scared. It's because he has benefited from it politically. So we'll have to ask, what is the Prime Minister hiding? What is he so scared of? We know that there are individuals from all parties who are rumored to be implicated. But Conservatives aren't scared of anything. If the government acted, Canadians wouldn't be asking questions about why they're keeping secrets. And I think everybody would be better off. Every single member of Parliament that has now had the Prime Minister cast aspersions on them. That's irresponsible behavior from a Prime Minister. The sooner the names are released, the sooner we can take to ensure that our institutions and our political parties are free from interference. But otherwise, it's going to get way worse from a variety of actors, from a variety of places. Because like I said, they know that Canada is an easy place to do their dirty deeds. Tonight's debate is another example of how the Prime Minister has failed on foreign interference. The Prime Minister at the Hague Commission admitted that our intelligence agencies have been gathering information for years that India has been committing foreign interference on Canadian soil. Yet, it is clear that he did nothing to act on it, even after a real and present danger to Canadians was known and an act was carried out. And people have lost lives. Even when provided with the opportunity to protect Canadians against extortion, one of the violent actions that the RCMP has accused Indian officials of engaging in, they voted against the bill. It was a bill by my co-deputy leader from Edmonton, Bill C-381, the Protection Against Extortion Act, and every single one of them voted against it. I mean, some didn't show up, but the rest voted against it. The United States managed to thwart an assassination attempt on American soil, and Canada was unable to do so. And when the issue of Chinese interference came up, the Prime Minister tried to claim that it didn't exist. And then that had been exposed as an outright falsehood. His government stalled for years on the creation of a foreign influence registry. And it was only ever introduced as a result of Conservative pressure.
That's right.
His government also did everything it could to avoid a public inquiry into foreign interference. Do you remember the special rapporteur, friends, Guy Chalet? Conservatives' pressure made sure that this was a full and open public inquiry so that everybody can see. And it is clear that they've been ignoring the issue of interference. Just look at what's happening in our streets right now. Take a look at the international terrorist organizations parading their slogans throughout Canadian streets, the ones designated as non-for-profits not so long ago. Take a look at the increasing violence and crime driven by multinational gangs and cross-border smuggling. Just take a look at the country's reputation, lying in shambles on the floor of the international community. And it's only going to get worse. But the government continues to sit around and pretend like nothing's wrong. They passed Bill C-5 and Bill C-75, making it easier for violent criminals to get released back in the streets again and again, while only being punished with a slap on the wrist. They repealed mandatory minimums for crimes like extortion with a firearm.
Shameful.
They voted against Bill C-381, which would bring back this mandatory minimum punishment for extortion and implement even more tools for prosecutors and for police to go after ringleaders and multinational gangs. Extortion is 5 times higher than it was 10 years ago. But they are voting against the very things that they could be doing to stop all of this, while pretending to have a debate, to say the right things, to placate the Canadian public in leading them to believe that they have acted when they have not. Are they going to empower CSIS or the RCMP to be able to do their jobs rather than interfering in the work of those security agencies? Or are they going to do a better job at screening the individuals coming into our country? How about tracking down the 1 million people that they lost and they still can't find? We need a real decisive action to fix this problem. We need to enforce laws that we have on the books. We need to stand strong against interference, not cover up allegations and hide the evidence. We need Canadians to trust that everybody here is doing the right thing, and we need our rights and our integrity back. A common sense Conservative government will put those criminals in jail where they belong.
Hear, hear.
We'll take action whenever and wherever we are notified, despite the Prime Minister's inability to walk across the floor and tell the Leader of the Opposition what the problem is. We will work with the RCMP and CSIS and not against them. And we will uphold the integrity of this country by running a government for all Canadians. And it starts with releasing the names for the good of our political system, for our values, for our country, for the good of accountability to the people. Release the names, I say to the Prime Minister. Anything short of that tells everyone what they already know. They are hiding from accountability, and Canadians simply deserve better, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Councillor Kamal Tar, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Thornhill talked about political advantage. It's well known that there's only one leader that took the political advantage. That is the leader of the Conservative Party, where India has intervened to make him the leader of the Conservative Party. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, if you open up any media outlet today or the social media in India, what they're saying, that invest hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that the leader of the Conservative Party becomes the next Prime Minister of this nation. The second question that honourable member asked about releasing the names. Mr. Speaker, if the leader of the opposition takes the secrecy oath, then he will be able to take that information right from CSIS and the RCMP, and the only thing that he is buried is because it's 6 of his caucus members or the candidates that